transmigrator with no talent for cultivation spent 40 years in the Daotian sect, only to finally awaken his system only to discover he had just 4 years left to live. On Yunju Mountain, one of the 108 main peaks of Daotian sect, the largest sect in Qingzhou, a figure in a blue robe stood by a tranquil lake. The figure's reflection rippled on the water as Li Zhoujun gazed at it, his eyes shimmering with excitement. As the master of Yunju Mountain, his seemingly prestigious identity masked a story of bittersweet irony. Li Zhoujun, a transmigrator, was once hailed as a prodigy who amazed the world. He could speak at 3 months old, read at 6 months, walk at 9, and by the age of 1, he was already well-versed in classical literature. People believed he was the reincarnation of an immortal. It was this extraordinary talent that led the former master of Yunju Mountain to accept him as a direct disciple. However, it was soon revealed that Li Zhoujun was utterly inept at cultivation. Even to this day, he remained an ordinary mortal. Though the former master discovered this truth, he continued to treat Li Zhoujun kindly. Unfortunately, before he could take another promising disciple, the master perished in a fierce battle against demonic cultivators. Out of respect for his sacrifice, the Daotian sect allowed the 6-year-old Li Zhoujun to inherit the position of Yunju Mountain's master. The sect's decision was calculated. Since Li Zhoujun couldn't cultivate, the mountain would effectively remain without a true master for a century, giving them ample time to reassign its resources later. Meanwhile, this move showcased the sect's loyalty and compassion, attracting more talented individuals to join. As for Li Zhoujun's youthful appearance at 46, it was simply the result of a beauty-enhancing pill. Today, however, fate finally took a turn. The system Li Zhoujun had eagerly awaited all these years finally awakened. A mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "Host, please remain calm. The system may arrive late, but it will never fail to appear." As a welcoming gift, the system granted him a unique ability. Evenly matched with all things, this meant that no matter who or what he faced, Li Zhoujun would always fight to a draw, neither winning nor losing. To test this newfound power, Li Zhoujun drew a dagger across his palm, yet it left not even the faintest mark. When he asked if he could be evenly matched against a true immortal, the system confirmed it, and his eyes lit up with excitement. The system then displayed his attribute panel. Host, Li Zhoujun. Identity, Master of Yunju Mountain, Daotian sect. Age, 46. Remaining lifespan, 4 years. Cultivation level, none. Ability, evenly matched with all things. Seeing his remaining lifespan of only 4 years, Li Zhoujun was momentarily dumbfounded. Fortunately, the system assured him that completing missions would grant him rewards, including cultivation progress and extended lifespan. The first mission? To take on a disciple during the sect's recruitment ceremony in 3 days. This task left Li Zhoujun feeling overwhelmed. With his reputation as a waste of a mountain master, who in their right mind would want to become his disciple? Besides, with no knowledge of cultivation, wouldn't he just ruin the life of anyone he took under his wing? But the system's confidence reignited his determination. If it could grant him such a heaven-defying ability as evenly matched with all things, surely it could also guide him in teaching a disciple. All that was left to do now was wait for the sect's recruitment ceremony in 3 days. 3 days later, at Ascension Mountain of the Daotian sect. At the foot of the mountain, a massive crowd had gathered, with tens of thousands of young men and women assembled. Although this was not the true place of ascension, it was a sacred ground where the Daotian sect conducted its disciple recruitment. Among the crowd were descendants of prominent families and royal lineages from all over Qingzhou. Yet, these usually arrogant heirs now restrained their pride and stood with respectful expressions. After all, as the foremost sect in Qingzhou, the Daotian sect had no tolerance for anyone's sense of entitlement. An elder dressed in gray robes stepped forward at a measured pace. His voice was not loud, but it resonated across the crowd like spring thunder. "I am the elder in charge of your trial. The first test for joining the Daotian sect is the Spirit Root Awakening Test. The grades are as follows: inferior, common, low, medium, good, high, superior, and sacred. Only those who achieve a medium grade or higher may proceed to the next round of testing." "We understand." The resounding reply from tens of thousands filled the air, a mix of anticipation and nervousness evident in their voices. With a wave of the gray-robed elder's sleeve, the test officially commenced. The crowd lined up in dozens of long queues, each person taking their turn for the Spirit Root Awakening Test. Half an hour later, the results were announced. Out of the crowd, 5,210 individuals passed the test, while nearly half left in disappointment. "Phew, that was close." A delicate young girl in a plain green outfit murmured softly, patting her chest. "Luckily, I awakened a medium grade with Spirit Root. Otherwise, my father would have been so disappointed." Her name was Sunan. Her large, bright eyes and curved lashes gave her a fresh, clean appearance, despite her modest attire. Miss Sunan, a handsome young man in luxurious robes, approached her with a smile. I awakened a high-grade fire spirit root. As long as I pass all the trials, I am certain to become an inner disciple and maybe even catch the attention of an elder to become a true disciple. Why don't we form a Tao partnership? I promise to assist you in your cultivation. Sunan blinked, caught off guard for a moment, before smiling and replying, Congratulations, young Master Qin, on awakening a high-grade fire spirit root. Your future is undoubtedly bright. However, as for forming a Tao partnership, I think I'll pass for now. I am still young. Miss Sunan, since we're both from Pingyu City, I believe you'll change your mind in the future. Qin Xiaohua responded with a helpless smile. After Su Nan nodded politely and he turned to leave, his expression darkened instantly. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he thought to himself, this ungrateful girl. Any woman I, Qin Xiaohua, set my sights on has never escaped me. So what if the Su family is on par with the Chen family in Pingyu City? When I become an inner disciple, or even a true disciple with just a word, the Su family will have no choice but to obediently send her to me. The elder in gray appeared once again, his gaze sweeping over the young boys and girls who had passed the Spirit Root Awakening test. Congratulations on successfully passing the Spirit Root Awakening test, he announced in a deep, resonant voice. Next, you must rely on your own strength to ascend to the Ascension platform at the peak of Mount Ascension. Those who reach the platform within one day will be accepted as disciples of our Dao Tian sect. He continued, along the way, you will encounter illusions and dangerous beasts. These are designed to test your temperament, and also to ensure that no demonic spies have infiltrated among you. As he spoke, his tone turned icy cold, sending chills down the spines of everyone present. If you encounter danger and wish to give up, simply shout, I give up, and you will be transported back here. At the end of the trial, those who fail to complete it will also be returned. Begin, the elder commanded with a wave of his sleeve, and the young participants embarked on their journey up the mountain. By the following morning, the ascension platform at the summit of Mount Ascension was a magnificent sight. The Grand Plaza was vast enough to accommodate tens of thousands. At the forefront were over 100 imposing seats, each occupied by a figure of immense presence and power mountain lords and esteemed individuals of Dao Tian sect, the pillars of the sect and renowned figures across Qingzhou. Among them, one person stood out, the protagonist, Li Zhoujun. Seated among these formidable figures, he resembled a husky that had wandered into a pack of wolves. Li Mountain Lord, started climbing 2 days ago again? The red-robed man beside him, Lu Yin, asked with a sly smile. Lu Yin, the Mountain Lord of Fire Maple Mountain, was infamous for his fiery temper and the ability to dry up an entire river in a fit of rage a decade ago, embodying the power to scorch mountains and boil seas. Actually, it was just yesterday, Li Zhoujun replied with a smile, though inwardly he felt rather annoyed. While he could now hold his own against anyone, he was still, at heart, a mere mortal. Fortunately, after 40 years, he had memorized the safe routes up Mount Ascension, avoiding all illusions and dangers. Practice makes perfect, I see, Lu Yin remarked meaningfully. Exactly, Li Zhoujun agreed outwardly, though inwardly he was grumbling at the obvious jab. He considered whether he should test his even-matched ability, but worried that the system might fail him and leave him in dire straits. Just then, the system spoke up. Ding! Host, could you please trust the system? If you dare question the system again, the system will punish you by making you play the guitar in public while pulling on your little ding-ding. Li Zhoujun exclaimed. What the? That's too much. And how do you even know about guitars? Ding. Of course, the system knows everything, it replied smugly. Knows everything? Then what's the 1891st digit of pi? Li Zhoujun challenged. Ding. It is the 1891st digit of pi, the system retorted. That's absolutely useless. Li Zhoujun muttered in exasperation. This system was clearly a rogue. As Li Zhoujun continued his playful argument with the system, a young woman in white stepped gracefully onto the ascension platform. Her eyes were like autumn waters, carrying a faint chill, her skin as smooth as jade, and her movements as elegant as a lotus in bloom. If I'm not mistaken, this young lady must be Xue Nianyao, the princess of the Xueyue dynasty. Quite talented, with a rare water spiritual root. She can join Jingyue Mountain, and I, as the Mountain Lord, will personally take her as my disciple. As soon as these words were spoken, the other mountain lords immediately voiced their objections and began vying for her. Jingyue Mountain only teaches underhanded assassination techniques. Wouldn't it be a waste for Xue Nianyao's exceptional water spiritual root to go there? She would be far better suited to join Kanglin Mountain. Fire Maple Mountain wouldn't be a bad choice either. Get lost, Lu Yin. Your blazing volcano of a mountain. Anyone with a water spiritual root might survive the journey there, but would they still be alive to enjoy it? Why are you even trying to join this argument? Out of everyone here, you're the least qualified to take Nianyao as a disciple. The young girl in white standing before them was the center of this heated debate among the mountain lords. Even Lu Yin, a renowned fire cultivator, had joined the fray. In stark contrast, Li Zhoujun stood quietly, observing the scene. Watching the commotion, Li Zhoujun couldn't help but recall memories from years ago. Back then, when his master tested his spiritual roots, they discovered he had none. The look of disappointment and sorrow in his master's eyes still stung him to this day. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. A rare water spiritual root is nothing special. She isn't even qualified to be your disciple. You're saying that as if anyone would actually want to take me as their master, Li Zhoujun replied helplessly. You have no idea, host. Just wait and see. Anyone lucky enough to become your disciple is practically stepping into a gold mine. Shui Nianyao's gaze swept across the group, finally settling on the seemingly ordinary Li Zhoujun. He responded with a gentle smile, wondering if the young girl might mistakenly think he was a hidden master. However, her gaze quickly moved past him and landed on the Kanglin Mountain Lord. Shui Nianyao recalled her father's warning. If you encounter a mountain lord who appears ordinary on the ascension platform, do not take them as your master. They offer no future. The Kanglin Mountain Lord, a graceful young woman with striking features, noticed Shui Nianyao looking her way and immediately smiled warmly. Nianyao, would you like to become my disciple? The Kanglin sword technique is the dream of every water spiritual root cultivator. Disciple Shui Nianyao greets master. Shui Nianyao knelt down without hesitation. Good, good. Nianyao, come and stand here by your master, the Kanglin Mountain Lord said, her face brimming with joy. Though the other mountain lords felt disappointed, they had to admit that Kanglin Mountain was indeed the best place for a water spiritual root cultivator. At this moment, Mu Taiyu, the sect leader of Daotian sect and clad in robes adorned with the symbols of heaven, earth, sun, and moon, spoke up. Congratulations, Kanglin Mountain Lord, on acquiring such an excellent disciple. The future of Kanglin Mountain is bright indeed. The Kanglin Mountain Lord responded respectfully. You flatter me, sect leader. Just then, a few more young boys and girls stepped onto the ascension platform. On the ascension platform, a group of newcomers with mid-tier spiritual roots stood awkwardly, waiting respectfully. They were well aware that if they failed to be chosen by a mountain lord as inner disciples before the end of the trial, they would be relegated to outer disciples, with any chance of promotion requiring success in future trials across the various mountains. In Daotian sect, the hierarchy of disciples was strict, ranked as follows. Holy Son of the sect, personal disciples of the sect master, personal disciples of the mountain lords, personal disciples of the elders, inner disciples, and outer disciples. One after another, dozens more arrived, but none possessed supreme spiritual roots. The mountain lords were in no rush to make their selections, patiently waiting for the crowd to gather before making decisions. Suddenly, a young man clad in black, surrounded by blazing flames, strode onto the ascension platform. This was none other than Yi Yu, a prodigy from the Yi family of Longyan City, who possessed supreme fire spiritual roots. The mountain lords murmured in admiration, certain that such a talent was destined to join Mountain Lord Lu Yin of Fire Maple Mountain. As expected, Yi Yu directly pledged himself to Lu Yan's tutelage, standing by his side. This scene filled Li Zhoujun with envy. This is Mountain Lord Yunju. Aren't you going to pay your respects? Lu Yin sternly reminded Yi Yu. Yi Yu clasped his hands in salute. Disciple Yi Yu greets Mountain Lord Yunju. However, a trace of disdain flickered in his eyes as he thought to himself, Mountain Lord Yunju? Isn't he just that useless mountain lord? Li Zhoujun noticed the contempt in Yi Yu's gaze, but merely smiled calmly. No need for formalities. As the hour neared its end, a plain-clothed, unassuming young man approached the platform. In an instant, all the mountain lords gasped in astonishment, had supreme with spiritual roots. The mountain lords immediately clamored to claim him. Disciple, come to me. Nonsense. He's my disciple. Over my dead body. He's mine. Disciple. Most of my personal and inner disciples are female. Join my mountain. At that moment, a thunderous voice silenced the crowd. Would you be willing to take me as your master? The speaker was none other than Mu Taiyu, the sect master of Daotian sect. The mountain lords instantly fell silent, even the usually arrogant Lu Yin not daring to defy him. The plainclothed youth bowed respectfully. Disciple Ku Fangchun greets master. Come here, Mu Taiyu said with a smile. Ku Fangchun walked calmly to his side. Li Zhoujun watched with quiet envy, only to hear a system notification in his mind. What are you envious for? There's more than one supreme spiritual root here. This system isn't even interested in what attributes. Li Zhoujun rolled his eyes. If there were another supreme spiritual root here, would these mountain lords be so subdued? At this point, he would be content just to bring a mid-tier spiritual root disciple back to Yunju Mountain. Suddenly, the system chimed in. Hidden supreme ice spiritual root detected. Mission updated. Recruit this individual as your disciple to receive generous rewards. Are you kidding me with this mission update? Li Zhoujun exclaimed, his eyes landing on a young girl in green clothing among the thousands of new disciples. At first glance, the girl seemed ordinary, but the longer he looked, the more captivating she became. An information panel appeared before Li Zhoujun's eyes. Target: Sunan. Age: 16. Cultivation: none. Talent: mid-tier wood spiritual root, hidden supreme ice spiritual root. Can someone of such extraordinary talent really become my disciple? Li Zhoujun felt a twinge of doubt. The system chuckled mischievously. Of course you can, host. After all, you've got meth best system ever. As the system continued its chatter, the attention of the seated mountain lords shifted to the disciples who had successfully passed the trial and possessed superior or excellent spiritual roots. What is your name? Lu Yin, sitting beside Li Zhoujun, was the first to speak, his gaze locking onto Chen Xiaohua, who stood near Su Nan in the crowd. Disciple Chen Xiaohua. Chen Xiaohua responded respectfully, bowing deeply. Lu Yin smiled with satisfaction. An excellent talent. Would you be willing to join my Huafeng Mountain as an inner disciple? With your aptitude, you'll likely be accepted as a personal disciple by an elder as soon as you enter Huafeng Mountain. I am willing. Chen Xiaohua's voice trembled with excitement. Good. Wait here for a moment, and you can accompany me back to Huafeng Mountain shortly. Lu Yin nodded in approval, then continued scanning the ascension platform for other youths with superior or excellent fire spiritual roots. In Dao Tian sect, disciples with superior and excellent spiritual roots were often chosen by the mountain lords to join the inner sect. Those with excellent spiritual roots were especially prized and, like the rare supreme-rooted disciples before, would inevitably spark fierce competition among the elders to accept them as personal disciples. Having been approved to join Huafeng Mountain, Chen Xiaohua turned to Su Nan, his face brimming with confidence. Miss Su Nan, you heard what Lord Lu said. With my talent, I'll be taken in as a personal disciple by an elder once I enter Huafeng Mountain. If you become my Dao companion, it would be far better than remaining an outer disciple. Young Master Chun, with your talent, you'll surely find someone more suitable. You're a good person, but I'm still young, truly, Su Nan replied, feigning composure while feeling uneasy inside. In Pingyu City, Chen Xiaohua was notorious as an arrogant playboy, abusing his family's power to act without restraint. Now that he was about to become an inner disciple of Huafeng Mountain and possibly a personal disciple of an elder in the future, Su Nan couldn't help but worry about him retaliating against her family. Chen Xiaohua maintained his smile outwardly but scoffed inwardly. Stubborn fool. By now, the superior and middle spiritual root disciples among the 1,000 new recruits on the Ascension platform had been fully selected by the mountain lords. Lu Yin turned to Li Zhoujun with a mocking tone. It seems Lord Li hasn't found any disciples to his liking today either. In truth, Lu Yin held disdain for the man, seeing him as an ordinary individual on equal footing with himself, and couldn't resist making a sarcastic remark. Ding. The host has been ridiculed. How can you tolerate this? Ding. System task issued. Walk up to Su Nan. Completing the task will grant you the spiritual root awakening ability. Hearing the system's prompt, Li Zhoujun smiled faintly, ignoring Lu Yan's taunts. He stood slowly and began walking towards Su Nan among the new disciples on the Ascension platform. The Dao Tian sect mountain lords present watched in surprise, their expressions gradually turning to ridicule. What is Li Zhoujun up to? Is he planning to take a disciple? What a joke, he's a spiritual rootless cripple. What kind of disciple could he possibly take? Li Zhoujun calmly walked towards Su Nan, ignoring the curious gazes around him. With a faint smile on his lips, he asked, "Are you willing to take me as your master?" "Ah, really?" Su Nan stammered, her voice trembling with excitement. Her eyes sparkled with disbelief. A mountain lord offering to take her as a disciple? It felt like a dream. Lost in her joy, she completely missed the subtle changes in expression on the faces of the other mountain lords seated nearby. Of course, Li Zhoujun replied with a gentle nod and a smile. Just then, a system notification echoed in Li Zhoujun's mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. You have obtained the ability to awaken spiritual roots. Standing beside Su Nan, Chen Xiaohua stared in shock, unable to fathom why a mountain lord would take someone with mid-grade spiritual roots as a direct disciple. If you are willing to acknowledge me as your master, then call me master, Li Zhoujun said warmly. Greetings, master. Disciple Su Nan pays her respects. Su Nan hurriedly bowed in reverence. The system's notifications continued to chime. Congratulations to the host for successfully accepting a disciple. You have obtained the Supreme Ice Spiritual Root, perfected Golden Core Cultivation, in the Shimming Heart Sutra. The system then elaborated on each reward, explaining the Supreme Ice Spiritual Root's extraordinary affinity with icy spiritual energy in the Shimming Heart Sutra, a top-tier cultivation technique created by the Shimming True Immortal, who had ascended to the rank of Immortal Emperor. As Li Zhoujun celebrated inwardly, the system helpfully informed him that his cultivation level had been concealed and that he could toggle the stealth buff on or off at will. What a pity for such a young girl, the seated mountain lords murmured, shaking their heads. Soon, some disciples on the ascension platform recognized Li Zhoujun's identity, the so-called useless mountain lord of Yunju Peak from the Dao Tian sect. Hearing this, Su Nan's smile froze. Master, are you really? Yes, I am the mountain lord of Yunju Peak, Li Zhoujun admitted calmly. Su Nan clutched her chest, nearly fainting. Becoming the direct disciple of the Dao Tian sect's most infamous, useless mountain lord was too much of a blow. Can I still change my mind? She asked, forcing a smile that looked even more pitiful than crying. No, Li Zhoujun replied firmly. Left with no choice, Su Nan forced herself to smile and comforted him. It's fine, master. I believe in you. My father always said that the most unassuming people are often the most powerful. Standing nearby, Chen Xiaohua felt relieved. He had initially worried about offending the new direct disciple of a mountain lord, but now it seemed his concerns were unnecessary. At that moment, the system issued a new task. Detected that those around you doubt the host and their disciple. New mission. Help Su Nan awaken the supreme ice spiritual root on the spot. Li Zhoujun complained internally. System, you're setting me up to be the center of attention, aren't you? How else can the host show off your 50-50 abilities, turn the tables, and prove yourself? Otherwise, why would you need the system? The system replied matter-of-factly. You make a very convincing argument. I shall call you the ultimate show-off system, Li Zhoujun responded helplessly in his mind. Little girl, do you truly believe you only possess a mid-grade spiritual root? Li Zhoujun's face revealed a cryptic smile as he gazed intently at Su Nan. Su Nan looked utterly confused, not even having time to react before Li Zhoujun raised his hand. His slender forefinger lightly touched the center of her forehead. In an instant, an intense chill erupted from within Su Nan, spreading outward in all directions. A supreme ice spiritual root. The gathered mountain masters collectively gasped, their expressions changing. This little girl has been concealing dual spiritual root. She not only has a mid-grade with spiritual root, but also a supreme ice spiritual root. Shock was evident on the faces of all the mountain masters. Even Mu Taiyu, the sect master of Dao Tian sect, couldn't help narrowing his eyes. Though he had considered accepting Su Nan as a direct disciple, as the leader of the sect, it wouldn't be appropriate to directly compete for a disciple who had already chosen a master. This Li Mountain Master is truly something else, Mu Taiyu thought to himself. Someone who was always considered an ordinary person without spiritual roots, unable to cultivate, can not only awaken spiritual roots in others, but also discern hidden ones at a glance. What's even more intriguing is that he dared to awaken her potential in front of everyone. Does he not fear someone might try to snatch her away? As expected, the master of Hongguang Mountain soon spoke up with a provocative tone. Yunjishan master, with your abilities, teaching a disciple with a supreme ice spiritual root might be beyond your capacity, don't you think? Li Zhoujun merely responded with a calm smile. There's no need for Hongguang Mountain Master to concern himself. My disciple will be taught properly. His tone carried an unprecedented confidence. After all, with the Shimming Heart Sutra rewarded by the system and the vast spiritual herb resources of Yunjishan, he believed even a pig could be trained to ascend to immortality. The mountain masters present couldn't hide their surprise as they looked at Li Zhoujun, standing composed in his azure robes on the ascension platform. How could someone who was once considered a cultivation failure display such confidence? Yunjishan master, said Lu Yin, the master of Hufingshan, his smile laced with mockery. I advise you not to overestimate yourself. Among the mountain masters here, who isn't at the void return stage or higher? For someone like you, a cultivation failure, to teach a disciple with a supreme ice spiritual root, if word got out, wouldn't it bring embarrassment to our Dao Tian sect? At that moment, a cold and striking woman clad in white, with a vermilion mark between her brows, spoke from her seat among the mountain masters. Her voice was calm yet piercing. Lu Yin is right. Li Zhoujun, with your aptitude, you are unworthy of taking her as your disciple. The woman in white was stunningly beautiful, and the phrase "a flower blooming on water," with jade-like skin and a fragrance of sinking sandalwood, could not have described her better. She was none other than Morong Shui, the master of Lingshui Mountain. 10 years ago, she had defeated Lu Yin, who was known for his fiery temper and overwhelming power, forcing him to call her ancestor. This event was still widely talked about within the Daotian sect. When Morong Shui spoke, a trace of apprehension flickered across the faces of the other mountain masters, and they all fell silent. Even Lu Yin, who was usually arrogant and dismissive of others, only moved his lips before reluctantly closing them. However, when Li Zhoujun looked at the woman in white, who had silenced all the mountain masters, the smile on his face remained unchanged. A talent with a supreme ice spiritual root letting her be taught by you would be a great loss to the entire Daotian sect. Murong Shui continued when Li Zhoujun did not respond. Besides, could you bear to see such a promising star's potential wasted under your guidance? Master Murong has a point, Li Zhoujun replied with a cheerful smile. But this girl has already acknowledged me as her master. It would be rather improper to have her switch to your tutelage now, wouldn't it? Nearby, Qin Xiaohua was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. If Sun An were to become someone else's disciple, how would he carry out his plan to pressure the Su family? How could he obtain the Sun An who had captivated his thoughts? If one is so concerned about others' opinions, why bother cultivating immortality at all? Murong Shui replied indifferently. Li Zhoujun turned to Sun An, who looked utterly bewildered. Girl, what do you think? Master Murong here seems quite eager to take you as her disciple. Huh. Sun An was caught off guard and panicked. She knew very well that if not for her useless master helping her awaken her supreme ice spiritual root, she would not be in such high demand among the elders. Suddenly, the kind face of her father appeared in her mind. He often said, the most important thing in life is to have a sense of responsibility. Once you've made a choice, whether it's a task or a person, don't give up easily, no matter how hard it gets. With this thought, Sun An's gaze grew resolute. After a moment of hesitation, her face flushed as she declared, a disciple for a day, a father for life. Girl, what kind of nonsensical answer is that? Li Zhoujun was momentarily stunned. Just tell me, are you willing to return to Yunju Mountain with me? I am. Sun An nodded firmly. Good. Li Zhoujun laughed heartily, his gaze shifting to Murong Shui. His eyes grew sharp. No one can take my disciple away, not even the heavens themselves. This bold statement brought a smile of intrigue to Sect Master Mu Taiyu's face, while Chen Xiaohua secretly felt triumphant. The other mountain masters, however, stared in shock, a wave of astonishment rippling through the crowd. Li the Good-for-Nothing dared to challenge Murong Shui, who had once reduced Lu Yin to tears. It was as if he had a death wish. Murong Shui narrowed her eyes slightly, temporarily ignoring Li Zhoujun, who stood proudly to the side. She turned to Sun An, her tone soft as she tried to persuade her. Have you really thought this through? Following the master of Yunju Mountain will ruin your life. My father always says, the path you choose, you must see it through, even if you have to crawl on your knees. Sun An replied resolutely. Foolish girl. While your father's words make sense, sometimes in life, you have to learn to adapt. Murong Shui sighed, a mix of frustration and admiration for the stubborn young girl in her heart. If it were anyone else, they would have abandoned their newly sworn master long ago. Li Zhoujun watched Murong Shui blatantly attempt to poach his disciple and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This woman clearly didn't take him seriously at all. At that moment, a system notification sounded in his mind. Murong Shui has shown complete disdain for the host. It's time to display your strength. Challenge Murong Shui and intimidate those who underestimate you. Completing this task will earn you a grand reward. Li Zhoujun was stunned. System, are you serious? Murong Shui is no joke. Why don't you find out for yourself? The system countered. I'm afraid he'll find out by dying. Li Zhoujun lamented internally but still raised his gaze toward Murong Shui and said, Murong Shui, if you want to take my disciple, you'll have to defeat me first. If I lose, it'll prove I'm not worthy, and Sun An can join your sect. But if you lose, don't even think about trying to take her again. As soon as he said this, the other mountain masters were utterly shocked. Did that uselessly just challenge Mountain Master Murong? Even Lu Yin, who has perfected the Void Return realm, was beaten to tears by her. Murong Shui is likely at the integration realm. A mere mortal challenging someone at the integration realm? This is suicide. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, while Lu Yan's face darkened. Can you all stop using me as a comparison for everything? Murong Shui's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Do you mean what you say? Of course, Li Zhoujun nodded firmly. Sun An was so anxious that tears welled up in her eyes. Master, you said no one could take me away, but now you're using me as a wager? Li Zhoujun grinned. Your master has been keeping a low profile for too long. It's time people knew that Yunju Mountain isn't so easily trifled with. Master, could it be that you're secretly a powerful expert? Sun An stammered. Li Zhoujun only responded with a mysterious smile, while the other mountain masters watched with amused expressions, eager to see how Murong Shui would deal with this seemingly clueless challenger. Make your move, Li Zhoujun said, looking at Murong Shui. Murong Shui was utterly baffled. Where did this so-called useless mortal find the courage to provoke her? Since he was so insistent on being humiliated, she decided she'd oblige him. Murong Shui sat gracefully in the seat of the mountain lord, her delicate hand lifting slightly as her fingertip tapped lightly in the air. In an instant, dozens of crystal-clear ice spikes formed before her. Go, she commanded softly, her crimson lips parting. Before her words had fully faded, the ice spikes shot toward Li Zhoujun like a torrential storm. Faced with the overwhelming barrage, Li Zhoujun felt a flicker of unease in his heart but clenched his teeth, tightened his fists, and swung forward with all his might. Boom! That seemingly ordinary punch shattered the void, producing a deafening roar. The ice spikes conjured by Morong Shui dissipated into nothingness in an instant. Impossible! The other mountain lords leaped from their seats in astonishment, staring in disbelief at Li Zhoujun, who still maintained his punching stance. While Mu Taiyu was equally surprised, he nodded in acknowledgement of Li Zhoujun's strength. Wasn't the Cloud Residence Mountain Lord supposed to be a cultivation failure? Murong Mountain Lord's attack, though it appeared casual, would be impossible to withstand without void return level cultivation. Could he have taken the path of an ancient body cultivator? The Mountain Lords began discussing fervently. Meanwhile, the new disciples dared not make a sound, as even the lingering energy left them trembling in awe. You were able to withstand my strike. It seems you've been hiding your true strength all these years, Morong Shui said, locking her gaze on Li Zhoujun. You're too kind, Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. In that case, there's no need to hold back. Let's settle this with one decisive move. With pleasure, Li Zhoujun responded confidently. Snowfall from the heavens, sword without a trace. Morong Shui called out softly, and a beam of sword light shot from her fingertips straight at Li Zhoujun. The entire ascension platform was suddenly enveloped in drifting snowflakes. The mountain lords were even more stunned at the sight. This is Morong Mountain Lord's flying sword divine art. So fast, she's truly reached the integration realm. As the spectators held their breath, Li Zhoujun merely extended his hand and formed a casual V gesture in front of him, effortlessly catching the flying sword's dazzling strike between his fingers. Impossible. He caught it just like that? The Cloud Residence Mountain Lord must also be at the integration realm. With a cheerful smile, Li Zhoujun waved his hand, and the flying sword returned to Morong Shui. Morong Mountain Lord, what do you think? I concede, Morong Shui admitted, withdrawing her sword with a complex expression. She then turned her gaze to the stunned Su Nan and smiled. Girl, follow your master and cultivate well. I was wrong before. Your master is indeed capable of teaching a disciple. But if your master ever bullies you, come to Lingshui Mountain, and I'll stand up for you. Thank Morong Mountain Lord for her kindness, Li Zhoujun said with a smile, clearly aware of Morong Shui's fondness for Su Nan. Ah, thank you, Morong Mountain Lord. Su Nan quickly bowed after her master's reminder. Her heart was brimming with joy. Her master was truly a formidable powerhouse. No need to be so formal, young lady, Morong Shui said with a gentle smile towards Su Nan. Li Zhoujun returned to his position as the Mountain Lord, while Su Nan stood respectfully by his side. At this moment, the other Mountain Lords no longer showed any trace of disdain when looking at Li Zhoujun. After all, even a mighty cultivator in the fusion realm like Morong Shui had been defeated by him. Such strength was undeniably awe-inspiring. From now on, none of you should provoke the Cloud Residence Mountain Lord and his disciple. Or don't blame me for not stepping in to save you, Lu Yan, standing beside Li Zhoujun, warned the newly inducted disciples of Fire Maple Mountain through voice transmission. Chen Xiaohua felt a bitter pang in his heart upon hearing this. He had initially assumed that the Cloud Residence Mountain Lord was a worthless nobody, and Su Nan was someone he could easily manipulate. Who could have guessed that this Mountain Lord turned out to be a formidable powerhouse within the Dao Tian sect, someone even Fire Maple Mountain's Lord feared? Thinking about it, he couldn't help but glance at Li Zhoujun with lingering dread. Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun was focused on awaiting the system's rewards. Soon, the system's prompt sounded. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Engaging in a duel with Morong Shui and reshaping the perception of the Mountain Lords. System rewards granted. 7th grade flying sword, Ao Shui. System rewards granted. Nascent soul early stage cultivation. System rewards granted. 1 top grade chi condensation pill. The system detailed the rewards. Ao Shui is a lifebound flying sword tailored for the host, possessing intelligence and transformation abilities, capable of striking enemies from a distance. The nascent soul early stage cultivation grants the host 1,000 years of lifespan, the ability to fly with light speed, and teleportation. The top grade chi condensation pill helps condense the purest spiritual energy from heaven and earth. System, how about issuing a task for me to duel with the sect master too? Li Zhoujun's eyes sparkled as he stared at the rewards, nearly drooling. The system immediately responded. Does the host aspire to be like a honey badger, constantly fighting and seeking battles? It's recommended that the host maintain a demeanor befitting a master. The system has granted you the self-cultivation of a master. Glimpsing the 1,800 methods for posturing that suddenly appeared in his mind, Li Zhoujun couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. These so-called masterly self-cultivation techniques were, in essence, a comprehensive guide to showing off. While he was engrossed in these posturing manuals, the other Mountain Lords had already finished selecting their desired disciples, and the Dao Tian sect's recruitment conference was drawing to a close. On the Ascension platform, The disciples who hadn't been chosen looked dejected. Interestingly, some disciples with outstanding looks, even if they only had mid-grade spiritual roots, were still selected by certain mountain lords as inner disciples. This once again proved a universal truth: appearance can be a significant advantage. After all, those with average looks often struggle to catch the attention of powerful figures. The sect master of Daotian sect, Mu Taiyu, slowly rose from his seat, his gaze sweeping over the hundreds of young men and women standing on the ascension platform. His voice was gentle yet filled with authority. Though you were not chosen by the various peak masters, do not lose heart. Simply standing on the ascension platform proves that you are among the most talented individuals in Qingzhou. Train diligently in the hidden Dragon Valley, and you may still have the chance to become inner disciples. We understand. The youths on the platform straightened up, their voices resonating in unison. The hidden Dragon Valley served as the training ground for the outer disciples of Daotian sect. Mu Taiyu turned to an elderly man with a head full of white hair and smiled. Master of Hidden Dragon Valley, please take them back. Understood, the Valley Master replied with a faint smile. With a wave of his hand, a powerful gust of wind swept up, carrying the hundreds of disciples away into the horizon in an instant. What an incredible display of power! So strong. The newly selected inner disciples watched in awe, their eyes filled with admiration and longing. They silently vowed to one day become such formidable figures themselves. The various peak masters then bid farewell to Mu Taiyu. With a sweep of their sleeves, each departed with their newly recruited disciples, heading back to their respective domains. Li Zhoujun also took his leave of Mu Taiyu. The sect master smiled and said, Master of Yunju Mountain, will you still be walking down the mountain this time? Ha ha ha, of course not, Li Zhoujun replied with a hearty laugh. Now that I've taken on a disciple, I can't very well make them walk down the mountain with me, can I? Even as he spoke, a mere thought summoned his proud snow-flying sword, which hovered before him. A 7th-grade life-bound flying sword, the gathered peak masters exclaimed in amazement. As expected, the master of Yunju Mountain is a sword immortal in the integration realm. Murong Shui watched this scene with a bitter expression. Although she too was a sword cultivator, Li Zhoujun could effortlessly parry her strongest strike without even using his life-bound sword. What stung even more was the fact that she was already 200 years old, while Li Zhoujun was just past 40. Mu Taiyu gazed at the proud snow-flying sword and sighed in genuine admiration. At 40 years of age and already in the integration realm, the master of Yunju Mountain possesses unparalleled talent. Even I must admit some envy. You flatter me, sect master, Li Zhoujun replied humbly. Standing nearby, Su Nan watched her master converse so casually with the sect master. She puffed out her chest with pride, feeling honored to have such a remarkable master. She recalled her father's words. It's often the seemingly ordinary people who turn out to be the most extraordinary. One day, they'll have to visit Yunju Mountain for a drink or two with you. I trust you won't refuse me, Yunju Mountain Master, Mu Taiyu said with a smile. How could I dare refuse the sect master's visit? It would be my honor to welcome you, Li Zhoujun responded warmly. Good, then it's settled. Meanwhile, Lu Yin, upon witnessing Li Zhoujun display his 7th-grade life-bound flying sword, couldn't help but feel a flicker of unease. He thought to himself, that cunning fellow wouldn't come after me later, would he? Considering how much I mocked him earlier. Without another word, Lu Yin quietly departed with his newly recruited disciples, not even bothering to bid farewell. At that moment, a system notification echoed in Li Zhoujun's mind. The system has detected that the Fire Maple Mountain Master, who previously mocked the host, has fled. In accordance with the principle of those who offend the host shall be dealt with, no matter how far, a task is now issued. Within 3 days, the host must visit Fire Maple Mountain to challenge the Mountain Master. Completing the task will earn a flashy reward. Hearing this, Li Zhoujun's eyes deepened as he gazed in the direction Lu Yin had left. Mu Taiyu noticed and chuckled lightly. The Fire Maple Mountain Master, Lu Yin, has quite the temper. A little pressure on him wouldn't hurt. It might prevent him from making grave mistakes in the future. Master, I shall take my leave now, Li Zhoujun said, bowing slightly towards Mu Taiyu. Take care, Master Li, Mu Taiyu replied with a smile. Li Zhoujun, accompanied by Su Nan, stepped onto the proud snow-flying sword. Under the envious gazes of the other mountain lords, they ascended into the sky, heading toward Yunju Mountain. High above the clouds, Su Nan, experiencing sword flight for the first time, quickly overcame her initial nervousness. Gazing at the breathtaking landscape of Daotian sect below, she couldn't help but turn to the figure standing behind her, dressed in flowing green robes and hands clasped behind his back. Master, when will I be able to fly on a sword too? When your cultivation reaches the 6th level of Qi refining, you'll be able to fly briefly, Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. All right. Su Nan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Before long, Li Zhoujun skillfully guided the proud snow-flying sword to a smooth landing in the courtyard of Yunju Palace at the summit of Yunju Mountain. Wow, master, such a huge palace. Did you live here all alone before? Sunan asked, her eyes wide as she marveled at the grand and spacious structure. Indeed, but from now on, there will be one more person, Li Zhoujun nodded. For today, get some rest. We'll begin your training tomorrow. I'll go prepare dinner. Master, someone as powerful as you can cook? Sunan said in surprise. How about I show off my cooking skills instead? Seeing her enthusiasm, Li Zhoujun chuckled and agreed. An hour later, at the dining table in the side hall of Yunju Palace, Li Zhoujun stared at the pitch-black dishes before him, lost in thought. Sunan stood to the side, her face flushed with embarrassment. Are you sure? This is edible? Li Zhoujun's lips twitched. You little rascal, are you trying to poison your master on your first day here? That's not fair. Even though it's my first time cooking, I put my heart into it. Sunan protested, picking up a bite with her chopsticks to taste. The next moment, her expression changed, and she turned away to spit it out. Master, maybe you should try it? It's actually not that bad, ugh. She managed before retching again. Li Zhoujun shook his head helplessly and stood up, leaving the side hall. He made his way into the forest on Yunju Mountain, and before long, he spotted an old hen clucking under a tree. Cluck cluck, you useless mountain lord. Here to drool over my body again? The hen started mocking him as soon as it saw him. Li Zhoujun's face darkened. This old hen had been strutting around the mountain for 40 years. It was originally brought here by his master to nourish him, but after his master's untimely death, the creature escaped its bindings and had been living freely amidst the spiritual herbs of Yunju Mountain ever since, growing increasingly arrogant. One day, several years later, Li Zhoujun encountered that old hen again. Initially planning to catch it and make soup, he was stunned to discover that the hen had already reached the third level of qi refining. At that time, still a mere mortal, Li Zhoujun was chased through the mountains by the hen, running for his life in utter embarrassment. From that day on, whenever the hen was bullied by other demons in the mountains, it would come to vent its anger on Li Zhoujun. He became its personal punching bag, enduring no small amount of its wrath. To his surprise, the hen had now broken through to the foundation establishment stage and could even speak human language. Li Zhoujun was well aware that if not for his status as the master of Yunju Mountain, the old hen would have taken his life long ago. While it would indeed disgrace Daotian sect if its mountain master were slain by a chicken demon, the sect would undoubtedly avenge him. Clearly, the hen understood this too. So at most, it would just bully and rob him occasionally. At that moment, the system's voice echoed. Detected a tyrannical old hen. Mission issued. Bring the old hen to justice. Reward. A set of Orland's roasted chicken seasoning. Hearing the system's words, Li Zhoujun's eyes lit up as he stared at the hen. Orland's roasted chicken. It's been so long since I tasted something that delicious. The old hen, seeing the way he looked at it, became furious, its feathers standing on end. You useless fool. How dare you look at me like that? Are you courting death? Look, a colorful rooster. Li Zhoujun suddenly pointed behind the hen. The hen, intrigued, turned its head, eyes glowing with curiosity. Thud. With a heavy sound, a stick struck the back of the hen's neck. Struggling, the hen turned its head to see Li Zhoujun holding a wooden stick, a smug grin on his face. You sneaky little. The hen managed to mutter before its vision went dark, and it collapsed heavily to the ground. The system immediately teased. Shame on you, host. You're at the nascent soul stage now, and you're still using such underhanded tricks? All the cultivator's code of conduct lessons I taught you were in vain? You wouldn't understand the joy of being sneaky, Li Zhoujun chuckled, tossing the stick aside and grabbing the hen by its leg. System, where's my seasoning? The system quickly delivered the reward and suggested that Li Zhoujun prepare some storage treasures. Without hesitation, he refined 5 storage rings on the spot and chose one adorned with a sapphire to wear on his right hand. Looking at the unconscious hen, Li Zhoujun couldn't help but feel a tinge of reluctance. Although you've bullied this mountain master for 40 years, we've developed some feelings, haven't we? I'll make sure to turn up the heat for you later. Half an hour later, Li Zhoujun walked into the side hall, holding a skewer of fragrant Orland's roasted chicken. As soon as he stepped in, a young girl threw herself into his arms. What are you doing, you silly girl? Li Zhoujun asked in surprise. Sniff, sniff. I thought you were mad at me for the food I made and didn't want to see me anymore. The girl sobbed, tears streaming down her face. Li Zhoujun's mouth twitched. While your cooking skills are indeed terrifying, I'm not that kind of person. At most, I'd just cook something myself and mock you to your face. How could I ever abandon you? Sunan. After a brief moment of silence, Sunan's eyes were irresistibly drawn to the golden, crispy roasted chicken in Li Zhoujun's hand. Her large eyes lit up instantly. Wow, master, it smells amazing. Li Zhoujun gave a smug smile. Of course. When your master takes action, there's no doubt about the results. This is no ordinary chicken, it's a foundation establishment level chicken. Just one drumstick is enough for you. Eating more might not be good for your body. With that, he deftly tore off a drumstick and handed it to Su Nan, then strode over to the table and sat down to indulge in the feast. As the crispy, fragrant chicken melted in his mouth, the familiar taste instantly blossomed on Li Zhoujun's tongue. It brought back memories of the last time he had tasted such roasted chicken back on Earth, before he had crossed over to this world. Standing nearby, Su Nan looked at the drumstick in her hand, then glanced at the half-eaten chicken in front of Li Zhoujun. Internally, she couldn't help but think, what a typical master. But the moment she took her first bite, her expression froze. It was too delicious. Not only that, but a gentle, warm energy spread throughout her body with each bite of the chicken, leaving her feeling as if she were soaking in a hot spring. A foundation establishment level chicken. Isn't that basically a chicken demon? Su Nan recalled the knowledge she had read in books. Creatures at the foundation establishment stage could already speak human language, and in some places, they were even worshipped as mountain gods. Yet her master had casually roasted such a being. His strength was truly awe-inspiring. What she didn't know, however, was that this chicken had been hunted by Li Zhoujun during one of his more mischievous escapades. Just as Su Nan was lost in the deliciousness of the meal, her nose suddenly began to bleed, and moments later, she fainted. Li Zhoujun noticed and swallowed the meat in his mouth, muttering to himself, well, even one drumstick was too much for her. Next time, I'll just give the girl a chicken tail. Despite his casual words, he immediately stood up, carefully carried Su Nan to her room, and made sure she was settled. The next morning, Su Nan slowly woke up in her room in Yunju Palace. An enticing aroma wafted into her nose, instantly waking her up. She quickly got out of bed and followed the scent to the kitchen. There, she saw Li Zhoujun crouched by a firewood pile, carefully adding firewood. The orange glow of the flames flickered across his face. The sight warmed Su Nan's heart. A powerful cultivator who had long transcended the need for food was willing to cook for his newly apprenticed disciple. She felt fortunate to have chosen such a wonderful master. Oh, you're awake, little one? Li Zhoujun looked up with a grin. That drumstick yesterday was too much for you. You fainted after just 2 bites. I thought about it all night and decided that next time, I'll have to reluctantly save you a chicken tail instead. Su Nan was speechless for a moment, but then sincerely said, thank you, master. She could feel the deep care and affection in his words. Li Zhoujun froze for a moment. Little girl, you seem to really like chicken tails, huh? Su Nan squinted her eyes, a faint smile playing on her lips. Master, I think I finally understand why you're so good-looking, yet you don't have a wife. Why? Li Zhoujun asked in surprise. Because you have a mouth, Su Nan said with a straight face. You have a mouth too. Or do you have to? Li Zhoujun raised an eyebrow in response. Su Nan was left speechless. It was the most baffling moment of her life. To change the subject, she turned her gaze to the steaming clay pot on the stove. Master, what are you cooking? It smells so good. I figured you'd be hungry when you woke up, so I made some vegetable and lean meat congee in advance, Li Zhoujun explained with a smile. This is driving me crazy. Is my cooking really that bad? Su Nan felt wronged and silently vowed to finish the entire pot of congee later, leaving none for her master. When the congee was ready, Su Nan eagerly helped herself to a big bowl. But halfway through eating, her nose started bleeding again. Feeling lightheaded, she looked at Li Zhoujun. Master, this lean meat. It's not yesterday's leftover chicken, is it? Li Zhoujun nodded. Of course. We can't waste food. Reusing again. Before Su Nan could finish her sentence, she fainted onto the table. Watching the scene unfold, Li Zhoujun shook his head helplessly. This girl really does seem destined to eat chicken tails. He then finished the rest of the congee and carried Su Nan back to her room. It wasn't until the afternoon that Su Nan woke up. The first thing she did was resolve to learn how to cook. Her master's love was too overwhelming. At this rate, she feared she might go down in Dao Tian sect history as the first disciple to be nurtured to death. Just as she was thinking this, the door creaked open, and Li Zhoujun walked in. Little girl, you've slept the whole day. Are you hungry? If you are, I'll cook something for you. No, master, I'm not hungry at all. Su Nan quickly waved her hands. While her master's cooking was undeniably tasty, she couldn't handle fainting every time she ate. That's a pity. I caught a chi refining 9th level rabbit today, and was planning to make braised rabbit, Li Zhoujun said regretfully. Don't worry, I'll control the portions this time. I promise you won't faint. Su Nan wiped the drool from her mouth. Master, make it extra spicy. An hour later, after just a few bites of the rabbit, Su Nan was out cold once again, only waking up the next morning. She immediately rushed into the kitchen and saw Li Zhoujun preparing to make congee. Panicked, she shouted, Master, step away from the rice. Let me handle it. To everyone's surprise, Su Nan's first attempt at cooking congee not only looked good but also tasted great. After taking a bite, she was so moved she almost cried, this desperate survival instinct of hers. Half an incense stick later, Li Zhoujun set down his bowl and chopsticks and said approvingly, "Not bad. There's some improvement. Sniff. Sniff, it's all thanks to your guidance, Master." Sunan felt like crying for real. She had poured her heart and soul into making this pot of congee. Li Zhoujun chuckled. "All right, enough with the flattery. I was planning to teach you the cultivation method yesterday, but unfortunately, you slept the whole day. Come to Yunju Hall later. I'll pass on the cultivation technique to you today." The moment Su Nan heard she was finally going to start learning cultivation, her previously gloomy face lit up with excitement. "Thank you, Master." Inside the Yunju Hall, Li Zhoujun took out a storage ring and handed it to Su Nan. "This is a storage ring. I've placed your true disciple's robe and jade pendant inside." Su Nan accepted the ring, her small face immediately scrunching up in frustration. "Master, I don't have any cultivation or divine sense. How can I retrieve the items inside? Why are you panicking?" Li Zhoujun remained calm. "As my disciple, you'll break through to the first level of qi refinement and awaken your divine sense during your very first cultivation session. That, I can guarantee." Before he finished speaking, Li Zhoujun extended his forefinger and touched Su Nan's forehead, instantly transmitting the Shimming Heart Sutra into her mind. Su Nan felt a brief moment of dizziness before the complete technique of the Shimming Heart Sutra appeared vividly in her consciousness. This technique is undoubtedly one of the top-tier techniques in existence today, and it is a perfect match for your supreme-grade ice spiritual root, Li Zhoujun said with pride. "Thank you, Master." Su Nan exclaimed excitedly. Li Zhoujun waved his hand dismissively. "No need to be so formal with me, girl. Once a master, always a father. You might as well consider me your father now, so don't act so distant." Su Nan was momentarily speechless. At that moment, Li Zhoujun retrieved a top-grade qi condensation pill. "When you start cultivating later, take this pill. Along with the nourishing items you had yesterday, it will be enough to help you break through to the first level of qi refinement." "What if I don't manage to break through today?" Su Nan asked curiously. "Then it means the nourishment wasn't enough. They'll prepare more for you," Li Zhoujun replied nonchalantly. Hearing this, Su Nan's face changed instantly. "Don't worry, Master. I'll definitely break through today," she assured him, thinking to herself, "I can't bear another round of those overly nourishing items. They always knock me out cold." Good. That's the ambitious spirit I expect from my disciple," Li Zhoujun said, nodding in satisfaction. He motioned toward a meditation mat nearby. "Begin your first cultivation here. I'll guard you." Su Nan sat cross-legged on the mat, took the pill, and closed her eyes to begin circulating the technique. Within half an incense stick's time, a dense aura of spiritual energy enveloped her, resembling a misty cloud. She exuded an otherworldly, ethereal quality. This girl's supreme-grade ice spiritual root is truly extraordinary. Just from this aura alone, it seems that once she senses qi, her breakthrough won't stop at the first level of qi refinement, Li Zhoujun thought to himself, nodding in approval. After 2 hours, Su Nan slowly opened her eyes, and the spiritual energy around her dissipated. She could clearly feel a warm, flowing energy gathered in her dantian. Her body felt lighter, and her strength had noticeably increased. "Not bad. You've broken through to the third level of qi refinement on your first cultivation attempt," Li Zhoujun remarked. Su Nan beamed sweetly. "It's all thanks to your excellent teaching, Master." Li Zhoujun looked at the little girl, affectionately patting her head with a smile. "All right, stay here and stabilize your cultivation. I have some matters to attend to," he said. The matter in question was the task assigned by the Systemto find the master of Huafeng Mountain, Lu Yin, for a discussion and sparring session. "Got it, Master. You can go without worry," Su Nan replied obediently with a nod. "Good." With that, Li Zhoujun's figure vanished instantly from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already standing at the foot of Huafeng Mountain. Even at the base, the overwhelming heat in the air was startling. Li Zhoujun raised his eyes to survey the surroundings and saw the mountain covered in fiery red maple leaves, a truly spectacular sight. At the mountain gate, a few inner sect disciples on duty quickly noticed the sudden appearance of Li Zhoujun. "Who is that, senior?" one disciple asked in a low voice. "Are you blind? Didn't you see the jade token of the Yunju Mountain Master?" Another disciple responded. "The Yunju Mountain Master? That useless one? You fool! You spend all your time playing cards and know nothing about major events. Just 2 days ago, the Yunju Mountain Master defeated Morong Mountain Master, someone even our Mountain Master couldn't handle." "Impossible." "It's absolutely true. Turns out the Yunju Mountain Master has been hiding his strength all along." Realizing the truth, the group quickly knelt and greeted him. "We pay our respects to the Yunju Mountain Master." "No need for formalities," Li Zhoujun said with a smile. He had already heard their conversation, but, as a mountain master, he naturally wouldn't bother arguing with a few gatekeepers. Please notify your mountain master that the Yunju mountain master has come to visit. Disciple will report immediately, one of them responded respectfully. Thank you. Li Zhoujun stood by the mountain gate with a smile, waiting patiently, while the other disciples couldn't help but break into a nervous sweat. Meanwhile, inside the Huafeng Hall, Lu Yin was teaching his core disciple, Yu, about cultivation techniques. Suddenly, an urgent report came from outside the hall. Mountain Master, the Yunju Mountain Master has come to visit. Upon hearing this, Lu Yan's expression changed drastically. That old fox, Li Zhoujun, must have come to settle the score. Remembering how he had been utterly defeated by Morong Shui, who was in turn bested by Li Zhoujun, Lu Yan couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. Go tell the Yunju Mountain Master that I am currently. Ah, Lu Mountain Master, the sun was too harsh down there, so I decided to come up myself. You won't hold it against me, will you? Li Zhoujun's refined voice interrupted Lu Yin mid-sentence. Dressed in a simple green robe and wearing a gentle smile, he was already standing at the entrance of the hall. Lu Yin stared at the smiling Li Zhoujun, his mind going blank. Damn it, this old fox is here. I'm doomed. Ha ha ha, what an honor to have Master Li visit. Of course, you're most welcome here. How could I possibly blame you for anything? Lu Yin said with a fawning smile on his face, though his heart was in turmoil. He gritted his teeth silently. You're stronger than me, so you're the boss. I can bend and endure when needed. After all, you can't really strike someone who's smiling at you, can you? Ha ha ha, Master Lu, the way you put it, it almost sounds like we're close friends, Li Zhoujun remarked with a chuckle, a glint of amusement flashing in his eyes. He was already calculating in his mind this Lu Yin was indeed the type to bully the weak and fear the strong. Recalling the past, Li Zhoujun sneered inwardly. Back when he couldn't cultivate, every time the Dao Tian sect held its disciple recruitment at the Ascension platform, Lu Yin never missed an opportunity to mock him. Especially that time more than a decade ago, when in front of all the other mountain masters, Lu Yin had shamelessly said, Master Li, we always sit so close during these occasions. So I say we have a decent relationship. When you're gone in a few decades, why not entrust Yunju Mountain to me? He'll take care of your lineage for you. At the time, Li Zhoujun could only force a smile and laugh it off. But now, the tables had turned. Lu Yin, thinking Li Zhoujun was already at the integration stage, immediately became submissive. However, for the sake of completing his system task, Li Zhoujun wasn't about to let this opportunity slip by. Yu, go back to your quarters and focus on your cultivation. Lu Yin suddenly turned to his disciple, his expression becoming serious. Yes, master, Yu replied, breathing a sigh of relief. He felt fortunate that though he had once looked down on the Yunju Mountain Master, he had never directly offended him. Without hesitation, he quickly left the area. Once Yu had departed, Lu Yin straightened his posture and said solemnly, Master Li, what exactly do you want? I admit that I looked down on you in the past and often mocked you. But wasn't that all because you were hiding your true strength? The strong dominate, and the weak submit. It's just the way of the world. Back then, I thought I was stronger than you. So speaking harshly wasn't out of line, was it? Now that you're stronger, if you're here for revenge, just say it. Heh, I, Li Zhoujun, am not the kind of person you are, Li Zhoujun replied with a calm smile. A true strongman respects the boundaries of the weak. Strength is never gained by trampling on the weak, but by overcoming those equal to or stronger than oneself. So, by that logic, you're not here to settle old scores today? Lu Yin asked with a frown. One thing at a time. I am indeed here to settle accounts with you. Let's spar, Li Zhoujun said, then added, don't worry. I'll suppress my cultivation to match your level. Are you sure? Lu Yin was momentarily stunned, but then a cold smile crept into his heart. From the day he began his journey, no one of the same level had ever bested him. Li Zhoujun's audacious move took everyone by surprise despite having the advantage in cultivation level. He insisted on suppressing his realm to fight Lu Yin on equal ground, leaving many puzzled. Of course, Li Zhoujun said with a faint smile. All right. Lu Yin responded decisively. The two turned into streaks of light, heading straight towards the skies above Fire Maple Mountain. The divine senses of the powerful Dao Tian sect cultivators intertwined in the void as they gossiped with Schadenfreude. The Lord of Cloud Mountain has gone to confront Lu Yin. Lu Yan's luck is running out today. Even Morong Shui was defeated by Li Zhoujun. Let's enjoy the show. There's nothing better than seeing an arrogant guy get humbled. High above, tens of thousands of feet in the sky, Li Zhoujun and Lu Yin faced each other from a distance. Master Li, please, Lu Yin said, activating his true sun avatar. His eyes transformed into two blazing suns, and behind him appeared a colossal fiery figure, with a massive sun hovering above its head. The sheer might of it was awe-inspiring. As the true sun avatar manifested, it was as if a second sun had emerged in the heavens, causing the temperature within thousands of miles to surge dramatically. Then I won't hold back, Li Zhoujun replied with a soft chuckle, appearing insignificant like a speck of dust beneath Lu Yan's towering avatar. Before his words fully landed, his 7th-grade lifebound sword, Ao Shui, was already unsheathed. Lu Yan's eyes widened in shock, his voice booming like thunder. Master Li, what is the meaning of this? Didn't you agree to suppress your cultivation to the same realm? How can you use a 7th-grade sword? For a cultivator at the integration realm, a 7th-grade lifebound sword is no different from an ordinary person facing an automatic Gatling gun. How is this a fair fight? I did say I'd suppress my cultivation, but I never said I wouldn't use weapons. If you're dissatisfied, feel free to use your own, Li Zhoujun said with a smile. Lu Yan's expression turned grim. You sly fox. Where's your sense of honor? You even spout nonsense about the freedom of the weak being the boundary for the strong. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? When did I ever claim to be a strong one? Li Zhoujun retorted. Without waiting for a response, he controlled Ao Shui, sending it straight towards Lu Yan's avatar. Lu Yan was caught off guard and hastily raised the arms of his avatar to block. With a deafening boom, the avatar shattered inch by inch under the sword's might, dissipating into countless fragments of spiritual light. Master Li's swordsmanship is truly terrifying, as expected of a sword immortal. The other mountain masters sighed in admiration. This strike is your lesson, Li Zhoujun said calmly. Cough, cough. I concede. Your skills surpass mine, Lu Yan said, clutching his chest with an ashen face. Yet inwardly, he cursed, you despicable Li Zhoujun. Your words are as worthless as dust. If I ever trust you again, I'd be no better than a dog. As Lu Yan admitted defeat, a system notification echoed. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. Ding. System reward issued. 9 Dragon Chariot. The 9 Dragon Chariot is drawn by 9 void immortal level dragons, completely obedient to the host. A chariot pulled by 9 pseudo-immortal level flood dragons? Li Zhoujun carefully read the system's description, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. In this world, such a vehicle was no less prestigious than a top-tier luxury car on Earth. Although he was deeply fascinated by the 9 Dragon Chariot, he first turned his attention to Lu Yan, who had just conceded, and said, I won't disturb Master Lu any longer. Farewell. After leaving Fire Maple Mountain, Li Zhoujun eagerly asked the system, how do I summon the 9 Dragon Chariot? Ding, the host only needs to summon it directly when needed. The 9 flood dragons will fly from various places to pull the chariot for the host. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Li Zhoujun nodded, excitement welling up inside him. Pseudo-immortal level experts were already mountain lord level figures within the Dao Tian sect and formidable beings who could dominate the outside world. Now, having 9 pseudo-immortal level flood dragons pulling his chariot was undeniably an awe-inspiring display. At that moment, Mu Taiyu's voice reached him. Master of Yunju Mountain, please come to the Dao Tian Hall for a discussion. All right, Li Zhoujun replied. When he arrived at the Dao Tian sect's High Council chamber, the Dao Tian Hal on his flying sword, he found that besides Mu Taiyu, Morong Shui was also present. Sect Master, Mountain Lord Morong. Li Zhoujun greeted them both with a bow. Master of Yunju Mountain, please have a seat. Mu Taiyu said with a smile, gesturing toward a seat. Li Zhoujun sat down beside Morong Shui and directly asked, May I ask why the sect master has summoned me? Mu Taiyu explained, It's not a major matter. Although our Dao Tian sect is acknowledged as the foremost sect in Qingzhou, this is only on the surface. In the shadows, there are hidden families and sects with comparable strength, and some may even rival us. Li Zhoujun and Morong Shui silently agreed with this statement. Qingzhou was vast, and Dao Tian sect was not the only force to have produced true immortals. These families, even if not as powerful as Dao Tian sect, each had their own unique trump cards. Mu Taiyu continued, I would like to invite the two of you to represent Dao Tian sect at a banquet hosted by one of these families. After careful consideration, you two are the most suitable candidates. Do you have time? I do, Morong Shui responded immediately. As both of them looked toward Li Zhoujun, the system suddenly issued a mission. Ding, attend the banquet at the family mentioned by Mu Taiyu. The host will receive unexpected rewards. Li Zhoujun promptly answered. It would be a great opportunity to witness the grandeur of these families. Mu Taiyu smiled at his response. Good, then it's settled. The family in question is the Shui family of Dezhou Mountain, and the occasion is to celebrate their ancestors' breakthrough to the integration realm. Li Zhoujun and Morong Shui immediately understood Mu Taiyu's true intention. While the official reason was to offer congratulations, the real purpose was to showcase Dao Tian's sect's strength and subtly put the Shui family in their place. Also, let me remind the Shui family, don't think that just because you have an ancestor at the fusion realm, you can do whatever you please. As Mu Taiyu finished speaking, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Look at my Dao Tian sect. We've sent 2 fusion realm experts to attend your banquet. The reputation of Dao Tian sect as the #1 sect in Qingzhou is not just empty talk. When does the banquet begin? Li Zhoujun asked. In 10 days, Mu Taiyu replied with a smile. The two of you can decide on your departure time. Very well. If there's nothing else, sect master, we'll take our leave, Li Zhoujun and Murong Shui said in unison. Take care, Mu Taiyu said with a slight nod. Outside the Dao Tian hall, Murong Shui turned to Li Zhoujun. Mountain Lord Li, how about we set off in 7 days? That works, Li Zhoujun responded simply. After a brief moment of thought, Murong Shui asked, that young girl who apprenticed under you, how is she doing now? The corners of Li Zhoujun's lips lifted slightly. The little girl has good talent. Under my careful guidance, she broke through to the 3rd layer of qi refinement during her first cultivation session. As expected of a sacred grade spiritual root, Murong Shui remarked. Mountain Lord Li, you must take good care to teach her diligently. Don't waste such a promising seedling. Of course, Li Zhoujun replied. He then bid farewell, Mountain Lord Murong. See you in 7 days. Returning to Yunju Mountain, Li Zhoujun immediately noticed Su Nan's troubled expression. What's wrong with you? You look as worried as an old granny. With reddened eyes, Su Nan said, Master, I just received a letter from home. Near my hometown, Pingyu City, a demonic sect called the Blood Refining Sect has appeared. They've been oppressing the nearby townspeople, demanding 100 boys and girls daily for their cultivation. One of my cousins has already been sent to them. Suddenly, the system issued a prompt. New task: issue destroy the Blood Refining Sect within 3 days. The host will receive generous rewards. Li Zhoujun gently patted Su Nan's head. Don't worry, little one. It just so happens that I'm heading to a banquet and will pass through Pingyu City. They'll take care of the Blood Refining Sect on the way. You can come along with me and visit your family. Thank you, Master. Su Nan's eyes lit up with joy. She knew her master was one of the most powerful beings in the world. With his intervention, the Blood Refining Sect could likely be obliterated with just a thought. No need to thank me. You're my disciple, and no one can make you suffer, Li Zhoujun said confidently. He then wrote a letter to Murong Shui, arranging to meet in Pingyu City in 7 days, and sent the letter via his Ao Shui flying sword. The sword shot out like a streak of silver light and returned in the blink of an eye. So quick. Li Zhoujun was slightly surprised. The blade of the Ao Shui flying sword bent slightly, as if nodding. Not bad, not bad, Li Zhoujun said with a smile, patting the sword before sending it back into his dantian, where it stilled. Seeing Su Nan's astonished expression, Li Zhoujun explained, when artifacts reach a certain level, they develop intelligence. My flying sword can even transform into human form. Su Nan was too stunned to speak. Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun thought to himself, I should find an opportunity to see Ao Shui's human form. I wonder if it will be male or female and if it'll be good-looking. Let's set off for Pingyu City now, Li Zhoujun said to Su Nan. Thank you, Master. Su Nan was taken aback, her eyes instantly welling up with tears. Her master had realized her family was in danger and was ready to help without hesitation. This act of kindness filled her heart with emotion. System, summon the Ninjiao chariot immediately. I can't wait to experience this, Li Zhoujun said with a grin. As soon as he finished speaking, the surface of the lake in Yunju Mountain began to churn violently, forming a massive whirlpool at its center. A deafening roar erupted from the whirlpool, and moments later, 9 ferocious black-scaled flood dragons emerged, pulling a grand chariot as they soared into the sky, sending towering waves crashing in their wake. The scene left the various mountain lords of the Daotian sect utterly stunned. 9 flood dragons at the void immortal level appearing simultaneously released an overwhelming aura that forced the sect's spirit beasts to cower on the ground, not daring to lift their heads. 9 void immortal level flood dragons pulling a chariot. Yunju Mountain Lord really knows how to make an entrance. The mountain lords marveled in private. Even Mu Taiyu, who had just stepped out of the Daotian hall, couldn't help but sigh. Compared to this, his immortal jade crane seemed utterly insignificant. Lu Yin of Fire Maple Mountain stood in silence, watching the spectacle. Not only had he been defeated by a single strike from Li Zhoujun earlier, but even these 9 flood dragons were far beyond his ability to contend with. Are these the legendary dragons? Su Nan asked in awe, staring at the 9 flood dragons circling in the air. Just flood dragons, Li Zhoujun replied nonchalantly. With a wave of his sleeve, he swept Su Nan onto the chariot. Amid the envious gazes of the mountain lords, the Ninjiao chariot carried the 2 of them away from the Daotian sect, heading straight for Pingyu City. At that moment, Pingyu City was bustling with people, but the faces of the passers-by were filled with worry and numbness. The entire city was shrouded in an oppressive gloom. 2 figures dressed in black robes, one fat and one thin, swaggered through the city gates. Upon seeing them, the crowd scattered like frightened birds, for these were none other than the infamous fat and thin envoys of the Blood Refinement sect. Meanwhile, The plump envoy's lips curled into a cruel smirk as he raised his hand, unleashing a burst of blood-red spiritual energy. In an instant, it struck down a fleeing figure, reducing them to a mangled heap of flesh. Blood splattered everywhere, and a human life vanished into the air just like that. Run again, and this will be your fate. The plump envoy sneered coldly, his gaze as sharp as a blade sweeping over the terrified crowd. Under his threat, the onlookers froze in their tracks, too afraid to move. Lord Envoy, our Pingyu city already delivered 50 boys and girls to your sect just yesterday. A trembling woman from the crowd pleaded tearfully. Bang! Before she could finish her sentence, a dull explosion echoed. The woman was instantly reduced to a mist of blood, her remains scattering in all directions. The plump envoy lowered his arm, his expression indifferent, as though he had merely squashed an ant. Have you all forgotten what I said the first time I came here? You and the surrounding cities are required to provide 100 boys and girls daily for the blood-refining sect. Enough. Don't scare them too much, the lean envoy interjected, his voice dripping with false kindness as he addressed the people on the street. The surrounding cities have already provided 50. The remaining 50 must come from Pingyu City. If you fail to deliver them by tonight, the blood-refining sect will have no choice but to massacre your entire city. The crowd's faces were filled with silent fury, yet no one dared to speak out. They knew all too well that in the eyes of these envoys, their lives were worth less than nothing, and any misstep could lead to a fate like the woman's. Old Qin, we visited the Qin family yesterday. Today, let's head to the Su family, the plump envoy said with a grin. The sect master praised the blood pills refined from those pampered children of wealthy families. They are of the finest quality. The lean envoy nodded in agreement, and the two headed toward the Su family estate. Meanwhile, in the Su family's main hall, all the senior members of the family had gathered. Patriarch, those fiends from the blood-refining sect are heading for our family, the elder exclaimed, his face contorted with rage as he looked toward Su Hong, seated at the head of the table. And what can we do if they come? To these cultivators, we mortals are nothing more than sheep to be slaughtered, Su Hong said bitterly. The father of Su Nan was unaware that his daughter had joined the Dao Tian sect and could only hope that she had received his letter and would not return to Pingyu City. The gathered elders, hearing this, slumped in despair like deflated balloons. Just half a month ago, shortly after Su Nan left, the blood-refining sect descended upon Pingyu City. A single strike from an old man in black robes had flattened the city lord's mansion, which spanned several miles. The horrifying scene left the city's residents in utter despair. Well, everyone's here. Perfect timing. Have you decided which boys and girls to hand over to us? Accompanied by eerie laughter, the plump and lean figures in black robes stepped into the hall, their slow, deliberate movements sending chills down the spines of the Su family members. Honorable envoys, didn't you just take a boy from the Su family the other day? The Su family's grand elder looked at the two figures in black robes, one stout and the other thin, his tone carrying a trace of agitation. Courting death. The stout envoy snorted coldly and struck out with a palm. Under the horrified gazes of the Su family members, the grand elder instantly turned into a mist of blood and vanished into the air. Witnessing this, Su Hong clenched his fists tightly, his eyes blazing with anger. Yet, he swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. He understood all too well that one wrong word at this moment could spell the annihilation of the entire Su family at the hands of these two. The stout envoy sneered at Su Hong's expression of suppressed fury. You mortals are always so troublesome. If we don't make an example of someone, you never listen. By tonight, the Su family must hand over another boy and girl, or all of you will die. These words left the Su family's senior members red-faced with rage, but none dared to speak out. Just as the tension reached its peak, an extraordinary phenomenon appeared in the skies above Pingyu City. Dark clouds rapidly gathered, and from within the clouds came the sound of dragon roars, shaking the entire city. Pedestrians on the streets looked up, only to see 9 majestic dragons circling in the clouds. What was even more astonishing was that these 9 dragons were pulling an ornate carriage, upon which stood 2 figures. 9 dragons. The legendary Dragon King pulling a carriage? Could it be an immortal descending? Pingyu City might be saved. The city's residents fell to their knees in worship. Meanwhile, the stout and thin envoys of the Blood Refinement Hall also felt an inexplicable sense of danger. They exchanged glances and quickly exited the Su family estate. If I'm not mistaken, those are 9 flood dragons of the void immortal realm, the stout envoy said, swallowing hard. Indeed, the thin envoy replied grimly. I wonder if the one capable of commanding 9 flood dragons is merely passing through. At that moment, a Su family elder suddenly pointed excitedly at the figures on the carriage and shouted, Patriarch, look, the young lady has returned. Nanair. Su Hong quickly raised his head, and sure enough, he saw his daughter. When he noticed the young man standing beside Su Nan, He couldn't help but wonder if his daughter had joined Daotian sect. Li Zhoujun controlled the nine-dragon carriage, bringing it to a steady halt above the Su family's courtyard. Feeling the terrifying pressure emanating from the 9 flood dragons up close, the Su family members' legs trembled uncontrollably. In the face of such divine power, the presence of the stout and thin envoys seemed utterly insignificant and laughable. I am Qin Kai, the thin envoy of the blood refinement sect, paying my respects to the senior. I am Chu He, the fat envoy of the blood refinement sect, paying my respects to the senior. The 2 envoys, one thin and one fat, knelt on the ground in terror, repeatedly kowtowing toward Li Zhoujun, who sat on the 9-dragon chariot. They had just learned that the girl beside this senior was none other than the esteemed daughter of the Su family, and their hearts were filled with dread and unease. Tell me, where is the blood refinement sect? Li Zhoujun asked with a gentle smile from atop the 9-dragon chariot. Senior, we can't say. The 2 envoys forced an awkward smile, more pitiful than tears. They were under a deadly curse placed by the blood refinement sect. Revealing its location meant certain death. The Su family members watched with satisfaction as the once arrogant envoys now cowered like mice before a cat in the presence of the young man beside Su Nan. If you want speak, then don't blame me for being impolite. Li Zhoujun's tone turned cold. With a wave of his sleeve, spiritual energy lifted the fat envoy into the air before him. Placing his palm on the envoy's head, Li Zhoujun performed a soul-searching technique. His brows furrowed as he sifted through the gruesome memories. After extracting the information he needed, he disdainfully tossed the now mindless fat envoy onto the ground of the Su family courtyard. The thin envoy stood frozen, paralyzed with fear under the gaze of the 9 dragons. His legs buckled, unable to move. Li Zhoujun raised a finger, and a streak of spiritual light pierced the thin envoy's body, shattering his golden core in an instant. These 2 are now useless. Do with them as you please. Consider it a gift from me to the Su family, Li Zhoujun said with a smile. Before his words had fully settled, a couple rushed out from the crowd and dragged the 2 envoys away. No one intervened, as they were the parents of a child taken by the blood refinement sect just days prior. Moments later, agonized screams echoed through the estate. Thank you, Immortal, for saving us. The Su family members bowed deeply to Li Zhoujun in gratitude. No need to thank me. Li Zhoujun waved dismissively and then descended into the courtyard with Su Nan. Go and see your father. Thank you, Master, Su Nan said gratefully, glancing at Li Zhoujun. Father. Su Nan ran into Su Hong's arms, her heart aching as she noticed his graying hair. Your hair has turned white. It's nothing. By the way, my dear, have you joined Daotian sect? Su Hong gently stroked his daughter's back as he asked. Yes, father. The one who just saved us is my master, Su Nan said with a bright smile. Your master is so young? Su Hong said, surprised. But soon his expression turned worried. He crippled the envoys of the blood refinement sect. Coupled with your 7th uncle and aunt's grudge, I fear the sect won't let this go easily. Don't worry, father, Su Nan whispered. My master is the mountain lord of Daotian sect. What? Su Hong exclaimed in shock. Though not a cultivator himself, he knew that the 108 mountain lords of Daotian sect were revered as beings capable of incinerating mountains and boiling seas. Compared to such figures, the blood refinement sect wasn't even worthy of carrying their shoes. Master of the mountain, I am Su Hong, the head of the Su family. Su Hong respectfully cupped his hands toward Li Zhoujun. My daughter has a mischievous temperament. If she ever behaves improperly, please feel free to discipline her. She's tough and can handle it. Standing nearby, Su Nan stuck out her pink tongue playfully upon hearing her father's words, thinking to herself, this is definitely my real dad. You jest, Master Su. You've raised a fine daughter, Li Zhoujun replied with a faint smile. His words were genuine after all. Even if Su Nan had chosen to follow another mountain master back then, he wouldn't have stopped her. The system's rewards were already in hand, and it made little difference to him. Your praise is too generous, Mountain Master, Su Hong responded, clearly flattered. Noticing how much affection Li Zhoujun seemed to have for his daughter, the experienced patriarch quickly added a well-timed compliment. For someone who commands the 9-dragon chariot, you must be a celestial being among mortals. With my daughter under your guidance, I, as her father, can rest assured. The flattery hit the mark. Li Zhoujun felt a flicker of satisfaction. Driving the 9-dragon chariot wasn't about speed as Ao Shui flying sword was far faster. It was purely for the grandeur. Master Su, you're too kind. I hardly deserve such praise, he said humbly. Mountain Master, regarding the matter of the blood refining sect, Su Hong cautiously inquired. Li Zhoujun waved his hand, cutting him off. The blood refining sect has been conducting their shady dealings right under Daotian sect's nose. As the master of this mountain, I certainly cannot let them off easily. Hearing this, Su Hong finally felt a weight lift from his heart. He had been worried that Li Zhoujun might leave the matter unresolved, exposing Pingyu City to potential retaliation from the blood refining sect. Spend some time with your father, Li Zhoujun advised Su Nan, turning to her. As your cultivation deepens, each time you enter seclusion, it may take years or even decades before you emerge again. Yes, master, Su Nan replied, though a trace of reluctance flickered in her eyes. Su Heng noticed his daughter's emotions and gently stroked her hair, comforting her. My dear girl, of course I'm happy to have you by my side. But if you grow stronger, I'll be even prouder. Master Su, you have an open mind, Li Zhoujun remarked with a smile. In a flash, he appeared atop the nine-dragon chariot. They'll return in 7 days to fetch you, he said, before steering the chariot toward the blood-refining sect, disappearing into the horizon. Su Nan watched as her master's figure became a mere speck in the sky. Looking around at the familiar surroundings, she felt as though her time at Yunju Mountain had been nothing more than a fleeting dream. Snap out of it, girl. What? You already miss your master. Su Heng waved a hand in front of his daughter's face. Father! Su Nan exclaimed, blushing in embarrassment. She lightly pounded her small fists against his chest, pouting playfully. Watching this heartwarming scene, Su Heng felt both comforted and melancholic, realized that such moments with his daughter might soon become rare. Yet, knowing that Su Nan had been accepted as a disciple by the master of Daotian sect, with limitless potential ahead of her, he couldn't help but feel immense pride. Master Su, you truly have a remarkable daughter, one of the Su family elders said enviously. Many of their own children had also headed to Daotian sect in search of immortality just a few weeks ago. At this moment, within the shadowy and rain-soaked Rain Mountain range, lies the base of the Blood Refinement sect. Nestled halfway up a mountain aptly named Blood Refinement Peak, the sect resides amidst a region perpetually shrouded in dark clouds and drizzling rain. At the foot of the mountain, 3 women dressed in white stood side by side. Their appearances were strikingly similar, as though they had been carved from the same mold. They were none other than the renowned Nangong sisters' eldest sister Nangong Anren, second sister Nangong Shinran, and youngest sister Nangong Yuran. Elder sister, Nangong Shinran frowned. The blood refinement patriarch has perfected his nascent soul cultivation and is but a step away from the soul transformation realm. Even if we join forces and do not fear him, we will undoubtedly suffer injuries. Is it truly worth taking such a risk for that brat Linishang? Let's not forget that the number of suitors pursuing us could circle blood refinement peak 3 times over. He possesses the jade token granting access to the void immortal tomb. Of course, it's worth it, Nangong Anren replied. Nangong Yuran pouted. It's obvious you've taken a liking to that guy, elder sister. He may have saved your life, but even if we obtain the jade token, we still have to survive long enough to use it. Stop spouting nonsense. If you're afraid, you can stay here and wait, Nangong Anren said flatly. That's not fair, elder sister. If we were afraid, would we have followed you here in secret? Nangong Shinran countered. You two little troublemakers, Nangong Anren said with a helpless smile. Suddenly, the sky underwent a dramatic change. The dark clouds rapidly converged, and the earth-shaking roar of dragons filled the air. Before the sisters' astonished eyes, a magnificent sight appeared, a luxurious chariot pulled by 9 flood dragons. Someone dares to command 9 flood dragons at the void immortal realm, Nangong Yuran exclaimed, her face full of disbelief. Nangong Anren's brows furrowed deeply, her expression turning grave. I can't tell if this person is friend or foe. Look at that young man's extraordinary bearing. He doesn't seem like someone from the demonic path. Perhaps he's here to destroy the blood refinement sect, Nangong Shinran said, her tone carrying a hint of amusement. Judging people by appearances will get you into trouble one day, Nangong Anren said, tapping her sister lightly on the forehead. Just then, the young man's sharp gaze swept over the sister's location like a blade. Instantly, a mountain-like pressure descended upon them, only to dissipate just as quickly. This powerful figure has already noticed us but chose not to act. He must be at odds with the blood refinement sect, Nangong Yuran said, her face pale. Her 2 elder sisters nodded in agreement. Who could this person be? Among the powerful figures of Qingzhou, I can't think of anyone who matches his presence, Nangong Shinran said, her eyes fixed on the imposing figure atop the chariot. A cultivator of such strength shouldn't be unknown. For instance, the Fire Maple Mountain Lord Lu Yen of Daotian sect is renowned for his fiery robes and unrivaled arrogance. His reputation precedes him. At that moment, the young man spoke, his voice like rolling thunder in spring. I am Li Zhoujun, Mountain Lord of Yunju Peak, Daotian sect, Blood Refinement Patriarch. Come out and face your death. His voice echoed across Blood Refinement Peak, sending shockwaves through the hearts of the Nangong sisters. This was none other than a Mountain Lord of the Daotian sect. I never expected the Mountain Lord of Daotian sect to appear here. Nangong Shinran stared in disbelief at the scene before her. In the cultivation world, The mountain lords of Dao Tian sect were renowned for their unparalleled abilities and lofty status. Most cultivators might spend their entire lives hearing only legends about them, let alone witnessing one in person. With the Dao Tian sect mountain lord present, it's no wonder there's a chariot pulled by 9 void immortal level flood dragons. Nangong Yuran nodded in agreement. However, Nangong Anren frowned. The Cloud Residence Mountain Lord is indeed famous throughout Qingzhou, but as far as I know, his reputation isn't due to immense strength. In fact, he's often ridiculed as a failed cultivator. But judging by the current circumstances, those rumors might be false. Perhaps he's been concealing his power all along, only revealing his true capabilities now that he's achieved mastery. Nangong Shinran gazed at Li Zhoujun with admiration in her eyes. Noticing this, Nangong Yuran teased, "Wow, second sister, judging by your expression, could it be that you've fallen for the Cloud Residence Mountain Lord?" She quickly followed with a sarcastic remark, "But don't even think about it. Someone capable of taming 9 void immortal level flood dragons must have cultivation levels beyond imagination. Why would he ever notice you? Ugh, you little brat, always saying discouraging things. Don't you know that one's greatness lies in daring to dream and act?" Nangong Shinran retorted, refusing to back down. At that moment, an aged voice echoed from the sky above Blood Refinement Mountain. "This humble one, Zuilianzi, pays respects to the Cloud Residence Mountain Lord." Along with the voice, a crimson mist rose into the air, condensing into the figure of an elder in red robes. He bowed respectfully toward Li Zhoujun. "Prepare to die." Li Zhoujun smirked coldly. As his words fell, the 9 flood dragons roared thunderously in unison. Faced with this terrifying display, the nascent soul-level Blood Refinement Patriarch turned pale with fear and stammered, "Cloud Residence Mountain Lord, if you dare kill me, the one backing me will not let you go. So, you're relying on someone else's support. Let's see who dares stand against me." Li Zhoujun sneered, then commanded the 9 dragons to attack. The 9 flood dragons opened their massive jaws, spewing forth a dense, tangible white frost that surged toward the Blood Refinement Patriarch like an overwhelming tide. The chill was so intense that even the Nangong sisters, far below the mountain, shivered despite their best efforts to resist. But just as the frost was about to engulf the Blood Refinement Patriarch, an unexpected change occurred. His eyes turned blood red, and a torrent of blood energy erupted from his pores, forming a towering crimson phantom several dozen feet high behind him. The faceless blood-red figure casually swung its arm, effortlessly dispersing the combined frost breath of the 9 void immortal level flood dragons. The sight left the Nangong sisters below utterly dumbfounded. 9 void immortal level flood dragons, known as some of the most formidable forces in existence, had their attack nullified so easily. As the blood-red phantom made its move, in an unnamed village, an old beggar, who had been snoring soundly by the roadside, slowly opened his cloudy eyes and glanced toward the direction where a blood-colored shadow had appeared. "Ah, that old undead thing is showing up again," the old beggar muttered with a yawn. His figure instantly vanished from where he lay, reappearing above the blood-colored shadow and Li Zhoujun. "Huh, I can't see through this little brat." The old beggar widened his murky eyes in astonishment. At this moment, neither Li Zhoujun nor the blood-colored shadow had noticed the old beggar's presence. Li Zhoujun's gaze was sharp as he stared at the blood-colored shadow behind Shuelianzi, sneering, "What kind of sewer-dwelling creature dares to act so brazenly within the Daotian sect's territory? Little brat, you have quite the audacity to meddle with my pawn," the blood-colored shadow said in an ancient, raspy voice, chuckling before abruptly changing its tone. "A 9-headed pseudo-immortal level flood dragon? Not bad, he could use a nice supplement for my power. What arrogance! Who is this person?" The 3 Nangong sisters watched in shock. To them, a 9-headed pseudo-immortal level flood dragon was considered a formidable existence, yet it was dismissed as mere fodder by this figure. The sisters silently thanked their fortune for the presence of the Yunju Mountain Lord. Otherwise, they feared they might have already become this shadow's meal. "Do you think the Yunju Mountain Lord is a match for this sudden intruder?" Nangong Shinran asked worriedly. "Second sister, are you already preparing to fulfill your wifely duties?" Nangong Yuran teased, even in such a perilous moment. Nangong Shinran rolled her eyes. "If the Yunju Mountain Lord can't hold his ground, we're all dead." "Sure," Nangong Yuran replied, clearly unconvinced by her sister's explanation. At this moment, Nangong Anren spoke up. "This blood-colored shadow reminds me of a legend. I once read in the wild histories of Qingzhou that, 10,000 years ago, a blood ancestor descended from beyond the heavens, bringing with him a vast sea of blood that devastated Qingzhou. Billions of lives perished, and the land withered. Later, the true immortal Zai Lu intervened and sealed the blood ancestor on Blood God Island, 108,000 miles away from Qingzhou." "Big sister, are you saying that this blood-colored shadow is that blood ancestor?" Nangong Shinran gasped, her anxiety growing as she glanced at Li Zhoujun. If this truly was an existence capable of rivaling a true immortal, even just a fragment of it, how could the Yunju Mountain Lord possibly stand against it? Li Zhoujun, however, smiled. Are you so sure you can defeat me? Young man, under this heaven and earth, even a fragment of this ancestor's power is invincible. Accept your fate, the blood-colored shadow declared, extending a hand as large as a mountain to grab at Li Zhoujun. Wait, Li Zhoujun suddenly called out. Oh, are you afraid? The blood-colored shadow paused, looking at him in surprise. Of course not. Since you seem quite capable, why don't we make this more interesting and place a bet? What kind of bet? If you can't defeat me, you'll have to call me father. And if you die by my hand? Li Zhoujun gave him a look as if addressing an idiot. If I'm dead, you can do whatever you want, can't you? The blood-colored shadow was momentarily speechless. The three Nangong sisters at the foot of the mountain couldn't help but burst into laughter. Above, the old beggar chuckled as well. This kid is something else. It's the first time I've seen someone bold enough to mock that old bloodhound. Boy, are you trying to mock this old ancestor? The blood-red shadow of Shuelian Laozu appeared behind Li Zhoujun, his voice laced with palpable anger. Li Zhoujun looked at the shadow in astonishment. Didn't you claim that even this avatar of yours is invincible in this world? Why are you backing down now? Humph. You cheeky brat, prepare to die. The blood-red shadow let out a cold snort, forming a massive blood-colored fist. With an overwhelming force, it came crashing down directly toward Li Zhoujun. At that moment, a system notification echoed in Li Zhoujun's mind. Detected that the blood ancestor completely underestimates the host. New mission issued. Shock the blood ancestor and earn an extraordinary reward. Li Zhoujun smirked knowingly. He realized it was time to put on a show again. Blood ancestor, do you really think you're unmatched in this world? Li Zhoujun sneered. Today, I, the Mountain Lord, will show you what it means for the waves of the Yangtze River to push forward, leaving the old ones to crash onto the shore. The blood-red shadow froze for a moment, stunned by Li Zhoujun's audacious words. Not only had this young man recognized him, but he also dared to act so arrogantly. Well, you insolent boy, even knowing who I am, you dare to be so dismissive. Let's see what you're truly capable of. With a furious roar, the blood ancestor's massive fist surged with even greater power, its terrifying aura dimming the heavens and earth. Down the mountain, the three Nangong sisters' hearts pounded like drums, and even the old beggar nearby showed a look of surprise, thinking to himself that this young man might not be ordinary. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Li Zhoujun didn't retreat but instead advanced. He threw what seemed to be an unremarkable punch. Yet, this seemingly simple strike collided with the blood ancestor's giant fist, producing an earth-shattering explosion. Centered on the two of them, a terrifying storm swept outwards, tearing the void and leaving black fissures in its wake. Even more astonishingly, Li Zhoujun remained calm and composed, as if utterly unaffected. What? The blood ancestor was utterly shocked. Even as an avatar, he possessed the peak power of the tribulation transcendent stage. For this young man to effortlessly withstand his attack, could he have already reached the great ascension true immortal stage? The system notification chimed in again. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and successfully shocking the blood ancestor. Reward: auto cultivation feature unlocked. Host's techniques can now train autonomously. Seeing the reward, Li Zhoujun's eyes lit up, but he knew he still had to deal with the immediate situation. You're outdated. This is the era of the young. Stop embarrassing yourself, Li Zhoujun taunted further. Arrogant brat. Even among those of the great ascension stage, there are vast differences in power. The blood ancestor roared. I've been at the great ascension stage for countless years longer than you. When my true form descends, I will tear you apart, you insolent fool. Before he could finish, the blood ancestor's avatar began to dissipate, its energy exhausted. At the final moment before the blood ancestor's avatar dissipated, Li Zhoujun's voice echoed. When your true form descends, remember to call me father. Blood ancestor, courting death? Before the blood ancestor could finish his words, his avatar completely vanished into thin air. In a cave on Blood God Island, an elderly man clad in a crimson robe suddenly opened his eyes, grinding his teeth. That brat dares to look down on this old ancestor. When I emerge, if I don't cripple him, I swear I'm no man. His furious roar caused the entire Blood God Island to tremble violently. Back on Blood Refining Mountain, after the blood ancestor's avatar dissipated, a figure of an old beggar suddenly appeared above Li Zhoujun. The old man sighed. Since when did such a young grand immortal of the Mahayana stage emerge in Qingzhou? It seems this old man is truly outdated. Time to wander and enjoy the scenery. With that, he cupped his hands slightly toward Li Zhoujun, and his figure gradually faded away. The old beggar assumed that with Li Zhoujuan's cultivation as a Mahayana Grand Immortal, he must have sensed his presence, hence the gesture. Little did he know, Li Zhoujun was completely unaware of anyone above him. This master of Yunju Mountain is actually a Mahayana Grand Immortal? The three Nangong sisters stared at Li Zhoujun, who sat atop the nine-dragon chariot, in shock. A Mahayana Grand Immortal, acknowledged by the blood ancestor himself, could easily rival or even surpass the strength of Daotian sect if he were to establish his own sect. Master, spare me. The blood-refining patriarch knelt and pleaded for mercy. Although he had been immobilized earlier under the blood ancestor's control, he had clearly witnessed the fight between Li Zhoujun and the blood ancestor. Die. Li Zhoujun sneered coldly. The 9 dragons beneath him exhaled icy frost, freezing the blood-refining patriarch, along with his nascent soul, into an ice sculpture, which then shattered into fragments. The system had not yet issued the reward for destroying the blood-refining sect, indicating the task was incomplete. Li Zhoujun pointed his finger, and the proud snow-flying sword shot out with a sharp whistle. Go! Eliminate everyone in the blood-refining sect. The proud snow-flying sword accepted the command eagerly and dashed into the sect, unleashing a massacre. The 3 Nangong sisters flew to Li Zhoujun and spoke in unison. We, the Nangong sisters, greet the master of Yunju Mountain and thank you for saving us. Feeling the oppressive aura emanating from the 9 virtual celestial-level dragons up close, the 3 couldn't help but feel a deep sense of awe. Before long, the proud snow-flying sword returned, transforming into an exceptionally beautiful woman in a blue and white dress embroidered with plum blossoms. Even the Nangong sisters felt overshadowed by her beauty. Master, everyone from the blood-refining sect has been dealt with, but there are still some ordinary people and cultivators alive in the dungeon, Proud Snow reported. The system promptly issued a notification. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of destroying the blood-refining sect. Ding! The system has issued the reward. First grade Bifrost Sword. Ding! The system has issued the reward. Bifrost Sword Technique. Ding! The system has issued the reward. Midstage Nascent Soul Cultivation. Li Zhoujun pondered for a moment. The Bifrost Sword and Bifrost Sword Technique could be passed on to Su Nan. He then ordered, very well, return now. Yes, master. Proud Snow replied before turning into a stream of light and merging into Li Zhoujun's body. The Nangong sisters thought to themselves, so this is the legendary sword Immortal. With just a thought, his flying sword can slay enemies from thousands of miles away and annihilate an entire sect. What brings the 3 of you here? Li Zhoujun's gaze fell on the 3 Nangong sisters as she asked calmly. Mountain Lord, the Shuilian sect has captured my benefactor inside. My 2 sisters and I are here to rescue them. Nangong Anren replied respectfully. Li Zhoujun nodded lightly. I see. The Shuilian sect has already been destroyed. What happens next is up to you. With that, she ascended into the sky aboard her 9-dragon chariot, leaving under the reverent gazes of the Nangong sisters. Wow, second sister, aren't you the bold and daring one? Why didn't you chat a bit more with the Mountain Lord? Nangong Yuran teased after Li Zhoujun had departed. If something really worked out, big sister and I could even benefit from it. Nangong Shinran rolled her eyes without responding. The invisible pressure she felt when facing the Mountain Lord of Yunju Mountain had been so overwhelming that she didn't even have the courage to speak, let alone strike up a conversation. 7 days passed in a flash. Little girl, how have you been feeling staying at home these past few days? In the Su family's guest hall, Li Zhoujun looked at Su Nan with a smile. Not bad, not bad, Su Nan replied, holding back tears. The past few days had left her with a bitter heart. On the first day back, her father had been enthusiastic, providing delicious food and fun activities. By the 3rd day, things had calmed down, and once he realized she could cook, he had her preparing meals herself. By the 5th day, she was plunged into training mode. Sleeping in late earned her scolding. You lazy girl, the sun's already high in the sky, and you're still in bed. Is this how you repay your master and your father? Left with no choice, she obediently got up early to train. Mountain Lord, I entrust my daughter to your care in the days to come, Su Heng said with a hint of sorrow, watching his daughter prepare to leave home again. Rest assured, Master Su, this girl is my disciple. No one will dare to bully her, Li Zhoujun responded with a smile. That's good, that's good. Su Heng nodded repeatedly before turning to Su Nan, who was already standing behind Li Zhoujun. Girl, listen to your master from now on and don't make her angry. Don't worry, Dad, I understand. You take care of yourself too. Su Nan replied, her eyes red. Then she followed Li Zhoujun out of the Su family estate. Master, what are we going to do now? Su Nan asked after composing herself. Wait for someone, Li Zhoujun said. Just as the words left her mouth, a woman's voice rang out. No need to wait. I'm already here. Greetings, Mountain Lord Morong, Su Nan said, bowing to the newcomer, who was none other than Morong Shui. So soon? Li Zhoujun asked, a little surprised. Murong Shui glanced at the conspicuous nine-dragon chariot in the sky and said helplessly, your ride is far too eye-catching, it's impossible not to find you. Then let's be on our way, Li Zhoujun said with a smile. Shortly after, the nine-dragon chariot carried the two beautiful women toward the Shui family estate on Mount Dazhao. 3 days later, they arrived at the Shui family estate, which was built into the mountains. The sprawling estate, comparable in size to a small city, was currently immersed in a festive atmosphere. The bustling flow of guests made the grand entrance lively and vibrant. Congratulations, congratulations. The Shui family patriarch has broken through to the integration realm. The Shui family can now truly be considered one of Qingzhou's top clans. A guest standing at the Shui family gate congratulated the middle-aged man standing there. The middle-aged man was none other than Shui Zhan, the head of the Shui family and a formidable expert at the void immortal level. Beside him stood a handsome young man, his son and the young master of the Shui family, Shui Wanyan. Shui Wanyan was inwardly ecstatic about the patriarch's breakthrough to the integration realm. Having such a powerful figure in their family meant that no one in Qingzhou would dare to underestimate him in the future. Ha ha ha, you're too kind, my friend. Please, come in. Though Shui Zhan responded politely, his face was unable to hide a trace of pride. At that moment, the skies above the Shui family residence suddenly darkened with ominous clouds. 9 void immortal level flood dragons descended from the heavens, pulling an opulent carriage in a breathtaking display. Who could this be, daring to use 9 void immortal level flood dragons to pull their carriage? The cultivators outside the gate were stunned. Just being near these dragons makes my blood boil. Even Shui Zhan, the void immortal expert, shifted from pride to a solemn expression. One of the cultivators suddenly recognized the figure on the carriage. That woman in white, I've seen her before. She's Murong Shui, the lord of Lingshui Mountain from Daotian sect, but she's standing beside that young man. Who on earth is he? However, Shui Wanyan's gaze was drawn elsewhere. Ito, a young girl dressed in green. At first glance, her looks were merely above average, but the more he looked, the more captivating she became, making it impossible to look away. Li Zhoujun, lord of Yunju Mountain from Daotian sect, has come with his disciple Su Nan to congratulate the Shui family patriarch on his successful breakthrough to the integration realm, ascending to the pinnacle of Qingzhou. Murong Shui, lord of Lingshui Mountain, extends her congratulations to the Shui family patriarch for reaching the pinnacle of Qingzhou. The carriage hovered midair as the two mountain lords spoke in turn. The surrounding cultivators murmured among themselves. The lord of Yunju Mountain? That useless mountain lord? He even has a disciple now? But why is he sitting in the center? When Shui Wanyan realized the young girl was the disciple of the lord of Yunju Mountain, he immediately sent a message to his father. Father, could it be that the Daotian sect sent this useless mountain lord and his disciple to visit us in hopes of arranging a marriage alliance? Shui Zhan was surprised by his son's speculation but thought it might be possible. After all, with the Shui family now boasting an integration realm expert, it was reasonable for the Daotian sect to seek an alliance. If that's the case, then let's agree to it. I quite like that disciple, Shui Wanyan said confidently. Shui Zhan carefully examined Su Nan and was shocked to discover that she possessed a supreme grade ice spiritual root. His tone grew serious. Don't get ahead of yourself. The Daotian sect would never allow someone with a supreme grade ice spiritual root to join an unremarkable sect. This lord of Yunju Mountain might not be as simple as he seems. At that moment, an overwhelming aura erupted from within the Shui family, manifesting as an elderly man with white hair clad in a black and gold robe. He traversed the void, exuding immense power. We humbly welcome the patriarch. Shui Zhan led the family members to kneel in unison, paying their respects. My name is Shui Wuliang. It's an honor to meet the two mountain lords of Daotian sect. Having you both attend my humble banquet truly brings glory to my doorstep. The Shui family patriarch stood at the entrance of the estate, greeting Li Zhoujun and Murong Shui with a respectful smile, completely ignoring the crowd kneeling below. Patriarch Shui, there's no need for such formality, Li Zhoujun responded with a warm smile. You are too kind, Mountain Lord of Yunju. Please, both of you, come inside and let us talk further. Thank you for your hospitality, Patriarch Shui. Li Zhoujun descended gracefully from the 9-dragon chariot alongside Su Nan, followed by Murong Shui. Shui Wuliang turned to his family members and sternly instructed, take good care of the 9-dragon spirits from Daotian sect. Any negligence will be met with strict punishment. Understood. The Shui family members promptly replied in unison. Guided by Shui Wuliang, the group entered the Shui family estate. The estate was vast, with pavilions and courtyards spread out like a miniature city. Observing from the sidelines, the waiting cultivators couldn't help but marvel. Only someone from Daotian sect could receive such a grand welcome from the Shui family patriarch. As they walked, Li Zhoujun silently issued a command to the system. System, sign in, ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in and completing the task. Ding. Reward granted. One punch annihilation. The host's physical body can unleash an unparalleled punch capable of killing any cultivator below the tribulation transcendent stage. Note: this punch can only be used once. That's incredible. Li Zhoujun was inwardly astonished. On the Qingzhou continent, the integration stage was already considered peak combat power. Meanwhile, Su Nan curiously observed her surroundings. Born into a wealthy family, this was her first time seeing such a grand and expansive cultivation clan estate. Your disciple from Yunju Mountain is truly remarkable, Xue Wuliang commented with a smile. You flatter me, Patriarch Xue. No, I'm quite serious. Your disciple possesses the rare Saint-grade ice spiritual root. To have such a talented disciple, Yunju Mountain Lord must be extraordinary as well. Well, in that case, perhaps I've been too modest, Li Zhoujun replied with a hearty laugh. As they chatted, they arrived at a massive plaza filled with banquet tables. When the cultivators present saw Xue Wuliang, they all stood and bowed respectfully. Xue Wuliang introduced Li Zhoujun and his companions. Although the guests greeted them with due respect, a flicker of mockery appeared in their eyes upon learning that the young man was the mountain lord of Yunju. After all, rumors had long painted him as a cultivation prodigy turned failure. But just then, a sudden change occurred. Boom! The Xue family gates erupted with a deafening roar. The protective formation around the estate trembled violently as countless golden runes flickered in and out of existence, on the verge of shattering. Someone dares to trespass on the Xue family grounds, even knowing that the Xue family patriarch has broken through to the integration stage. The cultivators in the plaza exclaimed in shock. At that moment, countless runes in the sky shattered with a deafening roar. A streak of black mist shot across the heavens like a meteor, finally halting above the banquet plaza of the Xue family. The mist coalesced into the figure of a person draped in a black robe, wearing a white mask. Crimson pupils glowed menacingly through the eye holes of the mask, emanating a chilling aura of bloodthirst and malice. White mask and crimson eyes. Could it be the crimson-eyed demon lord? A cultivator stammered. Wasn't he slain by the void immortal of the Dao Tian sect? But judging by his aura now, he's clearly reached the integration stage. Who dares intrude upon the Xue family grounds? Xue Wuliang demanded coldly. What's the matter, old dog? Don't recognize me? The crimson-eyed demon lord sneered as he removed his mask, revealing an ordinary yet youthful face. It's you. Xue Wuliang's expression flickered with shock, before he let out a cold laugh. I didn't expect you to still be alive. If you're not dead, how could I bear to die? The crimson-eyed demon lord's lips curled into a cruel smile. You've reached the integration stage, so I've brought you a little gift. Here, these two mutts' heads are for you. Before he finished speaking, two bloodied human heads tumbled out from within his black robe, rolling to a stop at Xue Wuliang's feet. They were none other than the heads of Xuezhan, the Xue family patriarch in the void immortal realm, and his son, Xue Wenyang. The cultivators in the plaza recognized the heads as belonging to the father and son who had been welcoming guests at the gate earlier. Li Zhoujun glanced worriedly at Su Nan, only to find that while the young girl's face had turned pale, she showed no extreme reaction. After all, in these chaotic times, violent deaths in the streets were all too common. How dare you? Xue Wuliang roared in fury at the sight of his kin's severed heads. An overwhelming and terrifying aura erupted from his body, dimming the heavens and earth and leaving the surrounding cultivators pale with fear. Angry, are you? The crimson-eyed demon lord laughed maniacally. Where was this anger when you forced your own daughter to her death? With your vile and twisted ways, it was the best decision I ever made not to entrust my daughter to you. The man's name was Chu Fan. Once an ordinary young man, he had fallen in love with Xue Wuliang's daughter, Xuering. However, Xue Wuliang had already arranged a marriage for his daughter. When he discovered their relationship, he was furious and had Xueng married off that very night. The strong-willed Xueying took her own life in the bridal chamber the following day. Devastated and consumed by despair, Chu Fan had intended to end his own life, but he was taken in as a disciple by a demonic cultivator. From that moment, he vowed to avenge his beloved, killing and refining pills to steadily increase his cultivation. When he reached the nascent soul stage, he was struck down by a void immortal from the Dao Tian sect for massacring an entire city. However, he had anticipated this and left a sliver of his nascent soul within a stone, enabling his rebirth. After his resurrection, Chu Fan kept a low profile, biding his time for thousands of years. A century ago, he finally broke through to the integration stage. Today, he had come fully prepared to settle this blood debt with Xue Wuliang once and for all. None of you here today will leave alive. Don't blame me. Blame yourselves for getting entangled with Xue Laogo. All of you will become the stepping stones for my ascension to the tribulation stage. A bloodthirsty smile spread across Chu Fan's face. Before his words even finished, a pillar of blood-red light erupted from his body and shot skyward. The The crimson radiance pierced the heavens, spreading outward like a canopy at its peak, enveloping the entire Shui family estate in an instant. Under the blood-red barrier, the expressions of everyone present changed drastically. Peak of the integration stage. A blood sacrifice array. The cultivators exclaimed in alarm, their eyes filled with shock. Not only had the crimson-eyed demon lord Chu Fan reached the pinnacle of the integration stage, but he had also unleashed such a sinister spell, clearly intending to sacrifice them all and refine them into pills. Upon hearing the words, blood sacrifice array, Li Zhoujun frowned slightly. A blood sacrifice array? Could it be that this kid, like the blood-refining patriarch, is a pawn of the blood ancestor? Shui Wuliang, who had been seething with rage, suddenly turned pale with terror as he sensed Chu Fan's overwhelming aura of the integration stage at its peak. Cloud Residence Mountain Lord, facing this fiend, do you have any confidence? Murong Shui asked gravely. She was well aware that the crimson-eyed demon lord had reached the pinnacle of the integration stage, while Li Zhoujun was only in the mid-integration stage. Even with the recently advanced Shui Wuliang, who had just broken into the early integration stage, their odds were slim. The disparity in cultivation levels was as vast as that between an infant and a grown adult. Even if 100 infants were to join forces, how could they possibly contend with a single adult? Let alone the insurmountable gap between the late and peak stages of the integration stage. One punch, Li Zhoujun said with a faint smile. Only one punch? Murong Shui asked bitterly. One punch is all it takes to obliterate him, Li Zhoujun replied calmly. Don't brag, Murong Shui said, exasperated. To kill a peak integration stage cultivator with one punch, your strength would need to be at least at the tribulation stage, wouldn't it? Li Zhoujun gently reassured Su Nan, who was trembling beside him. I'm not bragging. With me here, no one will harm you. Tomorrow, I'll even give you a sword technique manual and a flying sword, Su Nan softly replied, and her trembling gradually subsided, her trust in her master evident. At this moment, Shui Wuliang, mustering his courage, shouted, Chu Fan, don't be so arrogant. Even though this old man is no match for you now, do you realize that among those present today are 2 mountain lords of Daotian sect? The mountain lords of Daotian sect are here? Perfect, Chu Fan sneered. I've been waiting to settle the score for that palm strike from before. Once I ascend to the tribulation stage, they'll pay Daotian sect a visit to see what makes them worthy of being called the greatest sect in Qingzhou. Arrogant. Murong Shui scowled, her voice cold as she rebuked him. Mid-stage integration realm? So, you're one of the mountain lords of Daotian sect who showed up today, huh? Chu Fan looked Murong Shui up and down, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his lips. You do have quite the appearance. Makes me almost reluctant to kill you. How about this? Why not willingly become my cultivation vessel? Having a mountain lord from Daotian sect serve as my vessel would truly be a delightful thing. You court death. Murong Shui could no longer endure such humiliation. With a flick of her jade-like finger, a sharp sword light tore through the air, heading straight for Chu Fan's forehead. Snowflakes began to fall from the heavens, carrying with them an icy killing intent. The cultivators present gasped in shock. The speed of that strike, if it had been aimed at them, they wouldn't even have time to draw their last breath before being decapitated. But Chu Fan merely let out a cold laugh. Raising his hand casually, a blood-red hand materialized in front of him, effortlessly catching the deadly sword light in its grasp. Is this the power of someone at the peak of the integration realm? Despair filled the hearts of the onlookers. If even Murong Shui's ferocious attack could be neutralized so easily, what hope did they have of surviving? As for the Cloudridge Mountain Lord, Li Zhoujun, most viewed him as nothing more than a useless cultivator Somion, even a mere chi refinement servant could probably defeat. Heh, I was going to spare you on account of your looks. But since you're so eager to die, don't blame me. Chu Fan manipulated the blood-red hand, reversing the sword's direction and hurling it back at Murong Shui. The sword light tore through the air, its speed causing Murong Shui's pupils to contract in fear as despair overwhelmed her. But just as the blade was about to strike, a slender hand suddenly appeared before her, catching the sword tip effortlessly, without leaving so much as a scratch. The owner of that hand was none other than the Cloudridge Mountain Lord, Li Zhoujun, one everyone had dismissed as worthless. If anyone calls the Cloudridge Mountain Lord useless again, I'll personally twist their head off and use it as a ball. The gathered cultivators were so stunned by what they had witnessed that they were left speechless. Li Zhoujun casually tossed the sword back to the still-dazed Murong Shui, then clasped his hands behind his back and gazed at the crimson-eyed demon lord in the void, a faint smile playing on his lips. No need to wonder, I said that for your benefit. Who are you? Chu Fan narrowed his eyes. This seemingly unremarkable young man now radiated an overwhelming sense of pressure, even for someone like Chu Fan, who had reached the peak of the integration realm. Daotian sect, Cloudridge Mountain Lord, Li Zhoujun, he replied with a grin. Also, the one who's going to kill you today. The one who will kill me today? Chu Fan murmured to himself, then erupted into a wild laugh. How arrogant. Do you really think that just because you took one of my strikes, you can kill me? Before his words fully settled, Chu Fan's laughter abruptly stopped, and his pupils dilated in shock. Li Zhoujun had already made his move, a devastating punch aimed straight at Chu Fan's face. The fist grew larger and larger in Chu Fan's eyes, but what terrified him even more was the invisible force binding his entire body. It was as if the chains of heaven and earth had locked him in place, rendering him immobile. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, Li Zhoujun's overwhelming punch shattered Chu Fan's body into a mist of blood. Even in his final moments, this mighty figure, who had endured and hidden his strength for thousands of years, had unwillingness etched in his eyes. As Chu Fan fell, the blood-red barrier that had loomed over the Shui family quietly dissipated. He, a cultivator at the peak of the integration realm, just died like that? Hiss. The master of Yunju Mountain destroyed a peak integration realm cultivator with a single punch. What level of cultivation has he reached? Could it be the tribulation realm? Highly likely. The surrounding cultivators were all in awe, gazing up in reverence at the figure standing in the void, clad in green robes and exuding the presence of a true celestial. Murong Shui looked at Li Zhoujun with a complex expression. To reach the tribulation realm at just 40 years old was an achievement rarely seen throughout history. Thinking back to their past duel, it was now evident that he had been holding back against her. Sun En stared at her master, his unparalleled figure stirring her heart. If not for the occasion, she would have struggled to contain her joy and admiration. Shui Wuliang, who had just broken through to the integration realm, smiled bitterly and shook his head. He had thought that reaching the integration realm signified standing at the pinnacle of Qingzhou. Today, he realized it was merely the starting point in the vast expanse of Qingzhou. Old as I am, I must thank the master of Yunju Mountain for saving my life. Shui Wuliang was the first to bow deeply toward Li Zhoujun. We all thank the master of Yunju Mountain for saving us. The other cultivators followed suit, bowing in gratitude. Li Zhoujun descended lightly from the air, a faint smile on his face. There's no need for such formality. As the master of the foremost righteous sect in Qingzhou, it is my duty to eliminate evil and protect the way. Master Li is truly righteous, Shui Wuliang said respectfully, then turned to the crowd. Everyone, the Shui family apologizes for the fright you endured today. If you don't mind, I would like to extend the banquet from 3 days to 10, offering our finest wines to honor you all. Although the Shui family had suffered great losses, including the death of their patriarch, holding a funeral in such a setting would appear far too weak. Besides, with Shui Wuliang, the family's elder, still present, the Shui family's foundation remained strong. You are too generous, Master Shui, the cultivators replied one after another. The meals prepared by the Shui family were indeed tempting, and the cultivators were naturally inclined to stay a few extra days. These delicacies were not only delicious but also infused with spiritual energy, greatly benefiting their cultivation and saving them considerable effort and arduous practice. As the Shui family servants tidied up, the feast continued. Meanwhile, as Li Zhoujun struck down Chu Fan, in another grand palace, a stunning young woman with golden eyes, bare feet, and dressed in a white gown leaned against a majestic throne. She gazed at the shattered bracelet in her right hand, her eyes flashing with disbelief. Brother Chu Fan, the girl, Chu Ro, murmured softly, silent tears streaming down her cheeks. After a long pause, her expression gradually turned icy. She spoke in a low, resolute voice to the empty hall. Elder Wu, Saintess, an elderly man materialized from the void. Find out who killed Chu Fan, Chu Ro commanded coldly. Why should the Saintess concern herself with someone from the lower realm? Moreover, he is not related to you by blood, Elder Wu replied with a furrowed brow. At that moment, his thoughts drifted back to thousands of years ago. At the time, under the orders of the Grand Master of the Taishu Palace, he had descended to the lower realm using a secret technique to seek potential talents. Only top-tier experts below the true immortal stage were dispatched, as the secret technique could not yet send true immortals to the lower realm. When he first arrived, he encountered a young girl, Chu Ro, who possessed a golden spiritual immortal body, along with her foster brother, Chu Fan. Upon learning that Chu Ro was merely an abandoned infant adopted by the Chu family, he became her protector. However, Chu Ro refused to leave Chu Fan behind. As a compromise, he used the secret technique to seal a fragment of Chu Fan's soul into a jade bracelet, informing Chu Ro that the bracelet would shatter if Chu Fan died. Only then did she agree to leave with him. Elder Wu, if you refuse to go, I will go myself, Chu Ro said, her tone growing colder as she noticed his indifference. As you command, Saintess, Elder Wu replied reluctantly, his figure fading into the shadows. Chu Ro rose slowly, murmuring, Brother Chu Fan, the one who killed you will surely accompany you to the grave. As night fell, The Shui family estate atop Mount Dazhao was ablaze with light. After exchanging pleasantries with the other cultivators, Li Zhoujun retired to the small courtyard assigned to him. Su Nan and Murong Shui were staying in the courtyards to his left and right, respectively. Standing in the courtyard, Li Zhoujun gazed at the waning moon, lost in thought. Earlier, Shui Wuliang had mentioned Chu Fan's story, which resembled the protagonist of those demonic cultivation novels. Would someone come seeking revenge later? Regardless of whether Chu Fan resembled a protagonist or not, the fact that he intended to slaughter everyone present today, including himself and Su Nan, meant he deserved to die. After leaving the courtyard, Li Zhoujun headed straight to the small residence where Su Nan lived. The moonlight poured down like a silver stream, illuminating the stone table in the yard. Su Nan rested her chin on her hands, her delicate face turned upward, gazing at the sky in a daze. What are you looking at? Li Zhoujun asked with a gentle smile as he entered the yard. Master. Su Nan quickly stood up and bowed upon seeing him. Sit down, no need for formalities. Tell me, what's on your mind? Li Zhoujun sat on the opposite side of the stone table. A hint of melancholy appeared on Su Nan's face. It's nothing special. It's just that my recent experiences have made me feel that the world of cultivation isn't as beautiful as I once imagined. Having such realizations shows that you've matured, Li Zhoujun said with a smile. People always say immortals have it good, but they don't realize that immortals have their own troubles too. In essence, cultivators and mortals aren't so different, they simply pursue different things. Mortals toil for wealth, while cultivators exhaust themselves for resources. Some even go to great lengths to scheme against others for a single pill. But don't worry with me here. No one can harm you before you're strong enough to stand on your own. Thank you, Master. Su Nan said, warmth spreading through her heart. All right, enough of this sentimental talk. Li Zhoujun took out the Bai Shuang sword and handed it to Su Nan. This sword is called Bai Shuang. Though it's a first-grade flying sword, its superior material makes it comparable to a third-grade one. With your current cultivation level, refining it as your life-bound flying sword shouldn't be difficult. Thank you, Master. I will not let you down, Su Nan said as she accepted the sword, determination shining in her eyes. That's the spirit. Li Zhoujun nodded with a smile. Then, with a light touch to Su Nan's forehead, he transmitted the Bai Shuang sword technique to her. Su Nan immediately immersed herself in the profound mysteries of the sword technique. At that moment, Li Zhoujun's brow furrowed suddenly, and his sharp gaze shot toward the night sky. Hidden among the clouds was an elderly man, Elder Wu, who had been sent by Chu Rou to investigate the cause of Chu Fan's death. Based on the shattered jade bracelet's location and the discussions among cultivators at the banquet, he had deduced that the Mountain Lord of Yunju from the Dao Tian sect had killed Chu Fan with a single punch. To confirm whether Li Zhoujun had reached the tribulation crossing stage, he had come to observe in secret. When Li Zhoujun suddenly looked in his direction, Elder Wu was startled. Could he have discovered me? As Elder Wu braced himself for confrontation, he saw Li Zhoujun reach out and grasp the air, then open his palm to reveal a dead mosquito. A mere mosquito dares to disturb my disciple's cultivation? Li Zhoujun said with a cold laugh. Elder Wu froze in surprise. It was just a mosquito? Did he really need to go to such lengths? I almost thought I'd been exposed. Elder Wu, unable to discern Li Zhoujun's cultivation level, decided to act cautiously and quietly left the area. Inside the grand hall, Elder Wu stood humbly before the throne and reported to Chu Rou, who was seated above with a commanding presence. Holy Maiden, this old servant has uncovered the identity of the one who killed Chu Fan. Who is it? Chu Rou's gaze sharpened. The master of Cloud Residence Mountain of the Dao Tian sect, Li Zhoujun, Elder Wu replied. The Dao Tian sect? Chu Rou's eyes flashed with a cold light as she scoffed. If I recall correctly, it was someone from the Dao Tian sect who severely injured Chu Fan in the past. I let it slide back then, and now they've gone so far as to take his life. The Dao Tian sect, how audacious. Elder Wu furrowed his brows slightly. Holy Maiden, this matter cannot be entirely blamed on the Dao Tian sect. Chu Fan had fallen into the demonic path and became a ruthless killer. As the foremost righteous sect in Qingzhou, the Dao Tian sect's actions to eliminate him were not entirely unjustified. Regardless, Chu Fan was my brother. Whoever killed him will pay with their life, Chu Rou declared resolutely. Elder Wu, once I'm ready, I will pay the Dao Tian sect to visit myself. Elder Wu sighed and cautioned, Holy Maiden, it is highly likely that Li Zhoujun has reached the tribulation crossing stage. If you intend to confront him, careful planning is essential. Tribulation crossing? Chu Rou sneered. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Meanwhile, at the Shui family courtyard, after Su Nan regained consciousness, Li Zhoujun instructed her, rest well tonight. There's no rush to refine your life-bound flying sword. Tomorrow, we'll set off for the Dao Tian sect. The young girl nodded repeatedly in agreement. Returning to his quarters, Li Zhoujun lay on his bed, studying the system's bestowed ability of automatic shutdown. Though he wasn't consciously cultivating, The shimming heart technique was operating on its own, continuously absorbing spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. His cultivation at the mid-stage nascent soul level was steadily advancing. The next morning, Murong Shui entered Li Zhoujun's room. After sitting down silently, Li Zhoujun pulled the blanket tighter around himself, retreating to the corner of the bed, and joked, "What brings you here? I haven't even gotten dressed yet. Don't tell me you're planning to take advantage of me. I'm only 40, you know." Murong Shui's lips twitched. "I have plenty of admirers. You, on the other hand, seem awfully self-assured. Taking advantage? Are you dreaming?" She straightened her expression and said, "I came to personally thank you for saving my life." Li Zhoujun grinned. "If you want to repay me with marriage, we can start right now." He pretended to lift the blanket. "Scoundrel!" Murong Shui's face flushed red as she hastily fled the room. Li Zhoujun was left bewildered. What does that mean? I was even prepared to accept an old woman over 100 years older than me, and she ran off. Recalling her flustered departure, he couldn't help but think, but I have to admit, her shy expression just now was pretty cute. Outside the room, Murong Shui touched her burning cheeks and muttered, "Li Zhoujun, you have no dignity as a mountain master. Even if we were to have children, it would have to wait until after we're married. Why are you running so fast? It's not like I'm going to eat you," Li Zhoujun teased, stepping out of the house in his simple blue robe, his gaze carrying a hint of amusement. "Who eats who is still up for debate." Murong Shui shot back, her face flushed but refusing to back down. "Then why are you running?" Li Zhoujun raised an eyebrow, countering with a smirk. Just then, Su Nan's cheerful voice rang out from outside the courtyard. "Good morning, master." As Su Nan entered the courtyard, she froze for a moment upon seeing Murong Shui, a sly glint flashing in her eyes. "Oh, Mountain Lord Murong, you're here too? Am I interrupting something? Should I leave?" "You cheeky girl, don't talk nonsense. There's nothing inappropriate between your master and me," Murong Shui retorted, her face turning crimson at Su Nan's mischievous remark. "Oh, I see," Su Nan replied with a knowing look, which only made Murong Shui feel even more exasperated. This little troublemaker had clearly misunderstood. "All right, enough. Everyone's here, so let's get going." Li Zhoujun interjected at the right moment, breaking the awkwardness. Neither Murong Shui nor Su Nan objected. At Shui Family Plaza, Shui Wuliang gazed up in awe at the three figures on the nine-dragon chariot. His expression was filled with reverence. This old man humbly bids farewell to the two mountain lords. "We bid farewell to the two mountain lords," the gathered cultivators in the plaza echoed in unison. "Please, there's no need to see us off," Li Zhoujun said with a warm smile, bidding them farewell before steering the nine-dragon chariot into the sky. The sound of dragons' roars echoed across the heavens as the chariot disappeared into the distance. The cultivators in the plaza watched their departure, murmuring among themselves. Some marveled at how Li Zhoujun had single-handedly defeated a peak nascent soul cultivator with a single punch, while others were astonished by his unparalleled talent, achieving such heights at the mere age of 40. News of Li Zhoujun's exploits quickly spread across Daoshanzong, growing more exaggerated with each retelling. But just as the tales reached their peak, two overwhelming auras descended upon the sect's gates, shaking the entire sect to its core. Powerful figures from all the mountain peaks emerged, gathering in the skies above the sect's entrance. Lu Yin rushed over from Fire Maple Mountain, his expression grave as he observed the two figures crossing the void, a young girl and an elderly man. The old man exuded the formidable presence of a tribulation transcendent cultivator, and the golden-eyed, barefoot girl beside him radiated an equally terrifying aura. "You dogs dare to speak? Bring out your sect master to talk to me." The girl Chu glanced at Lu Yin with disdain, her tone dripping with arrogance. The elder beside her was none other than Elder Wu. "How dare you?" Lu Yan's face darkened, his emotions fluctuating between anger and restraint. Ever since breaking into the void immortal realm, he had rarely faced such humiliation. Being pushed around by Li Zhoujun and Murong Shui was one thing, they were his own sectmates, after all, but this was something else entirely. Lu Yin stood firm against the arrogance of the outsiders, his voice cold as he said, "Do you truly believe that just because you are tribulation-crossing cultivators, our Dao Tian sect would fear you? Mere tribulation-crossing cultivators dare to act so presumptuously here." The other mountain lords quickly sided with Lu Yin. Though they hailed from different peaks, they shared the same identity, mountain lords of the Dao Tian sect. Just as they were about to join forces in rebuking the unwelcome visitors, the grand gates of Dao Tian sect slowly opened, and the figure of the sect master, Mu Taiyu, emerged. Seeing this, Elder Wu's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Chu Ro, "Holy Maiden, this Mu Taiyu, the sect master of Dao Tian sect, is no ordinary figure. Do not act rashly." Chu Ro paid no heed, her gaze fixed on Mu Taiyu as she asked, "Are you Mu Taiyu, the sect master of Dao Tian sect?" "I am," Mu Taiyu replied with a faint smile. May I ask the purpose of your visit? I'm here to find someone, Chu Rou said bluntly. Oh, and who might that be? The Lord of Yunju Peak, Li Zhoujun. May I ask, young lady, why you seek him? Mu Taiyu's brows furrowed slightly. To take a life in exchange for a life, Chu Rou said coldly. Who has the Lord of Yunju Peak killed? Chu Fan. As soon as the name was spoken, the mountain lords erupted in outrage. The crimson-eyed demon lord, Chu Fan? Such an infamous evildoer, was it not right to kill him? Lu Yin was even more forthright. Sect Master, this woman must have ties to the crimson-eyed demon lord. She's undoubtedly from the demonic path. Why not take her down now and restore peace to Qingzhou? Chu Rou's icy gaze locked onto Mu Taiyu. Sect Master Mu, are you truly determined to protect Li Zhoujun? Mu Taiyu sneered. Wherever the crimson-eyed demon lord went, rivers of blood followed, leaving devastation in his wake. If I had encountered him, I would have torn him limb from limb to bring peace to the souls of the departed. Seeing that Mu Taiyu was clearly intent on shielding Li Zhoujun, Chu Rou's expression darkened. Meanwhile, Lu Yin added fuel to the fire. Woman, despite your looks, you're nothing more than a brainless fool. Courting death. Chu Rou snapped, fury surging as a terrifying energy gathered in her palm. The mountain lords felt a chill down their spines, and Lu Yin instinctively retreated in fear. Just as Mu Taiyu was about to intervene, a calm voice suddenly echoed. No one bullies the people of Dao Tian sect. A nine-dragon chariot descended slowly, and from it emerged Li Zhoujun. Chu Rou withdrew her energy, but her eyes burned with overwhelming hatred. So, you are Li Zhoujun? That's right, I am Li Zhoujun. Li Zhoujun looked into Chu Rou's blazing eyes, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. Before Chu Rou could speak, Morong Shui, standing beside Li Zhoujun, interjected, young lady, do you realize that the crimson-eyed demon lord, Chu Fan, intended to use everyone in the Shui family, including innocent lives, as a blood sacrifice to forge pills? Wasn't it only right for the master of Yunju Mountain to kill him? I don't know why he did that, but I know him. He is not someone who would kill the innocent without reason, Chu Rou retorted with a cold snort. Morong Shui sneered. Perhaps the crimson-eyed demon lord was kind once, but people change, and so what if he changed? Chu Rou refused to back down. No matter what he becomes, he will always be my brother. Shouldn't I avenge him? Morong Shui was about to argue further when Li Zhoujun interrupted. Master Morong, why waste time debating with someone who clearly isn't thinking straight? He turned to Chu Rou and said, so, what? Do you want to kill me? That's right. End your own life, and save me the trouble, Chu Rou replied icily. At this moment, Lu Yin exclaimed, on the territory of Dao Tian sect, you dare lay a hand on our sect master? How little regard do you have for us? Sect master. Apprehend this arrogant woman. Shut up. Chu Rou's golden eyes flashed with a chilling light. If you dare say another word, I'll tear your mouth apart. Just then, a system notification sounded in Li Zhoujun's mind, detected someone showing great disdain for the host. System mission issued. Teach the Saintess of Taisu Immortal Palace in Qingzhou, Chu Rou, a lesson. Completion will grant unexpected rewards. Saintess of Taisu Immortal Palace, Chu Rou? Li Zhoujun repeated, scrutinizing the haughty woman before him with surprise. No wonder she was so insolent. She had the backing of a powerful force in the immortal realm. Although Lu Yin shrank back slightly, he still mustered his courage and said, if you have the guts, go ahead. Let's see if our Dao Tian sect master and elders will let you act so recklessly. The other mountain masters of Dao Tian sect echoed his sentiment. That's right. On Dao Tian sect's land, whether you're a dragon or a tiger, you must bow down. The master of Yunju Mountain was right to kill the crimson-eyed demon lord. If I had been there, I would have cheered him on. Finally, Mu Taiyu spoke up, addressing Chu Rou and Elder Wu. The two of you should leave. If anyone in Dao Tian sect has committed a wrong, it is up to me, the sect master, to deal with it. We don't need outsiders meddling. Chu Rou saw the loyalty of the Dao Tian sect members, and, though anger simmered in her heart, a mocking smile suddenly appeared on her face. You are nothing more than an ant-like sect in the lower realm. Do you even understand who stands behind me? I, Chu Rou, am the Saintess of Taisu Immortal Palace. Are you really willing to offend an immortal realm power for the sake of a mere mountain master? Leave. Mu Taiyu's eyes flashed coldly. Don't mistake my tolerance for weakness. I've said it before, one outside Dao Tian sect will lay a finger on our people. Leave now, or face the consequences. As his words fell, a terrifying aura erupted from Mu Taiyu, and behind him, a phantom image of a godlike figure towering over the world began to manifest. His presence grew so overwhelming that even Elder Wu couldn't help but feel a surge of unease. How could someone so terrifying exist in this lower realm? This aura, could it be a great ascension true immortal? Mu Taiyu's face darkened as a flicker of anger flashed in his eyes. The surrounding mountain lords, noticing the sect master's displeasure, exchanged looks of schadenfreude and directed their gazes toward Chu Rou and Elder Wu. Only Lu Yan's expression seemed uneasy. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, still remembered vividly the sting of being slapped away by the sect master last time. Chu Rou froze in place, clearly not expecting such arrogance from the people of Dao Tian sect, even after she revealed her influential background. Beside her, Elder Wu's face shifted dramatically as a sudden realization struck him. He recalled that in the central domain of the immortal realm, there was a faction known as the Dao Tian Immortal Palace, whose palace lord held the title of Immortal Emperor. Could it be that this Dao Tian sect was somehow connected to the Dao Tian Immortal Palace? With this thought, he was about to step forward and dissuade Chu Rou. Li Zhoujun, seeing everyone stand up for him, felt a wave of warmth in his heart. He cupped his hands toward Mu Taiyu and the others, saying, Zhoujun thanks the sect master and my fellow disciples for your support. However, since this matter started because of me, it should also end with me. Chu Rou wants my life, but it won't be that easy for her. Mountain Lordly, there's no need for you to take this on alone. One of the mountain lords chuckled. As a mountain lord of Dao Tian sect, why stoop to argue with such an unreasonable woman? She wants revenge for a devil lord burdened with heinous sins, and she dares to claim herself as the saintess of some immortal palace. What a farce. Mu Taiyu also spoke up. Don't act recklessly. Dao Tian sect will handle this matter for you. Rest assured, sect master. Li Zhoujun smiled faintly, then turned his gaze toward Chu Rou. His tone carried a hint of provocation as he said, Do you know how Chu Fan died? Let me tell Yoha was too weak. I obliterated him with a single punch, reducing him to nothing but a cloud of blood and wiping out his soul entirely. These words pierced Chu Rou's heart like a dagger. She lost all composure in an instant, raising her hand to summon a golden seal of power and hurling it toward Li Zhoujun. The mountain lords collectively gasped. This woman's cultivation is truly formidable. She must be in the late stage of the tribulation crossing realm. Can the Cloud Residence Mountain Lord handle this? While he's capable of annihilating peak integration realm cultivators with a single strike, he's barely in his 40s. His cultivation can't be more than early tribulation crossing, right? Mu Taiyu, observing Li Zhoujun's calm demeanor, suppressed his urge to intervene and decided to watch the situation unfold. Boom! With a resounding explosion, Li Zhoujun casually raised his hand, his sleeve sliding back as he effortlessly caught the golden seal of power. Impossible. This is absurd. The mountain lords were left utterly dumbfounded, the same thought echoing in their minds. How is this possible? Chu Rou exclaimed in disbelief as she saw Li Zhoujun effortlessly counter her attack. Her eyes were filled with shock and incredulity. Quickly regaining her composure, she let out a sharp cry and channeled more of her power. The golden seal in Li Zhoujun's hand immediately radiated an intense brilliance, as if it weighed as much as a mountain. Such petty tricks. Li Zhoujun sneered coldly. With a sudden burst of strength, he crushed the golden seal in his hand. It shattered instantly, scattering fragments of spiritual energy into the air. As the seal broke, Chu Rou's face turned pale, and she couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun calmly placed his tingling hand behind his back, clenching it slightly in secret. Although he could match Chu Rou evenly and had easily countered the seal, it only demonstrated that they were on equal footing in strength. Li Zhoujun pondered for a moment. Rather than revealing his true abilities, it was better to feign weakness. With the system's ability to conceal his aura, others would simply assume he had effortlessly neutralized the attack and remained unfazed. It was a calculated act of maintaining a facade, but the effect was undeniably convincing. As expected, the other mountain lords were astonished. To think the master of Yunju Mountain could so easily break the seal. Could he have already reached the peak of the tribulation stage? At just 40 years old, such cultivation is unprecedented. It seems Dao Tianzong is destined to produce a true immortal within a century. When he ascends to the immortal realm, he will surely become a core disciple. Hearing the murmurs of admiration, Chu Rou's expression grew increasingly sour. Just as she prepared to launch another attack, Elder Wu quickly stepped forward and stopped her. Elder Wu, what are you doing? Chu Rou asked, stunned. Saintess, that is enough. Elder Wu reprimanded her sternly. It was the first time Chu Rou had seen Elder Wu so serious, and she froze in place. Turning to Li Zhoujun, Elder Wu bowed respectfully and said, Master of Yunju Mountain, please accept my deepest apologies. Our saintess has been in secluded cultivation from a young age, and is still somewhat immature. I humbly ask for your forgiveness, and beg the pardon of Dao Tianzong on behalf of everyone here. With that, he bowed deeply to the crowd. Li Zhoujun waved his hand with a faint smile. Since the elder has spoken so earnestly, it would be petty of me to hold a grudge. However, I do ask that you keep a close watch over your saintess. If she remains dissatisfied, she is welcome to challenge me again. But next time, I won't be so forgiving. In truth, Li Zhoujun wished he could eliminate both Chu Rou and Elder Wu on the spot. However, his current strength was insufficient for such a task. Both were tribulation stage cultivators protected by the Immortal Palace, and they undoubtedly carried life-saving measures. Even with the support of Dao Tianzong, capturing or killing them would be nearly impossible if they chose to flee at full strength. After weighing his options, he decided to bide his time and play along for now. Thank you, Master of Yunju Mountain, for your magnanimity, Elder Wu said with another bow, secretly breathing a sigh of relief. If Dao Tianzong had insisted on taking action, he would have been forced to use forbidden techniques to escape with Chu Rou, risking a severe drop in his cultivation level. Without delay, Elder Wu led the still-dazed Chu Rou away from the scene. What level of cultivation are you at? No matter who you face, you always seem evenly matched. Could it be that you're a true immortal of the Great Ascension stage? Murong Shue's sharp gaze locked onto Li Zhoujun's face. Li Zhoujun grinned, his expression calm and composed. To put it bluntly, even if an immortal emperor showed up, I could still hold my own. Murong Shui responded with a cold, meaningful smile. At that moment, a system notification echoed in Li Zhoujun's mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Ding. System reward issued. Primordial Foundation Elixir. This can help high-level cultivators refine their Dao foundation and further enhance their cultivation. Li Zhoujun's eyes lit up, and he thought to himself, this elixir is exactly what I need. Although the cultivation granted by the system is pure, it comes too quickly and indeed needs to be refined properly. Seeing that the situation had settled, Mu Taiyu gestured for the other mountain lords to disperse. Then, he looked at Li Zhoujun with a deep expression. Master of Yunju Mountain, no matter what happens, I hope you remember that you are part of the Daotian sect. Rest assured, sect master, Li Zhoujun replied sincerely. The Daotian sect has treated me well. Although I was once looked down upon by others, it's only human nature. The sect entrusted Yunju Mountain to me and has never been stingy with cultivation resources. I will always be grateful for this kindness. Mu Taiyu nodded in satisfaction, his gaze falling on the 9-serpent chariot beneath Li Zhoujun. A trace of envy flickered in his eyes. That 9-serpent chariot of yours is truly remarkable. It's just average, Li Zhoujun replied humbly. Once the other mountain lords had left, Li Zhoujun reflected on the unity of the Daotian sect, realizing that this was the very foundation of its status as the foremost sect in Qingzhou. At this moment, Murong Shui announced her intention to leave, saying she wanted to return to Lingshua Mountain. When Li Zhoujun asked if she would like to accompany him back to Yunju Mountain, she merely scoffed lightly, turned around, and tore through the void to depart. Yet no one noticed the hint of sorrow on her face as she turned away. Master, it seems like I might be getting a new mistress soon. Su Nan teased playfully. Without a word, Li Zhoujun flicked her forehead, causing her to yelp in pain. As he piloted the 9-serpent chariot back to Yunju Mountain, disciples of the Daotian sect looked skyward. Seeing the majestic, sky-darkening silhouette of the 9 serpents, one of them recited, riding the 9-serpent chariot, clad in serene azure robes. If you ask who it is, it's the immortal of Yunju Mountain. This verse, along with the tale of Li Zhoujun's defeat of a body integration stage demon cultivator, quickly spread across Qingzhou. The name of the master of Yunju Mountain from the Daotian sect soon resonated far and wide. Upon returning to Yunju Mountain, Li Zhoujun ordered the 9 void immortal level serpents to rest in the lake. Then, he turned to Su Nan and said, you should rest too. Tomorrow, they'll personally teach you the Bifrost sword technique. Got it. Thank you, master. Su Nan responded excitedly. Li Zhoujun chuckled softly, clasping his hands behind his back as he strolled into the Yunju Hall. The next morning, Su Nan arrived at Yunju Hall, carrying the Bifrost sword that Li Zhoujun had gifted her. As she pushed open the hall doors, she saw Li Zhoujun already seated in the main hall. Good morning, master. Su Nan greeted cheerfully. Li Zhoujun nodded with a gentle smile. Good morning. Let's begin. Perform a routine for me so I can see how far your swordsmanship has progressed. All right, master. Watch closely. Su Nan drew her sword, her movements light and graceful as she began to maneuver through the hall. As her sword strikes quickened, the temperature in the hall dropped sharply, and the air seemed to carry a faint chill wherever the sword light passed. Li Zhoujun watched his disciple intently, silently approving of her performance. This young girl not only possessed exceptional talent, but also demonstrated a unique understanding of the Bifrost sword technique, requiring little further guidance. Master, how was it? Su Nan asked eagerly after completing her demonstration, her eyes full of anticipation for feedback. Impressive, Li Zhoujun said with a satisfied expression. You've developed your own distinct interpretation of the Bifrost sword technique. As the saying goes, a master can guide the way, but self-cultivation is personal. Merely repeating my methods would, at best, allow you to reach my level. I hope you'll surpass me and achieve even greater heights. I understand, master, Su Nan replied earnestly with a nod. Just then, a hoarse voice suddenly echoed from outside the hall. Is the master of Yunju Mountain here? The unexpected inquiry caused a flicker of surprise in Li Zhoujun's expression. Meanwhile, in Daotian Hall, Mu Taiyu was sipping tea when he suddenly sensed something amiss. In an instant, he teleported to the tailing hall. Standing in the center of the hall was a colossal destiny monument, its surface engraved with countless names. Some names glowed brightly, while others had dimmed. This monument recorded the life and death of disciples from the Daotian sect. At that moment, Murong Shue's name on the monument was flickering erratically, alternating between brightness and dimness. The hall's master, an elderly man with snow-white hair, appeared promptly. Sect master, it seems Lingshua Mountain's master is in trouble, the elder said gravely. Can you pinpoint her location? Mu Taiyu asked, his expression darkening. The border between Qingzhou and Yunzhou Jinhua Island, the hall master replied in a low voice. Mu Taiyu's brows furrowed deeply. The mistress of Jinhua Island was an enigmatic figure with formidable strength, someone even he could not guarantee defeating. Over the years, Jinhua Island and the Daotian sect had maintained a mutual non-interference agreement. Murong Shue's decision to head there was perplexing. Sect master, you must not go to Jinhua Island, the hall master suddenly advised. What, are you suggesting I abandon Murong Shue to her fate? Mu Taiyu asked, his tone edged with frustration. Not at all. The master of the Tailing Hall gave a bitter smile. Sect master, you know that many forces beyond the seas of Qingzhou have been eyeing us hungrily. They all want a share of the vast resources this land offers. If something were to happen to you on Jinhua Island, these powers would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to invade. At that point, Qingzhou would be plunged into chaos and bloodshed. Then what should we do? Mu Taiyu asked, frowning. I suggest sending someone to Jinhua Island to rescue Master Murong, the master of the Tailing Hall said seriously. Master of Yunju Mountain? Mu Taiyu asked thoughtfully. Exactly, the Tailing Hall master confirmed with a nod. In my opinion, the master of Yunju Mountain is the most outstanding among all the mountain masters of our Daotian sect. Even those who have long surpassed the tribulation stage and hidden their strength cannot compare to him. Mu Taiyu, however, shook his head in disagreement. No, the master of Yunju Mountain is extraordinarily talented. He reached the tribulation stage at just 40 years old and has limitless potential. We cannot risk his life. The Tailing Hall master looked a bit embarrassed. But sect master, before you arrived, I already sent a projection to inform him. Mu Taiyu. Meanwhile, outside the Yunju Hall, Li Zhoujun stepped out of the grand hall and saw the illusory figure of the Tailing Hall master waiting. It was clearly just a spiritual projection. Could I trouble the master of Yunju Mountain to visit Jianhua Island? The Tailing Hall master asked with a smile. Master Ling Shue has encountered trouble there. After much consideration, I believe entrusting this matter to you is the safest option. At that moment, a system notification suddenly appeared. Your future destined wife is in danger. The system has issued a mission. Travel to Jinhua Island and rescue Murong Shue. Completing this mission will earn you generous rewards. What nonsense about a future destined wife? Li Zhoujun muttered to himself, feeling speechless at the system's message. Even so, he solemnly replied to the Tailing Hall master, leave this matter to me. However, time is pressing. Do you have a method for quick travel? Of course. The Tailing Hall master, seeing him agree, immediately took out a jade cicada. This is a spatial jade cicada. Crushing it will directly teleport you to Master Murong's side. Excellent. Li Zhoujun accepted the jade cicada. Master of Yunju Mountain, be cautious. The granny of Jinhua Island is not someone to be trifled with. The Tailing Hall master warned before his figure dissipated. Li Zhoujun turned to Sun Nan and said, I'm heading out for a while. Stay here at Yunju Mountain and behave until I return. Master, be careful on the road and make sure to rescue Mistress. Sun Nan said with a playful smile. You little rascal, stop spouting nonsense, Li Zhoujun replied, exasperated, before crushing the spatial jade cicada. In an instant, the world spun, and the surrounding scenery changed rapidly. When the scene finally stabilized, a golden snakehead cane came flying toward him and struck his head heavily. Ow! Who the hell is sneak attacking me? Li Zhoujun cried out, clutching his head in pain. Who are you? An elderly woman's voice called out in shock. Li Zhoujun? Came Murong Shue's voice from behind him, filled with both surprise and worry. Li Zhoujun focused his gaze and saw that the person who had struck him was an elderly woman with white hair, dressed in a golden robe and holding a golden snakehead cane. She was staring at the large bump on his head with disbelief. Was it you who hit me? Li Zhoujun asked angrily, clutching his head as he glared at the old woman. It was indeed the old woman who made the move. The old crone stared warily at Li Zhoujun, a flicker of astonishment flashing in her eyes. That staff strike of hers had been infused with lethal force enough to kill even a cultivator of the tribulation stage upon impact. Yet, the young man standing before her had emerged unscathed, save for a bump on his head. Such power could it be that he had already achieved the sanctification of the physical body? The thought made her involuntarily take half a step back. Are you Granny Jinhua? Li Zhoujun asked, fixing his gaze on the old woman. Indeed, I am. The crone nodded in acknowledgement. And you, Taoist friend, have appeared out of nowhere to rescue this Lingjua mountain master of the Dao Tian sect? That's right. Li Zhoujun turned to look at Morong Shui. How did you end up here? And what did you do to make someone want to kill you? Morong Shui's expression turned grave as she explained, yesterday, I learned that one of my disciples had mistakenly wandered onto Jinhua Island and was detained. I came to demand their release. At first, the negotiations were relatively peaceful, but I noticed strange noises coming from the next room. When I took the opportunity to investigate, I discovered the room was filled with the remains of cultivators and a sinister cocoon-like object. Humph! Granny Jinhua let out a cold laugh. The owners of those remains were all greedy fools who coveted the treasures of my Jinhua Island. Killing them, what's wrong with that? A flash of anger appeared in Morong Shui's eyes. I was right, wasn't I? You spread rumors about immortal treasures on Jinhua Island to lure cultivators here, just to feed that sinister creature. Smart little girl, Granny Jinhua sneered darkly. If not for this Taoist friend suddenly appearing, you would have already become nourishment for my child. So, my disciple has already been killed by you? Morong Shui's face turned pale. What else? Keep them alive for the new year? Granny Jinhua mocked with a disdainful smile. You truly are an arrogant old witch, Li Zhoujun sighed lightly. Granny Jinhua sneered coldly. I advise you not to meddle in things that don't concern you. No matter how strong you are, the one supporting me is not someone you can afford to offend. Oh? And who might that be? I'd like to hear it, Li Zhoujun asked with a curious smile. Granny Jinhua didn't answer. Instead, she began chanting an incantation. Blood sea surges, waves reaching the heavens. With my blood, I summon the blood ancestor. As the incantation echoed, blood energy surged around Granny Jinhua, condensing into a crimson shadow in the air above her. The blood ancestor? Could it be the one who descended upon Qingzhou 10,000 years ago? Morong Shui's face turned grim with worry. Granny Jinhua bowed respectfully. Jinhua pays respects to the blood ancestor. However, the blood ancestor ignored her, glaring furiously at Li Zhoujun instead. This left Granny Jinhua utterly baffled. She hadn't even mentioned who her enemy was, so why was the blood ancestor already fixated on Li Zhoujun? You again. The blood ancestor finally spoke, his voice brimming with rage. Li Zhoujun grinned widely. Say Father Da. Boy, don't push your luck. The blood ancestor snorted coldly. Before his words had fully fallen, Li Zhoujun had already launched a punch, the air erupting with a thunderous crack as it tore through the space. You insolent brat. The blood ancestor roared in fury, throwing a punch of his own to meet it. The instant their fists collided, a terrifying shockwave rippled outward, shaking the ground and leaving a web of cracks in its wake. Granny Jinhua stared at the scene, utterly stunned. How is this possible? This man actually withstood a blow from the blood ancestor? A storm raged in her mind after all. The blood ancestor was a mighty true immortal at the Mahayana level. Even in the form of an avatar, he wielded the power of an immortal. To stand against him, this young man must also be at the Mahayana true immortal level. As she realized that the blood ancestor's avatar was about to dissipate, and she would be left alone to face this mysterious powerhouse, a wave of fear surged through Granny Jinhua's heart. Beside her, Morong Shui also gazed at Li Zhoujun with eyes filled with disbelief. Boy, you're only evenly matched with my avatar, the blood ancestor sneered. If my true body were here, how long do you think you could last? Li Zhoujun replied mockingly. Then why don't you bring your true body over here? All talk and no action, you're just a master of empty threats. Mark my words, one day, they'll tear you to pieces. The blood ancestor spat his threat before his form vanished in an instant. Li Zhoujun made no effort to pursue him. After all, there was no point. Seeing the blood ancestor flee, Granny Jinhua panicked, dropping her cane and falling to her knees in supplication. Immortal, spare me. You promised that as long as I raised that blood demon for you, you would help me reach the Mahayana realm. For all these years, I've cared for that blood demon as if it were my own child. At that moment, a system notification chimed in Li Zhoujun's mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully rescuing Morong Shui. System rewards. The proud snow flying sword has been upgraded to grade 9. System rewards. The oath formation has been granted. Li Zhoujun focused on the system rewards. The grade 9 flying sword was a weapon fit for true immortals, while the oath formation could etch a vow into the heart of anyone who swore by it. Breaking the vow would invoke divine lightning as punishment. Noticing his silence, Granny Jinhua became even more terrified. Immortal, she called out hesitantly. Snapping back to reality, Li Zhoujun glanced down at the old woman kneeling before him and grinned. Stand up and dance for me. Maybe then he'll consider sparing you. Both Morong Shui and Granny Jinhua were left speechless at his words. Who would have thought the esteemed immortal had such peculiar tastes? This old woman can only give it a try. Granny Jinhua blushed as she stood up and began to dance. Her movements were stiff and awkward, causing everyone to frown. Li Zhoujun, is this what you like? Morong Shui asked, her lips twitching in disbelief. Not at all. Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. Immortal, how was my dance? Granny Jinhua asked breathlessly after finishing, her face reddening even further. Not bad, Li Zhoujun said, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Then, he quickly changed the subject. How do you know the blood ancestor? Granny Jinhua respectfully replied, Immortal. It was the blood ancestor's avatar who found me and forced me to submit with brute strength. He ordered me to raise a demonic creature, which was to serve as his physical vessel. Once the creature matured, his avatar could possess it and wreak havoc in the mortal realm. I see, Li Zhoujun said with a faint smile. I'll give you a choices wear allegiance to me. Though Granny Jinhua's sins were grave, he lacked the strength to kill her at the moment. Instead, he decided to leverage the momentum from his recent clash with the blood ancestor to make her his subordinate and test out the system's reward, the Oath Array. Granny Jinhua's face lit up with hope at the chance to live. The more powerful a cultivator, the more they feared death, as everything they had achieved was hard-won. She quickly agreed. This old woman is willing to serve the immortal and work tirelessly for you. Hold on, Li Zhoujun interrupted, summoning the array. With a wave of his hand, the array shot into Granny Jinhua's chest. Now, swear your oath. This is the oath array. If you break your vow, you'll be struck by divine lightning. Though Granny Jinhua felt displeased, she dared not defy a true immortal. She reluctantly swore. I, this old woman, swear unwavering loyalty to the immortal. Should I break this oath, may I be struck by divine lightning. Good, Li Zhoujun said with a satisfied nod. Now tell me, are you certain you killed that disciple of my Dao Tian sect? Actually, no, Granny Jinhua admitted awkwardly. When that disciple intruded, the demonic creature had already entered its cocoon stage, so I merely detained him. That's better, Li Zhoujun said, turning to Morong Shui. Next time, don't wander off on your own. Not every situation will have someone to save you. Morong Shui was momentarily speechless at his lecturing tone, which sounded like he was scolding a child. However, upon reflection, she realized he had a point and nodded. I understand. I won't do it again. Good, that's my girl, Li Zhoujun said with a smile. Just then, the system suddenly prompted him. Detected. A heaven-defying fate-bearer located 300,000 miles away. System mission issued. Assist them. Rewards will be granted. A heaven-defying fate-bearer, a villain. Li Zhoujun froze at the system's notification. Well, is the system trying to make me a villainous mentor? Li Zhoujun shook his head with a wry smile. Isn't this just pushing me into the fire pit? No way, not a chance. I'd rather die. Becoming the protagonist's enemy? That always ends badly. He refused without a second thought. The system immediately chimed with a prompt. Host has refused the system's task. The system is heartbroken and is preparing to disconnect and leave home. Wait, no. Don't do that. Fine, I accept. Li Zhoujun quickly changed his tune, terrified that the system might actually run off. What an awkward situation that would be. The system responded with another prompt. Host, please proceed immediately. Otherwise, the person will jump off the cliff, and the task will be deemed a failure. But don't worry, host. Even if the protagonist grows stronger, at most, it'll be a 50-50 fight with you. Life is full of surprises, Li Zhoujun sighed helplessly. Looks like there's no turning back on this path. He turned to Morong Shui and said, in a bit, you and Granny Jinhua go find your disciple. I suddenly have something urgent to deal with. Oh, and take care of that demon beast. Such creatures must not be allowed to linger. Got it, don't worry, Morong Shui replied. Just as Li Zhoujun was about to leave, Morong Shui suddenly called out, be careful on the road. All right, I will, Li Zhoujun responded with a smile. He then summoned his Ao Shui flying sword. Seeing this, Granny Jinhua and Morong Shui's expressions changed drastically. It was a 9th grade flying sword. This meant Li Zhoujun was at the true immortal level, and he had been concealing his strength all this time. Though Morong Shui was shocked, she silently resolved to keep his secret. Immortal, what should I do next? Granny Jinhua hurriedly asked. Li Zhoujun glanced at her indifferently. Do whatever you're supposed to do. But if you dare commit any heinous acts, I'll cut you down with one strike. I understand. Granny Jinhua nodded repeatedly, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. Li Zhoujun rode the 9th grade flying sword and departed. The journey of 300,000 miles took only a few breaths of time. Following the system's coordinates, he arrived at his destination and saw a young man sitting alone on the edge of a cliff. The boy held a wine jar, muttering to himself, "Who would have thought that I, the eldest son of the Yin family, would end up with my family destroyed? Yi Tianming not only wiped out my family but also crippled me. Even my sister is hopelessly devoted to him. He's now a core disciple of the Kaishan sect. I have no chance of turning things around. How laughable. All I did was mock him a few times, and now my life has no meaning. Youth, do you want to turn the tables?" Li Zhoujuan's voice echoed from above. Who? Who's speaking? The young man stood up in alarm, but then gave a bitter smile. Forget it. Whoever you are, I'm about to die anyway. What's there to be afraid of? What's this? Are you really willing to die with this humiliation and let your sister live by your family's murderer's side, playing the role of a devoted wife? Li Zhoujun asked again. No, I'm not willing. The young man clenched his fists, his face filled with resentment. With a thud, he dropped to his knees. Yin Jihong begs the senior to show himself and teach me how to avenge my family. That's the right attitude. Li Zhoujun chuckled softly as he descended slowly on his flying sword. Yin Jihong grew even more excited. He could sense that this young man's aura far surpassed that of the Kaishan sect's golden core elder. This was an opportunity of a lifetime. Please take me as your disciple, Immortal, he pleaded eagerly. I'm not taking disciples at the moment, Li Zhoujun replied with a faint smile. But you're quite pleasing to the eye, so I can teach you a technique. Please, Immortal, teach me a method to take revenge. Yin Jihong said urgently. Though he couldn't become a disciple, receiving guidance from such a powerful figure was still a once-in-a-lifetime chance. No rush, Li Zhoujun said with a smile, looking at the anxious expression on Yin Jihong's face. He carefully observed the young man in front of him, his gaze lingering on the shattered meridians. Tiske, whoever did this to you really didn't hold back. Hearing this, Yin Jihong's eyes instantly reddened, his voice filled with deep grievance. That Yi Tianming is just the son of a butcher, yet somehow he managed to charm my sister. The Yin family is at least a reputable cultivation family in Beiyang City. How could we let my sister marry someone like him? Clenching his fists tightly, he continued. I went to warn him to stay away from my sister. After all, there are plenty of young heirs from prominent families who are fond of her. They wouldn't spare Yi Tianming either. But that insolent fool insulted me, calling me a snob who looks down on others. In a fit of rage, I taught him a lesson. As he spoke, Yin Jihong's voice began to tremble. Who would have thought that after his sudden rise to power, he would wipe out my entire clan? He even falsely accused me of colluding with an evil sect, claiming I coveted the position of family head, which supposedly led the sect to target our family's treasures. Ridiculous. That family head position was rightfully mine to begin with. Why would I need to covet it? Li Zhoujun looked at the tearful Yin Jihong and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Truly, this was a pitiful man. Reaching into his sleeve, he produced a pill. This is a meridian restoration pill. It will help you reforge your meridians. Thank you, senior, for your generosity. Yin Jihong respectfully accepted the pill with both hands. Li Zhoujun then extended a finger to Yin Jihong's forehead, imprinting a cultivation technique called the Sunflower True Sutra into his mind. It was an extraordinary technique he had stumbled upon in the Dao Tian sect's scripture library. Similar to the legendary sunflower manual, it required one to castrate oneself in order to cultivate it. To master this technique, one must first make a sacrifice. Sometimes, misfortune can be a blessing in disguise, Li Zhoujun said meaningfully. I'm curious to see how far you can go. Yin Jihong carefully examined the technique now imprinted in his mind, feeling that it was indeed a supreme cultivation method tailored for him. As for the matter of self-sacrifice, what did it matter if it allowed him to exact revenge? He knelt down heavily and bowed. Thank you, senior. At that moment, a system notification sounded. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Offering aid to the defier of fate. Reward. Nascent soul perfection cultivation. Li Zhoujun nodded to himself. With nascent soul perfection, one was already considered a patriarch-level expert in Qingzhou, capable of founding a sect or earning an elder's position in the Dao Tian sect. But the next system task left him momentarily stunned. Task. Assist Yin Jihong in seeking vengeance. Reward. True immortal effects. This system is too much, Li Zhoujun thought with a bitter smile. He had no desire to go head-to-head with a child of destiny. These protagonists were all like cockroaches, impossible to kill. Falling off a cliff would grant them fortuitous encounters. Being hunted down would lead to romantic entanglements, and even death wasn't final. Reduced to ashes, they'd still find a way to be reborn and return stronger. Ding. Host, don't back down. With the system's 50-50 power, even if the heavenly Dao shows up, you can still go toe-to-toe with it. And this true immortal effect, it's a rare treasure that lets you show off without anyone noticing. Li Zhoujuan's lips twitched slightly as he listened to the system's words. This system, which constantly urged him to show off, left this usually refined and easygoing man feeling both helpless and amused. He shifted his gaze to Yin Jihong, who was kneeling on the ground, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. I've suddenly changed my mind. I'm going to help you get your revenge. Hearing this, Yin Jihong was overjoyed and immediately bowed again. Thank you, senior. But soon, a slight frown appeared on his face, and doubt crept into his heart. Why would a powerhouse like this offer unconditional help to someone as insignificant as him? Could it really be as simple as finding him pleasing to the eye? That reason seemed far too flimsy. A bold idea suddenly flashed through Yin Jihong's mind. Could it be that this senior had a special interest in him? At this thought, he instinctively tightened his posture, and when he looked back at Li Zhoujun, the refined and gentle face before him seemed to morph into the shadow of a wolf in his imagination. For the sake of revenge, Yin Jihong gritted his teeth and lay flat on the ground. Senior, if you wish to do anything to me, I will not resist. Oh? Li Zhoujun was momentarily speechless, then burst into laughter and exasperation. What are you thinking? I am not that kind of person. Get up this instant. Realizing he had completely misunderstood, Yin Jihong stood up awkwardly, rubbing his nose. But I truly don't understand why someone like me would be worth your attention, senior. I'm helping you simply because I feel like it. If you truly wish to repay me, then train diligently in the future and assist me when the time comes. I understand. Yin Jihong responded earnestly. He recalled the stories he had heard of powerful cultivators who wandered the world on a whim, and now, to his astonishment, he had encountered one in person. Tell me more about this Yi Tianming, Li Zhoujun said. Yin Jihong then recounted the entire story. Yi Tianming was originally an ordinary person, but for reasons unknown, he suddenly acquired qi refining cultivation. At the time, his younger sister had already become a disciple under Zhao Hui, an elder of the Kaishan sect, with a bright future ahead. Naturally, the Yin family did not want Yi Tianming to be with his sister. Yin Jihong's father intended to use cultivation resources to send Yi Tianming away, but the man stubbornly insisted on marrying his sister. In his fury, Yin Jihong's father attempted to kill Yi Tianming, only to discover that Yi Tianming had already reached the peak of foundation establishment, far surpassing the strength of the Yin family head. Yi Tianming slaughtered the entire Yin family but deliberately left Yin Jihong alive, spreading rumors that it was Yin Jihong who had brought disaster upon the family. Recently, Yin Jihong learned that Yi Tianming had joined the Kaishan sect, gaining the backing of a golden core cultivator, and was now with his sister. This left Yin Jihong utterly hopeless, even contemplating ending his life by jumping off a cliff. Suddenly possessing qi refinement cultivation and unleashing the full power of the foundation establishment stage. Li Zhoujun listened quietly to Yin Jihong's narration, a glimmer of thought flashing through his eyes. This Yi Tianming clearly had an extraordinary background. Not only was he backed by the Kaishan sect, but he also had a powerful master supporting him. Senior. Yin Jihong's eyes lit up with excitement as he spoke. If you are willing to assist, all I ask is for you to hold back the forces behind him. I want to personally take Yi Tianming's life. That night, he suddenly erupted with foundation establishment perfection level strength. It must have been due to some secret technique, which he likely cannot use again. His true cultivation should still be at the qi refinement stage. All right, Li Zhoujun replied with a faint smile. Yin Jihong quickly found a cave and went inside to consume the vein molding pill. Li Zhoujun did not leave. Instead, he stood outside the cave, lost in thought. It seemed he couldn't return to Dao Tian sect in the short term, had to help Yin Jihong seek revenge. Once Yin Jihong recovered and began practicing the Sunflower Manual, it would take at least 10 days to half a month. With this in mind, Li Zhoujun took out a piece of white paper and began writing. I have some matters to attend to outside and will return after some time. Stay at Yunju Mountain and cultivate diligently. If you have any questions, you may seek answers from Murong, the mountain master. After finishing, he lightly moved his fingers, folding the paper into a crane and embedding it with a trace of divine intent. Then, he tossed it into the air. The paper crane immediately transformed into a lifelike white crane and flew toward Dao Tian sect. With his aura imbued in it, the disciples of Dao Tian sect would naturally not stop it. After completing this, Li Zhoujun leapt effortlessly into a tree outside the cave and leisurely dozed off. With his invincible strength, he had no reason to worry about safety. His body was impervious to weapons, and the system would automatically cultivate for him, leaving him with nothing to be concerned about. The next morning, at Yunju Mountain in Dao Tian sect, Su Nan was practicing the frost sword technique in the courtyard. Suddenly, a white crane descended from the sky, transforming back into a paper crane and landing in her hand. The trace of divine intent left by Li Zhoujun attached itself to Su Nan, ready to activate and transform into a projection of Li Zhoujun should she face danger. This projection could only last for 3 minutes, but that was more than enough time for Li Zhoujun to arrive on his sword. Su Nan carefully tucked the letter into her robes and resumed her sword practice. At that moment, a familiar figure stepped into the courtyard. Senior Sister Shui? Su Nan exclaimed in surprise at the sight of the newcomer Shui Ninyao, a disciple under the master of Kanglan Mountain. Junior Sister Su, I didn't expect you to still remember me after all this time since we parted on Ascension Mountain, Shui Ninyao said with a gentle smile. Of course I remember. Senior Sister Shui is so beautiful and talented, Su Nan said earnestly. Shui Ninyao shook her head with a wry smile. Not as talented as you. You've managed to join Dao Tian sect under the tutelage of the youngest tribulation transcendence expert. I'm sure you'll surpass your master one day. After all, who would have thought that the once failed cultivator who spent 40 years in vain ascetic practice, the master of Yunju Mountain, would suddenly transform into the youngest tribulation transcender of Dao Tian sect and the entire Qingzhou? Haha, Senior Sister Shui. What brings you to me so suddenly? Su Nan asked curiously, blinking her bright eyes. Thinking back to when she had believed joining her master's sect was the end of the road, only to discover he was a hidden powerhouse, she couldn't help but let the corners of her mouth lift slightly. Shui Ninyao's expression turned serious. Indeed, there's something important. She paused briefly before continuing. Junior Sister Su, you likely know that I am the princess of the Shuiwei dynasty. Recently, an ancient sect's ice water secret realm has been discovered within the dynasty. It is said to hold countless opportunities and will open in 10 days. However, entering the realm has specific requirements. It must be two female chi refining cultivators, one possessing a supreme grade ice spiritual root and the other a supreme grade water spiritual root or higher grade roots. So, Senior Sister, are you asking me to go with you to this secret realm? Su Nan's face showed a puzzled expression. Shui Ninyao smiled and nodded. That's correct. I have a supreme grade water spiritual root, and you possess a saint grade ice spiritual root, making us the perfect candidates. Seeing Su Nan's hesitation, Shui Ninyao smiled knowingly. Junior Sister, are you wondering why such a great opportunity would fall into your lap for no reason? Su Nan nodded. After all, good fortune doesn't just fall from the sky. Shui Ninyao explained. There's no need to worry, Junior Sister. In the Shuiwei dynasty, there are no individuals with supreme grade ice spiritual roots. Among the disciples of Dao Tian sect, those with such roots have already reached the foundation establishment stage. You are the only one who meets the criteria. If you don't go, I can't enter the secret realm either. Besides, the sect rules are strict. Those who harm fellow disciples are punished by death. And not to mention, with a master as powerful as yours, you have nothing to fear. All right then. Su Nan was finally convinced. Senior Sister, when do we leave? I've already informed Master. We can depart at any time. The Shuiwei dynasty's convoy is waiting at Yuran Mountain. Su Nan quickly left a letter on the table in Yunju Hall addressed to her master, then departed with Shui Ninyao for Yuran Mountain. Meanwhile, in a cave elsewhere, a powerful aura of someone at the 9th level of Qi refining, on the brink of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, suddenly erupted. Li Zhoujun descended gracefully from a tree, just in time to see Yin Jihong emerge from the cave. The latter immediately bowed deeply. Thank you, Senior, for bestowing the pill. I can already feel myself nearing the foundation establishment stage. With time, I will surely break through. Li Zhoujun observed Yin Jihong with satisfaction and nodded. Not bad. Have you been practicing the sunflower scripture? Yin Jihong immediately demonstrated, raising his hand in a delicate gesture. The massive boulder nearby instantly shattered into fragments. Interesting, Li Zhoujun remarked with a smile. Spend the next few days solidifying your cultivation and familiarizing yourself with the techniques. After that, I will accompany you to the Kaishan sect. Understood. Yin Jihong responded enthusiastically, already regarding Li Zhoujun as his master in his heart. After all, Li Zhoujun had not only granted him a second chance at life, but also imparted powerful techniques. Though they lacked the formal title of master and disciple, the bond had already been formed in spirit. 5 days later, the cave was suddenly filled with the unique spiritual energy fluctuations of the foundation establishment stage. Outside the cave, Li Zhoujun was slightly surprised. This boy has been cultivating the sunflower manual, and he's already broken through to foundation establishment so quickly. Senior. Yin Jihong emerged from the cave, his face brimming with joy. Not bad, Li Zhoujun said with a smile and a nod. Let's go. Now we can head to Kaishan sect. All right. Yin Jihong responded, his excitement barely contained. The moment of revenge had finally arrived. He noticed his voice had become a bit sharper, but he didn't care about such details now. To avenge himself, he was willing to pay any price. With a wave of his wide sleeve, Li Zhoujun enveloped Yin Jihong and soared into the sky. In an instant, the surrounding scenery blurred and shifted rapidly, and before long, the two were hovering above the grand structures of Kaishan sect. So this is Kaishan sect? Li Zhoujun surveyed the magnificent buildings below. That's right, In Jihong confirmed. As soon as he spoke, a powerful aura surged skyward from within the sect, taking the form of an elderly figure who materialized before them. I am Duan Wuya of Kaishan sect. Greetings, fellow cultivator, the elder said respectfully, clasping his hands in salute to Li Zhoujun. The ancestor of Kaishan sect, Duan Wuya? In Jihong was stunned. This man, reputed to have reached the nascent soul stage, was showing such deference to Li Zhoujun. It was a testament to the latter's incredible strength. What brings you to Kaishan sect, fellow cultivator? Duan Wuya ignored Yin Zihang's shock and continued to address the seemingly unremarkable young man who had traversed the void. I've come to seek justice, Li Zhoujun replied with a light chuckle. Oh, could it be that someone in my sect has wronged you? Not me, Li Zhoujun said, gesturing toward In Jihong behind him. I'm here to seek justice for him. I see. Duan Wuya glanced at In Jihong before saying, please, both of you, come inside. Our Kaishan sect has always upheld the principles of righteousness. If any of our disciples have acted improperly, we will not shield them. The three of them descended to the Grand Plaza of Kaishan sect. Upon seeing Duan Wuya, the sect's disciples and elders immediately bowed. Greetings, ancestor. At ease, Duan Wuya said with a wave of his hand. He then turned to Li Zhoujun. Fellow cultivator, please follow me. After you, Li Zhoujun replied. This scene left the disciples wide-eyed and whispering among themselves. Who is this young man, to command such respect from our nascent soul ancestor? One female disciple appeared to be lost in thought, but her senior brother cut her off. Don't even think about it, junior sister. He's way out of your league. Oomph. By the way, the person following that young cultivator. Why do they look so familiar? The disciples in the square whispered among themselves. Isn't that senior sister Yin's brother? Wasn't he the one who colluded with the demonic sect and caused the downfall of the Yin family? Why is he here? As the disciples watched the retreating figures of Li Zhoujun, In Jihong, and the patriarch Duan Wuya, they buzzed with speculation about this unexpected development. Before long, the three of them arrived at a grand and imposing hall. In Jihong appeared uneasy, until Duan Wuya smiled and said, young friend, you are a guest here. Please, make yourself comfortable and don't be overly formal. Only then did In Jihong hesitantly choose a chair and sit down. Duan Wuya personally poured tea for Li Zhoujun, his demeanor respectful. Taoist friend, your visit was unexpected, and my preparations are lacking. I hope this tea will not disappoint you. Li Zhoujun gazed at the steaming tea in his cup and chuckled lightly. This tea has excellent color, aroma, and flavor. It's clearly a fine brew. You flatter me, Duan Wuya replied with a smile. Might I ask the purpose of your visit? Please summon Yi Tianming and Yin Miao Miao. Everything will become clear once they are here, Li Zhoujun said after taking a sip of tea. Duan Wuya nodded in agreement and called out, Lier. A young man in white robes entered the hall. Was Duan Wuya's son, Duan Li. Upon seeing Li Zhoujun, he respectfully bowed. Duan Li, sect master of the Kaishan sect, greets the senior. Following Duan Wuya's instructions, Duan Li quickly went to summon Yi Tianming and Yin Miao Miao. Before long, a group of 5 arrived outside the hall. Among them were Yi Tianming's master, He Xingho, Yin Miao Miao's master, Zhao Hui, and 2 young disciples. Yi Tianming had an unremarkable appearance, the kind of face easily overlooked in a crowd. Yin Miao Miao, on the other hand, was quite attractive, but her delicate features were overshadowed by an air of lingering sadness. Both wore the distinctive brown and white robes of the Kaishan sect disciples. He Xingho and Zhao Hui, who had followed out of concern for their disciples, fell silent upon learning that they were summoned by the patriarch. After all, in the presence of a powerful nascent soul cultivator, they, as mere golden core practitioners, could only obey with deference. Tianming, why do you think the old ancestor suddenly called us over? Yin Miao Miao tugged at Yi Tianming's sleeve, her voice tinged with obvious unease. Yi Tianming gently held her hand, a warm smile curling at the corners of his lips. Silly girl, don't worry. Maybe the old ancestor wants to arrange our engagement. Yin Miao Miao nodded slightly, but the worry lingering between her brows didn't fade. Seeing her expression, Yi Tianming's heart ached as he said softly, Miao Miao, I know your brother's past actions were unforgivable, but that's all behind us now. We have to look forward. Your father wouldn't want to see you like this from the heavens above. All right, Yin Miao Miao replied quietly. Led by Duan Li, the two entered the grand hall. Yi Tianming's gaze immediately fell on Yin Jihong, who was seated within. His pupils contracted sharply. Yin Miao Miao also noticed her brother, and her face froze, her eyes flashing with a complex mix of hatred, grievance, and other emotions. We greet the old ancestor. The two suppressed the turmoil in their hearts and followed their master in saluting Duan Wuya. Duan Wuya nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the pair. These two are true disciples of our sect, with commendable talent. But talent alone is not enough. one must also learn how to conduct themselves. Otherwise, in the end, it will all be for nothing. We will heed the old ancestors' guidance. Yi Tianming and Yin Miao Miao responded in unison. At that moment, a stern voice of an elder echoed in Yi Tianming's mind. Boy, the young man in the hall is unfathomably a likely void immortal. I must enter slumber immediately. He must not sense my presence. Yi Tianming's heart skipped a beata void immortal? Even the old ancestor of the sect couldn't compare. The voice belonged to his true master, Grey Elder, a former nascent soul cultivator. Although He Xinghe was also his master, that relationship was merely for the sake of obtaining cultivation resources. Young friend, if you have grievances, you may speak now, Duan Wuya said to Yin Jihong. Yi Tianming's heart sank. Was the old ancestor going to side with Yin Jihong? And at this critical moment, his greatest support, Grey Elder, was retreating into hiding. To his surprise, Yin Jihong's gaze passed over Yi Tianming and landed directly on his sister. Miao Miao, you've lost weight, he said, stepping forward as if to embrace her. But Yin Miao Miao took a step back, her voice cold. I don't have a brother like you. Yin Jihong froze in place, his raised arm awkwardly suspended midair, his throat choked with unspoken words. Li Zhoujun silently observed the scene from the side. You ungrateful wretch. What more is there to say? Yi Tianming stood protectively beside Yin Miao Miao, his voice sharp with anger. Even if you regret it now, it's too late. The things you've done are worse than those of beasts. Well, isn't this a case of the pot calling the kettle black? Yin Jihong let out a cold laugh, his eyes sharp as a blade as he stared directly at Yi Tianming. The night my Yin family was annihilated. What were you doing? I was on my way to the Kaishan sect, preparing to become a disciple. Yi Tianming replied calmly. Why? Are you trying to say that I, a mere qi refinement cultivator, wiped out your entire Yin family? Yi Tianming felt a surge of satisfaction in his heart. In this cultivation world, no one would believe that a qi refinement cultivator could destroy an entire family that included a foundation establishment cultivator. This was precisely why he appeared so confident and fearless at this moment. Leave. Don't come looking for me again, Yin Miao Miao said coldly, standing beside Yi Tianming. From now on, we are no longer family. Miao Miao. Yin Jihong clenched his fists, his voice trembling with anger. Seeing is believing. Are you just going to listen to this scoundrel's nonsense? I was the heir to the family. Why would I conspire with a demonic cult to kill my father and usurp his position? I've never cared about power since I was a child. I would have been more than happy if father had passed the position to you. All I ever wanted was the family's monthly allowance to enjoy life. Have you forgotten all of this? Hearing these words, Yin Miao Miao's expression wavered visibly. Sensing the change, Yi Tianming quickly sneered, Yin Jihong, stop spouting such pointless drivel. Who knows if you were just pretending all these years? Maybe you only revealed your true ambitions recently. Ridiculous. Yin Jihong scoffed coldly. I'm only at the 9th level of qi refinement. Even if I had ambitions, how could I possibly destroy my father, the pillar of our family? Without a foundation establishment cultivator, no matter how strong the Yin family was, it would have been nothing more than a paper tiger. Yi Tianming broke into a cold sweat internally. He hadn't expected Yin Jihong to not only be no fool but also so articulate. He regretted merely crippling his cultivation back then instead of finishing him off. However, on the surface, he maintained his composure and said, Ha! After killing your father and seizing power, didn't you have the support of the demonic cult? Just keep offering them tributes every year, and you'd be fine. Are you out of your mind? Yin Jihong mocked. Even if I were foolish, I wouldn't make deals with the devil. You accuse me of colluding with the demonic cult. Where's your proof? Show it. You're still alive, aren't you? Isn't that proof enough? So, in other words, you have no evidence? Yin Jihong's expression suddenly hardened, his gaze piercing as he locked eyes with Yi Tianming. But I have evidence proving that you were the one who destroyed my Yin family. That night, you used a secret technique to temporarily reach the peak of foundation establishment, slaughtered my entire family, and looted countless treasures. Do you dare to open your storage artifact and let me see if it contains anything from the Yin family? Yi Tianming's face darkened. His storage ring indeed still held a few items from the Yin family that he hadn't dealt with. However, he quickly regained his composure. Why should I? Just because of your baseless accusations? Who do you think you are to demand that I open my storage artifact? Don't you know that prying into others' secrets is a grave taboo? Ha! I knew you wouldn't dare. Yin Jihong sneered. At this moment, Zhao Hui suddenly fixed her gaze on Yi Tianming, her eyes glinting with cold light. Yi Tianming, could it really have been you who destroyed the Yin family? She recalled how Yin Miao Miao had fallen into despair upon learning of her family's demise, nearly worrying her, as her master, to death. Elder Zhao, how could that be possible? Yi Tianming quickly waved his hands. I'm just a qi refinement cultivator. Even with a secret technique, I couldn't suddenly leap to foundation establishment. He then turned to Yin Miao Miao, his face full of grievance. Meow meow, do you believe me? As long as you believe me, I don't care about the doubts of others. After all, the innocent have nothing to fear. Meow meow hesitated upon hearing Yi Tianming's heartfelt words. Standing nearby, Jihong let out a cold laugh, a trace of mockery flashing in his eyes. What's this? Are you groveling now? Yi Tianming ignored Jihong's taunts, his gaze remaining sincere as he looked at Meow meow. Seeing her remain silent, his expression gradually turned anxious. Meow meow, don't you trust me? Didn't I come to Kaishan's sect for you? Am willing to give up everything for you. Why won't you believe me? At that moment, Li Zhoujun, who had been silent all along, finally spoke. Yi Tianming, let me say something. Hearing the voice of this master, potentially a void immortal, Yi Tianming immediately restrained his agitation and replied respectfully, please speak, senior. This junior is all ears. Li Zhoujun chuckled softly. Here's an idea. Since you claim you're willing to sacrifice everything for Meow meow, why don't you open your storage artifact and let her inspect it alone? Surely, if you're willing to give her everything, this small gesture shouldn't be a problem, right? These words struck Yi Tianming like a hammer, leaving him frozen in place as cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He knew full well that this void immortal clearly sided with Jihong, and as a mere chi refinement cultivator, he was powerless to resist. What's worse, the void immortal's suggestion hit his weakest point. Refusing would be as good as admitting guilt, but agreeing would mean Meow meow would discover the truth. It was he who annihilated the family. Yi Tianming, you keep professing your sincerity towards my sister. Why are you backing down now? Jihong sneered, turning to Meow meow. Meow meow, can't you see the truth yet? Cornered, Yi Tianming finally dropped his pretense. Yes, I wiped out the family. What of it? If your family hadn't tried to kill me first, do you think I would have done it? He then cast a disdainful glance at Jihong. What's wrong? I crippled your lower half, and now your words sound like they belong to a woman? Honestly, I thought you'd have the decency to take your own life out of shame. But no, here you are, shameless as ever, strutting around like some half-man half-woman. What I've become doesn't matter. As long as I can kill you, it's all worth it. Jihong replied coldly. Throughout this exchange, Meow meow stood frozen, staring at Yi Tianming in disbelief. The man who once professed his love for her had destroyed her entire family with his own hands. Noticing her expression, Yi Tianming spoke with a hint of helplessness. I didn't want to do it, but that day, it was your father who tried to kill me first. I had no choice. However, Meow meow simply stood there, silent and motionless, clearly devastated by the revelation. What a joke. Do you not understand why my father wanted you dead? Jihong's voice trembled slightly with agitation. His eyes were bloodshot as he enunciated each word. Back then, my family tried to reason with you and kindly asked you to stay away from my sister. Not only did you refuse, but you even insulted my family, calling us a bunch of lowly dogs. If I don't kill you, who should I kill? Yi Tianming shrugged nonchalantly. What a pity. In the end, it was your family that was destroyed. It's true that my family struck first, and we deserve to be annihilated. Jihong gritted his teeth. But why did you deceive my sister and then frame me for it? Why couldn't you admit it openly and honestly? Sensing the tension escalating, He Xingho quickly explained to Duan Wuya, sect master, patriarch, this matter isn't entirely my disciple's fault. The family was in the wrong first. My disciple was young and didn't know the limits of his actions. I beg for your understanding and allow me to discipline him further. Duan Wuya frowned slightly and turned to Li Zhoujun. Let the younger generation resolve their own disputes. We old folks don't need to interfere. What do you think, Taoist friend? Li Zhoujun immediately understood Duan Wuya's intention, wanted to protect Yi Tianming. After all, a young man capable of annihilating a foundation establishment family, while still in the chi refinement stage, must harbor incredible secrets. However, Li Zhoujun had already made up his mind. Yi Tianming must die. If he were allowed to live, the suffering would extend far beyond just Jihong in the future. Very well, Li Zhoujun replied indifferently. Seeing this, Jihong immediately unleashed his early-stage foundation establishment aura. Yi Tianming, you crippled my meridians back then. Do you dare to face me in battle now? Yi Tianming's expression darkened. Without the assistance of Grey Elder, his chi refinement 7th layer cultivation was no match for a foundation establishment opponent. At this moment, Grey Elder had withdrawn due to the presence of the Void Immortal, leaving Yi Tianming without his greatest support. Duan Wuya's gaze burned as he fixed his eyes on Yi Tianming, hoping to see whether the young man could break through to the peak of the foundation establishment stage. If such fortune truly existed, Duan Wuya was determined to protect this youth at all costs. He Xingho secretly transmitted a message. Tianming, this is as far as I can help you. Remember, do not kill Jihong. Spare his life, and perhaps the patriarch will view you differently. Yi Tianming felt a bitter taste in his heart. but he had no other choice. Facing a void immortal directly was far worse than accepting this battle. He silently swore that if he ever gained the strength, he would trample this void immortal who sided with Yin Ji Hong under his feet. A battle it is. Yi Tianming snorted coldly, accepting the challenge. Fight if you want to fight. As Yi Tianming's words fell, Yin Ji Hong wasted no time, forming a delicate orchid-shaped hand gesture. Several spiritual energy-infused power blasts roared through the air, hurtling straight towards Yi Tianming. As a cultivator at the 7th level of Qi refinement, Yi Tianming was completely outmatched. The power blast struck his chest with pinpoint accuracy, sending him flying backwards. He crashed heavily to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth. Outside the battlefield, Yin Miao Miao watched in despair, her heart sinking into hopelessness. Is that all you've got? Why don't you use your forbidden technique to kill me? Yin Ji Hong sneered coldly, striding toward the fallen Yi Tianming. Grabbing Yi Tianming's ankle, he swung him around like a sack of grain and slammed him onto the ground. Blood streamed from Yi Tianming's head, leaving him barely clinging to life. Tianming! He Xingho cried out in alarm. Coughing up several mouthfuls of blood, Yi Tianming forced himself to stand, his eyes burning with unyielding determination as he glared at Yin Ji Hong. Heh, don't look at me like that. Go join my father in the afterlife. Yin Ji Hong sneered, his figure flashing as he appeared before Yi Tianming. He raised his hand and chopped downward at Yi Tianming's head with lethal force. If the strike connected, it would surely split Yi Tianming's skull open. At this critical moment, a voice echoed in Yi Tianming's mind. It was the voice of Grey Elder. Kid, it seems there's no way out. We have no choice but to go all out. Let me take over your body. Before the voice finished speaking, the aura around Yi Tianming surged dramatically, skyrocketing to the peak of the nascent soul stage, nearly reaching the divine transformation stage before stabilizing. The overwhelming force exploded outward, sending Yin Ji Hong flying. He crashed into a wall with a deafening impact, leaving cracks like a spiderweb. Blood sprayed from his mouth as his internal organs churned violently, and he lost consciousness. Brother! Yin Miao Miao cried out in panic, rushing to the unconscious Yin Ji Hong. Peak nascent soul stage? The crowd gasped collectively, stunned by the unbelievable transformation. Duan Wuya's eyes gleamed with greed, clearly coveting the mysterious technique. Li Zhoujun narrowed his eyes. He had been biding his time, waiting for this exact moment, but just as Grey Elder, controlling Yi Tianming's body, prepared to tear open the void and escape, a flying sword radiating a mountain-like oppressive aura shot out from Li Zhoujun's body. In an instant, it immobilized everyone present, including Grey Elder. A 9th-grade flying sword? A true immortal of the grand completion stage? A raspy, elderly voice came from Yi Tianming's mouth. What? A true immortal? The crowd stared at Li Zhoujun in disbelief, their minds reeling. Duan Wuya felt a cold sweat break out as unease gripped his heart. He vividly recalled his solemn promise to never shield any disgraceful sect members, yet moments ago, he had blatantly gone against his own word. The sense of betrayal and dishonor gnawed at him, leaving him restless and deeply uncomfortable, as if he'd been bitten by a rabid dog. At this moment, Hui Lao, who was controlling Yi Tianming's body, showed a panicked expression and urgently questioned Li Zhoujun. Immortal, I have no grievances with you. Why must you toy with me like this? Li Zhoujun's lips curved into a faint, cold smile. Some things are not for you to know. He was well aware of the adage that villains meet their end through excessive talk. Without hesitation, he wielded the proud Shui flying sword and pierced Yi Tianming's body. Yi Tianming's form began to dissipate from the lower half up, transforming into wisps of green smoke. The power of a 9th-grade celestial sword was overwhelming. Even cultivators at the void refinement, integration, or tribulation crossing stages struggled to withstand it, let alone a nascent soul cultivator who had already died once. No, I refuse to accept this. Yi Tianming let out a final angry roar before disintegrating entirely into nothingness. The system's prompt sounded at just the right moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task and earning the True Immortal Effect reward. With the True Immortal Effect, the host can command the heavens and earth with a single thought. Only then did Li Zhoujun exhale in relief. This battle proved that no matter how fortunate a protagonist might be, they could not escape death when facing someone resolute and unyielding. As the saying goes, all fear stems from insufficient firepower. We greet the immortal. The crowd present kneeled and bowed in unison, their voices resonating, with Duan Wuya's being the loudest. Zhao Hui, seeing her disciple still frozen in shock while holding her brother, felt a wave of panic rising in her heart. Li Zhoujun observed the kneeling crowd with a calm expression. Duan Wuya quickly stepped forward to plead. This junior has overstepped earlier. I beg the immortal's forgiveness. Rise, there is no need for excessive courtesy, Li Zhoujun responded with a smile. The crowd stood respectfully, their demeanor akin to chastened students before a strict teacher. No one dared to mention Yi Tianming. It was evident that the old monster had unresolved grievances with this immortal. Even He Xinghe, whose disciple had been killed, remained silent. Offending a true immortal for the sake of a newly deceased apprentice was undeniably unwise. Retracting the proud Shui flying sword, Li Zhoujun approached Yin Miao Miao and crouched down, placing a healing pill into Yin Zhihang's mouth. Yin Miao Miao finally snapped out of her daze, carefully laying her brother down before bowing to Li Zhoujun in gratitude. Take good care of your brother. He treats you well, Li Zhoujun said softly. With those words, he turned and left the grand hall with his hands clasped behind his back, disappearing under the reverent gazes of the crowd. We respectfully bid farewell to the immortal. The members of Kaishan sect chorused as one, their voices filled with awe. They knew nothing of this true immortal's origins or destination, only that their grand hall had been graced by a transcendent figurine immortal who roamed the world, dispensing justice and living freely according to his own will. Li Zhoujun, having left Kaishan sect, found himself on a quiet, official road. He wasn't in a hurry to return to Dao Tian sect. Reflecting on the 40-plus years he had spent in this world without ever truly exploring it, he decided to take this opportunity to wander and experience the sights. The sky suddenly grew overcast. Dense clouds gathering as raindrops began to fall. Strangely, the rain seemed to avoid him, as if repelled by an invisible barrier, leaving his body untouched. The rain drenched the ground, turning the road into a muddy mess, but Li Zhoujun's feet remained immaculate as he walked. I'm not using any cultivation techniques. What's going on? Li Zhoujun wondered to himself. The system promptly responded. A true immortal's body is inherently pure, untouched by worldly filth. So, am I already a true immortal? Li Zhoujun asked, puzzled. Of course not. This is merely the effect of the true immortal attribute, the system explained. Realizing the truth, Li Zhoujun continued his journey. Suddenly, a resilient little blade of grass by the roadside caught his attention. It had managed to push up a stone resting on it, clearly showing traces of spiritual essence. He squatted beside the grass and smiled. Meeting like this must be fate. Let me lend you a hand. With that, he moved the stone aside, and the grass immediately straightened itself. The system chimed in. Host has shown benevolence. Random reward. Spirit gathering array. Seriously? Li Zhoujun was taken aback. The system went on. This grass possesses considerable potential. A mission is now issued. Inscribe a spirit gathering array to aid its cultivation. If it succeeds in its path, it will repay the favor in the future. So the system wants me to plan a pawn. Huh? Even the rewards feel so random, Li Zhoujun muttered internally. Still, he raised his hand and said, consider this another gift from me. With a light touch of his finger, he drew an intricate spirit gathering array above the grass. Little one, if you achieve success in cultivation, do not wreak havoc. Otherwise, I will personally put an end to you, Li Zhoujun warned. The small grass seemed to understand, swaying gently as if expressing its gratitude. At that moment, a pair of travelers approached from the road behind Hema, simple-looking boy with faint fuzz around his lips, and an elderly man with graying hair. The boy held an umbrella in one hand and carried another on his back, shielding both himself and the old man from the rain. The boy noticed Li Zhoujun crouching under a tree and couldn't help but glance at him a few more times. The man in the green robe exuded an elegant and refined aura, reminding the boy of a renowned scholar he and his master had visited not long ago. Sir, are you sheltering from the rain here? The boy asked warmly. I am, Li Zhoujun replied, turning around to face the newcomers with a smile. It just so happens that I have an extra umbrella on my back. If you don't mind, you're welcome to use it, the boy offered enthusiastically. The honest young man took the umbrella from his back and handed it to Li Zhoujun. Li Zhoujun was briefly startled, but then smiled warmly. Thank you, young brother, for your generosity. I will remember this kindness, he said as he accepted the paper umbrella. Taking this opportunity, Li Zhoujun carefully observed the master and disciple before him. The elderly man, despite his graying hair, exuded an ethereal and otherworldly aura. To Li Zhoujun's surprise, his cultivation level couldn't penetrate the elder's realm, which likely surpassed the nascent soul stage and had reached the spirit transformation stage. As for the honest young man, he appeared to be just over 16 years old and was at the foundation establishment stage. To possess such cultivation at his age spoke volumes about his master's exceptional abilities. The elder, in turn, was discreetly observing Li Zhoujun. For a young man to appear alone in this region plagued by demons and bandits was unusual. His seemingly ordinary demeanor concealed subtle mysteries. The elder finally spoke. Pardon my curiosity, but might Mr. Li be heading to Jiangsheng? Just out enjoying the mountains and rivers, Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. I don't have a set destination in mind. Wherever this road leads, I'll follow. Indeed, he had descended from flight simply to enjoy the scenery on foot, without much concern for where it might take him. Mr. Li, you are truly carefree, the elder remarked with a smile. This area has long been troubled by bandits and demons. If you don't mind, why not travel with us to Jiangqing? It's a picturesque city built along the river, and I think you would enjoy its beauty. Thank you for your kind offer, sir. Li Zhoujun politely declined. I'm accustomed to traveling alone. Farewell and take care. With that, he opened the paper umbrella, placed one hand behind his back, and strolled into the rain. In moments, he disappeared around a bend in the path. Master, look at that grass. Suddenly, the honest young man pointed at what appeared to be an ordinary weed, exclaiming in surprise. The elder fixed his gaze on the plant, and his expression grew serious. What an exquisite formation! This must have been left by that gentleman just now, the young man remarked. The elder nodded in agreement. To craft such a refined spirit-gathering formation, that gentleman's mastery of formations must be unparalleled in the world. His words left the young man astonished, for his master was an array master of the 5th rank or higher. For someone to earn such high praise from him was truly extraordinary. It was unfortunate that the stranger hadn't chosen to head toward Jiangqing, as they would likely never meet again. Ashi, this is your opportunity, the elder said with a smile. However, it seems that gentleman forgot to conceal this formation. Let me help him hide it. With a gentle wave of his hand, the elder obscured the spirit-gathering formation. All right, Ashi, let's continue on our way, the elder said. Yes, master, the young man named Ashi replied solemnly. Their journey was to seek treatment for the beloved granddaughter of the elder's old friend. It was said that the girl had been unwell ever since she ventured into a celestial cave dwelling, and no remedy had been effective thus far. After walking in the rain for a long time, Li Zhoujun suddenly slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Oh no! I set up a formation on that weed, but forgot to conceal it. If this formation attracts other demons or cultivators, wouldn't I be putting it in danger?" With this thought, he immediately retraced his steps. When he returned to the tree, he noticed that the old man and the young boy he had seen earlier were gone, and the spirit-gathering formation on the weed had been cleverly hidden. The weed seemed to recognize Li Zhoujun and swayed joyfully. It must have been that old man earlier, Li Zhoujun remarked with a sigh. Cultivate well here. After leaving this reminder, he turned and headed toward Jiangqing, as the other path he'd taken earlier had revealed nothing special. When Li Zhoujun arrived in Jiangqing, the master and disciple he had encountered under the tree were already standing outside a grand residence. Lu Wuhan, it's me, Yu Ziyue. Aren't you going to come out and greet me? The old man looked at the residence's main gate and chuckled. Ha ha ha, Ziyue, I've been waiting for you. As soon as the voice rang out, another elderly man, dressed in luxurious attire, walked out of the gate with a smile. When his gaze fell upon the young boy, he paused briefly. Ziyue, you've taken on a disciple? Yes, this boy's name is Xiao Shi, Yu Ziyue responded with a smile. Ah sure, hurry and greet Uncle Lu. He had initially intended to say Grandpa Lu, but that would have awkwardly made Lu Wuhan a generation older than him. Xiao Shi greets Uncle Lu, Xiao Shi said respectfully, bowing. No need for formalities, Xiao Shi, Lu Wuhan said with admiration. Building a foundation at just 16 remarkable. Ziyue, you've taken on a fine disciple, one who rivals the top prodigies of the Dao Tian sect. He sighed, adding, back when we roamed the martial world together, we were so full of youthful vigor. Now, we've both grown old, one with a family, the other with a disciple. How time changes everything. Indeed, Yu Ziyue agreed. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he noticed something on Lu Wuhan's chest. He asked in a serious tone, that injury of yours? It's nothing, Lu Wuhan replied with a faint smile. I've lived long enough to see an old friend again before I pass. There's no regret. I only wish to see my precious granddaughter recover before I leave this world. Take me to see the little girl, Yu Ziyue said firmly. The injury on Lu Wuhan's chest was a lingering ailment from the time the two of them had pursued a demonic cultivator, an injury Lu Wuhan had sustained while saving him. Yu Ziyue's heart ached at the thought, and he was determined to help his old friend fulfill his final wish. Lu Wuhan nodded and led the master and disciple to a side room. As they pushed open the door, they saw a beautiful young girl lying on the bed. Her eyes closed. Lu Wuhan's granddaughter, Lu Jini. It was Xiao Shi's first time seeing such a stunningly beautiful girl, and he couldn't help but blush. However, he quickly composed himself, remembering the purpose of their visit. The last time I saw this little girl, she was still in swaddling clothes. I can't believe how quickly she's grown into such a graceful young lady, Yu Ziyue remarked with emotion. Lu Wuhan let out a bitter chuckle. This girl has a wild spirit. When I'm gone, Ziyue, you must help look after her. Of course, Yu Ziyue replied solemnly. Yu Ziyue spoke solemnly, then opened and closed his mystical eye, scrutinizing the situation before him with a piercing gaze. Ziyue, can you tell what's wrong with my granddaughter? Lu Wuhan asked anxiously. This young girl has been to the void immortal cave. Although she managed to leave, She triggered one of the formations inside. Her 3 spiritual souls out of the 3 souls and 7 spirits have been trapped within the formation, Yu Ziyu said, his brows furrowed in deep concern. As expected of you, you identified the issue at a glance, Lu Wuhan said, his face filled with worry. But how can we save her now? If it comes to it, I'll barge into the void immortal cave myself. After all, I'm already a dying man. Absolutely not. Yu Ziyu interrupted firmly. The void immortal cave near Jiangsheng was created by an ancient master as a sanctuary for qi refinement and foundation establishment cultivators. Any cultivator above the golden core stage entering without void immortal level cultivation will perish without a doubt. Then what should we do? Lu Wuhan asked, his concern growing. With his early nascent soul cultivation, entering the cave would mean certain death. Although I'm only at the nascent soul stage, as a 5th rank spirit array master, summoning back the girl's 3 souls is well within my capabilities, Yu Ziyu said with a hint of confidence. Hearing this, Lu Wuhan finally exhaled in relief. Without delay, Yu Ziyu began casting a spell. He bit his fingertip and started sketching an intricate formation in the air. After an entire hour, he finished, drenched in sweat, while his disciple Xiaoshi watched with a pained expression. The formation is complete. All we need is a single strand of the girl's hair to summon her 3 souls back, Yu Ziyu said, gazing at the crimson formation floating in the air. Just then, a commanding voice echoed from above the Lu family estate. Lu Wuhan, hand over the treasure you stole from my empire, and I shall spare your family. Avoid immortal? Yu Ziyu gasped as he sensed the overwhelming aura. Wuhan, what have you done? Lu Wuhan coughed awkwardly and explained that, in order to save his granddaughter, he had stolen the heavenly feather pill, a life-restoring treasure, from the Xinyu Empire. This audacious act revealed not only his desperation but also his extraordinary abilities. And the heavenly feather pill? Yu Ziyu asked. I've already given it to the girl, Lu Wuhan replied with a bitter smile. The 2 old friends decided to face the Xinyu Empire's supreme emperor, Huaji, together. Meanwhile, the immense pressure of the powerful aura forced the citizens and cultivators of Jiangsheng to their knees. Among them, Li Zhoujun, who had just entered the city, stood motionless, staring at the sky in astonishment. He happened to catch sight of 2 figures ascending into the air, one of whom was the elderly man who had once gifted him a parasol. Yu Ziyu and Lu Wuhan bowed respectfully to the Supreme Emperor. The 2 soared into the air with confidence, but their expressions changed drastically when they felt the overwhelming pressure of a void immortal level expert. They had no choice but to pay their respects to the elderly man in the 9-dragon imperial robe. This man was none other than Yu Huaji, the Supreme Emperor of the Divine Feather Dynasty. Yu Ziyu? Yu Huaji scrutinized him with slight surprise. I've heard of you, a 5th grade spirit array master. You do have some talent. But judging by this situation, are you planning to side with Lu Wuhan against me? I advise you to think carefully. Yu Ziyu gave a bitter smile. Your Majesty, I would never dare oppose you. However, the Tianyu pill has already been consumed. What? Yu Huaji's expression darkened. Who did you give it to? My granddaughter, Lu Wuhan replied solemnly. Ridiculous. Yu Huaji's face grew grim. The Tianyu pill, despite its miraculous ability to bring someone back from the brink of death, was only effective for those with Feather Clan bloodline. Even then, it came with strict conditions. The person's cultivation must not exceed the nascent soul stage, their cultivation would be completely lost upon revival, the time since death could not exceed 3 days, and it could only be used once in a lifetime, with merely a 1% success rate. Despite these limitations, the pill held immense value to the Divine Feather Dynasty, reserved for preserving exceptional talents lost prematurely. Hand over your granddaughter, and I will spare your Lu family, Yu Huaji said in a calm tone. Impossible. Lu Wuhan lifted his head stubbornly. As a cultivator at the deity transformation stage, how could he not realize that Yu Huaji intended to refine his granddaughter into a pill? Then I will handle this myself. Yu Huaji sneered coldly, releasing a void immortal's oppressive aura that bore down on Lu Wuhan like a mountain, leaving him pale and gasping for breath. Your Majesty, is there no other way to resolve this? Yu Ziyu cautiously inquired. There is none. If you're wise, step aside, this matter does not concern you, Yu Huaji said with a frosty snort. I've given you ample opportunity. Don't squander it. Yu Ziyu's face turned pale, but he gritted his teeth and said, if not for Lu Wuhan taking that blow for me back then, I would have already perished. Stubborn fool. Yu Huaji's cold snort sent a wave of pressure crashing over them, leaving both men breathless and tasting blood in their throats. Meanwhile, in Jiangsheng, Li Zhoujun was leisurely enjoying a melon when he noticed the void immortal from the Divine Feather Dynasty exuding hostility toward the elderly man who had once gifted him an umbrella. The system promptly reminded him, repay the kindness of the umbrella, and you will receive generous rewards. Li Zhoujun set the melon aside, stepping into the air with his hands clasped behind his back. As tension reached its peak, Yu Huaji, Yu Ziyue, and Lu Wuhan suddenly saw a composed young man in a green robe appear beside them. Mr. Li, Yu Ziyue exclaimed in surprise. Li Zhoujun smiled faintly. It seems Elder Yu has encountered some trouble. Perfect timing. I can repay the kindness of the umbrella you gave me. The conversation earlier was heard word for word by Li Zhoujun. Through it, he learned the name of the man called Yu Ziyue. And this is? Lu Wuhan looked at the suddenly appearing Li Zhoujun, casting a questioning glance at Yu Ziyue. A master of formations, Yu Ziyue introduced with a light laugh. His expression relaxed as he said, "We are saved." Yet inwardly, he smiled bitterly, recalling how it was his disciple who had given the umbrella to Li Zhoujun, indirectly earning him this favor. "Friend, I suggest you stay out of this matter," Yu Huaji said, his previously lofty demeanor slightly subdued as he spoke with a measure of respect. "After all, it was Lu Wuhan who first stole the celestial feather pill from my divine feather dynasty." He couldn't gauge the depths of the young man before him. "I read in the Qingzhou records that the celestial feather pill can bring someone back from the dead?" Li Zhoujun asked with a smile. "Indeed, but it can only revive those with the bloodline of my feather clan," Yu Huaji replied, his tone gradually turning cold. "Friend, it would be wise for you not to meddle in this. Lu Wuhan dared to steal the pill from my divine feather dynasty, and I will not forgive him. As for Yu Ziyue, standing alongside him, I cannot let him go either. I have no intention of meddling, but Elder Yu once showed me kindness by gifting me an umbrella," Li Zhoujun said with a faint smile. "How about this? I will give you a promise. I will intervene once, should your divine feather dynasty face destruction. What do you think? You will intervene when my divine feather dynasty is on the brink of destruction?" Yu Huaji was momentarily stunned before letting out a cold laugh. "Don't boast, friend. I fear that before my dynasty faces ruin, you may already meet your end. Don't overestimate yourself." Li Zhoujun's eyes narrowed slightly, his lips curling upward. In an instant, the heavens and earth changed, storms raged, and thunder roared as if the end of the world had arrived. "Eh? A true immortal?" Yu Huaji, Yu Ziyue, and Lu Wuhan all widened their eyes in shock. Legends spoke of how a true immortal's fury could alter the heavens and earth, and now it was happening right before their eyes. Under Li Zhoujun's oppressive aura, Yu Huaji felt like a lone boat in a raging sea, on the verge of being overturned at any moment. His attitude shifted immediately as he hurriedly bowed deeply. "This humble one is willing to relinquish the celestial feather pill and begs the immortal for forgiveness. I was blind and failed to recognize your greatness. Please pardon my offense." Though both void immortals and true immortals bore the title immortal, void immortals were merely cultivators on the path, still bound by their mortal essence. True immortals, however, had transcended through tribulation and achieved divine power. Even 100 or 10,000 void immortals could not compare to a fraction of a true immortal's might. Would my single intervention be worth the celestial feather pill? Li Zhoujun retracted his oppressive aura and asked with a smile. "Of course. Absolutely." Yu Huaji replied repeatedly, nodding vigorously. Exchanging a celestial feather pill for the assistance of a true immortal was an unparalleled opportunity. Even 10 celestial feather pills couldn't match the value of a true immortal's aid. After all, while the pill could revive members of the Feather Clan, its conditions were stringent, and the success rate was merely 1%. Since that's the case, it's settled then. If the Shenyu dynasty ever faces a crisis, light this incense, and I will sense it, Li Zhoujun said as he took out a piece of green incense from his sleeve and handed it to Yu Huaji. Yu Huaji received the incense with both hands, his aged face unable to conceal his joy. With the promise of this true immortal, the restless Deling dynasty would surely not dare to act recklessly. The Dailing dynasty, bordering the Shenyu dynasty, was teeming with powerful cultivators, and its ancestor had even surpassed the fusion realm. Recently, their ambitions had grown, seeking to annex neighboring nations. This was precisely why Yu Huaji was so concerned about the Tianyu pill, feared that his exceptional younger generation might fall victim to the Dailing dynasty's schemes. Standing nearby, Yu Ziyue and Lu Wuhan watched the scene with envy in their eyes. A promise from a true immortal was an unparalleled boon for the Shenyu dynasty. "If there's nothing else, you should leave now," Li Zhoujun said with a faint smile. "Yes, yes. If the immortal ever graces the Shenyu dynasty with your presence, please inform this old man in advance, so I can prepare a proper welcome." Yu Huaji responded quickly and respectfully. Li Zhoujun gave a slight nod. Yu Huaji carefully stored the incense, his face beaming with satisfaction as he turned to leave. Clearly, he was more than pleased with the outcome of this visit. At this moment, a system notification sounded. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of repaying gratitude. Ding. System rewards issued. Early nascent soul cultivation. Ding. System rewards issued. Return to void pill. The return to void pill was a precious elixir capable of aiding a cultivator at the peak of the nascent soul stage to break through to the return to void realm. However, Li Zhoujun remained calm about these rewards. With his unique 50-50 chance ability, improving his cultivation was merely a matter of time. As for the return to void pill, it was currently unnecessary for someone at his early nascent soul stage. Immortal, Yu Ziyue and Lu Wuhan said respectfully as they bowed. Li Zhoujun turned to Yu Ziyue. Elder Yu, your loyalty to your friend is admirable. I respect that. Yu Ziyue let out a wry smile. Immortal, I dare not call myself an elder in your presence. Such words would overwhelm this old man. He was still in disbelief that he had encountered a true immortal of the great ascension stage, let alone been saved by him. There's no need to dwell on such formalities. The favor of the umbrella has been repaid, and it's time for me to continue my journey across the world, Li Zhoujun said. The immortal truly has a noble character. This old man is envious, Yu Ziyue said with heartfelt admiration. At this moment, Lu Wuhan stepped forward. Many thanks to the immortal for your assistance. If it pleases you, may I invite you to the Lu family estate for a brief rest? It would allow me to properly express my gratitude. Yu Ziyue, observing the situation, immediately understood Lu Wuhan's intentions. He knew his old friend had ulterior motives. Lu Wuhan's youngest daughter, Lu Jining, though possessing only a superior grade water spiritual root, had awakened the rare lunar physique. It was said that in ancient times, the lunar immortal herself had such a constitution, granting exceptional talent in cultivation. Lu Wuhan thought to himself that inviting this true immortal to his home was nothing more than an attempt to have him take his granddaughter, who possessed the Taiyan immortal physique, as a disciple. This plan was something he had only confided to Yu Ziyue, so there was no harm done. Seeing Lu Wuhan's enthusiastic invitation, Li Zhoujun hesitated briefly before agreeing with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Wuhan's face lit up with joy. Having a true immortal visit the Lu family was an unparalleled honor. If his granddaughter could be accepted as a disciple, it would elevate the entire Lu family's status not only in Qingzhou but across other regions as well. The thought brought him peace, even regarding his eventual passing. Immortal, please, Lu Wuhan said, making a respectful gesture as he led Li Zhoujun and Yu Ziyue back to the Lu residence. As the group landed, Xiaoshi rushed over anxiously. Master, are you all right? He asked, before freezing in surprise at the sight of Li Zhoujun. Mr. Li? Yu Ziyue was just about to reprimand Xiaoshi for addressing Li Zhoujun improperly when the latter raised his hand to stop him. Young friend, we meet again, Li Zhoujun said with a gentle smile. Yu Ziyue silently breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that Li Zhoujun preferred not to reveal his identity as a true immortal. This disciple of yours is quite fortunate. The true immortal seems to have taken a liking to him. A rare and extraordinary opportunity, Lu Wuhan transmitted to Yu Ziyue through voice transmission. Yu Ziyue responded with a faint smile but said nothing. Suddenly, Li Zhoujun seemed to sense something. There's a formation here, isn't there? Sharp eyes, Mr. Li. Indeed, I set it up earlier, Yu Ziyue explained. Lu Wuhan added, my granddaughter's 3 souls are trapped within a certain void immortal's cave dwelling, so I sought Ziyue's help. I see. How is your granddaughter faring now? Asked Li Zhoujun. We were just about to reach the final step, but the Supreme Emperor of the Divine Feather Dynasty arrived, Yu Ziyue replied. Li Zhoujun nodded. In that case, I might be disturbing you both by being here. Not at all, Mr. Li. Having you as our guest is the greatest honor. Lu Wuhan quickly responded. Standing nearby, Xiaoshi couldn't help but wonder why both his master and Uncle Lu treated Mr. Li with such reverence. Could it be that he had already reached the legendary void immortal realm? After all, his master had once said that while the difference between the transformation realm and the void immortal realm was only one stage, it was as vast as the gap between heaven and earth. In Qingzhou, void immortals were akin to divine beings walking the earth. You two go ahead with your work. They'll just wander around here, Li Zhoujun said casually. Seeing Li Zhoujun's intention to step aside, Lu Wuhan grew anxious. How could the true immortal witness his granddaughter's talents this way? Sensing this, Yu Ziyue respectfully said to Li Zhoujun, I hope Mr. Li can forgive my presumptuousness, but I have little confidence in handling this matter on my own. I would be most grateful for your guidance. At that moment, a system notification sounded in Li Zhoujun's mind. Mission issued. Observe Yu Ziyue's actions. Reward. Spirit Formation Cultivation. Grandmaster of 9th grade Spirit Formations. In that case, I shall witness Mr. Yu's techniques, Li Zhoujun said, quickly changing his mind. After all, the reward of reaching the level of a 9th grade Spirit Formation Grandmaster, equivalent to the true immortal realm, was too tempting to pass up. Seeing Li Zhoujun agree, Lu Wuhan gave Yu Ziyue a grateful look. Li Zhoujun followed the two into Lu Jining's private quarters, his gaze immediately landing on the unconscious young girl lying on the bed. His brows furrowed slightly as he observed her carefully, and a hint of surprise flickered across his expression. Old Master Lu, is your granddaughter of the Taiyan constitution? Li Zhoujun asked directly. You are correct, sir, Lu Wuhan replied, his face betraying a trace of unease, and his voice tinged with nervousness. He knew well that his little schemes could not escape the sharp eyes of the true immortal before him. Sure enough, a knowing smile appeared on Li Zhoujun's lips. It seems old Master Lu's intentions are not as simple as they appear. You wish for me to take this young girl as my disciple, don't you? Caught red-handed, Lu Wuhan awkwardly scratched his nose and said, Mr. Li, this old man doesn't have much time left. I just hope my granddaughter will have a strong support system after I'm gone. I see, Li Zhoujun responded, just as a system notification suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding. A Taiyan constitution has been detected. It is recommended to take her as a disciple to receive generous rewards. The unexpected prompt made Li Zhoujun pause for a moment, but he quickly broke into a smile. In that case, I suppose I can't refuse. Mr. Li, does this mean you will accept my granddaughter as your disciple? Lu Wuhan's breathing quickened, his eyes shining with hope. If his granddaughter could join the ranks of a true immortal, her future would be well secured. That's correct, Li Zhoujun confirmed with a nod. Thank you, sir. Lu Wuhan immediately bowed deeply in gratitude. Standing to the side, Yu Ziyue couldn't help but marvel at the young girl's extraordinary luck. To become the disciple of a true immortal, her future was undoubtedly bright. Li Zhoujun then turned to Yu Ziyue. Old Master Yu, could I trouble you to retrieve this girl's 3 souls? He noticed that the system had not yet indicated the disciple acceptance was complete, suspecting it required the girl's own consent. Of course, please wait a moment, Yu Ziyue replied. He moved his fingers lightly near Lu Jining's ear, plucking a strand of hair and holding it aloft in the air. Instantly, a crimson light filled the room. When the light dissipated, the girl's pale complexion had been replaced by a healthy flush. At that moment, the system's notification sounded again. Ding. Observation successful. Task completed. Ding. System reward issued. Host has attained the Ling Array Realm, 9th level Grandmaster of Spirit Arrays. As the system's rewards descended, a flood of knowledge about formations surged into Li Zhoujun's mind. He glanced at the residual traces of the array lingering in the air, effortlessly deciphering its structure. If he wanted to replicate it, he could do so in an instant. Phew. Thankfully, the soul retrieval array worked. Yu Ziyue exhaled in relief. Ziyue, does that mean my granddaughter is all right now? Lu Wuhan asked, his voice filled with joy. Indeed, Yu Ziyue replied with a smile. Even if my skills were insufficient, isn't Mr. Li here? Why were you so worried? True, Lu Wuhan said, slapping his forehead before bursting into laughter. With Mr. Li present, there was nothing to fear. Haha, this old man was worrying himself sick for no reason. Li Zhoujun smiled faintly and turned his gaze to Yu Ziyue. Old Master Yu, it seems you were somewhat strained while performing the array. Sir, you have a keen eye, but this old man's abilities are limited to this level, Yu Ziyue said with a wry smile. Li Zhoujun smiled faintly. Then let me share with you a few ways this formation could be improved. Consider it my token of gratitude for your help with that herb. As a Grandmaster of 9th rank Spirit Arrays, pointing out the flaws in the summoning formation and providing corrections is no difficult task for me. Thank you, Mr. Li. Yu Ziyu's aged face lit up with joy. Receiving guidance from a true immortal was worth more than a century of arduous cultivation. Li Zhoujun began to explain in detail the areas where the summoning formation could be improved. After half a stick of incense's time, Yu Ziyue was so moved that he bowed repeatedly. Thank you for your guidance, sir. This kindness is something this old man will never forget. The advice Li Zhoujun offered would save him 1,000 years of trial and error. How could he not be overwhelmed with gratitude? A small gesture of goodwill had brought him such an invaluable opportunity. There's no need to be so formal, Elder Yu, Li Zhoujun said with a gentle smile. I only hope that in the near future, we might see a new 9th rank Spirit Array Grandmaster emerge. You honor me too much, Yu Ziyue replied with a self-deprecating smile. Becoming a 9th rank Spirit Array Grandmaster is no easy feat. There are those who spend their entire lives without even touching the threshold of Spirit Arrays. Li Zhoujun turned his gaze to the young girl lying on the bed and asked, What is this young lady's name? Sir, her name is Lu Jining, Lu Wuhan replied respectfully. All right, let's step out and let her rest, Li Zhoujun said. The group then moved to the main hall to enjoy some tea. A short while later, Li Zhoujun set his teacup down and asked, Elder Lu, are there any scenic spots worth visiting in Jiangxing? In 3 days, Jiangxing will host its annual Lantern Festival, Lu Wuhan replied after some thought. By then, the riverside will be illuminated by a sea of lanterns, a truly breathtaking sight. If you're interested, once the young lady wakes, perhaps she can accompany you to see it. That sounds wonderful, Li Zhoujun agreed with a smile. That evening, Yu Ziyue bid farewell to the group along with his disciple, Xiao Shi, as they prepared to continue their journey of chivalry across the martial world. Li Zhoujun, meanwhile, stayed on as a guest in the Lu family residence. On the road, Uz suddenly asked, "Ah sure, be honest with your master. Have you taken a liking to the young lady from the Liu family?" Xiao Shi's honest and youthful face immediately turned bright red. Seeing this, Uz spoke earnestly, "Your master supports you, but you'll need to work harder in your cultivation. If you wish to marry her, you must at least have the strength to protect her. That young lady has already become Mr. Li's disciple. In the future, she will likely reach the void immortal realm at the very least." "Disciple understands," Xiao Shi replied solemnly. Yet, a hint of bitterness welled up in his heart. With his current aptitude, reaching the void immortal realm would be no easy task. Xiao Shi looked at his master, Uziyue, with a puzzled expression and asked, "Master, who exactly is that Mr. Li? Why do you and Uncle Liu hold him in such high regard?" Uziyue's lips curled into a faint smile as he replied meaningfully, "That Mr. Li is someone who roams freely in this world." "Roams freely?" Xiao Shi's eyes widened in surprise. "Does that mean he can go anywhere, even to forbidden places?" Faced with his disciple's persistent questioning, Uziyue merely smiled without answering. Xiao Shi immediately understood his master's silent hint, and a wave of shock filled his heart. He speculated inwardly, if he can enter forbidden places, could it be that Mr. Li is a great cultivator at the peak of the tribulation stage? The next morning, Lu Jinong slowly opened her eyes as her three souls reunited. The first sight before her was her white-haired grandfather and a young man in a green robe standing beside him, his face adorned with a gentle smile. "My dear girl, you're finally awake. You had your old grandfather worried sick," Lu Wuhan said, his face full of relief and affection. Lu Jinong rubbed her still throbbing forehead and turned her gaze to the young man. "Grandfather? Who is this?" "This gentleman will be your future master," Lu Wuhan said bluntly. "What?" Lu Jinong was momentarily stunned, unable to process the sudden revelation. "What do you mean, what?" "Get up and pay your respects to your new master," Lu Wuhan scolded, his tone carrying a hint of exasperation. Li Zhoujun raised his hand to stop her and said gently, "No need to rush. Jinong just woke up, let's allow her to rest properly first." "You are absolutely right, sir," Lu Wuhan quickly agreed. "It was foolish of me to be so impatient. Please forgive me, sir." Seeing her usually proud grandfather show such deference, Lu Jinong was deeply shaken. For her grandfather, a nascent soul cultivator, to treat this young man with such respect, his cultivation must be unfathomably superior. "All right, we'll take a stroll around the town for now. I won't disturb your reunion," Li Zhoujun said with a smile as he left the room. "Take care, sir." Lu Wuhan respectfully bid him farewell. After Li Zhoujun had left, Lu Jinong asked, "Grandfather, where are my parents?" Lu Wuhan explained that ever since she had fallen unconscious after leaving the void immortal cave, her parents had been traveling far and wide in search of powerful experts. Fortunately, he had the foresight to directly invite Grandmaster Yu, a 5th grade array master. He had already sent word to her parents, and they were expected to return within 2 days. At the mention of the void immortal cave, Lu Jinong's face turned pale. "Now, tell me what exactly happened in the cave?" Lu Wuhan pressed her. Lu Jinong recounted in detail how the array spirit had discovered her unique physique and attempted to possess her, and how she was ultimately saved by a mysterious woman in white. "That damned array spirit!" Lu Wuhan growled through gritted teeth, feeling both furious and relieved that the mysterious woman had intervened in time. "Grandfather, that array spirit has at least reached the peak of the nascent soul stage. We can't afford to provoke it," Lu Jinong quickly advised. "Don't worry, your grandfather knows his limits," Lu Wuhan said with a bitter smile, fully aware that he couldn't even step through the gates of the void immortal cave. "Grandfather, who was that just now? Why were you so respectful to him?" Lu Jini asked curiously, gazing in the direction the man had left. A kind smile appeared on Lu Wuhan's face. "You mean Mr. Li? Though I don't know his full name, having the chance to become his disciple is an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Remember my words, once you're under his tutelage, you must train diligently." "But grandfather," Lu Jini frowned slightly, "you didn't know this Mr. Li before. How can you trust him so much and let me become his disciple? This gentleman has an excellent character." "I can sense it," Lu Wuhan said softly. Lu Jini hesitated for a moment, then asked in a small voice, "Can I not become his disciple? I'd rather stay at home and learn from you." "That's more than enough for me." "You silly girl," Lu Wuhan said with a hint of frustration. "Do you realize that if Mr. Li wanted to take on a disciple, the entire Qingzhou would line up for the chance?" Seeing his granddaughter's aggrieved expression, Lu Wuhan softened his tone. "Nothing in life lasts forever. Neither your parents nor I can protect you forever. Only by becoming strong yourself can we feel at ease. Once you've mastered your skills, you can repay your grandfather however you wish. Are you trying to send me away, grandfather?" Lu Zini's eyes welled up with tears. "How could I bear to send you away?" Lu Wuhan said gently. "I just hope you can grow stronger so that in the future, You can protect me and the Liu family. Liu Jini nodded earnestly. All right, they'll train hard. Liu Wuhan gave her a thumbs up, though his heart sighed silently. I fear I won't live to see the day this girl protects the Liu family. He reached into his robe and pulled out a small straw dog, handing it to Liu Jini. Do you remember this? Of course I do. Liu Zini's eyes lit up. You gave it to me when I was little. I was so upset when I lost it. You cried so much back then. I managed to find it and wanted to fix it up, but I kept forgetting to give it back to you. This time, make sure you keep it safe. I will, grandfather. Liu Jini said joyfully, holding the straw dog tightly, cherishing it. As night fell, Li Zhoujun returned to his guest room in the Liu household after wandering around Jiangxi. Liu Jini was sound asleep, while Liu Wuhan sat alone in a hidden chamber, quietly tending to his injuries. His pale face betrayed his exhaustion. At that moment, a faint, ethereal spirit drifted above the Liu family's residence. Its features were blurry, its voice indistinct and neither male nor female. The girl's aura is here, haha. I finally found her. Suddenly, Liu Jini woke from her sleep, her face filled with fear. How is this possible? How could that spirit escape the Void Immortal's cave mansion? Liu Xining felt the oppressive force descending over the Liu family estate, and her face turned deathly pale in an instant. Meanwhile, in the secret chamber where Liu Wuhan was recovering from his injuries, his eyes snapped open. He thought to himself with a bitter sigh, what misfortune has befallen the Liu family lately? We just sent away one Void Immortal, and now another one appears? As Li Zhoujun rested in his room, he suddenly sensed the undisguised aura of a Void Immortal level presence. At that moment, the system's prompt echoed in his mind. Ding. Detected an evil Void Immortal level formation spirit targeting your future female disciple. System task issued. Expel this entity to receive generous rewards. This formation spirit is truly relentless. Li Zhoujun chuckled softly, flicking his fingers. In an instant, a flash of sword light shot out, transforming into the proud snow flying sword, heading straight for the formation spirit's location. The formation spirit, laughing maniacally in the sky, initially dismissed the incoming sword light with contempt. A mere sword-controlling technique? And you think you can harm me? The words caught in its throat as it suddenly sensed the terrifying aura emanating from the sword. Its pupils contracted in shock. What? A ninth-grade immortal sword? It couldn't fathom why a seemingly insignificant family like the Liu family would harbor a true immortal. But there was no time to think further. The unassuming sword light flashed, and before the Void Immortal level formation spirit could react, it was cleaved in two. In its final moments, a look of venomous resentment crossed its eyes. I refuse to accept this. Yet against a true immortal, its unwillingness was meaningless. After completing its task, the proud snow sword swiftly returned to Li Zhoujun's body as effortlessly as it had emerged. The system immediately followed with a series of notifications. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully eliminating the evil Void Immortal level formation spirit. Ding. Reward issued. 6th grade extreme cold sword formation. Ding. Reward issued. Mid-stage nascent soul cultivation. The extreme cold sword format Iona 6th grade spiritual array capable of trapping and killing Void Immortal level foes. What a treasure! Li Zhoujun mused with delight. Liu Xining, sensing the disappearance of the formation spirit's aura, stood frozen in place, stunned. In the secret chamber, Liu Wuhan's jaw dropped in disbelief. He knew it could only have been the work of Mr. Li. Only a true immortal could so effortlessly annihilate a Void Immortal level entity. Gratitude welled up in his heart as he thought of his granddaughter's fortune. That night, though Liu Wuhan wished to visit Li Zhoujun to express his thanks, he refrained out of respect, not wanting to disturb him during the late hours. He resolved to wait until morning. As soon as Li Zhoujun stepped out at dawn, Liu Wuhan approached and bowed deeply. Mr. Li, thank you for your assistance last night. Li Zhoujun smiled faintly. It was nothing. Just a small effort. Please, sir, don't downplay your actions. Without your intervention, the Liu family would have been wiped out overnight, Liu Wuhan said, his voice tinged with lingering fear. In the world of cultivation, even the most renowned families could be obliterated in a single night if they crossed the wrong foe. Had it not been for Li Zhoujun's presence, the Liu family estate would have been reduced to ruins. Li Zhoujun simply smiled lightly and said no more. Mr. Li, I've already instructed the servants to prepare breakfast. Please allow me to escort you, Liu Wuhan offered respectfully. Liu Wuhan spoke. He looked at Li Zhoujun in front of him, noticing how this true immortal's demeanor was no different from an ordinary person's. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly at how Li Zhoujun had reached such a state of returning to simplicity. Although he wasn't sure if Li Zhoujun partook in meals, preparing some breakfast was always a wise choice. You're too kind, Mr. Liu. In that case, I'll humbly accept your hospitality, Li Zhoujun said with a smile, following Liu Wuhan to the hall. The dining table was already laden with a variety of sumptuous breakfast dishes. Please wait a moment, sir. I'll go and call the girl over to perform the apprentice ceremony, Lu Wuhan said as he was about to turn away. But Li Zhoujun waved his hand to stop him. We cultivators shouldn't be bound by formalities. As long as the girl acknowledges me as her master, the ceremony can be skipped. As a transmigrator, Li Zhoujun had always found it hard to adapt to the kneeling and bowing customs of the cultivation world. Sir, you truly are unrestrained by trivialities. I admire you, Lu Wuhan said sincerely. At that moment, a graceful figure appeared at the doorway. Xiening greets master and grandfather. You silly girl, why are you still calling him master? You should call him Shifu now, Lu Wuhan quickly reminded her. Lu Xiening paused for a moment. After glancing at Li Zhoujun, she softly called out, Shifu, good. Since you've acknowledged me as your master, from now on, you are my disciple, Li Zhoujun said with a gentle smile. With a thought, he placed an extreme cold sword formation on Lu Xiening. This is the extreme cold sword formation. It will activate automatically if you're in danger. Seeing Li Zhoujun effortlessly set up a 6th grade formation with a mere thought, Lu Wuhan's respect for this true immortal deepened even further. Li Zhoujun carefully observed his new disciple. 16-year-old Lu Xiening possessed the Taiyin constitution, also known as the Taiyin immortal body. Thanks to this innate talent, she had managed to reach the 9th level of Qi refining with top-grade spiritual roots. A system notification immediately sounded, rewarding Li Zhoujun with the Slaughtering Heaven Sword technique and the Taiyin True Sutra for successfully taking in a disciple. Li Zhoujun couldn't help but feel awkward about the overly dramatic name of the sword technique. But when the system warned him to be careful or risk losing his manhood, he decided to stay quiet. Shifu, can I leave a few days later? Lu Xiening asked cautiously. My parents will be back in a couple of days, and I'd like to see them one last time. Of course, Li Zhoujun replied warmly. It was only then that Lu Wuhan seemed to remember something. He quickly said to Lu Xiening, oh, by the way, girl, take Mr. Li to the Lantern Festival the day after tomorrow, and be sure to thank him properly. If it weren't for his intervention last night, our Lu family would no longer exist. Hearing this, Lu Xiening gasped. Only now did she realize that it was her new master who had saved them last night, and that he had easily slain a void immortal. No wonder her grandfather was so eager for her to become his disciple. Her master's cultivation level must have reached the powerful integration realm. Xiening thanks master for saving my Lu family last night. Lu Xiening stood before Li Zhoujun, her expression filled with reverence. Facing this great cultivator at the integration realm, she dared not show the slightest disrespect. Li Zhoujun smiled gently and said, no need for formalities. If you wish to repay me, just guide me well the day after tomorrow. Xiening understands, she replied respectfully. The next morning arrived quickly. Within the Lu family residence, an urgent middle-aged man's voice suddenly rang out. Xiening, your grandfather said you're awake? Resting in her room, Lu Xining's eyes lit up upon hearing the familiar voice. Father. She quickly pushed open the door to see her parents standing in the courtyard. My good girl, you're finally awake. Lu Fashing beamed with joy. During this time, your mother and I traveled far and wide, searching for a great healer to save you. Lu Xining's smile was radiant. It was Grandpa Yu who saved me. You're awake, and that's all that matters. Her mother, Lu Wanner, said with relief. Father, mother. Lu Xining's expression grew sorrowful. Grandfather has arranged for me to become a disciple. In a few days, I may have to leave the Lu family. So suddenly? Lu Fashing frowned. Lu Wanner, however, was more accepting. Little birds are meant to take to the skies. From now on, follow your master diligently in cultivation. We trust your grandfather's judgment. By the way, Lu Xiening added, while you were away, a void immortal attacked our family, but master killed him. What? The couple was stunned. To them, a void immortal was an unattainable existence, yet their daughter's master had easily slain one. Could he already have reached the integration realm? My dear daughter, Lu Wanner said with emotion, with such a master, your future is bound to be bright. Speaking of which, where's your master now? We must pay our respects, Lu Fashing inquired. He's staying in the guest courtyard of our home, Lu Xiening explained. But master is very young and gentle in demeanor. Lu Fashing chuckled. You silly girl, you don't understand. A cultivator's age can't be judged by appearance. Look at your mother, 30 years older than I am, yet she still looks like a young girl. Lu Fashing, you're asking for it. Lu Wanner gave him a swift kick, sending him stumbling forward. Lu Fashing laughed as he took the blow, and their playful banter brought a smile to Lu Xining's face. Moments later, the three arrived at the guest courtyard. There, a young man sat leisurely in the yard, engrossed in a book titled Records of Qingzhou. It was none other than Li Zhoujun. Xiening greets master. Lu Fashing pays respects to the senior. Lu Wanner pays respects to the senior. The three bowed in unison to Li Zhoujun. Li Zhoujun put down the book in his hand, his gaze falling on Lu Fashing and Lu Wanner. A gentle smile appeared at the corner of his lips. You must be Jining's father and mother. There's no need for formalities. As soon as he finished speaking, a gentle force lifted Lu Fashing, Lu Wanner, and Lu Jining to their feet. Senior, we are indeed Jining's parents, Lu Fashing said respectfully. May I ask why you have come to see me? Li Zhoujun asked directly. Senior, we came specifically to visit you. Thank you for the effort. Since Jining is my disciple, I will naturally teach her with all my heart. Thank you, Senior. If our daughter has offended you in any way, we hope you'll forgive her. Li Zhoujun nodded slightly. For now, both of you should go and check on Elder Lu. Lu Fashing's expression darkened, and his voice grew heavy. All right, we will take our leave then. He was well aware that his father, Lu Wuhan, had very little time left, and every day he lived was a blessing. Jining, stay here and keep Senior company, Lu Fashing instructed his daughter before leaving. After Jining agreed, the couple headed to Lu Wuhan's residence. Father, we're back, Lu Fashing called out from outside the door. The door creaked open, and Lu Wuhan stepped out. His face momentarily appeared pale, but it quickly regained a healthy flush. Father, is it true that your injuries can't be healed? Lu Fashing asked, his voice filled with pain. Lu Wuhan smiled with a sense of acceptance. No one can live forever. It's just a matter of time. I've roamed the world of cultivation for many years. Perhaps it's time I go find your mother. If Jining finds out, she will be heartbroken. I never planned to tell her, Lu Wuhan said sternly. She needs to focus on her cultivation and mustn't be distracted by this. Changing the subject, Lu Wuhan asked, you must have noticed Jining's unique constitution by now, haven't you? Yes, it's the lunar Yin physique, which is why she was accepted as a disciple by a cultivator in the integration realm. Integration realm? Lu Wuhan chuckled and shook his head. You're thinking too small. That man is a true immortal. He continued, recently, the person who saved Jining revealed her constitution. I heard that the sect master of the Golden Sun Holy Sect has arrived in Jiangxing. His son is said to possess the fire spirit physique. If he were to dual cultivate with Jining, they could potentially achieve the Great Sun sacred physique. What should we do? The Golden Sun Holy Master is in the integration realm, Lu Fashing said, his face filled with worry. But in response to his son's concern, Lu Wuhan merely smiled mysteriously, saying nothing. Seeing his father so composed, Lu Fashing felt a sense of relief. He knew well how much his father cherished his younger sister. If there were truly any danger, the old man would have taken the girl and fled far away long ago. Father, I heard from Jining that this senior defeated a void immortal level expert, Lu Fashing said, looking at his father. Such a powerful figure shouldn't be unknown in Qingzhou. Do you know who this senior really is? Best not to ask, best not to ask, Lu Wuhan replied with a cheerful wave of his hand. All you need to know is that with Jining following this gentleman, her future achievements won't be any less than mine. Hiss. Lu Fashing couldn't help but take a sharp breath at these words. Stroking his beard thoughtfully, Lu Wuhan said, tomorrow, the little girl will be taking that gentleman to the Lantern Festival here in Jiangxing. I imagine that the Golden Sun Saint Lord will likely make an appearance then. He then smiled reassuringly. But there's no need to worry. With Mr. Li around, I doubt anyone will dare lay a hand on the girl. All right, Lu Fashing replied, though his brows remained furrowed. He understood that if the Great Sun's sacred body and the lunar body cultivated together, both could progress side by side. However, the young master of the Golden Sun sacred sect only possessed a fire spirit body. While this physique could achieve the Great Sun sacred body through dual cultivation with the lunar body, it would completely drain the potential of the lunar body, cutting off his sister's path to further advancement. The next evening arrived in the blink of an eye. Li Zhoujun, led by Lu Jining, came to the riverside. The area was packed with people, with talented young men and women gathered in abundance. Countless children carried river lanterns, their laughter and chatter filling the air. The multicolored lanterns floated on the river, illuminating the entire waterway in a dazzling display of light. Master, this is the Lantern Festival of Jiangxing, Lu Jining introduced. Not bad, very lively, Li Zhoujun nodded in approval. At that moment, a young man with slicked back hair, wearing a blue robe embroidered with peach blossoms and holding a folding fan, suddenly appeared before the master and disciple. Miss Lu, it's been a while. Yifeong, I don't have time for you today. If you know what's good for you, leave now, Lu Jining said with a displeased expression upon seeing him. This Yifeong was the youngest son of the He family patriarch in Jiangxi. Although he had reached the foundation establishment stage in cultivation, his aura was weak, clearly the result of relying on pills to boost his level. He was a frequent visitor to various brothels and leveraged his father's status as a nascent soul stage expert, as well as his elder brother's position as a personal disciple of the Mountain Lord in Dao Tian sect, to act as a typical spoiled second-generation cultivator. For some time now, he had been pursuing Lu Jining, but she had consistently rebuffed him. Miss Lu, if you say that, you're breaking my heart, He Feiyong said with an exaggerated tone of affection. In Jiangxing, both of our families are well-known, respected clans. We're perfectly matched. If we were to marry, it would be a union of equals, a true alliance of strength. Standing nearby, Li Zhoujun watched the scene unfold with a faint smile but said nothing. He could have easily stepped in to help Lu Jinong get rid of this persistent nuisance, but he knew some challenges needed to be faced and resolved by her alone. That was how one truly grew. Just then, a sharp, arrogant voice of a young man suddenly interrupted. The He family of Jiangxing? Nothing but trash. Courting death, are you? He Feiyong turned around in fury but froze as soon as he saw who spoke. The newcomer was dressed in a golden robe embroidered with 3 golden crows, none other than Yun Yang, the young master of the Golden Sun sacred sect. Beside him stood a stern-faced, middle-aged man in a similar golden robe, though his bore 9 golden crows. This man, exuding an overwhelming aura of power, was Yun Lietian, the leader of the Golden Sun sacred sect and a great cultivator at the integration stage. He Feiyong immediately plastered on a sycophantic smile. Ah, so it's the sacred leader and young master Yun. Forgive me, I failed to recognize you earlier. Please, pardon my ignorance. Scram, Yun Yang said coldly, spitting out the word like venom. He Feiyong's face turned a mix of pale and flushed, but despite his usual prestige in Jiangxing, he had no choice but to swallow his pride. Bowing repeatedly, he stammered, Yes, of course. I'll leave at once. With that, he turned and fled in haste. Pathetic fool. Yun Yang sneered before shifting his gaze to Lu Jinong. You must be Lu Jinong, correct? I am. Thank you, young Master Yun, for your assistance, Lu Jinong replied respectfully. No need for thanks. I heard you're of the Lunar Yin Constitution. If you have no objections, you can become my Dao companion. My father will propose to your family today, Yun Yang declared, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. Lu Jinong sighed inwardly. It felt like escaping the wolf's den, only to fall into the tiger's lair. At this moment, Yun Lietian, the Golden Sun sacred leader, smiled warmly and said, Little girl, come back to the Golden Sun sacred sect with us today. Once you become my son's wife, our sect will ensure you're well taken care of. Li Zhoujun, observing the situation, saw through Yun Yang's intentions. This so-called fire spirit constitution young master clearly wanted to treat Lu Jinong as nothing more than a cultivation furnace to exploit. His expression darkened, and he spoke coldly. The two of you seem to have calculated your plans well. Let me give you a piece of advice. Drop your schemes and get lost. Who are you to speak this way to the young master of the Golden Sun sacred sect? Do you value your miserable life so little? Yun Yang snapped furiously. Li Zhoujun responded with a cold smirk. I am Lu Jinong's master. A mere mortal like you thinks you can be the master of a Taiyin constitution? Aren't you afraid of becoming a laughingstock? Yun Yang sneered coldly, spreading his legs apart as he pointed between them with a wicked grin. Come, crawl through here, and I might spare your life. Bang! Before his words even finished, Yun Yang was sent flying backward, landing heavily on the ground. Clutching his now swollen cheek, his bloodshot eyes glared at Li Zhoujun. You're courting death. I'll kill you. Just as Yun Yang's foundation establishment aura erupted, his father, the Golden Sun Saint Master, intervened in time. Narrowing his eyes, the Golden Sun Saint Master scrutinized Li Zhoujun. Sir, striking my son right in front of me seems rather inappropriate, don't you think? Inappropriate? Li Zhoujun responded with a calm smile. He's poorly disciplined, so I disciplined him for you. Any objections? Humph. The Golden Sun Saint Master chuckled coldly, but refrained from acting rashly. He couldn't gauge the depth of this young man's power, might very well be a formidable expert in the integration realm. Sir, I must take this young woman with me today. If you intend to stop me, don't blame me for being rude, the Golden Sun Saint Master said gravely. Li Zhoujun simply smiled faintly. Heh, it seems there's no avoiding a fight today, the Golden Sun Saint Master declared. As his voice fell, an overwhelming pressure descended upon Li Zhoujun like a storm. Passers-by near the river couldn't withstand the oppressive force and fled in panic. Li Zhoujun's green robe fluttered wildly under the pressure, but his stance remained as unshakable as a mountain. Watching this unfold, Lu Zining felt a surge of emotion in her heart. She hadn't expected Li Zhoujun to risk offending an integration realm powerhouse for her sake. Father, kill him! Yun Yang shouted, clutching his swollen face. The Golden Sun Saint Master ignored him and continued to observe the composed and unyielding Li Zhoujun. Make your move, Li Zhoujun said calmly. Boom! The Golden Sun Saint Master unleashed his famed technique, the Scorching Sun Fist. A searing wave of heat surged forth, resembling a miniature sun as it hurtled toward Li Zhoujun. The river water evaporated in an instant. With one hand shielding Lu Zining, Li Zhoujun effortlessly neutralized the earth-shattering attack with the other. Impossible. The Golden Sun Saint Master gasped in disbelief. This punch was powerful enough to deter even other integration realm cultivators. Yet this young man had deflected it with ease. Who exactly was he? May I ask who you are? With your strength, you should already be renowned across Qingzhou. The Golden Sun Saint Master inquired cautiously, withdrawing his hostility. Dao Tian Sect, Cloud Residence Peak Master, Li Zhoujun. Li Zhoujun revealed without hesitation. Cloud Residence Peak Master? The Golden Sun Saint Master's eyes widened in shock upon hearing the name. The young man before them was none other than the one who, not long ago, had killed the Scarlet-Eyed Demon Lord, Chu Fan, a peak integration stage expert, with a single punch. He was hailed as the youngest tribulation stage cultivator of the Dao Tian sect. This realization flashed through the mind of the Golden Sun Lord, causing his expression to instantly darken. What made him even more regretful was that he had unwittingly offended this formidable figure, none other than the Cloud Residence Mountain Lord, renowned for traveling in a grand chariot drawn by 9 flood dragons. At the same time, Lu Jinyang's eyes widened in disbelief as she took in the scene before her. Of course, she had heard of the Dao Tian sect, the most prestigious sect in Qingzhou. The poetic line describing the Cloud Residence Mountain Lord, 9 dragons ride the winds, a free spirit in blue robes, was widely known throughout Qingzhou. Only now did she realize that she had inexplicably become the disciple of this legendary figure. The thought made her breath quicken with both awe and nervousness. Cloud Residence Mountain Lord? Yun Yang, whose face was now swollen like a steamed bun, stared at Li Zhoujun in pale-faced shock. Isn't the Cloud Residence Mountain Lord known for always traveling in the 9-dragon chariot? How dare you impersonate him? Aren't you afraid the powerhouses of the Dao Tian sect will crush you? Li Zhoujun's lips twitched slightly, thinking to himself how stubborn this kid was about questioning his identity. Yun Yang, mind your manners, the Golden Sun Lord reprimanded sternly. He then turned to Li Zhoujun, bowing respectfully. Mountain Lord, this is entirely my fault for failing to teach my son properly. Please forgive us. I will make sure to discipline him thoroughly when we return. Under his father's harsh scolding, Yun Yang, though still reluctant, recognized the grave expressions around him. He finally realized that the man before him was indeed the legendary genius who had reached the tribulation stage by the age of 40. The thought that even 30 more years of effort might not bring him to the void immortal stage filled him with dread. Trembling, he apologized to both Li Zhoujun and Lu Jinyang. Mountain Lord, and esteemed true disciple Lu, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Enough. Li Zhoujun waved his hand dismissively. I'll consider today's incident nothing more than a farce. But in the future, you must agree to fulfill one request of mine. Of course, the Golden Sun Lord agreed without hesitation. Though it might carry a risk of death in the future, refusing now could mean certain death. You may leave, Li Zhoujun gestured with a wave. Relieved, the Golden Sun Lord quickly took his son and departed in humiliation. Thank you, Master, for stepping in, Lu Jinyang said respectfully. No need to be so formal with your master, Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. By the way, you have a senior sister. When we return, make sure you get along with her. Understood, Master. Lu Jinyang nodded obediently. Looking at the now empty riverside, Li Zhoujun sighed. It seems today's outing has been ruined. Those father and son from the Golden Sun sect really spoiled the mood. Go home today and properly bid farewell to your family. Tomorrow, we will return to the Dao Tian sect. All right, Lu Jinyang replied softly. Though she felt a tinge of reluctance, the thought of how overjoyed her grandfather and parents would be upon learning her master was the Cloud Residence Mountain Lord filled her heart with a mix of emotions. Li Zhoujun returned to the Lu family residence with Lu Jining and went to rest shortly afterward. That evening, Lu Jining revealed Li Zhoujun's true identity to her family, was the master of Yunju Mountain and a true grand immortal of the Dao Tian sect. The news struck the 3 family members like a bolt of lightning, particularly for Lu Wuhan, who fully understood the significance of a grand immortal in their 40s. Reaching the nascent soul stage before 40 was already considered genius, yet Li Zhoujun had ascended to the grand immortal stage, a cultivation speed that was simply unheard of. Jining, you must follow your master diligently in your cultivation from now on. Do you understand? Lu Wuhan instructed solemnly. Don't worry, Grandpa, I understand, Lu Jining replied with a firm nod. The next morning, the family gathered outside the Lu residence to bid farewell. Lin Wanner, her eyes reddened, urged, Jining, listen to your master and take good care of yourself. Lu Jining responded softly. Li Zhoujun stood quietly nearby, smiling as he gave the mother and daughter space to say their goodbyes. Lu Wuhan gently stroked his granddaughter's hair, his gaze filled with both reluctance and hope. Cultivate well, and one day, Grandpa will see you become strong. Memories of the little girl who used to ride on his shoulders and laugh came flooding back. Everyone, life always offers opportunities for reunion. I shall take my leave now, Li Zhoujun said at the appropriate moment. The three members of the Liu family clasped their fists in farewell. Li Zhoujun returned the gesture with a slight bow, then took Liu Jining with him as they disappeared into the bustling streets. 2 days later, the master and disciple pair arrived back at Daotian sect. Along the way, disciples and elders greeted Li Zhoujun with respect, leaving Liu Jining secretly amazed. These cultivators, considered powerful in the outside world, seemed so commonplace within the sect. Li Zhoujun, where have you been all this time? A cold female voice suddenly called out from behind. Turning around, they saw a stunningly beautiful woman dressed in snow-white robes, her skin as flawless as porcelain. Was Murong Shui. Her breathtaking appearance made Liu Jining feel a twinge of self-consciousness. Oh, I was wandering around Qingzhou, enjoying some time among mortals, Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. Murong Shui's lips twitched slightly. When her gaze fell upon Liu Jining, she suddenly froze, her expression startled. The lunar physique? That's right. She's my newly accepted disciple, Li Zhoujun replied, then turned to Liu Jining. Girl, why aren't you greeting Master Murong? Liu Jining immediately bowed. Jining greets Master Murong. No need to be so formal. Murong Shui nodded in acknowledgement, then looked back at Li Zhoujun with a hint of envy in her eyes. Why is it that you're always so lucky? Because you're a blessing, Li Zhoujun grinned. Huh. Murong Shui was taken aback at first, but then she understood, her cheeks flushing. That joke isn't funny. Watching the exchange, Liu Jining quickly grasped the situation. This Master Murong clearly had feelings for her master. Right? Not funny at all. Ha ha ha. Li Zhoujun laughed heartily, changing the subject. By the way, where's that girl Sunan? She's gone to the Shuiwei dynasty with Xuan Yinyao. They're preparing to enter a secret realm, Murong Shui replied. Li Zhoujun nodded in understanding. He wasn't worried. Sunan carried a fragment of his divine consciousness, and since it hadn't been triggered, it meant everything was fine. After exchanging a few more words, Li Zhoujun took Liu Jining back to Yunju Mountain. Meanwhile, Sunan and Xuan Yinyao had successfully entered the Frostwater secret realm. Before them lay a vast expanse of icy terrain, surrounded by towering glaciers. Senior sister, look over there. Sunan pointed to a dilapidated ruin in the distance. That should be the remains of the ancient Frostwater sect, Xuan Yinyao said. Let's go check it out. The two easily entered the massive ruins and made their way to the central hall. The interior was spacious, but appeared devoid of treasures. It seems like there's nothing here, Sunan said, scratching her head in confusion. Just as they were about to continue their search, a painting hanging above the hall caught Sunan's attention. The eyes of the elder in the painting seemed to blink. Senior sister, I think I just saw the elder in the painting blink, Sunan said nervously, swallowing hard. That's impossible, Xuan Yinyao replied, trying to reassure her. This is a portrait of the Frostwater sect's founder, Frostwater Taoist. According to palace records, the Frostwater sect has been extinct for ages. Cuckoo, I didn't expect anyone still remembers me. An ancient voice suddenly echoed through the empty hall. The two women stared in shock as a shadow emerged from the painting, transforming into the form of a frail old man. Frostwater Taoist? Xuan Yinyao gasped, her breath catching. That's right, the old man said with a faint smirk. Faced with this legendary Tribulation Realm powerhouse, Xuan Yinyao and Sunan quickly bowed respectfully. We greet the senior. No need for such formalities, young ones, Frostwater Taoist said, his eyes gleaming with a trace of sinister intent. A divine-grade ice spirit root and a supreme-grade water spirit root. Not bad, the ice-water Taoist remarked, his eyes gleaming as he fixed his intense gaze on the two young women before him, nodding repeatedly. Senior, you flatter us, Xuan Yinyao responded with a respectful bow, though inwardly her thoughts raced. Could this ancient opportunity left behind by the ice-water sect be tied to the very Taoist standing before them? At that moment, a strange and unsettling smile crept onto the ice-water Taoist's face. Two little girls, you are the final piece I need to complete my ice-water body. I have waited 1,000 years, and now you are finally here. Senior, what do you mean by this? Xuan Yinyao's expression darkened instantly. The ice-water Taoist let out a booming laugh. Very well, it doesn't hurt to let you know. I have been planning this for 10,000 years. You are the 99th pair of ice and water spirit roots to come here. All those who entered before you were refined into ice water pills. Once I have the 99th pill, I will reconstruct my physical body and descend upon this world in an unrivaled form. These words drained all color from Sunan's face, leaving her pale as paper. Xuan Yinyao, however, forced herself to remain calm. We are true disciples of Qingzhou's Daotian sect. If you kill us, the sect will not let this matter rest. What a joke! The ice-water Taoist sneered. Once I reconstruct my body and ascend to the Mahayana stage, even if every master from all regions comes for me, how would they ever find me? Before his words had fully settled, An overwhelming pressure, as heavy as a mountain, descended upon them, pinning the two young women in place. Su Nan's face grew ashen, and her mind wandered to memories of her master's cooking. It was delicious, even if it always left her fainting afterward. The ice water Taoist's gaze shifted to Xuan Yinyao. Let's start with you. In a flash, he appeared right before her. At that critical moment, a translucent figure of a woman emerged from Xuan Yinyao's body. It was none other than the master of Kanglan Mountain. A demon like you dares to lay a hand on my disciple? Her piercing gaze locked onto the ice water Taoist. Master! Xuan Yinyao cried out in surprise and relief. The ice water Taoist was momentarily taken aback, then scoffed. A mere projection at the void immortal level? If your true form were here, I might show some caution. But a mere avatar dares to act so brazenly? Since you're here, you can join them as nourishment for me. How dare you? The Kanglan Mountain Master's fury erupted as she raised her hand, unleashing a wave of sword energy as powerful as a tsunami. Yet the ice water Taoist merely lifted his withered hand and casually swatted the attack away, shattering it entirely. Witnessing this, the Kanglan Mountain Master's expression grew grave. In the next moment, the ice water Taoist appeared in front of the Lord of Kanglan Mountain. Before the latter could react, a heavy palm strike landed squarely on his chest. The Lord of Kanglan Mountain was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. His avatar form flickered, becoming unstable. Just an ant, the ice water Taoist sneered. Su Nan and Xuan Yinyao were shocked at the sight. Xuan Yinyao's face turned pale as she cried out, Master. She rushed forward, intending to help. What a touching display of master-disciple affection, the ice water Taoist remarked mockingly. His gaze then shifted to Su Nan, and a greedy glint appeared in his eyes. A supreme-grade ice spirit root. I've waited long enough. Before he finished speaking, he had already flashed in front of Su Nan, reaching out to grab her by the neck. Suddenly, a chilling aura erupted from Su Nan, causing the ice water Taoist to sense danger and retreat hastily. A figure clad in a green robe appeared instantly in front of Su Nan. Master! Su Nan exclaimed in surprise and delight. Master of Yunjue Mountain. Xuan Yinyao and the Lord of Kanglan Mountain both breathed a sigh of relief. With the youngest tribulation crossing expert in Qingzhou's history present, they finally felt hope for survival. Li Zhoujun gently flicked Su Nan's forehead before turning to the ice water Taoist. You dare to harm my disciple? Ha, just an avatar. All I need to do is wait for your avatar's energy to deplete. Your disciple will still be mine, the ice water Taoist said, squinting as he assessed the unfathomable young man before him. If you put it that way, it does sound like a plan, Li Zhoujun acknowledged with a nod, but his tone shifted. However, you've overestimated yourself. Before the words fully settled, an overwhelming pressure descended. The ice water Taoist felt a chill run down his spine as he looked up to the sky. A flying sword, carrying the force of heaven and earth, streaked down toward him. A ninth-grade celestial sword? Impossible! The ice water Taoist cried out in disbelief. But the sword, with its unstoppable momentum, struck him, obliterating his ancient remnant soul into nothingness. The Lord of Kanglan Mountain stared in shock at the celestial sword as it returned to Li Zhoujun's hand. A tribulation-crossing cultivator in their 40s was already rare, but reaching the grand immortal stage at such a young age was truly astonishing. Su Nan felt a surge of pride as her master effortlessly vanquished such a formidable enemy. Xuan Yinyao, on the other hand, cast a complicated glance at Su Nan. She felt both admiration and the weight of knowing that wielding a ninth-grade celestial sword required grand immortal-level cultivation, let alone achieving such a feat as striking down an enemy from miles away. Are you both unharmed? Li Zhoujun asked, turning to the Lord of Kanglan Mountain and Xuan Yinyao. Many thanks to the Master of Yunjue Mountain for saving us, the two replied respectfully with a bow. We're all from the same sect, no need for formalities, Li Zhoujun said, waving a hand with a light smile. Little one, come back with my flying sword, Li Zhoujun's gentle voice echoed. Su Nan obediently nodded in agreement. Moments later, Li Zhoujun's avatar dissolved into a wisp of light smoke. Su Nan gracefully leapt onto the Ao Shui sword and turned to bid farewell to Xuan Yinyao. Senior Sister Shui, I'll head back to Daodan sect now. A trace of guilt appeared on Xuan Yinyao's face. Junior Sister Su, I'm sorry. If not for your master showing up in time, we might have already. It's all right. Su Nan interrupted her with a cheerful smile. Senior Sister Shui couldn't have known there was danger here. Thank you for understanding, Junior Sister Su, Xuan Yinyao said sincerely. After their brief exchange, Su Nan rode the Ao Shui sword and flew toward Daotian sect. Meanwhile, the master of Kanglan Mountain turned to Xuan Yinyao, his expression grave. I didn't expect the master of Yunju Mountain to have reached such a level of cultivation. We at Kanglan Mountain must not antagonize Yunju Mountain. Xuan Yinyao nodded in agreement. I will remember your teachings, master. You seem to have a good relationship with Sunan. Try to strengthen that bond, the master of Kanglin Mountain advised. Understood, Shui Nianyao replied, though inwardly she smiled bitterly. She had always been the one others sought to curry favor with, and now the tables had turned. This change was indeed unsettling. My avatar won't last much longer. Be careful on your way back, he added, and before his words fully settled, his form dissipated. Before long, Sunan returned to Yunju Mountain. Upon entering Yunju Hall, she was surprised to see a young girl standing beside her master. The girl was a stranger to her. This is your junior sister, Lu Jining, Li Zhoujun introduced with a warm smile. Hello, senior sister. Lu Jining greeted proactively. Oh, so your junior sister Lu. Sunan's face lit up with joy. Living alone on Yunju Mountain could be lonely, so having a junior sister for company was a delightful surprise. Li Zhoujun gently instructed, Sunan, take a short rest, and then show your junior sister around Yunju Mountain. Leave it to me. Sunan promised with a confident pat on her chest. Li Zhoujun fondly ruffled her hair. You little rascal, don't always act so impulsively. I'm not. Sunan playfully stuck out her tongue in defiance. Li Zhoujun chuckled and left, heading to his secluded chamber to take the Hunyuan Foundation pill and refine his cultivation base. Meanwhile, in the Xinyu Empire, Yu Huaji was in his palace, elatedly examining the true immortal token. Ever since obtaining it a few days ago, he had been overjoyed. The so-called Deling Empire? To him, they were nothing more than insignificant pests. If they dared to act recklessly, he would summon the true immortal and force them to recognize their place. At that moment, a dignified yet weary-looking man entered the grand hall. This was none other than the ruler of the Xinyu Empire, the Yu Emperor, Yu Huaji's father, and a master at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Father, the Deling Empire has been unusually active lately. They seem to be plotting something, the Yu Emperor reported in a deep voice. Why are you panicking? Yu Huaji asked calmly, his expression serene as he looked at his son. Yu Huang, however, was visibly distressed. Father, how can I not panic? The Great Ling dynasty is about to attack our Xinyu dynasty. We're already on the verge of collapse. Stay calm, Yu Huaji said sternly. As the ruler of a dynasty, you must maintain a clear and composed mind no matter the situation. But father, Yu Huang ruffled his hair in frustration. They're practically at our doorstep. We're on the brink of ruin. If this goes wrong, the Yu clan might face total annihilation. Yu Huaji smiled mysteriously and suddenly produced a stick of incense in his hand. The moment Yu Huang saw it, despair flashed across his face. Father, have you already given up? You're even preparing incense for the end? Wham! Yu Huaji kicked Yu Huang squarely in the backside, scolding him angrily. You ungrateful brat! Are you cursing your father to die? Do you need another kick? Yu Huang immediately lowered his head submissively, not daring to argue. If any outsiders were present, they would have been utterly shocked. The usually dignified and commanding Yu Huang, ruler of the Xinyu dynasty, now seemed like a reprimanded child in front of his father. Raising the incense stick solemnly, Yu Huaji declared, with this in hand, our Xinyu dynasty fears no one. Yu Huang was utterly crushed. He thought to himself that his father, the backbone of the Xinyu dynasty, must have gone mad. He sighed deeply. The heavens have abandoned the Xinyu clan. Meanwhile, in the Great Ling dynasty, a middle-aged man dressed in a black robe adorned with golden dragons, the ruler of the Great Ling dynasty, Ling Huang, entered a secret chamber. Bowing respectfully before an elderly man, he said, Greetings, father. This elder was none other than Ling Mu, the Great Ling dynasty's stabilizing force and retired emperor. So, you couldn't sit still and are preparing to strike against the Xinyu dynasty? Ling Mu opened his sharp eyes and stared directly at his son. Ling Huang silently acknowledged his father's question. Very well. I shall make a trip to the Xinyu dynasty and pay an old friend a visit, Ling Mu said. Before his words had fully settled, his figure vanished from the chamber and reappeared in the skies above the Xinyu dynasty. Yu Huaji, still in conversation with Yu Huang, suddenly sensed something. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he said, An uninvited guest has arrived. With that, he appeared before Ling Mu. It's been years, and you're still stuck at the midstage of the void immortal realm, Ling Mu remarked with a smile as he looked at his old acquaintance. Heh, what's the matter, Ling Mu? Losing patience already? Yu Huaji replied nonchalantly, showing no hint of concern for Ling Mu's presence. Ling Mu paused, slightly taken aback. You're not afraid of me? Of course not. Yu Huaji grinned. If the Great Ling dynasty wants us to submit, spare me the chatter and make your move. Let's see if I flinch. Ling Mu observed Yu Huaji's confident demeanor and mused to himself, interesting. Could Yu Huaji have some hidden card to play? Or is he just bluffing with an empty fort strategy? I'll give your Xinyu dynasty 1 year. If I don't receive a letter of submission from you within that time, I will personally take action and force your dynasty to bow down. After leaving these words, Ling Mu turned and strode away, his departing figure exuding an undeniable authority. Yu Hua Ji watched Ling Mu's figure disappear into the distance, a disdainful smirk curling at his lips. Looking down at the incense stick in his hand, he murmured softly, "If you have the guts, come. We'll see who has the upper hand when the time comes." 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Li Zhoujun remained secluded in a secret chamber on Yunju Mountain, fully focused on refining his foundation. Meanwhile, Su Nan, dressed in a simple and elegant outfit, decided to take her junior sister, Lu Jini, down the mountain for a bit of leisure. "Junior sister, there are many fun places near Dao Tian sect," Su Nan said with a warm smile, her eyes narrowing slightly. "Today, senior sister will take you to the nearest market for a stroll." "All right," Lu Jini replied with a sweet smile. As soon as the two arrived at the market, they saw an elderly woman with a limp lying on the ground, crying out in pain. Her skin was dry and withered like old bark, her fingernails filled with dirt, making her look particularly pitiable. Su Nan immediately stepped forward to help her up. "Thank you, young lady," the old woman said gratefully, tears welling in her eyes. "No need to thank me, no need at all," Su Nan replied, waving her hand modestly, feeling a bit embarrassed. "You're such a kind soul," the old woman said. "I live just nearby. Would you mind helping me all the way home?" "Ah." Su Nan hesitated for a moment, but her kind nature prevailed, and she nodded in agreement. "All right. Thank you, young lady. You truly have a good heart," the old woman said, expressing her gratitude once again, making Su Nan feel even more awkward. Seeing this, Lu Jini joined in to help support the elderly woman, following her guidance toward her home. At that moment, a graceful woman dressed in white, with a wide-brimmed hat covering her face, noticed the scene. She was Mu Hongyin, a former tribulation stage cultivator. She was on the verge of achieving the great ascension stage when she was betrayed and ambushed by her most trusted disciple, leading to her downfall. 3,000 years later, she was reborn in the body of a lowly beggar girl with mediocre talent. Yet within a few short years, she had cultivated to the golden core stage. She swore to ascend to the immortal realm and settle the score with the disciple who betrayed her. Mu Hongyin frowned as she observed the situation. "I never expected to encounter such a demonic cultivator here in the market." These two young girls, one with a supreme grade ice spiritual root, the other with a lunar physique, are undoubtedly in grave danger. However, this could be an opportunity to build some goodwill. "I'll lend them a hand." She quietly followed behind them. By now, Su Nan and Lu Jini had helped the old woman to a dimly lit, eerie little house in a secluded corner. "Grandma, is this your home? If we've brought you here, we'll take our leave now," Su Nan said, feeling uneasy about the strange and sinister surroundings. Alarmed, she quickly tried to pull Lu Jini away to leave. The old woman's eyes flashed with a strange glint, but her voice remained kind as she said, "You two young ladies are truly kind-hearted. Helping an old woman like me without expecting anything in return, please. Give me the honor of inviting you inside for a cup of hot tea." As Su Nan hesitated, the door creaked open. A middle-aged man poked his head out, a trail of snot hanging near his mouth, his expression vacant. "Ma, you're back," he said dully. His gaze shifted to Su Nan and Lu Jini, and his face immediately flushed red. "Dagua, if it weren't for these two young ladies, I would have died out there," the old woman scolded him. "Hurry up and open the door so they can come in and rest." "Right away, Ma," Dagua quickly responded. The old woman turned to Su Nan and Lu Jini with an apologetic smile. "I must explain, me son was born a little slow. I hope you won't hold it against us." "It's no problem at all," Su Nan replied quickly. Under the old woman's enthusiastic invitation, Su Nan and Lu Jini had no choice but to step into the dimly lit house. The old woman deftly shut the door behind them, then busied herself pouring tea. "Please don't mind the state of our home," she said. "We live a simple life here." "Don't worry, Granny. We won't judge," Su Nan responded warmly. Suddenly, the old woman dropped to her knees, sobbing uncontrollably. "Young ladies, you're so kind-hearted. Could I ask you to grant this old woman one last wish? Before I die, all I want is to hold a grandchild in my arms. But no girl is willing to marry my son. That's out of the question." Su Nan's face turned pale at once. The old woman's expression darkened instantly. "Young lady, didn't you say you do your best to help? If I can't have a grandchild, I want rest in peace." Su Nan glanced at Dagua, who was still sniffling, and forced herself to respond, "Granny, I'm willing to help in other ways, but I can't agree to this. Please get up." Lu Jini frowned as well, finding the old woman's request completely unreasonable. "If you're not willing." The old woman slowly rose to her feet, her tone turning icy. "Then I'm afraid I'll have to resort to more despicable methods." Before she finished speaking, a chilling aura began to emanate from her. A golden core cultivator. Su Nan and Lu Jini exclaimed in unison, their faces filled with shock. A golden core cultivator? Su Nan and Lu Jini gasped in shock as they felt the overwhelming aura emanating from the old woman. The old woman fixed her sharp gaze on Su Nan and gave a sinister smile. Girl, why not go all the way and do a good deed? Help my son and give him a big, healthy baby boy. Absolutely not. Su Nan refused firmly. In her mind, the image of her dazzlingly elegant master appeared. If she were ever to consider a Tao companion, they would need to possess at least a fraction of her master's charm. But the man before her, called De Gua, was nearly 40, and neither his appearance nor his cultivation talent came close to her master's. The difference was like night and day. You don't get a say in this. A glint flashed in the old woman's eyes as she suddenly revealed a wriggling black insect in her hand. This is a love goo. Once it's implanted in you, you'll develop affection for my son. Su Nan's face turned deathly pale upon hearing this. The mere thought of falling for that snot-nosed man made her shudder in horror. Why? She wondered bitterly. Do good people in this world always meet such misfortune? Old hag, I advise you not to push your luck, Lu Jini warned with a frown. If anything happens to the two of us here, our master will never let you off the hook. Once the rice is cooked, what do I have to fear? The old woman grinned, her sparse, broken teeth showing as she sneered at Lu Jini. Since you're so feisty, you might as well become another concubine for my son. Your son, with his sorry state, dares to dream of having multiple wives? Has he even looked in the mirror? Lu Jini, who hailed from a prestigious nascent soul family, was infuriated beyond measure. She had never endured such humiliation. What a sharp-tongued little girl. The old woman let out a cold laugh, and the insect in her hand split into two. Go. The two goo insects shot straight towards Su Nan and Lu Jini's foreheads. Just as their faces turned pale with fright, a loud bang resounded as the door was kicked open. A flash of sword light streaked through the air, slicing the insects into 4 pieces. They turned to see a mysterious woman dressed in white, holding a long sword and wearing a bamboo hat, standing in the doorway. Who are you? Why are you interfering with my plans? The old woman was livid, her carefully cultivated love goo destroyed. A goo master, huh? Haven't seen one of your kind in a while. The woman in white chuckled lightly, twirling her sword before she slung it over her back. I didn't expect to encounter one here. You people are always up to no good with your vile tricks. Just a mere golden core cultivator, and you dare meddle in my affairs? The old woman's eyes glinted dangerously. Since you know about goo masters, you should also know how miserable your end will be if you cross us. The woman in white simply smirked coldly. If she had been at her peak, her aura alone would have been enough to make the old woman's body explode. Since you're here, you might as well make up the numbers and become one of my son's many wives, the old woman said with a sinister smile. Her withered, bark-like hand shot out toward the woman in white with lightning speed. The woman in white moved with grace, as light as a falling feather, easily dodging the deadly attack. She was well aware of the terrifying nature of these sinister goo masters. Their fingernails concealed venomous goo worms that could burrow into the body instantly with even the smallest scratch. Impressive technique, the old woman exclaimed, then sneered coldly. But if that's all you can do, you'd better surrender obediently today. As her words fell, it seemed as though an invisible shackle was broken within her. Her aura surged higher and higher, stopping only at the early nascent soul stage. So you've been hiding your cultivation level, the woman in white said, her brows furrowing slightly. The old woman merely gave an enigmatic smile and remained silent. Miss, if you can escape, please go now, Su Nan urged anxiously. A golden core cultivator facing a nascent soul one had almost no chance of victory. Even if the woman in white had once been a mighty tribulation crossing expert, confronting a nascent soul opponent with her current golden core stage body was nearly impossible. The gap between the two realms was as vast as a chasm. I've already stepped in. Giving up halfway is not my style, the woman in white replied with a radiant smile at Su Nan. Little sister, watch closely, I'll show you how to fight across such a major cultivation gap. Arrogant, the old woman roared in fury. Suddenly, a bizarre whip 3 zhang long emerged from her back, woven from crimson muscle and white fat. The whip lashed out toward the woman in white's face with a sharp crack, but she evaded it effortlessly. The whip struck a wooden table instead, shattering it into countless splinters with a thunderous crash. The old woman's son, De Gua, was so terrified by the scene that he wet himself and fled into another room. Watching him scurry away, the old woman sighed inwardly, lamenting how utterly useless her son was. Once this old lady captures you, I'll make you spill the secrets of your technique, she snarled viciously. The woman in white chuckled mockingly. Stop boasting. If you're capable, just kill me already. Want to die? Not so fast. I'll make sure you suffer first, the old woman bellowed, her whip once again whistling through the air. As the woman in white dodged, the old woman used the nascent soul stage's teleportation technique, suddenly appearing behind her. Watch out behind you! Su Nan cried out in alarm. The woman in white reacted swiftly, swinging her sword backward in a flash toward the old woman. The old woman was startled, realizing the golden core cultivator's reflexes were truly remarkable. If allowed to grow any further, this woman would undoubtedly surpass her in cultivation one day. With that thought, the old woman made up her mind. This woman must die today to eliminate any future threat. Clang! The metallic clash echoed all around. The elderly woman, with her withered, tree-like hands, directly caught the sword strike from the woman in white, showcasing an astonishing level of defense. The woman in white sighed inwardly. Despite her mastery of countless techniques, as a mid-stage golden core cultivator, she was ultimately no match for a nascent soul opponent. The saying strength triumphs over skill felt particularly bitter in this moment. Was she really going to fall here before avenging her past grievances? The old woman smirked smugly. Heh, little girl, I've been tempering my skin with venom every day. This body of mine is now comparable to that of a soul transformation cultivator. The woman in white responded with a cold sneer but said nothing. As a former tribulation transcendence cultivator in her previous life, she refused to believe she could be so easily defeated by someone at the nascent soul stage. You like to play the hero, don't you? The old woman's face twisted into a sinister grin. Then watch as these two little girls spend the night with my son. With that, her clawed hand lunged toward Lu Jini. At that critical moment, a sudden change occurred. An intense aura of frost erupted around Lu Jini, and countless icy sword shadows formed behind her, coalescing into a radiant ice lotus. Extreme frost sword array! The woman in white exclaimed in shock. The old woman's expression shifted drastically, while Lu Jini suddenly recalled, I almost forgot Master left an array on me. Before her words had fully landed, the ice lotus blossomed with a thunderous burst, transforming into a storm of sword shadows that surged toward the old woman with overwhelming power. Confronted with a force far beyond the nascent soul stage, the old woman let out a despairing scream. No! The merciless sword shadows pierced through her once proud body, leaving it riddled with holes. Even her soul was annihilated under the terrifying onslaught. As the sword shadows dissipated, a poised young man in green robes appeared out of thin air. Master! Su Nan and Lu Jini cried out in joy. The old woman's lifeless body fell heavily to the ground. Yet the young man didn't spare it a glance. You two little troublemakers really know how to keep your master on edge, Li Zhoujun said with a helpless sigh. Su Nan stuck out her tongue sheepishly and explained. My junior sister and I just wanted to help an old woman who seemed pitiful. Who would have thought she'd turn out to have such a venomous heart? Kindness is never wrong, but when shown to the wrong person, it's wasted, Li Zhoujun said with a faint smile. Consider today's events a lesson for you both. Mu Hongyan immediately recognized the green-robed cultivator and bowed respectfully. Junior greets senior. Inwardly, she marveled at him. Li Zhoujun, the youngest tribulation transcendence cultivator of Daotian sect and the master of Yunju Mountain, was no more than 40 years old. Compared to her own 2 centuries of effort to reach the same realm, he was truly a peerless genius. Who are you? Li Zhoujun looked at the woman in white before him, his expression filled with confusion. Master, this sister is the benefactor who just saved us. She nearly got killed by that old witch to protect us, Su Nan quickly explained. I see. Li Zhoujun suddenly understood, his face softening into a kind smile. Young lady, what is your name? The woman in white bowed respectfully. This junior's name is Mu Hongyan. Li Zhoujun retrieved a jade stone from his sleeve and gently tossed it to Mu Hongyan. Keep this with you. If you encounter danger, crush it, and I will come to your aid. Mu Hongyan caught the jade stone with both hands and solemnly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, senior, for your kindness. Receiving the promise of protection from a tribulation transcending cultivator filled Mu Hongyan's heart with joy. It was an invaluable support for the path of vengeance she was about to embark on. Memories of the beggar girl from before her transmigration surfaced in her mind. A girl who had a younger brother, but he was beaten to death by Yu Linglong, the young master of the Yulong sect, simply because he dirted her eyes. The beggar girl had been consumed with sorrow, and on her deathbed, Mu Hongyan had taken over her body, vowing to avenge her. Although Yu Linglong was at the golden core stage, her father, Yu Fenghua, the sect master of Yulong sect, was a void immortal cultivator. Yu Linglong had arrogantly said to Mu Hongyan, I killed your brother. If you're not satisfied, come to Yulong sect and settle it with me. I'll personally accept your challenge. Good deeds bring rewards, and evil deeds bring retribution. This is what you deserve, Li Zhoujun said meaningfully. He then turned to Su Nan and Lu Zining, adding, be extra cautious on your way back. As soon as he finished speaking, this projection of himself dissipated into the air. Meanwhile, in a secluded chamber, the real Li Zhoujun opened his eyes, a helpless smile on his face. These two little girls are truly worrisome. Li Zhoujun had recently broken through to the late nascent soul stage. Even without the assistance of the 50-50 system, he had surpassed many prodigies on Qingzhou. A cultivator reaching the nascent soul stage at the age of 40 was exceedingly rare. At that moment, an elderly voice called from outside. Is the master of Cloud Residence Mountain here? Li Zhoujun appeared before the visitor in a flash and greeted him with a smile. Elder Chun, to what do I owe the honor of your visit? The elder, named Changguang, was a respected elder of the Dao Heaven Palace. He bowed respectfully and said, Mountain Master, the sect master has summoned you to the Dao Heaven Palace for a meeting. Understood, I will go at once, Li Zhoujun replied and vanished in an instant. Staring at Li Zhoujun's departing figure, Changguang sighed with emotion. Who would have thought that the once dubbed useless master of Cloud Residence Mountain would now become one of the pillars of Dao Heaven sect? This world is indeed full of surprises. When Li Zhoujun appeared in the Dao Tian Hall, all the mountain lords of the Dao Tian sect had already gathered. The atmosphere inside the hall was heavy, and everyone bore different expressions. What day is it today? Why is everyone gathered here? Li Zhoujun asked, slightly surprised. Mu Taiyu let out a faint sneer. It's about Elder Xiao Yuanhui from the Tai Su sect of Yunzhou. This man, at 100 years old, is undergoing his tribulation. In pursuit of invincibility, he has already defeated the peerless experts of three top sects: Lei Zhou's Sacred Thunder Palace, Jiang Zhou's Vast Sword Sect, and Ling Zhou's Golden Spirit Temple. It seems our Dao Tian sect is next. As soon as these words landed, the mountain lords in the hall erupted in fury. This man is too arrogant. Utterly insolent. Angry voices rose one after another. Mu Taiyu turned to Li Zhoujun. Mountain Lord of Yunzhou, in the past 100 years, only you have reached the tribulation stage in our Dao Tian sect. It seems this matter can only fall to you. At that moment, the system issued a timely mission. Suppress Xiao Yuanhui's arrogance and shatter his invincible mindset. Completing this task will grant generous rewards. Rest assured, Sect Master, Li Zhoujun agreed without hesitation. Even if I am not his match, I will never allow the Dao Tian sect to be disgraced. The Kanglan Mountain Lord standing nearby chuckled to himself. This Yunzhou Mountain Lord really liked to play the underdog. With his true immortal cultivation, wasn't defeating Xiao Yuanhui a trivial matter? After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the mountain lords gradually dispersed. Murong Shui approached Li Zhoujun, who was leisurely peeling melon seeds, and reminded him, Xiao Yuanhui is highly talented and incredibly arrogant. No big deal. Li Zhoujun stood up nonchalantly. I'll head back to see if my two disciples have returned. All right, Murong Shui replied. At that moment, a spatial ripple suddenly appeared at the border of Qingzhou. From within stepped a young man dressed in plain clothes, with ordinary features but clear, piercing eyes. His voice, like rolling thunder, echoed across all of Qingzhou. Hear me, Dao Tian sect of Qingzhou. Xiao Yuanhui will visit in 10 days to witness the strength of your sect's finest in the past century. This proclamation resounded throughout Qingzhou, and no one in the Dao Tian sect failed to hear it. The mountain lords began discussing fervently. With such a bold declaration, isn't he afraid of losing face if he fails? That's the way of someone on the path to invincibility arrogant enough. Let's hope the Yunzhou Mountain Lord can shatter this guy's invincible mindset. Li Zhoujun, however, paid no attention to the challenge. To him, Xiao Yuanhui was merely a generous benefactor delivering rewards. As long as he managed to draw, Xiao Yuanhui's so-called invincible mindset would naturally crumble. Upon returning to Yunzhou Mountain, Li Zhoujun found his two disciples, Su Nan and Lu Zining, already waiting in the Yunzhou Hall. Master, did you hear? Someone has challenged our Dao Tian sect. Su Nan exclaimed, her face full of shock. I'm the one who will face him. Li Zhoujun shrugged. Master, do you think you can beat him? The young girl blinked, her eyes filled with concern. Take a guess. Li Zhoujun chuckled softly before turning to Lu Zining. I haven't taught you the sect's techniques yet, have I? Come here. Lu Zining obediently stepped forward. Li Zhoujun lightly touched Lu Zining's forehead with his finger, passing on the Taiyin scripture to her. You possess the Taiyin constitution. There's not much guidance I can give you as your teacher. Everything depends on your own comprehension. Everyone's path is different, so you must follow your own heart. I understand, Master, Lu Zining replied with a solemn nod. Good. Li Zhoujun nodded in response, inwardly lamenting that he was nothing more than an unqualified teacher. He then changed the subject and asked, by the way, the young girl who saved you all, what's her name? Mu something? That sister's name is Mu Hongyan. Mu what? Mu Hongyan, Master. Are you teasing me? Su Nan said helplessly. You caught me, Li Zhoujun chuckled. That girl seems like a decent person. She is, but Sister Hongyan mentioned she was heading to Yulong sect for some matters before she left, Su Nan added. Yulong sect? Li Zhoujun murmured, slightly surprised. He had heard of this prominent sect protected by a void immortal. Mu Hongyan, despite her young age, had already reached the golden core stage, so she was likely a disciple of Yulong sect. At this moment, Mu Hongyan had already arrived at the gates of Yulong sect. Wearing a bamboo hat and exuding a graceful aura, she drew the curious gazes of the gatekeeping disciples. "Yu Linglong, I've come for you." Mu Hongyan suddenly called out loudly. The gatekeepers were shocked. How dare you address the young sect master by name? They were well aware of the young sect master's fiery temper. This was practically asking for trouble. Sure enough, a jade-colored whip shot out from the main gate like a dragon, lashing directly at Mu Hongyan. But she effortlessly caught it. Her tone calm as she said, "After all these years, your temper hasn't changed one bit. To catch my whip so easily, your strength is impressive. Tell me, who are you?" A striking young woman in a jade lotus dress stepped out, her expression haughty. Mu Hongyan removed her bamboo hat, revealing a stunning face untouched by makeup, leaving the gatekeepers dumbfounded. A flicker of jealousy flashed in Yu Linglong's eyes as she coldly demanded, "State your name." "What? You don't remember me? I've encountered countless prodigies. Why should I remember you specifically?" Yu Linglong sneered. "How forgetful. You killed my brother back then." Mu Hongyan replied with a cold snort. "So, it's you, the little beggar girl," Yu Linglong said with sudden realization. She recalled the time she had struck down a beggar boy with her whip, and the nearby little girl who had glared at her with burning hatred. Smirking, she added, "What now? Here to seek revenge?" Reaching the golden core stage in just a few years seems I'll need to deal with you today to eliminate future threats. Her tone brimmed with growing jealousy. Though Yu Linglong appeared youthful, she was already 30 and had only just reached the golden core stage. The thought of this former little beggar, not only possessing extraordinary beauty but also surpassing her in talent, stoked the flames of envy within her. "If you're going to strike, then do it. Spare me the unnecessary chatter." Mu Hongyan sneered coldly, her eyes glinting with murderous intent. "Today, I will kill you, arrogant little girl." Yu Linglong laughed in disbelief at the words. She let out a cold snort, and the jade whip in her hand sliced through the air in a sharp arc, producing a crisp crack as it aimed straight for Mu Hongyan's face. "In my territory, you dare to talk about killing me?" Such bold words from a little beggar girl. "Let's see if you're all talk, or if you can back it up. Jealous of my looks, are you? Trying to ruin my face?" Mu Hongyan effortlessly dodged the whip, a mocking smile playing on her lips. A glint of malice flashed through Yu Linglong's eyes. "You're right. Not only will I ruin your face, but I'll defeat you, humiliate you, and throw you to a pack of filthy men. Let you know what it feels like to wish for death. You vile creature." Mu Hongyan hadn't expected Yu Linglong to be even more ruthless than she imagined. She gracefully stepped aside, evading the whip once again. On the sidelines, disciples of the Jade Dragon sect whispered among themselves. "That girl challenging the young sect master is clearly talented. But such a pity about that face of hers daring to offend the young sect master like this." "Shut up," another disciple hastily interrupted, his face paling as he realized what had just been said. He shivered at the thought, knowing the consequences of crossing the young sect master, crippling at best, being chopped up and fed to dogs at worst. Yu Linglong's eyes flickered with surprise as Mu Hongyan easily avoided her attacks. But the surprise quickly turned into fury as she lashed out again, her whip striking like a storm. Yet, Mu Hongyan continued to evade every strike with ease. "After all these years, you really haven't improved at all," Mu Hongyan taunted, her words cutting deep. Yu Linglong's refusal to rely on Yuan Ing pills to advance her cultivation had left her stuck at the peak of the golden core stage for years. Now, struggling against someone at the mid-golden core stage, the frustration of her stagnation was driving her mad. "You're asking for death," Yu Linglong roared in anger. Mu Hongyan seemed to see right through her. "Yu Linglong, your father is a powerful void immortal. How could he have such a weak and untalented daughter? Could it be you're not his biological child? I'll kill you." Yu Linglong screamed in a fit of rage, her jade whip striking with even greater ferocity. One disciple watching from the sidelines muttered nervously, "This girl should really stop talking. She's digging her own grave by provoking the young sect master like this." "Idiot," another disciple said with a lecherous grin. "Aren't you curious about what that woman tastes like? She's offended the young sect master. Maybe we'll get a chance to have some fun with her." The disciple who had spoken earlier let out a cold snort, his tone laced with mockery. "You really have no backbone. Do you actually want to become the pig that the young sect master mocks?" "Ah, that's not quite right," another disciple chuckled nonchalantly in response. At that moment, the tide of the battle shifted. Mu Hongyan finally launched her counterattack. With a flash of her figure, she appeared directly in front of Yu Linglong, a long sword materializing in her hand. Sword energy cascaded down like a misty rain, instantly enveloping Yu Linglong. Dense fog quickly spread out, covering a radius of 100 meters in mere moments. Trapped in the fog, Yu Linglong was overcome with panic. She couldn't see her opponent's position at all, and could only remain on high alert. Suddenly, the sound of something slicing through the air came from behind her. Before she could react, a fresh wound appeared on her back. In a hurried attempt to strike back, Yu Linglong lashed out with her whip, but it hit nothing but air. The whip slammed heavily onto the ground, shattering the floor into pieces. The force of her attack left her momentarily immobilized. Mu Hongyan seized the opportunity and struck again, her sword carving another wound across Yu Linglong's waist. Stop hiding and dodging. If you have the guts, stand out and fight me unknown. Yu Linglong screamed in frustration. At this moment, she felt like a mouse being toyed with by a cat, a feeling she could not bear. She began frantically swinging her whip, trying to create a defensive barrier, but in doing so, she was rapidly draining her energy. Mu Hongyan saw through her opponent's strategy and patiently waited for Yu Linglong to exhaust herself. After about the time it would take 3 incense sticks to burn, the opportunity finally arrived. Mu Hongyan aimed her sword directly at Yu Linglong's throat, ready to end the fight. But suddenly, an overwhelming, terrifying aura erupted from within the Yulong sect. In the next instant, an immense force struck Mu Hongyan, sending her flying out of the fog like a kite with a broken string. As she was thrown back, the fog dissipated, revealing a dignified middle-aged Minoni other than Yu Fenghua, the sect master of Yulong sect. "Father!" Yu Linglong cried out as she saw him, immediately bursting into complaints. "This woman is no good. Father, you must kill her." However, Yu Fenghua's attention was entirely focused on Mu Hongyan's appearance. Beautiful, so incredibly beautiful. How could such a stunning woman exist in this world? He thought to himself. A woman this gorgeous must belong to me. Mu Hongyan let out a cold laugh. "Yu Linglong, can't take it anymore? What now, calling for backup?" "Huh. If you've got the guts, why don't you call for backup too?" Yu Linglong retorted smugly. "Silence!" Yu Fenghua suddenly barked at his daughter. "Father, are you yelling at me?" Yu Linglong stared at him in disbelief, but Yu Fenghua ignored her completely. Instead, he turned to Mu Hongyan, his tone soft and gentle. "Miss, what exactly is going on here?" This unexpected change in attitude left Mu Hongyan momentarily stunned. She had fully expected him to attack her on sight, especially after she had nearly killed his daughter. For a brief moment, her expression grew complicated. "Your daughter killed my brother." Mu Hongyan stared directly at Yu Fenghua, her tone icy cold. Yu Fenghua narrowed his eyes slightly and turned to Yu Linglong, who stood to the side. "Linglong, is what this young lady said true?" Yu Linglong's face turned pale as she saw her father's serious expression. "Father, I didn't mean to," she stammered, secretly puzzled. Normally, her father turned a blind eye to her misdeeds, no matter how severe. Why was he suddenly taking this so seriously? "Fine. You killed someone, so you must be punished." Yu Fenghua let out a cold snort. "I sentence you to reflect at the cliff of reflection for 3 years. Father!" Yu Linglong's eyes widened in disbelief. She couldn't fathom why her father would punish her so harshly over a mere beggar. Yu Fenghua's gaze grew even sharper. "What? Are you defying my orders?" "No, father." Yu Linglong lowered her proud head. She knew full well that everything she had came from her father. If she disobeyed him, she could lose it all. "And apologize to this young lady." "What?" Yu Fenghua's expression became even more dangerous. He sighed inwardly. His daughter's arrogance and unruliness were the result of her mother's early death and his own neglect due to sect affairs. It seemed this character build was a failure. Perhaps it was time to find a new wife and start anew. Defeated, Yu Linglong hung her head like a defeated rooster and muttered to Mu Hongyan, "I'm sorry." Without waiting for a response, she turned and ran toward the cliff of reflection. Mu Hongyan watched in silence. She understood that Yu Fenghua's actions, though seemingly punitive, were actually to protect Yu Linglong. After all, the young lady had offended more than a few people in her escapades. "Young lady, are you satisfied with this punishment?" Yu Fenghua asked with a smile. "You've already made your decision. Does my opinion even matter?" Mu Hongyan replied with a cold laugh. She could sense that this matter was far from over. Yu Fenghua would never truly yield to a mere golden core cultivator. "Your temperament reminds me of my late wife," Yu Fenghua remarked meaningfully. Mu Hongyan immediately caught on to his intentions and quickly donned her bamboo hat. "The matter is settled, sect master Yu. I'll take my leave." In an instant, Yu Fenghua appeared in front of her, blocking her path. "Why the rush, young lady?" Mu Hongyan gripped the jade stone gifted to her by Li Zhoujun. "What are you trying to do?" "Young lady, for someone so young to have reached the golden core stage, your talent is unparalleled. Only someone as gifted, intelligent, and beautiful as you is worthy of becoming my wife," Yu Fenghua declared bluntly. "Sect master Yu, don't you think you're being utterly ridiculous?" Mu Hongyan sneered in anger. Your daughter killed my brother? And now you want to marry me? Are you out of your mind? I quite like your fiery temper, Yu Fenghua said with a chilling smile. Mu Hongyan stared speechlessly at the void immortal cultivator before her, thinking how vastly inferior he was compared to Yunju, the master of Dao Tian sect. Meanwhile, the gatekeepers of the Yulong sect could only inwardly mourn for Mu Hongyan. In the presence of their sect master, they dared not utter a single word. For ordinary cultivators, a void immortal was akin to a true celestial being, someone they could only look up to in awe. Mu Hongyan suddenly revealed a meaningful smile. If you want to marry me, that's fine. Just kill your daughter with your own hands. Hearing this, Yu Fenghua frowned deeply. Miss, Yu Linglong has already been punished. Killing her as well would be unreasonable. While he wasn't particularly close to his daughter, killing his own flesh and blood for the sake of a woman would undoubtedly ruin his reputation if word got out. What? Unwilling? Then don't stop me from leaving, Mu Hongyan said, meeting Yu Fenghua's gaze directly. The surrounding disciples guarding the gate were shocked by her audacity, daring to speak to the sect master in such a manner. A dangerous glint flickered in Yu Fenghua's eyes. Miss, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. There are countless women in this world willing to offer themselves to me. If you insist on being uncooperative, don't blame me for using force. Affection can be cultivated over time. As a void immortal cultivator, being rejected repeatedly by a woman had pushed his patience to its limit. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Mu Hongyan sneered coldly. Forgive me then, Yu Fenghua said without further words. With a wave of his sleeve, he attempted to envelop Mu Hongyan. In that split second, Mu Hongyan crushed the jade stone in her hand. Instantly, an overwhelming sword intent filled with the aura of slaughter enveloped the entire Yulong sect. Under this oppressive force, even Yu Fenghua felt insignificant, as if he were nothing more than dust. The sky darkened ominously. What kind of power is this? Such a terrifying aura. Could this be the legendary true immortal? Frightened whispers echoed throughout the Yulong sect, and disciples with lower cultivation levels collapsed to their knees. Mu Hongyan's eyes widened. This is the aura of a true immortal. As a former tribulation transcendence powerhouse in her previous life, she could not have mistaken a Dao Tian sect's Yunju mountain lord, only 40 years of age, was a true immortal. A phantom of Li Zhoujun slowly formed in the sky above. Yunju mountain lord? Yu Fenghua's eyes widened in disbelief. He never imagined that Mu Hongyan would have a connection to such a powerful figure. Given the Yulong sect's proximity to Dao Tian sect, he was well aware of Li Zhoujun's identity. The Yulong sect was in an uproar. It's the youngest tribulation transcendence cultivator in Qingzhou, the Yunju mountain lord. No wonder this woman dared to venture into the Yulong sect alone. She has such a formidable backing. Could she be his disciple? If we anger the Yunju mountain lord, won't we be doomed? Li Zhoujun cast a calm glance at Yu Fenghua before turning his attention to Mu Hongyan. Young lady, we meet again. Young lady, we meet again, Li Zhoujun said, looking at Mu Hongyan with a gentle smile at the corners of his lips. Forgive me for disturbing your cultivation, mountain lord, Mu Hongyan said respectfully, bowing her head and clasping her fists in salute. How could it be considered a disturbance? Li Zhoujun chuckled softly, his gaze shifting to Yu Fenghua. As that gaze fell upon him, Yu Fenghua felt an invisible, immense pressure crashing down on him, as if the heavens themselves were collapsing, leaving him struggling to breathe. This young girl saved my disciple. I wonder, sect master Yu, if you might consider showing some leniency on behalf of this mountain lord? Li Zhoujun's tone seemed to inquire, yet carried an undeniable authority. Yu Fenghua forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. For Mountain Lordly to personally intervene, how could I possibly refuse? If I had known earlier that this girl was connected to you, Mountain Lord, I would have surely treated her with the utmost courtesy befitting the Yulong sect. Watching this scene, Mu Hongyan clenched her fists tightly. In her heart, she thought bitterly that if her cultivation from her previous life were still intact, she wouldn't need anyone's help. She could turn the entire Yulong sect upside down on her own. I've heard that the Yulong sect has a secret realm opening soon? Li Zhoujun suddenly asked. Indeed, it is our sect's Yulong secret realm. Inside are 3 Yulong fruits, which can help a golden core cultivator advance to the nascent soul stage. Only the top 3 participants will be eligible to obtain them, Yu Fenghua replied respectfully. Very well. Since your sect was previously discourteous to this young girl, how about offering her one of the slots as compensation? Li Zhoujun said, smiling but with an unmistakable firmness. At these words, Yu Fenghua's expression turned sour. The Yulong secret realm only opened once every 10 years, and only 3 people could gain its opportunities each time. A single slot was worth a fortune. However, after weighing the pros and cons, he quickly nodded and agreed decisively. Of course, that can be arranged. Good, then it's settled, Li Zhoujun said with a hearty laugh. He then turned to Mu Hongyan. While I have secured a slot for you, once inside the secret realm, you will still need to rely on your own strength to compete for the opportunities. If you lack the ability and miss out, you can't blame anyone else. Thank you, Mountain Lord. I will remember your words, Mu Hongyan said gratefully. Li Zhoujun nodded in acknowledgement, and his avatar dissipated. The oppressive atmosphere instantly lifted, and the members of the Yulong sect collectively breathed a sigh of relief. The sect elders began murmuring amongst themselves. Is this the youngest tribulation transcending expert of the Daotian sect? Even just an avatar of his carries such immense power, like a true immortal descending to the mortal world. Some speculated that he might have already reached the true immortal stage, but this was quickly dismissed by others. If he were a true immortal, he would have ascended long ago. A well-informed elder explained that for a cultivator in the Great Ascension stage to ascend, they must fully convert their spiritual energy into the denser immortal energy. Some cultivators deliberately retain a portion of their ordinary spiritual energy so they can remain in Qingzhou. The mysteries of true immortals are beyond our comprehension, one elder concluded. Even if this Cloud Mountain Lord isn't a true immortal, he must be very close. The disciples of Yulong sect gazed at the scene before them, their eyes shimmering with envy. The mere appearance of the Yunju Mountain Lord, even for a brief moment, had compelled their void immortal level sect leader to concede. Such status and power were exactly what they aspired to achieve. Yu Fenghua sighed inwardly. Although Li Zhoujun had said upon his departure that Mu Hongyan should rely on herself, Yu knew full well that this spot had to go to her. Otherwise, it would be a blatant disregard for Li Zhoujun's face. Time flew by, and 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Xiao Yuanhui, clad in simple robes, stood beneath the towering gates of Daotian sect. He looked up at the plaque inscribed with the 3 majestic characters, Daotian sect, a faint smile playing on his lips. Daotian sect. Quite an imposing name. Xiao Yuanhui of Yunzhou Taishu sect requests an audience with your esteemed sect. His voice, like rolling thunder, echoed throughout the entire Daotian sect. I have heard that your sect boasts a Yunju mountain lord who transcended tribulation at the age of 40. I, Xiao, would like to witness such power firsthand. The gatekeepers stared at Xiao Yuanhui, feeling an invisible pressure bearing down on them, making it hard to breathe. Just then, an elderly man with white eyebrows suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Yuanhui, smiling warmly. A guest is a guest. Elder Xiao, why not come in and have a seat? Allow us to extend the hospitality of Daotian sect before discussing a duel. And who might you be? Xiao Yuanhui squinted his eyes. He hadn't expected that his grand entrance would only summon an old man to greet him. No matter. Once he defeated their youngest tribulation transcending expert, he would surely humble this proudest sect of Qingzhou. The old man stroked his beard and replied, I am the Yuran Mountain Lord, tasked with overseeing the reception of guests for Daotian sect. I see. For a moment, I thought you were the Yunju Mountain Lord, Xiao Wenwei said with a laugh. Elder Xiao Jess. The Yunju Mountain Lord is a strikingly handsome figure. How could an old fellow like me compare? The elderly man chuckled. Meanwhile, inside the Daotian hall, Mu Taiyu and the other mountain lords had gathered, with Li Zhoujun among them. So Xiao Yuanhui has arrived, making such a grand show. Does he really think he's that formidable? Scoffed Lu Yin, who was known for his fiery temper. Once I break through to the tribulation stage, I'll be sure to challenge him myself. Sect Master, allow me to meet him, Li Zhoujun said as he rose to his feet. Be careful, Mu Taiyu nodded. Rest assured, Sect Master. I, Li, would never bring shame to the sect, Li Zhoujun replied with a faint smile before heading toward the mountain gate. The Kanglan Mountain Lord watched Li Zhoujun's departing figure and couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Xiao Yuanhui. This Yunju Mountain Lord was secretly a true immortal-level powerhouse. If not for revealing his strength to save a disciple, no one would have known his true cultivation even now. Before long, Li Zhoujun appeared at the mountain gate. Seeing the Yuran Mountain Lord conversing with Xiao Yuanhui, he smiled and said, Elder Xiao, I heard you were looking for me? Yunju Mountain Lord. Both the Yuran Mountain Lord and the gatekeepers greeted with respect. Xiao Yuanhui scrutinized the seemingly ordinary young man before him, whose only striking feature was his handsome appearance. A glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. So, you are the Yunju Mountain Lord? It is indeed me, Li Zhoujun replied with a calm smile. Truly, heroes emerge at a young age, Xiao Yuanhui remarked, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Allow me, Xiao, to experience the strength of the master of Yunju Mountain. Before his words fully landed, his figure had already appeared like a ghost in front of Li Zhoujun, delivering a powerful punch accompanied by a deafening sonic boom aimed straight at his opponent's face. Hiss! Mu Taiyu, hidden in the void, along with the other mountain masters, collectively drew a sharp breath. The sheer force of Xiao Yuanhui's punch was enough to explain how he managed to defeat the young tribulation transcending experts of 3 top sects consecutively. The master of Kanglan Mountain, however, mused silently. If the master of Yunju Mountain were to unleash his full power, Xiao Yuanhui might not even last a single breath. As the fist neared its target, Li Zhoujun weighed his options internally. Without using the Aoshue Immortal Sword, relying solely on the system's power would only result in an even match. With this thought, he simply raised his right hand. Boom! A dull, thunderous sound erupted, and a shockwave spread outward with the two at its center. The surrounding mountain masters quickly cast their mystical arts to shield their disciples and protect the sect buildings. When the dust settled, everyone saw that Li Zhoujun had effortlessly caught the forceful punch. Interesting. Xiao Yuanhui's excitement grew as he finally encountered a worthy opponent. Without hesitation, he launched a new wave of attacks, his punches falling like torrential rain. Yet, no matter how he shifted his strength or technique, Li Zhoujun consistently anticipated his moves and neutralized them with ease. The disciples of Daotian sect, hearing of the duel, gathered to witness the peak battle. Among the crowd, Lu Jini and Su Nan cheered enthusiastically for their master. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaohao, now a disciple of Fire Maple Mountain, spotted Su Nan and had long since shed his former arrogance. After all, the strength Li Zhoujun displayed at this moment far surpassed that of Fire Maple Mountain's master, Lu Yan. The battle raged on. Xiao Yuanhui unleashed various divine techniques, but found his stamina rapidly depleting. In contrast, Li Zhoujun remained composed, as if he were an unfathomable abyss, impossible to gauge. Li Zhoujun's combat experience indeed fell short compared to Xiao Yuanhui, a battle-crazed warrior. During their bout, Li quickly exposed a flaw. His center was left wide open whenever he made sweeping movements with both hands. Xiao Yuanhui's eyes lit up at the opportunity. Without hesitation, he channeled his power and struck Li Zhoujun's chest with a powerful palm strike. Though the strike forced Li Zhoujun to stagger back 3 steps with a muffled groan, thanks to the system's balance protection ability, he remained unharmed. On the contrary, it was Xiao Yuanhui's own palm that throbbed painfully from the recoil. From the sidelines, the Mountain Lord of Yu Dao Tianzong offered a fair assessment. The Mountain Lord of Yunju is undoubtedly a prodigy, surpassing not only Qingzhou but even other regions. However, he is still young and lacks the combat experience of someone like Xiao Yuanhui, who has honed his skills through countless battles. Other mountain lords nodded in agreement. Indeed, Xiao Yuanhui is only at the early stage of the Tribulation Realm, while the Yunju Mountain Lord is clearly a level higher. What's even more astonishing is his physical resilience, taking such a heavy strike without even flinching. Meanwhile, the Kanglan Mountain Lord silently mused. It's obvious. Despite already being at the true immortal stage, the Yunju Mountain Lord is using Xiao Yuanhui as practice. Xiao Yuanhui began to realize this as well. Every one of his attacks was effortlessly countered by Li Zhoujun, and even when he managed to exploit a rare opening, his strike left no impact. It was clear that Li Zhoujun's cultivation far surpassed his own, and that he was merely being treated as a sparring partner. This realization stirred a deep sense of frustration within Xiao Yuanhui. As he engaged Li Zhoujun again, now fully adjusted to the rhythm, he noticed that his opponent still wasn't using full strength. Overcome with anger and humiliation, he roared, "Mountain Lord of Yunju, stop insulting me and fight me with everything you've got." Li Zhoujun let out a helpless sigh. It was the first time he had ever received such a request, but he genuinely had been giving it his all. As the fight continued with the same pace and rhythm, Xiao Yuanhui's composure completely crumbled. Once a dominant figure among his peers, he now found himself reduced to someone else's training partner. It was a bitter pill to swallow. "I'm done. I concede." Xiao Yuanhui stepped back and spoke in a low voice. Li Zhoujun froze, caught off guard. Xiao Yuanhui continued, "Mountain Lord of Yunju, I admit your talent is extraordinary, and I cannot match you. But if we were at the same cultivation level, I'm confident I could defeat you. I won't let this defeat discourage me. I'll train hard, rise to your level and challenge you again." Li Zhoujun was dumbfounded. The sheer strength of Xiao Yuanhui's indomitable spirit was beyond anything he had expected. It seemed his mission might not be so easily accomplished. "Farewell," Xiao Yuanhui said, casting a deep glance at Li Zhoujun before turning to leave. "Wait," Li Zhoujun called out, unwilling to let him go just yet. He hadn't received his reward and figured he needed to find a way to temper Xiao Yuanhui's sharp edge. "What is it?" Xiao Yuanhui paused, slightly puzzled. "I'm 46 years old," Li Zhoujun stated calmly. Xiao Yuanhui froze in place, stunned. At that moment, the system's notifications chimed in. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. Breaking Xiao Yuanhui's invincible spirit. Ding! System rewards issued. Perfected nascent soul stage cultivation. Ding! System rewards issued. Return to void pill. Ding! System rewards issued. Heaven shrouding Dharma aspect." The return to void pill could increase a nascent soul cultivator's chances of breaking through to the void immortal realm by 5%. The heaven shrouding Dharma aspect was a vast and majestic manifestation of divine and demonic power, capable of obscuring the sun, moon, and stars. This reward is quite decent, Li Zhoujun thought to himself, nodding in approval as he looked at the rewards issued by the system. Xiao Yunhui quickly adjusted his mindset, clasped his hands, and said, "The waves of the Yangtze River always push forward, but one wave inevitably crashes on the shore. Master of Yunju Mountain, I look forward to our next battle." Before his words had fully settled, he slipped away as fast as he could, fearing that staying any longer might leave him utterly demoralized. "Master of Yunju Mountain, mighty and invincible," someone shouted loudly. The cheer echoed throughout the Dao Tian sect, resonating deeply among the disciples. Su Nan pressed her small hand against her chest, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Lu Jining, standing nearby, silently felt relieved, thinking that joining Li Zhoujun's tutelage was undoubtedly the best decision of her life. Mu Taiyu led the other mountain masters to stand before Li Zhoujun. Li Zhoujun clasped his hands and smiled, saying, "As a member of the Dao Tian sect, it is only natural for me to do these things." His words earned nods of approval from the gathered experts. 3 days later, Li Zhoujun was leisurely lying in his courtyard, basking in the sun. For him, the best form of cultivation was, paradoxically, not cultivating at all. Had long discovered that his progress was twice as slow when actively cultivating compared to when passively letting the system work. Just then, the system suddenly issued a task. Ding! The system has detected an anomaly in the dark abyss 1,000 miles away. As a strong member of the Dao Tian sect, the host is tasked to investigate. Completing this mission will yield generous rewards. Feeling bored and restless, Li Zhoujun readily agreed. After bidding farewell to Su Nan and Lu Jining, he mounted his flying sword and headed straight for the dark abyss. As he arrived, he saw dark clouds swirling ominously above, with a deep chasm stretching between two towering mountains. Without hesitation, Li Zhoujun stepped into the abyss. "Hey there, young man," a voice suddenly called out. "This is no place for ordinary people. Many cultivators have already lost their lives here." The speaker was an elderly man with white hair, accompanied by a young maiden. Li Zhoujun chuckled lightly and replied, "If an elder like you dares to come here, why should I be afraid?" The old man was momentarily taken aback, but then laughed. "It seems my advice is wasted on you, sir." Li Zhoujun turned to ask, "Elder, do you know the mysteries of this dark abyss?" The old man nodded and explained, 10 days ago, this place was still a picturesque landscape. But suddenly, dark clouds gathered, turning it into a forbidden zone. My eldest disciple came here to investigate but went missing, leaving me no choice but to come in person." Li Zhoujun glanced curiously at the young maiden, wondering if she had somehow angered her master and was brought here as punishment. Sensing his suspicion, the girl hurriedly clarified, "I insisted on coming myself." There was a hint of stubbornness on her youthful face as she spoke. The white-haired elder sighed helplessly, shaking his head in resignation. Between his brows, there was an unshakable confidence that clearly showed he did not take this place seriously. Li Zhoujun silently pondered, wondering who this old man truly was to possess such unwavering composure. The three continued forward, and before long, they came across a chilling scene. Scattered ahead were the corpses of both humans and beasts, while the path was littered with strange, black stones of peculiar shapes. "These are no ordinary stones," the white-haired elder muttered, frowning as he examined the eerie objects. Before his words could fully settle, the stones began to writhe and twist, transforming into massive, black spiders with grotesque human faces. Roar! The human-faced spiders let out ear-piercing screeches as they lunged toward the trio. "Insignificant creatures, how dare you act up in my presence?" The white-haired elder scoffed with disdain. With a wave of his hands, terrifying flames erupted, instantly engulfing the monstrous spiders. As the fire licked at them, the spiders let out agonized screams, scattering in all directions. One of the burning human-faced spiders charged at Li Zhoujun. Without hesitation, he struck out with his palm, and the monstrous creature, despite its golden core-level cultivation, was reduced to ashes in an instant. The white-haired elder's expression shifted upon witnessing this. Although he had not unleashed the full power of his spiritual flames, the ease with which this young man neutralized his technique was undeniably impressive. "I am Wei Huazhenren," the white-haired elder introduced himself with newfound respect, clasping his hands in a polite gesture. "May I ask for the name of this esteemed Taoist friend?" "So, it's Wei Huazhenren," Li Zhoujun replied with a faint smile. He was well aware that the elder was a formidable expert at the integration stage, which explained his confidence in venturing into the dark abyss with his disciple. "I am Li Zhoujun, the mountain lord of Yunju Mountain, under the Dao Tian sect." "You're the mountain lord of Yunju?" Wei Huazhenren's eyes widened in astonishment. The recent news of Li Zhoujun defeating Xiao Yunhui, a tribulation crossing expert from the top 3 sects, had made him the youngest tribulation crossing expert in Qingzhou and a rising legend. Remembering how he had previously advised him to leave, The elder felt a wave of embarrassment flush over him. Nearby, the young girl's eyes sparkled with admiration upon hearing this. A tribulation crossing expert in his 40s, such talent was truly awe-inspiring. I must apologize for my lack of discernment, Mountain Lord, Wei Hua Zhenren said with a wry smile. There's no need for formalities, Zhenren, Li Zhoujun replied with a warm smile. Wei Hua Zhenren couldn't help but secretly admire him. Despite his extraordinary status and power, this Mountain Lord of Yunju carried himself with humility, unlike the many arrogant tribulation crossing experts he had encountered. With the master of Yunju Mountain here, this dark abyss is nothing more than a joke, said Master Wei Hua with a sly smile. I never flatter, but when I do, no one can rival me. You jest, Master, Li Zhoujun responded humbly. As the saying goes, there's always someone better, and mountains beyond mountains. However, your spiritual flames are truly extraordinary. The three continued forward, exchanging polite compliments. Li Zhoujun silently observed their surroundings, pondering to himself. Even these spider-like creatures with human faces, resembling small calamus, possess the cultivation of the golden core stage. There must be even more formidable evils lurking deeper within. Sure enough, a pitch-black, heavy coffin made of dark iron suddenly appeared, blocking their path. A black coffin blocking the way, this is far from a good omen, Master Wei Hua remarked gravely. Straightening his posture, he added, Mountain Master, please wait. Allow me to break this coffin. Before his words had fully landed, flames erupted around him, engulfing him like a god of fire descending upon the world. Just as Master Wei Hua was about to strike, a cold female voice suddenly rang out, if you value your life, don't provoke this coffin. The moment her words ended, a woman in a black dress embroidered with golden phoenixes appeared out of thin air before them. Her silent arrival was proof of her extraordinary abilities. Who are you? Master Wei Hua asked with a frown. With Li Zhoujun by his side, his confidence remained unshaken. Do you even know what lies inside this coffin? The woman in the black dress sneered. And what might that be? Surely it can't be the remains of a true immortal. What lies inside, the woman said in a low voice, is my husband, the Spirit Emperor. What? Could it be that you're the Empress of the Ling dynasty? Master Wei Hua exclaimed in shock. Indeed, the woman in the black dress was Wu Shu, the Empress who had taken over the reins of the Ling dynasty after the Spirit Emperor's fall a century ago. I am, Wu Shu confirmed with a nod. Then what is the meaning of this? Master Wei Hua asked, pointing at the black coffin. My husband's body has been turned into a puppet. This place is a man-made creation, Wu Shu explained. Her purpose here was twofold, to reclaim her husband's body and to exact a brutal revenge on the one who had desecrated it. Boom. As they spoke, the dark iron coffin suddenly shattered. A middle-aged man clad in a dragon robe appeared before them. His face was as pale as paper, and his eyes were a deep, soulless black. It was none other than the Spirit Emperor of the Ling dynasty. Husband. Wu Shu's eyes turned red with emotion. The Spirit Emperor let out a beast-like roar and instantly appeared before Master Wei Hua, raising a hand to strike at his head. The sheer force of the blow carried the power to split mountains and shatter stones. Master Wei Hua dared not be careless. Master Wei Hua knew that the Ling Emperor, during his lifetime, had focused on body refinement. Even after death, being crafted into a puppet, the strength of his physical body was likely almost unchanged. Wei Hua immediately prepared himself, flames roaring to life in his hands as he braced for the Ling Emperor's attack. With a deafening crash, the Ling Emperor's strike descended. The immense force caused the Ling Emperor's form to sway slightly, forcing him back several steps. Master Wei Hua, however, was sent flying like a broken kite, landing heavily on the ground. The mere chi refiner trying to withstand the full force of a body refiner? How reckless, Li Zhoujun observed, shaking his head in disapproval. Master! Wei Hua's female disciple cried out in alarm, rushing forward to help him up. I underestimated him, Wei Hua coughed, his voice strained. Even in death, the Ling Emperor's body remains this formidable. Just then, the Ling Emperor's corpse suddenly surged toward Wu Shu with astonishing speed. Watch out, Empress! Wei Hua shouted in warning. But to everyone's surprise, when the Ling Emperor reached Wu Shu, he froze in place, standing still like an obedient child. Wei Hua instantly sensed something amiss. His voice thundered with anger as he demanded, So it was you. You're behind this dark abyss, aren't you? It wasn't me, Wu Shu replied, her brows furrowing. Not you? Do you take me for a fool? If it wasn't you, why doesn't this puppet attack you? Speak. What have you done to my eldest disciple? Wei Hua roared furiously. Li Zhoujun remained calm, silently observing the strange events unfolding. Though the situation was bizarre, he appeared utterly unperturbed, exuding confidence. Suddenly, the tension was interrupted by the sound of clapping. An elderly man with skin like withered bark appeared before Wu Shu. Empress, I revived the Ling Emperor. You should be grateful, yet you don't seem pleased, the old man said with a sinister tone. Grand Preceptor. Wu Shu said coldly, her eyes flashing with killing intent. It was then that Wei Hua realized the puppet had another master. Why did you turn the Ling Emperor into a puppet? Wu Shu demanded icily. Your husband killed my son. Did you know that? The Grand Preceptor of the Ling dynasty chuckled darkly. Your son slaughtered an entire city for his cultivation. Did he not deserve to die? Wu Shu retorted sharply. Deserve to die? Perhaps. But what does it matter? He was my only son. Since he's gone, I'll make your husband's corpse his new vessel. The Grand Preceptor cackled maniacally. Unforgivable. Wu Shu's voice was cold as ice. With a wave of her hand, a golden phoenix soared into the sky, diving straight toward the Grand Preceptor. Yet, the Ling Emperor's puppet intervened just in time, shielding the old man and forcing Wu Shu to redirect her attack. The golden phoenix struck a nearby mountain, causing it to collapse instantly. The ground trembled as debris filled the air, showcasing the terrifying power of a cultivator at the fusion realm. What's the matter, my queen? Are you reluctant to harm your husband's corpse? The eerie laughter of the Ling dynasty's national preceptor echoed through the grand hall. You old scoundrel, what have you done to my disciple? Master Weiwo's eyes blazed red as he glared fiercely at the national preceptor. The national preceptor flashed a sinister grin, revealing his uneven yellow teeth. He sneered. Creating a puppet isn't easy. It requires a great deal of cultivator's blood essence. Courting death. Those words were no less than a confession to killing his disciple. Master Weihua erupted in fury, and with a wave of his hands, a sea of flames surged forward, engulfing the national preceptor. The national preceptor remained unfazed, controlling the corpse of the Ling Emperor to throw a single punch. The powerful gust from the strike instantly dispersed the flames. He laughed triumphantly. The Ling Emperor's corpse still an unparalleled force in the integration realm, even after death. Are you proud of yourself? Master Weiwo's expression, however, was unusually calm. The national preceptor hesitated slightly. You're not afraid? Why should I be? Ah, as expected, like master, like disciple. The national preceptor sneered. Your disciple was shouting your name until his dying breath, refusing to believe I'd truly dare to kill him. These words completely ignited Master Weiwo's rage. His entire body was suddenly engulfed in roaring flames. Standing nearby, Li Zhoujun watched the scene unfold, silently musing about how the flames didn't seem to damage the master's clothes at all. Suddenly, Master Weihua turned toward Li Zhoujun and bowed deeply. I humbly beg the Mountain Lord to act and eradicate this evil, to restore peace to Qingzhou. At these words, Wu Shu and the national preceptor finally noticed Li Zhoujun's presence. Mountain Lord? Could he be a powerhouse from Dao Tian sect? Wu Shu's heart sank. The national preceptor frowned, scrutinizing Li Zhoujun. Who are you? He could keenly sense that this person, elusive even to his integration realm perception, was no ordinary individual. Heh, this is the Mountain Lord of Yunju Mountain. Preceptor, your days of glory are over. Master Weihua sneered. Yunju Mountain Lord? Both the national preceptor and Wu Shu were taken aback. The youngest tribulation transcendence expert, whose fame had recently skyrocketed in Qingzhou, was standing right before them. The national preceptor's face darkened. He quickly clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Mountain Lord of Yunju, this matter is merely a personal grudge between me and the Ling dynasty. I hope you can stay out of it. Li Zhoujun chuckled lightly. It's not that simple, is it? I suspect the mastermind behind all this isn't you. The system hadn't indicated the task was complete, clearly showing the truth had yet to surface. The national preceptor's expression froze, while Wu Shu's face turned pale. Confess who's behind this, and I might consider granting you a swift death, Li Zhoujun said indifferently. Hearing this, the national preceptor hesitated, his eyes involuntarily darting toward Wu Shu. This subtle movement didn't escape Li Zhoujun's sharp notice. So, it was all you're doing, Li Zhoujun said, fixing his gaze on Wu Shu. Under Li Zhoujun's piercing stare, Wu Shu finally admitted, the Mountain Lord's insight is remarkable. Yes, I was the one who directed the preceptor to act as he did. Wu Shu, realizing she had been exposed, nodded and admitted it. Li Zhoujun looked at the unpredictable woman before him and frowned, asking, the Ling dynasty is already under your control. Why would you still turn your husband's corpse into a puppet? Because the system hasn't indicated that the task is complete yet, Wu Shu replied, her eyes narrowing slightly, her tone carrying a hint of mystery. Mountain Lord, there are some things you're better off not knowing. Oh. A trace of intrigue flashed through Li Zhoujun's eyes. Are you not afraid that I might get angry and cut you down with a single strike? Wu Shu chuckled lightly. Mountain Lord, if I didn't have a trump card, do you think I'd dare to set up a dark abyss across thousands of miles of the Daotian sect's territory? Interesting, Li Zhoujun murmured. His eyes narrowing as understanding dawned upon him. Wu Shu did indeed have something to rely on. I'd like to see what your trump card is. Before he finished speaking, Li Zujin's thoughts stirred, and his Ao Shui sword shot into the air with a sharp whistle. The terrifying aura of the ninth-grade celestial sword instantly filled the area, leaving everyone present stunned. A ninth-grade celestial sword? You're a true immortal? Wu Shu stared at Li Zhoujun in disbelief. Every cultivator knew that only a true immortal could command a celestial sword. Just as Li Zhoujun was about to press her for answers, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A surge of overwhelming demonic energy erupted from the ground, streaming directly into the corpse of the Ling Emperor. Greetings, Demon Lord. Wu Shu immediately knelt, her expression filled with excitement. This Demon Lord's power rivaled that of a human true immortal, a being who had fully converted their spiritual energy into celestial energy. It turned out she had turned her husband into a puppet to prepare a vessel for the Demon Lord. This body is quite satisfactory, the Ling Emperor's corpse rasped, its voice now belonging to the Demon Lord, who had taken over the vessel. The Demon Lord licked his lips and locked eyes with Li Zhoujun. A true immortal? What are you? Li Zhoujun asked, his expression calm. The Demon Realm's Ahe Demon Lord. The Demon Realm? Li Zhoujun was momentarily taken aback. He recalled the records in the Qingzhou Chronicles, which described the Tianyuan world, where Qingzhou and other regions resided, as part of a vast cluster of worlds known as the 3,000 Realms. The Demon Realm was one of them, while the Celestial Realm reigned supreme above them all. I never thought I'd encounter a human true immortal the moment I arrived. Ahe Demon Lord sneered. Let me see what your strength is truly like. Before his words faded, a colossal three-headed, six-armed manifestation appeared behind the Demon Lord, each arm wielding a different weapon. Bone-cleaving blade. With a thunderous roar, the massive blade in the manifestation's hand slashed toward Li Zhoujun. Under this terrifying assault, Li Zujin's figure seemed impossibly small. Watching this earth-shattering battle unfold, Wei Huazinren's face turned pale. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine he would witness a confrontation between true immortals. Looking at the massive blade descending like a mountain before him, Li Zhoujun grinned. In an instant, an immeasurable divine radiance erupted from his body, and a colossal figure of a divine manifestation rose behind him, towering into the skies like a giant peak. This aura was in no way inferior to the manifestation of Ahe Demon Lord. It was none other than the heaven-shrouding manifestation that Li Zhoujun had obtained earlier. The confrontation between these two true immortal-level powerhouses left everyone present in awe. Wu Shu and the Grandmaster of Lingqiao were dumbstruck, their minds overwhelmed by shock. Recalling the rumors that Li Zhoujun had supposedly undergone his tribulation at the age of 40, they now wanted nothing more than to drag those rumor-mongers out and give them a good beating. This was clearly power far beyond the tribulation realm. From a distance, True Fire Master's eyes sparkled with excitement. Witnessing a battle between true immortals firsthand was a once-in-a-lifetime experience. If he managed to survive, he was bound to gain rare insights from this encounter. As the heaven-shrouding manifestation appeared, Ahe Demon Lord was forced to take several steps back. This dominant figure, who had ruled over the local demon realm and conquered the fire and water demon realms among others, now had a glint of exhilaration in his eyes. At that moment, a system notification echoed in Li Zhoujun's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Investigate the Dark Abyss. Ding! System reward issued. Bruce Lee's Jeet Kune Do adapted version at mastery level. A wealth of advanced combat techniques and methods of channeling spiritual energy flooded into Li Zhoujun's mind. Standing on the shoulder of the heaven-shrouding manifestation, he wiped his nose and began to bounce nimbly back and forth. Each movement caused the ground to tremble, making it nearly impossible for Wu Shu and the others to maintain their balance as they staggered along with the quaking earth. Ahe Demon Lord narrowed his eyes slightly. What kind of technique is this? Before the words had fully left his mouth, Li Zhoujun unleashed a lightning-fast punch. Ada! The strike, swift as thunder, landed squarely on the face of Ahe Demon Lord's manifestation, forcing it back several steps. Interesting. Ahe Demon Lord stood atop his manifestation's shoulder, his excitement growing even more intense. Since you wish to engage in close combat with this Demon Lord, I shall indulge you. With that, the weapons held by his manifestation vanished entirely. If I have weapons, I won't use them. I just play, Li Zhoujun said with a confident smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. What do you call this? Confidence. Before his words even faded, Li Zhoujun launched his attack. Controlling his colossal Dharma form, he delivered a fierce kick aimed directly at the knee of the Ahe Demon Lord's Dharma form. If this strike had landed on a physical body, it would have been enough to completely cripple the leg. The Ahe Demon Lord grinned, his expression betraying his seasoned battle experience. With deft control, He maneuvered his Dharma form to evade the strike and retaliated with a backhand punch. His fist, cloaked in dense, dark demonic energy, shot towards the chest of Li Zhoujun's Dharma form. Sensing danger, Li Zhoujun quickly withdrew and stepped back, narrowly dodging the deadly blow. Twisting his body, he pivoted to his right and unleashed a powerful punch aimed straight at the vital throat of the Ahi Demon Lord's Dharma form. The clash between these two true immortal-level powerhouses was reaching a fever pitch. Each collision sent shockwaves rippling through the ground, causing the onlookers to momentarily lift off the ground, their faces trembling from the sheer force of the impacts. Yet, none of this distracted them from watching the epic battle with rapt attention. The power of true immortals is truly terrifying, remarked Master Weihua with a sigh. Just one of their Dharma forms could sweep across Qingzhou, or even annihilate countless lives in the entire Tianyuan realm. As the battle intensified, the two combatants abandoned subtle techniques and resorted to direct, brute force clashes. Each collision was a deafening explosion, like thunder cracking through the air. Strangely, however, the fierce skirmish within this dark abyss seemed to go entirely unnoticed by the outside world. Good, good, good. The Ahi Demon Lord laughed heartily. It's been so many years, and I've finally found a worthy opponent. But Li Zhoujun gave him no chance to continue speaking. A straight punch had already landed squarely on his face. Wait a minute, Ahi Demon Lord exclaimed, momentarily stunned by the blow. What kind of true immortal resorts to sneak attacks like this? Can't you show some honor? You're invading my Tianyuan realm, Li Zhoujun retorted with a cold smirk. Why would I bother with honor? The Ahi Demon Lord's face twitched, and he began to question who the real villain in this situation was. Regaining his composure, he solemnly said, "Tell me your name. I admire you greatly. My conquests across realms have always been in search of a true rival, and today I've finally met one." Li Zhoujun stared at his suddenly overly enthusiastic opponent, his face filled with confusion. You must be just as lonely as I am, being unmatched in power, the Ahi Demon Lord said with fervor. From now on, you have me as your companion. If you really think you're invincible, Li Zhoujun said, exasperated, why don't you just head to the immortal realm? It's full of strong contenders. The immortal realm. The Ahi Demon Lord chuckled softly. We'll go there eventually. We'll conquer that place too. But not now. You don't have to tell me your name, said Ahi Demon Lord, looking at Li Zhoujun with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Because I've already remembered you. A world that can produce a strong person like you deserves my respect. The next time we meet, I hope you'll have improved. Wait, Li Zhoujun suddenly called out, stopping the Demon Lord, who was about to leave. He recalled the man who had previously introduced himself as Xiao Yuanwei, a battle-hungry individual, constantly seeking opponents who had left promising to challenge him someday. Since that was the case, why not make it easier for both of them? Ahi Demon Lord turned back, raising an eyebrow. What is it? Can't bear to see me go? Don't worry, I can't bear to leave you either. After all, you're the opponent I've been searching for a long time. You wanted to know my name, didn't you? A sly smile tugged at the corner of Li Zhoujun's lips. Oh, I'm all ears. Remember it well. My name is Xiao Yuanhui. Li Zhoujun straightened his posture and proclaimed loudly. Xiao Yuanhui? Ahi Demon Lord repeated softly, then nodded. Very well, Xiao Yuanhui. I will remember you. Nearby, Weihua Zhenren, Wu Shu, and the Lingqiao State Preceptor watched the exchange with their hearts pounding. They couldn't help but think that the master of Yunju Mountain was far too cunning enough to bring even a panda to tears. Meanwhile, within the Taishu sect, Xiao Yuanhui, who was in seclusion, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine and opened his eyes wide. He vaguely sensed that a powerful being had taken an interest in him, but he quickly sneered. In his mind, as long as no true immortal appeared within 100 years, who else besides the Yunju Mountain Master could possibly challenge him? And even that Yunju Mountain Master was merely a stepping stone on his path to invincibility. In the dark abyss, after learning Li Zhoujun's true name, Ahi Demon Lord waved his hand, sweeping up the Lingqiao State Preceptor and Empress Wu Shu before departing. As they vanished, the dark abyss dissipated, and the once gray sky became clear again. Li Zhoujun withdrew his divine form, savoring the feeling of invincibility that came with wielding the power of a true immortal. Mountain Master, Weihua Zhenren said, his gaze toward Li Zhoujun filled with awe. Witnessing a true immortal save all of Qingzhou from destruction was an experience that would leave an indelible mark on anyone. The loss of your disciple is unfortunate. My condolences, Li Zhoujun said softly. It was his fate, his destined tribulation. For us cultivators, who live with our lives on the edge of a blade, life and death are things we've long since accepted. Weihua Zhenren replied with a bitter smile, recalling the countless life and death trials he had endured to reach his current achievements. It's good that you have such a mindset, Li Zhoujun said with a nod of approval. After a few polite exchanges, Li Zhoujun turned and walked away under the watchful eyes of Wei Huazhenren and his disciple. His figure gradually receded into the distance. Who would have thought? The Qingzhou continent is truly full of hidden talents. This master of Yunju Mountain is even more terrifying than the rumors suggest. If he is really only 40 years old, that's simply astonishing. In the future, when he ascends to the immortal realm, he'll undoubtedly be a top contender sought after by all the major forces there, sighed Master Weihua, his eyes gleaming with amazement. Master, why hasn't the master of Yunju Mountain ascended to the immortal realm yet, despite already reaching the true immortal stage? His female disciple asked, her curious eyes blinking. Master Weihua pondered for a moment before explaining. It's quite possible that the master of Yunju Mountain is accumulating spiritual energy. He might be aiming to break through to an even higher level when he fully converts his spiritual energy into immortal energy. This way, once in the immortal realm, he'll have a significant edge over others who ascend around the same time. Although this path is extremely difficult, given his talent in reaching the true immortal stage at such a young age, it might not be too challenging for him. I see, the disciple said, nodding in sudden understanding. Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun was walking along a quiet path. He wasn't in a hurry to return to Daotian sect by sword flight. Instead, he took his time, carefully reviewing the modified Jeet Kune Do system he had received as a reward from the system. The system truly is a genius, he thought to himself with a hint of admiration. As night began to fall, an old, dilapidated temple appeared in the distance. Li Zhoujun suddenly remembered an interesting saying from his previous life. When walking at night, it's better to sleep in a graveyard than enter a ruined temple. However, with his current nascent soul cultivation level, he was already a prominent figure in Qingzhou. Moreover, with the system granting him unparalleled abilities, the ruined temple only piqued his curiosity. He strode into the temple, immediately greeted by a chilling gust of wind. The interior was in shambles. Paint had peeled off the golden Buddha statue, revealing its bronze core, and the statue's gaze appeared eerily hollow. Cobwebs were draped in every corner. Interesting, Li Zhoujun muttered with a grin. With a wave of his sleeve, he cleared a clean spot on the floor and gathered some firewood to light a small fire. Outside, a light drizzle began to fall, and the darkened windows added an extra layer of eeriness to the scene. Just then, the sound of horse hooves and rolling wagon wheels echoed from outside, accompanied by disorganized footsteps. My lord, young miss, it's getting dark and the rain has made the road slippery and dangerous. How about we rest here in this temple for the night and resume our journey at dawn? A deep, confident voice suggested. But it seems like someone is already inside. A clear, youthful female voice responded. The man chuckled and reassured her. Miss, don't worry. There's an unspoken rule in the martial world: when travelers encounter a temple in the wild, they can share it for shelter as long as they don't disturb each other. That's good. A crisp, youthful voice echoed, and its owner audibly let out a sigh of relief upon hearing the words of the head guard. At this moment, Li Zhoujun, who was sitting cross-legged, saw a group of people enter the temple. A middle-aged man dressed in fine clothes, a young girl, and a tall middle-aged man leading 5 attendants clad in gray, uniformed family guard attire. Judging by the earlier conversation, the firm and commanding voice undoubtedly belonged to the tall middle-aged man. The young girl was clearly the mist he referred to, and the finely dressed man must be the master they mentioned. Sir, we were passing through when caught off guard by heavy rain. I hope you'll forgive us for disturbing you, the tall middle-aged man said with a friendly smile toward Li Zhoujun. It's no bother, Li Zhoujun replied with a light smile. He noticed that although the tall man was not a cultivator, the calluses on his hands suggested he was highly skilled in martial arts. The young girl momentarily lost herself as her gaze fell upon Li Zhoujun. His ethereal appearance seemed untouched by the mundane world, and every movement exuded an extraordinary air, leaving her mesmerized. You're most gracious, sir, the tall man said with another smile. He then directed his subordinates to prepare a space for sheltering from the rain. Once everything was in order, he turned to Li Zhoujun and asked, Sir, what brings you to this remote temple all alone? Aren't you worried about the rumored spirits and monsters of the wilderness? You jest, good sir. I wouldn't mind meeting the spirits and monsters you speak of, Li Zhoujun replied with a faint smile. So, your surname is Li, the tall man remarked, assuming Li Zhoujun to be a scholar due to his delicate appearance. He enthusiastically added, but you mustn't dismiss it, sir. There truly are cultivators and supernatural creatures in this world. 10 years ago, while traveling the martial world with my master, I personally witnessed several immortals who could move objects through the air and conjure fire out of thin air. Finding the man rather intriguing, Li Zhoujun smiled and asked, Oh, is that so? Absolutely. I saw it with my own eyes, the man declared, thumping his chest. Their conversation flowed pleasantly, and Li Zhoujun soon learned the identities of the group. The tall man's name was Shi Yi, the head guard of the Nalan family. The young girl was Nalan Yi, and the finely dressed middle-aged man was her father, Nalan Kai. The group was on their way back to Chongkong City after observing the mourning period for Nalan Kai's late father. Although Chongkong was a large city, it was located in the Great Kong Kingdom, a region lacking spiritual energy. As a result, cultivators rarely visited, leading most locals to believe that tales of cultivation and supernatural beings were mere myths. Li Zhoujun found it somewhat amusing. How could a world of cultivation lack immortals? At that moment, Shi Yi's gaze swept over the surrounding Buddha statues. He suddenly shivered and said, I don't know why, but I feel like these statues are staring at us. It's seriously creepy. What's the matter, Hero Shi? Li Zhoujun teased. Judging by the calluses on your hands, you must be a skilled martial artist. Are you actually afraid of these statues? Shi Yi's face reddened. Please don't mock me, sir. My meager skills might be enough to handle ordinary fighters, but if I were up against those cultivation masters or some supernatural creatures, I wouldn't even know how I died. You're too modest, my friend, Li Zhoujun said with a smile. He could sense the immense vitality and energy within Shi Yi, making him a top-tier individual among ordinary people. Even most demons or spirits would avoid crossing paths with him. I'm really not being modest, Shi Yi replied with a bitter smile and shook his head. Just as they spoke, faint scuffling footsteps sounded from outside. A voice filled with excitement soon followed. Nalan Kai, today is the day you die. Not good, it's the Wang family. Shi Yi's expression changed drastically. Protect the master. At his command, several guards of the Nalan family immediately drew their gleaming blades and took up defensive positions at the doorway. Father, there are so many footsteps outside. What should we do? Nalan Yi asked her father nervously. Nalan Kai sighed. We take things as they come. Trust in Shi's ability to handle this. What's going on? Li Zhoujun asked. Nalan Yi apologized and explained. Sir, the Wang family's business has clashed with ours in Dakang City many times. They want to destroy us, but I didn't expect their grudge to implicate you as well. The guards stood by the door for a long time, but nothing happened outside. They exchanged puzzled looks. One of them said, this doesn't make sense. With the Wang family's usual methods, they'd at least set the place on fire by now. Why is it so quiet? Li Zhoujun, however, seemed intrigued, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Hey, you cowards outside. Shi shouted at the door. Why haven't you made a move yet? Are you all acting like timid women now? The Wang family's a joke for keeping useless trash like you. They're doomed. Even after his taunt, there was no response from outside. Shi froze. This was completely out of the ordinary. By now, they should have retaliated after being insulted like that. Something unusual is definitely going on, Shi muttered. Could it really be something supernatural? But this is a Buddhist temple, surrounded by statues. A demon wouldn't dare act recklessly here, right? He unhooked a wine flask from his belt, took a large swig to steel his nerves and said, Damn it, I'm going to see what these bastards are up to. With that, he grabbed a fire starter and strode boldly out the door. Moments later, he returned, his face pale as a sheet. What happened, boss? Why do you look so shaken? One of the guards asked with concern. Don't go out there, Shi stammered, his voice trembling. There's something unholy outside scattered, broken corpses everywhere. The others were horrified upon hearing this. Sure, are you serious? Nalan Kai asked. As someone who had never encountered cultivation masters or supernatural entities, he had always been a staunch non-believer. Master, how could I joke about something like this? Shi said, his face ashen and his voice trembling. Outside, the bodies of those Wang family members are all torn apart, as if something had brutally ripped them to pieces. The other guards in the temple were stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. They had never encountered anything supernatural in their lives, and such a claim was hard to accept. Only the guard with the triangular eyes looked visibly shaken. He was the one who had taken a bribe from the Wang family and leaked Nalan Kai's whereabouts. Now, realizing that the Wang family might all be dead, he feared he wouldn't escape punishment either. Seeing the doubtful looks of the others, Shi grew furious. What? Do you think I'm lying? Nalan Kai frowned and asked, Shi, are you sure you didn't see it wrong? How could a group of living people suddenly be massacred like that? Shi immediately raised 3 fingers and solemnly swore. I, Shi, swear that every word I just said is true. If I'm lying, may I be struck by lightning. The others exchanged uneasy glances, unsettled by his earnestness. Just then, a woman's voice called out from outside the temple. Master, are you in there? Father, that's Mother's voice. Nalan Yi exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise. Nalan Kai was equally shocked. His wife, Xiao Shui, had been bedridden with illness for years, which was why she hadn't traveled with them. For her to appear outside the temple now was beyond strange. Husband, Year, why aren't you answering me? The voice continued to call, but inside the temple, there was only silence. No one dared to respond. Shi swallowed nervously and said in a shaky voice, I once read in a strange book that the corpses of those who die far from home can sometimes become spirits. They need someone inside to respond to them before they can enter. Li Zhoujun remained calm, sitting by the fire. Shi, puzzled, asked, Sir, aren't you afraid of these spirits? Li Zhoujun chuckled lightly. Didn't you just say it? If we don't respond, it can't come in. So what's there to fear? Suddenly, the voice outside changed to that of a child. Daddy. A square-faced guard's eyes widened in shock that was unmistakably his son's voice. Old Gu, don't answer. Shi quickly warned the square-faced guard, who nodded, his face pale as a sheet. Daddy, it's so cold out here. Can I come in and sit by the fire with you? The childlike voice continued, echoing eerily outside. Dad, why aren't you answering me? Are you sneaking around behind Mom's back? Cheating on her? The childish voice outside the door suddenly turned hysterical, accompanied by a chilling gust of wind that howled past. The rickety window frames of the decrepit temple shook violently, emitting an unsettling rattling sound. Ghost. A ghost. A guard with a goatee suddenly pointed toward the window, his face pale as he let out a sharp scream. The others followed his gaze, but saw nothing. You must be seeing things. There's obviously nothing there, a younger guard said with a frown. Impossible. The goateed guard protested vehemently. I saw it with my own eyes. There was a woman standing at the window. Half of her face was rotten, exposing bare white bones and crawling maggots. She just stared at me. Could the dead really come back to life? The younger guard swallowed hard. Bang. The wooden door shook violently with a loud crash. Husband, open the door. Let me in to be with you. Don't you want me anymore? The voice of Nalan Kai's wife sounded again. Nalan Kai was speechless. Everything that had happened tonight was too bizarre, and he knew that the person outside the door couldn't possibly be his gentle wife. Ajin. A crisp and melodious girl's voice suddenly rang out, like jade beads falling onto a plate. Azu, is that you? But you're dead. The young guard called Ajin widened his eyes in shock. Ha ha ha, it's me, Ajin. I'm coming in to find you. The woman's hysterical laughter echoed around them. Boom. The wooden door shattered, sending splinters flying everywhere. A figure in white stood silently in the doorway. Just then, a flash of lightning illuminated her face. Half of it was decayed, crawling with writhing maggots. Her body was incomplete, and a sinister smile lingered at the corners of her mouth. One of the guards, with triangular-shaped eyes, immediately turned and tried to escape through the window. But in an instant, the woman in white appeared in front of him. The next moment, his body was neatly sliced in half at the abdomen, blood and organs spilling onto the ground. Shi snapped back to his senses, glaring angrily at Ajin. You fool. Are you trying to get us all killed? Ajin was on the verge of tears. Boss, you know Azu is dead. I thought it was her. I didn't mean to respond. Hearing what Ajin said, Shi sighed helplessly. Perhaps it's just fate. At that moment, the woman in white outside, having dealt with the guard with triangular eyes, turned her gaze toward the room. Her maggot-covered tongue slowly licked across her exposed, bone-white teeth. The horrifying sight made everyone feel nauseous. Even the usually composed Li Zhoujun furrowed his brows, clearly unsettled by the gruesome scene. The woman in white walked toward the door with unhurried steps, as if fully confident that those inside were already within her grasp. However, just as she was about to step across the threshold, an unexpected change occurred. The bronze Buddha statue in the center of the room, its gold paint peeling, suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light. The true Buddha has revealed itself. Shi exclaimed, his eyes wide with delight. He then sneered at the woman in white. You vile creature. How dare you act so brazenly in the presence of the true Buddha? Have you grown tired of living? The woman in white hesitated, a flicker of fear flashing across her face. She withdrew her raised foot and, after casting one last resentful glare at those inside, turned and disappeared into the distant woods. She's gone. Shi pointed in the direction where the woman in white had vanished, laughing loudly. Then, realizing what had just happened, he led everyone in bowing before the glowing Buddha statue. Thank you, true Buddha, for saving us. Nalan Kai quickly followed suit, bowing deeply. This humble servant is deeply grateful to the true Buddha for your protection. Once I return home, I will ensure that your golden image is restored to its former glory. Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun remained seated calmly on the clean patch of ground, seemingly indifferent to the Buddha's manifestation. Instead, his attention lingered on the mysterious woman in white. I have descended, why do you not kneel? A voice as vast and resonant as a great bell echoed through the temple, accompanied by a terrifying pressure that bore down on Li Zhoujun. Yet, he remained completely unfazed. Sir, how can you not bow before the true Buddha? Shi asked in shock, staring at Li Zhoujun, who hadn't moved an inch. The Buddha seemed to sense something unusual about Li Zhoujun and shifted its gaze toward the kneeling crowd. When its eyes landed on Nalanyi, a faint smile appeared on the otherwise rigid face of the statue. Rise, all of you, the Buddha said. Once everyone stood, it continued, my purpose is to save all beings. Building 70-year pagodas is but a trivial matter. You need not concern yourselves with such burdensome tasks. The realm of the true Buddha is beyond our reach, Nalan Kai said reverently, his face filled with awe. The Buddha ignored Nalan Kai and instead focused its gaze on Nalanyi. Young girl, I see that you possess great wisdom and potential. Would you be willing to follow me to the temple to cultivate and attain enlightenment? Huh. Nalanyi was momentarily stunned, unable to respond. Miss, how can you hesitate to agree? Sure, he exclaimed, slapping his thigh in astonishment. If it were him being chosen by the true Buddha, he'd laugh himself awake from a dream. But wouldn't that mean becoming a nun? Nalanyi murmured, reluctantly touching her silky black hair. She then turned to her father with a pleading look. Nalan suddenly realized that if his daughter could become a disciple under the true Buddha, her future would undoubtedly be extraordinary. However, he still spoke calmly. You are grown now. Whatever decisions you make, they must come from your own will. Nalanyi fell into deep thought. Since childhood, she had heard tales of celestial beings defying gravity, Buddhas, demons, and spirits. Yet, as she grew older, these fantastical stories seemed increasingly doubtful, for she had never witnessed such phenomena. Now, seeing it with her own eyes, she understood these legends were not baseless. The Buddha statue spoke slowly, its voice solemn. Young girl, you possess innate wisdom and are a rare prodigy for cultivation. Do you truly wish to live an ordinary life, marrying and having children, watching your beauty fade, and ultimately returning to dust? These words struck a chord with Nalan Yuhat was shaving her head compared to the inevitability of aging. Hair would grow back again. Resolutely, she declared, True Buddha, I am willing. Good. That is a wise choice. The Buddha statue revealed a faintly human-like smile. If it hadn't just saved them, such an eerie expression might have terrified everyone. The statue continued, Tomorrow night, wait here. My true form will descend and take you to the temple for cultivation. Do you understand? I understand. Nalanyi replied with a firm nod. All right, little cricket. Are you addicted to this act? Li Zhoujun suddenly interjected, his tone calm. Little cricket? Everyone widened their eyes in confusion, looking at Li Zhoujun as if unable to comprehend. Only the Buddha statue's expression abruptly changed. You did not kneel before me, and I have already shown mercy. Do not push your luck, the statue warned. Li Zhoujun merely shrugged and asked in return, Tell me, what kind of true Buddha would grow angry over someone not kneeling? Isn't Buddhism about equality for all beings? How dare you? The Buddha statue erupted in fury. Sir, what are you trying to do? Shirtu exclaimed anxiously, thinking this man must have a death wish to provoke a true Buddha. If he wanted to doom himself, why drag everyone else down with him? The Buddha statue raised its hand and struck forward, sending a brilliant golden character for suppression, hurtling toward Li Zhoujun. Yet, Li Zhoujun remained motionless, his expression calm as ever. Umitba, vile creature, I have finally found you. A compassionate voice suddenly echoed from outside the temple. The golden light instantly dissipated. The true Buddha of great dreams? The statue cried out in terror. Everyone was baffled, unable to understand why a statue claiming to be a true Buddha would show such fear. Even Li Zhoujun's expression finally shifted as he looked outside the temple. I didn't expect to encounter a true Buddha here. At that moment, the Buddha statue in the center of the temple suddenly shattered into pieces. From the fragments emerged something so terrifying that it sent chills down everyone's spines. From within the cracked bronze Buddha statue, a massive black cricket, the size of a young calf, suddenly appeared before everyone. Its jet-black body and menacing appearance were so terrifying that it drained the color from everyone's faces. Nalan Ye's heart trembled as she finally grasped the deeper meaning behind Li Zhoujun's earlier mention of a little cricket. The thought of facing such a creature alone tomorrow night sent chills down her spine, realizing she would have likely ended up as its prey. Shir-E stared at Li Zhoujun in shock. Sir, you were able to see the anomaly within the Buddha statue. You are clearly no ordinary person. Li Zhoujun chuckled softly. When did I ever claim to be ordinary? Now that you mention it, you never did, Shuri faltered, momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, just as the enormous cricket attempted to escape, a large bowl flew in from outside with lightning speed and trapped it securely. The true Buddha is outside, Shuri exclaimed in sudden realization. An elderly monk, draped in a simple monk's robe, slowly entered the room. His skin was wrinkled like aged bark, yet his expression was kind and serene. Umitba, the old monk said, his voice gentle. It was my negligence during my retreat that allowed this wicked creature to slip away and trouble you all. I shall take it back and ensure it is properly disciplined." The crowd scrutinized the seemingly ordinary elder, their hearts filled with doubt. Could this really be the great dream true Buddha that the cricket had mentioned? The legendary figure said to rival enlightened immortals? However, when the great dream true Buddha laid eyes on Li Zhoujun, his expression subtly shifted. He clasped his hands together and said, "Amitabha, I did not expect to encounter a true path practitioner in this realm. My respects to you." Though the term true path left Shi and the others puzzled, the Buddha's reverent demeanor made it clear that the young man they had been with all along was someone even the true Buddha held in high regard. "I'm equally surprised to meet such an esteemed figure here," Li Zhoujun replied with a faint smile. "Thank you for sparing this creature," the great dream true Buddha continued. "I will take it back and ensure it is strictly watched from now on." With a simple gesture of his hand, the upturned bowl rose into the air and flew into his palm, shrinking in size as it did so. Shi and the others watched in stunned silence. Suddenly recalling something, Shi respectfully asked, "By the way, true Buddha, earlier the creature you subdued mentioned that my young mistress possesses great potential. Is that true?" Shi felt no fear in the presence of this kind and approachable Buddha, though he suspected he might have been too terrified to speak if the Buddha had revealed his golden, towering form. "Amitabha," the great dream true Buddha said with a smile. "Indeed, the young lady has remarkable potential. Unfortunately, I am unable to guide her to the celestial realm." This seemingly simple statement caused Li Zhoujun's expression to subtly shift, as though he had grasped some critical piece of information. "That means the great dream true Buddha is from the celestial realm." Upon hearing the great dream true Buddha's words, a trace of disappointment flashed in Nalin Ye's eyes. Li Zhoujun noticed her change in expression and smiled kindly, saying, "Actually, living as an ordinary person here is quite nice. Getting married and having children is one way of life, while cultivating immortality is another. Ordinary people only see the glamorous side of those who cultivate immortality, but they don't realize that once you embark on this path, you have to fight for everything: resources, opportunities, everything. One misstep, and it could lead to eternal ruin." The great dream true Buddha became intrigued upon hearing this. His eyes lit up slightly as he said, "What Truth Seeker says is indeed reasonable. I have a question I wish to ask Truth Seeker." "Go ahead," Li Zhoujun replied with a gentle smile. "There is a saying, saving one life is better than building a 7-story pagoda," the great dream true Buddha said solemnly. "If a child falls into the water and you cannot swim, do you save them or not?" Li Zhoujun grinned and said, "Is it better for one to drown, or two? If I don't try to save them, wouldn't I be saving myself? Wouldn't that, too, be better than building a 7-story pagoda?" "What Truth Seeker says does make some sense," the great dream true Buddha remarked thoughtfully. "I also have a question I'd like to ask the Venerable One," Li Zhoujun said. "Truth Seeker, please go ahead," the great dream true Buddha replied. "If, as a monk, you are about to starve to death, and suddenly a delicious roasted chicken appears before you, do you eat it or not?" Li Zhoujun asked. As the two engaged in their philosophical discussion, extraordinary phenomena began to manifest around them. Illusory golden lotuses emerged from the ground, and a misty fog rose within a 100-mile radius, transforming the surroundings into what seemed like a celestial paradise. Behind the great dream true Buddha, a colossal golden Buddha appeared, seated serenely on a lotus platform. Meanwhile, behind Li Zhoujun, a white-clad figure of equal grandeur materialized. "How terrifying!" Shi and the others gasped, staring at the two towering apparitions. Shi, in particular, felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at the golden Buddha behind the great dream true Buddha. Only now did he realize the audacity it had taken to converse with such an existence. Earlier his courage was truly commendable. After a long while, the two withdrew their manifestations. The great dream true Buddha pressed his palms together respectfully and said, "The saying, meat and wine may pass through the stomach, but the Buddha remains in the heart, is truly profound. I have gained new insights. Many thanks to Truth Seeker. There's no need to be so polite, Venerable One. I, too, have learned much from this exchange," Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. "I look forward to the day when Truth Seeker's name resounds throughout the celestial realm," the great dream true Buddha said. "Living freely and unrestrained is good enough for me," Li Zhoujun replied with a hearty laugh. "Indeed, we cultivators pursue nothing but liberation and transcendence," the great dream true Buddha agreed. "Exactly," Li Zhoujun nodded. As they watched the great dream true Buddha depart, Shi and the others looked at Li Zhoujun with newfound awe. Their eyes were filled with reverence, as they now understood that someone who could converse so casually with the great dream true Buddha was very likely the legendary true immortal. Li Zhoujun felt a bit helpless as he noticed their gazes. He knew they were overestimating him again. While his nascent soul-level cultivation made him a minor expert in Qingzhou, he was far from the level they imagined. Earlier, I was blind to greatness and failed to recognize a true immortal. I hope the esteemed immortal can forgive my ignorance. Nalan Kai, the head of the Nalan family, bowed deeply, his tone filled with utmost respect. There's no need for concern, Master Nalan. Li Zhoujun replied with a gentle wave of his hand, his expression calm and composed. The tension in the room eased slightly as the onlookers finally allowed themselves to relax. Standing to the side, Shi wore a simple, honest smile. Inwardly, he was elated. He had actually spoken to a legendary immortal. If word of this got out, it would be nothing short of extraordinary. As night deepened and gave way to dawn, the light rain outside had ceased, and the sky began to brighten faintly. Thanks to the presence of the immortal, Nalan Kai and his people had an unusually peaceful rest. After all, who would dare act recklessly in the presence of an immortal? Moreover, if the immortal truly wished to take their lives, being awake would make no difference. Li Zhoujun rose and walked out of the house as respectful farewells echoed behind him. Safe travels, immortal. His figure gradually disappeared into the mountain forest. To those left behind, the events of the night felt like a surreal dream, though the shattered remains of bodies outside the courtyard silently confirmed its reality. Li Zhoujun strolled along a narrow mountain path, likely formed by herbal gatherers treading it over time. Suddenly, a loud thud broke the tranquility as a figure plummeted from the cliff above, landing directly in front of him. Startled, Li Zhoujun looked up to see two fleeting presences vanishing over the cliff's edge. He then turned his gaze downward to examine the fallen figure, a raggedly dressed young boy. Though barely clinging to life, his condition was dire, with more breath leaving than entering. A system prompt suddenly echoed in his mind. A child of destiny has been detected. You have triggered a choice. Option 1. Save the child of destiny and become his mentor. As a reward, the host will attain void immortal level cultivation. Option 2. Ignore the situation and walk away. No rewards will be granted. Isn't it obvious? Of course, I'll choose the first option, Li Zhoujun sighed. Reaching void immortal on my own would take forever. As the master of a mountain under the Dao Tian sect, healing a severely injured low-level cultivator was hardly a challenge for him. He examined the boy's injuries, 5th level of chi refinement, a divine grade fire spiritual root, but his meridians were completely shattered. From this, Li Zhoujun could deduce the likely scenario. The boy was probably from a side branch of a prominent family, gifted with extraordinary talent and the potential to become the family head, which had resulted in a deadly pursuit by the main branch. Ding host, stop overthinking. If you don't act now, he's going to die. Don't sweat the details, Li Zhoujun muttered awkwardly before quickly producing a white bone regeneration pill and feeding it to the boy. This pill was reputed to regenerate flesh from bones and restore meridians with ease. Of course, whether the legends were true, Li Zhoujun had yet to personally witness. Can bones consume elixirs? Wouldn't they just spill everywhere? This peculiar thought had barely crossed Li Zhoujun's mind when he witnessed an astonishing change in the young man who had just swallowed the elixir. His previously weak and lifeless aura began to recover at a visibly rapid pace. Li Zhoujun glanced around and decisively dragged the young man under a large tree. The blazing midday sun was intense enough to be fatal, and this youth clearly couldn't withstand prolonged exposure. After settling him in the shade, Li Zhoujun leaned against the tree trunk, preparing to take a short nap. Just as he was about to drift off, the system's notification sound rang out abruptly. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've completed half of the mission, saving the child of destiny. Keep up the good work and become the child of destiny's wise old mentor. The notification instantly drove away any trace of drowsiness. Eyes wide open, Li Zhoujun cursed under his breath. System. You might not be human, but you're definitely a piece of work. Time passed, and soon it was midday. The young man finally stirred awake. Half of his body was still shaded by the tree, while the other half lay exposed to the scorching sunlight. Am I dead? He mumbled to himself. So this is what death feels like, only half my body burning up. Even my supreme fire spiritual root can't handle this. Hey there, you're awake, came Li Zhoujun's amused voice. The young man's eyes shot open. I'm not dead. With me around, how could you possibly die? Li Zhoujun replied nonchalantly. The young man scrambled to sit up, and upon seeing who had spoken, immediately knelt down and bowed deeply. Zhang Xiaobai thanks the senior for saving my life. The unexpected gesture left Li Zhoujun momentarily stunned. When the youth had risen just moments ago, his imposing aura had made Li Zhoujun think he was about to be attacked. This reaction, however, was entirely unexpected. No wonder this kid was destined to be the child of destiny. Ahem, you may rise, Li Zhoujun said with a light cough. Yes, senior, Zhang Xiaobai responded respectfully as he stood. He couldn't help but feel that this young man before him was extraordinary. After all, his own meridians had been completely severed, yet they were now slowly recovering. Such a feat was impossible without the cultivation level of at least a nascent soul or higher. Become my disciple, Li Zhoujun stated bluntly. He was eager to ascend to the void immortal stage. After all, if he passed away before achieving that level, it would be a bitter regret. Huh. Zhang Xiaobai was momentarily dumbfounded. What? You're not willing? Li Zhoujun raised an eyebrow, then unleashed his divine transformation level aura. Instantly, every living creature within a 100-mile radius was forced to the ground under the oppressive pressure. Even an old, spirit-cultivated mouse flattened against the dirt grumbled indignantly, "Who's showing off their cultivation aura again? Can't they consider us poor street rats for once?" Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaobai's eyes lit up. A divine transformation cultivator. Master, please accept my bow as your disciple. Without hesitation, he knelt down again and performed a formal kowtow. The process of taking a disciple was unexpectedly smooth. The system promptly chimed in with another notification. Ding! Congratulations, host. Mission complete. Ding. Reward issued. Void immortal cultivation level. Li Zhoujun immediately felt an immense, profound energy surging within him. Good. Now, tell me why you were thrown down the mountain, Li Zhoujun asked. At the question, Zhang Xiaobai's eyes turned red. Master, to tell the truth, I am the heir of the Jiang family's main branch in Dallas City. After my father was gravely injured in an accident, those scoundrels from the side branch colluded with the Zhang family of Dallas City to seize control of the main branch and take over all of our family's business resources in the city. Li Zhoujun blinked, realizing that his earlier assumptions had been completely off the mark. Shall I step in and help you take revenge? Li Zhoujun asked Zhang Xiaobai, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Master, I want to take revenge by myself. Zhang Xiaobai replied with a resolute expression, his clenched fists reflecting his determination. Hearing this, a trace of surprise flashed in Li Zhoujun's eyes. For someone with such a destined fate, this young man displayed an unexpected sense of backbone. Most people in his position would have been eager to seek the protection of a powerful figure. So, how do you plan to seek your revenge? Faced with his master's question, Zhang Xiaobai fell silent. Reality quickly shattered his bold declaration. Revenge seemed nearly impossible with his current strength. Whatever you choose to do, go ahead. They'll be behind you. Don't be afraid, Li Zhoujun said in a warm yet firm tone. Thank you, master. Zhang Xiaobai stood up and bowed deeply to Li Zhoujun, his gratitude evident. Meanwhile, in the grand hall of the Jiang family mansion in Dallas City, the atmosphere was tense. Jiang Xuanjing, a middle-aged man with a pencil mustache and sharp, triangular eyes, spoke aggressively to the figure seated at the head of the hall. That man was Zhang Xiaobai's father, Zhang Onlang, whose face was as pale as paper, clearly showing his severe illness. Patriarch, you are gravely ill, and the young master has been missing for days. Without a stabilizing force in the main family line, the entire Jiang family is bound to fall into chaos, Zhang Xuanjing said, his tone laced with faint concern. What's the matter, Zhang Xuanjing? Can't wait any longer to take my place? Zhang Onlang glared at him, his voice weak but still sharp and commanding. A month ago, a rampaging beast horde attacked Dallas City. While the three major family heads united to suppress the beast tide, Zhang Onlang was the only one gravely injured. This gave Zhang Xuanjing, who was also at the Golden Core stage, an opportunity to act. If he could seize control of the main family line, he wouldn't just become the patriarch but would also gain command over all the Jiang family's resources in Dallas City. The other branch family heads present wore troubled expressions. They were well aware of Zhang Xiaobai's predicament, but none dared to offend Zhang Xuanjing, the only Golden Core expert still capable of fighting. Moreover, Zhang Xuanjing had recently formed an alliance with the Zhang family through marriage's son, Zhang Xiaoyu, was about to wed Zhang Huilan, the Zhang family's esteemed daughter. This alliance only further solidified his position. You must know, Zhang Huilan was originally betrothed to Zhang Xiaobai. The words echoed through the hall, stirring a wave of hushed discussions. Everyone was well aware that the Zhang family's goal in this marriage alliance was never Zhang Xiaobai himself, but the power of the entire Zhang family. At that moment, Zhang Onlang suddenly curled his lips into a meaningful smile. Zhang Xuanjing, I'm curious, what price did you pay to make the Zhang family your ally? Even when I'm gravely injured, you still conspire with them to pressure me. Zhang Xuanjing's face twitched slightly, clearly hit where it hurt. 10% of a decade's income, he calculated silently, a steep price, but necessary to deal with the top fighter of Dallas City. Suddenly, a voice filled with anger rang out from outside the hall. Zhang Xuanjing, young master. The heads of the branch families all turned, only to see Zhang Xiaobai striding into the hall alone. They looked at the young man and collectively shook their heads with a sigh. In their eyes, Zhang Xiaobai's return at this moment was no different from walking into a trap. Zhang Onlang's face flickered with a mix of joy and anguish at the sight of his son. Zhang Xuanjing, on the other hand, wore an expression of shock, as if he'd seen a ghost. He distinctly remembered his son assuring him that the matter had been dealt with. How was Jiang Xiaobai still standing here, alive? Surprised to see me alive? Jiang Xiaobai sneered as he glared at Jiang Xuanjing. Jiang Xuanjing quickly feigned confusion. What is the young master talking about? I don't understand. Oh, you're good at pretending, aren't you? Jiang Xiaobai mocked coldly. Your son severely injured me, destroyed my meridians, and pushed me off a cliff. You can't tell me you didn't know about that. Facing the accusation, Jiang Xuanjing forced himself to remain calm. Young master, what are you saying? Aren't you standing here perfectly fine now? But inwardly, he was filled with doubt. He had even sent a foundation establishment cultivator to assist. How could they have failed? As the confrontation escalated, Jiang Xuanjing finally dropped the pretense. The position of family head Jiang Onlang will step down willingly or not. It doesn't matter. But Jiang Xiaobai suddenly flashed a confident smile. It seems your plans are going to fall apart today. This unexpected confidence made Jiang Xuanjing wary. He had thought he had the Zhang family firmly on his side, but now he began to suspect there might be something he'd overlooked. As Jiang Xuanjing was lost in deep thought, Jiang Xiaobai fumbled in his chest pocket for a moment and took out a black pill, handing it to his father. Father, take this stretch and stare pill, and your injuries will improve, Jiang Xiaobai said with absolute confidence in his voice. Stretch and stare pill? Is this not just dirt you scraped off yourself? Jiang Onlang eyed the black pill in his son's hand suspiciously. That name doesn't sound like a proper elixir. Witnessing his son's unusual behavior, a wave of heartache washed over Jiang Onlang, and he silently blamed himself for his failure as a father. Father, you have to trust me. Jiang Xiaobai, seeing the doubt on his father's face, stomped his foot anxiously. My master is a genuine nascent soul expert. He specifically instructed me to rub the pill in my hands before using it. It enhances its effectiveness. The branch family heads of the Jiang clan exchanged glances, their eyes filled with pity. To them, it was clear that the young master had been mentally affected. How could a mere qi refining cultivator possess a pill capable of instantly healing a golden core expert? At that moment, a mocking smile appeared on Jiang Xuanjing's face, though his tone was laced with feigned sorrow. The young master has clearly lost his mind. It seems the Jiang clan's main bloodline is truly doomed. If we don't quickly select a new main branch, the Jiang clan will be in grave danger. Shut your mouth, you old dog. Jiang Xiaobai glared at him angrily. You insolent brat. Jiang Xuanjing fumed with rage at being called an old dog. Just as tensions reached a boiling point, a lazy voice drifted in from the doorway. Father, still not done yet? A young man strolled in, holding a charming young woman in his arms. Jiang Xiaoyu. Zhang Huilan. Jiang Xiaobai's eyes burned with fury. Jiang Xiaobai? You're still alive? Jiang Xiaoyu looked utterly shocked. He had thought Jiang Xiaobai was as good as dead after being beaten half to death and thrown off a cliff. How could he be standing here unharmed? Zhang Huilan, is this really what you want? Jiang Xiaobai gritted his teeth as he questioned her. Zhang Huilan merely glanced at him coolly. Without your father backing you, you're nothing. Very well, Jiang Xiaobai said with a cold laugh. So this is who you truly are, a person driven solely by self-interest. We grew up together, and at least now I can see your true colors. And what if you can? Zhang Huilan sneered dismissively. What are you now, anyway? Jiang Xiaoyu smirked smugly. It's just as well you're alive. Now the once proud young master of the Jiang clan can die a second time. Oh, and by the way, Huilan is so tender and lovely. How could you resist waiting until marriage? Or could it be you're impotent? As he spoke, he brazenly kissed Zhang Huilan loudly on the cheek. You're so naughty. Zhang Huilan giggled coyly, playfully hitting Jiang Xiaoyu on the chest. Watching this scene, Jiang Xiaobai's expression remained calm. Having seen through Zhang Huilan's true nature, he felt relieved that he hadn't married such a woman after all. Jiang Onlang's forehead veins bulged as he swept his dark, piercing gaze over the crowd before him. In his moment of grave injury, these people wasted no time revealing their true colors. It was a classic case of betrayal when the chips were down. Since things had come to this, he decided to take a desperate gamble and test the effectiveness of the last breath revival pill his son held in his hand. Taking the pill from Jiang Xiaobai without hesitation, he swallowed it in one gulp. Almost instantly, a surge of warmth coursed through his body. He could distinctly feel his injuries healing at an astonishing speed, visible to the naked eye, and his energy rapidly climbing to new heights. This sudden transformation left everyone in the room stunned. Jiang Xiaoyu and Zhang Huilan, who had been whispering sweet nothings to each other moments earlier, the branch family leaders who had been calculating how to survive under Jiang Xuanjing's rule, and even Jiang Xuanjing himself, who had been brimming with confidence, all of them froze, wide-eyed, in disbelief. Panicking, Jiang Xuanjing tore apart a talisman, preparing to summon reinforcements. But at that moment, a man with a scarred face and sharp, commanding eyes strode into the hall. His imposing aura filled the room. It was none other than Zhang Duoqian, the current head of the Zhang family and a cultivator at the late Golden Core stage. Upon seeing her father, Zhang Huilan immediately bowed respectfully. However, Zhang Duoqian's expression changed drastically when he noticed Zhang Onlang's restored state. Without a second thought, he grabbed his daughter's hand and, with a hearty chuckle, said, "Actually, I'm just here to take my daughter home for dinner. Master Zhang, they'll leave you to handle your family affairs. Old Zhang will take his leave now." With that, he whisked Zhang Huilan away without looking back. Meanwhile, high above the Zhang family estate, Li Zhoujun observed the scene from the clouds with an amused smirk. Well, that Zhang fellow sure knows when to make his move," he murmured to himself. Back in the hall, Zhang Onlang didn't bother pursuing Zhang Duoqian's departure. Instead, he turned his attention to Jiang Xuanjing and his son. Rising to his feet with a cold snort, he unleashed a terrifying wave of pressure. Unable to withstand the overwhelming force, Jiang Xuanjing and his son dropped to their knees on the spot. "Master Jiang, I only acted for the good of the Jiang family." Jiang Xuanjing wailed in desperation. "Please don't believe this scoundrel's lies. If your injuries hadn't healed, he would have already taken your place as the head of the family and exploited us all." The branch family leaders, seeing this, immediately voiced their anger, condemning Jiang Xuanjing. Deep down, they still respected Jiang Onlang's fair and impartial leadership. They feared that if Jiang Xuanjing, with his cunning and self-serving nature, were to take charge, they wouldn't even be left with the shirts on their backs. Their earlier support for Jiang Xuanjing had been nothing more than a reluctant choice under the disparity in strength. "For the good of the Jiang family?" Jiang Onlang sneered. "It seems to me you were only looking out for yourself." At these words, Jiang Xuanjing and his son's faces turned ashen. "Father, it was Jiang Xiaoyu who personally destroyed my cultivation and pushed me off a cliff." Jiang Xiaobai's voice trembled slightly, but it turned out to be a blessing in disguise, as it led me to meet my master. At the mention of the word master, Jiang Xiaobai's expression became deeply respectful. "It was my master who saved me and gave me a new chance at life." Hearing this, Jiang Xuanjing glared fiercely at his son, his eyes blazing with fury and frustration. He was so enraged that he wished he could hang up his good-for-nothing son and give him a thorough beating. "Can't you handle things cleanly? Just cut off his head and throw it into boiling oil. Won't that ensure he's dead for good?" Jiang Xuanjing growled through gritted teeth. "Look at the mess now. We had victory within our grasp, and you ruined everything with one misstep." "Jiang Xuanjing, did you hear that clearly? Your son nearly killed my son." Jiang Onlang fixed his gaze on Jiang Xiaoyu, his eyes radiating a sharp, murderous intent. If not for his son's sheer luck, he would already be dead. How could he possibly let this grudge go unavenged? "Go and finish him yourself. Avenge yourself," Jiang Onlang commanded Jiang Xiaobai. "All right." Jiang Xiaobai stepped in front of Jiang Xiaoyu, a cold smirk appearing on his face. "Good deeds are rewarded, and evil deeds are punished. It's not that the retribution doesn't come, it just wasn't time yet." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Xiaobai abruptly raised his hand and struck toward Jiang Xiaoyu's head. The arrogance on Jiang Xiaoyu's face had long been replaced by sheer terror. "No!" A blood-curdling scream echoed as Jiang Xiaoyu's head shattered with a loud crash, white brain matter and blood splattering everywhere like a grotesque scene of tofu stained with crimson. Jiang Xuanjing stood frozen, staring at his son's gruesome death, unable to summon the courage to intervene. Jiang Onlang, at his peak, was overwhelmingly powerful, so much so that Jiang Xuanjing couldn't muster even the slightest thought of resistance. "Now that I've dealt with your son, it's your turn," Jiang Onlang said, stepping closer with each word, his aura growing increasingly oppressive. Seeing Jiang Onlang approach like the embodiment of death, Jiang Xuanjing suddenly slapped himself across the face and burst into tears. "Patriarch, I was blinded by greed. Please, for the sake of my golden core cultivation and the contributions I can still make to the family, allow me to atone for my sins. I swear I'll change my ways." "Save those words to deceive the dead," Jiang Onlang scoffed coldly. "Had you stayed in line, the position of patriarch would have naturally been yours while I was recovering from my injuries. But your impatience and underhanded methods to harm your kin to force me to step down such a person has no place in the Jiang family." "Ha ha ha." Jiang Xuanjing let out a despairing, bitter laugh. "Jiang Onlang, you speak of deception. Would you truly step aside willingly? I bet you'd only relinquish your position once your son reaches the golden core stage." Boom! Jiang Onlang's fist struck with devastating force, shattering Jiang Xuanjing's head. Though both were at the golden core stage, Jiang Xuanjing had only barely reached the early stage through the use of medicinal aids, while Jiang Onlang had achieved mastery through genuine cultivation. Even in his weakened state, Jiang Xuanjing was no match for him. The various branch family heads watched Jiang Onlang's decisive actions with expressions of awe and reverence. "Family heads, my injuries are still healing. Please return to your respective homes for now." Zhang Onlang said calmly. Zhang Onlang addressed the heads of the branch families. You may leave now. Yes, Patriarch, they replied in unison before filing out of the hall. A few household servants entered shortly after, silently tidying up the mess on the floor. High above, Li Zhoujun observed the scene quietly. This father and son duo certainly know how to be ruthless, he mused to himself. But in this world where the strong prey on the weak, only those who are ruthless enough can survive. Inside the hall, Zhang Onlang fixed his piercing gaze on his son. Boy, where is that master of yours who can craft such miraculous pills? My master came with me, but he didn't enter the residence, Zhang Xiaobai replied with a smile. What a pity. Zhang Onlang sighed before solemnly instructing, make sure you properly thank your master. Without his help, the two of us might have ended up as offerings for next year's ceremonies. Don't worry, father, Zhang Xiaobai responded with a firm nod. In his heart, he vowed to always remember Li Zhoujun's life-saving grace. He silently promised that when he reached the pinnacle of the immortal path one day, he would repay his master tenfold. He believed that given 100 years, he would surely break through to the void immortal realm. At that moment, Li Zhoujun entered the hall. Master! Zhang Xiaobai called out joyfully. Patriarch Zhang's decisive actions are truly impressive, Li Zhoujun remarked calmly. Zhang Onlang hurriedly bowed. You flatter me, esteemed one. These are merely the desperate measures of us lowly cultivators. Someone of your level commands respect with presence alone. Li Zhoujun smirked faintly at the remark before turning to Zhang Xiaobai. Would you like to return to the mountain with me to continue your cultivation? Zhang Xiaobai hesitated briefly but then declared resolutely, I wish to explore the world on my own, master. Well said, Li Zhoujun nodded approvingly. He then imparted the Great Sun Golden Crow scripture to Zhang Xiaobai and placed a protective avatar seal on his brow. A moment later, Zhang Xiaobai suppressed his excitement and bowed deeply. Thank you, master. Li Zhoujun smiled faintly as his figure gradually faded into the air. The father and son respectfully bid him farewell. Without delay, Zhang Xiaobai eagerly made his way toward the back mountain. Along the way, he suddenly noticed a figure lying by the roadside and came to a halt. Meanwhile, Zhang Onlang stood where he was, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. The Zhang family. How could there be a girl falling into the back mountain of my home? Zhang Xiaobai stood by the mountain path, his gaze landing on the unconscious girl in a white dress before him. Her face was as radiant as peach blossoms, her skin smooth like porcelain, with bright eyes and pearly teeth. Her unparalleled beauty momentarily left him dazed. Don't stare, it's improper. Zhang Xiaobai quickly took a deep breath, silently reminding himself not to take advantage of someone in such a vulnerable state. Although the girl appeared unconscious, she was actually fully aware, just unable to move due to severe injuries. She had been enjoying a scenic spot in the celestial realm when she was ambushed. Forced to crush an expensive escape talisman gifted by her father, she unexpectedly ended up in the mortal realm. The transition through the world's barrier had left her gravely injured. If not for the talisman's protective features, she might have been reduced to nothing but dust. Noticing the way Zhang Xiaobai had just looked at her, the girl tensed up. She knew all too well that her beauty could attract marriage proposals from powerful forces even in the celestial realm. Now, gravely injured and defenseless, if this young man harbored any ill intentions. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaobai simply and carefully picked her up and carried her to a guest room, instructing the maids to tend to her. Seeing this, the girl couldn't help but feel a faint sense of goodwill toward him. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. As the girl's injuries gradually healed, she and Zhang Xiaobai grew increasingly familiar with each other. She eventually told him her name was Yao Tao. Yao Tao, are you really from the celestial realm? One day, as they sat on the ground under a tree in the small courtyard outside the guest room, Zhang Xiaobai asked curiously for what felt like the 100th time. Brother, you've asked this 1,000 times in the past 3 months. Yao Tao rolled her eyes. It's just that everything you say sounds so real. I still find it hard to believe. Zhang Xiaobai chuckled sheepishly. Over the past 3 months, Yao Tao found herself unexpectedly growing fond of this sometimes awkward and rigid, yet honest and kind-hearted young man. Unlike the sycophantic, self-serving people of the celestial realm, Zhang Xiaobai's presence gave her a sense of ease and freedom she'd never experienced before. I want roasted rabbit. Yao Tao tilted her head and looked at Zhang Xiaobai. You've already had 3 today. Zhang Xiaobai's lips twitched. This girl looks delicate and frail, yet her appetite is astonishingly large. Yao Tao, full of confidence, rolled up her sleeves and said, Don't worry, I won't freeload this time. I'll help you out. No, absolutely not. Zhang Xiaobai's face darkened as he recalled the disastrous incident from last time. Last time I asked you to start a fire, you almost burned my entire house down. Relax, relax, I've got it under control this time. Yao Tao waved her hand nonchalantly. Just then, dark clouds suddenly gathered over the Jiang family estate. forming a massive vortex in the center of the sky. What on earth is going on? Zhang Xiaobai looked up at the sky in shock. The smile on Yao Tao's face instantly vanished, her expression wilting like a frost-bitten flower. It's Uncle Bei. The Uncle Bei she referred to was Liu Bei, the steward of the Yao family. He was a powerful true immortal in charge of all the Yao family's affairs. From the clouds emerged an aged figure clad in an earthy-colored long robe. Beneath his feet was a colossal kunpeng, its sheer size blotting out the sky. This awe-inspiring sight not only stunned the Jiang family but also struck fear into all living beings within a 1,000-mile radius, who instinctively prostrated themselves on the ground. Jiang Onlang, bracing against the immense pressure, stepped into the open courtyard and respectfully addressed the elder in the sky. Senior, what brings you to the Jiang family so suddenly? The elder's voice rumbled like spring thunder, echoing for miles. Miss, this old servant comes under the master's orders to take you home. Uncle Bei. Yao Tao's expression turned cold in an instant, and her voice became so soft it was almost inaudible. Zhang Xiaobai stared in disbelief at the girl beside him, who now seemed like a completely different person. A bitter feeling welled up in his heart. During their 3 months together, he had grown fond of this lively young woman, but to think she was someone from the celestial realm, the vast gap in their statuses made him feel powerless, for the first time unable even to keep the one he cared about. In an instant, Liu Bei descended from the sky and landed in front of Yao Tao. He bowed respectfully. Miss, this old servant apologizes for the delay. I hope you can forgive me. It's all right. Yao Tao shook her head. How is my father? Ever since Miss was attacked, the master has not rested for 3 months, tirelessly searching the 3,000 worlds for your whereabouts. Yesterday, he finally received news and paid a great price to break the barriers, allowing this old servant to come and retrieve you. Yao Tao bit her lip and hesitated. Uncle Bei, can I not go back? Liu Bei narrowed his eyes, his gaze shifting to Zhang Xiaobai beside her, scrutinizing him carefully. The seasoned Liu Bei, with eyes sharp as a hawk, scrutinized Zhang Xiaobai standing before him. The elder's weathered gaze held a glimmer of wisdom, as if he could see through everything. He had long discerned the subtle feelings his young mistress harbored for this young man. Under Liu Bei's piercing stare, Zhang Xiaobai couldn't help but feel slightly uneasy. However, as he reminded himself of his destiny as the child of fortune, he straightened his back, refusing to show any weakness, and met Liu Bei's gaze heated. Interesting young man, Liu Bei chuckled lightly. You're the one who saved my young mistress, aren't you? Rest assured, you won't go unrewarded. As he spoke, he retrieved a jade bottle from the wide sleeve of his robe. The pills in this bottle are enough to help you reach the pinnacle of this world. Your generosity is appreciated, senior, but I must decline, Zhang Xiaobai replied with calm determination. The path of cultivation should be walked step by step. Besides, anyone in my position would have saved Yao Tao without hesitation. Yao Tao's lips curved into a faint smile as she watched Zhang Xiaobai's upright figure. Such character was indeed the man she had set her heart on. Anyone else would have eagerly grabbed hold of such a rare opportunity. Ambitious, aren't you? Liu Bei raised an eyebrow. But with the sparse spiritual energy of this world, reaching the tribulation stage could take an eternity. Are you truly willing to give up this chance to ascend in one leap? Senior, do not underestimate the small and insignificant, Zhang Xiaobai responded with a radiant smile. Even the humblest of beings can achieve greatness with enough resolve. Liu Bei put away the jade bottle, his expression turning colder. Young man, I admire your spirit, but there are some things you need to understand. With your current status, there are certain thoughts you shouldn't entertain. If you do, you'll only invite disaster. This warning sent a jolt through Yao Tao's heart. She hadn't expected Uncle Bei to notice her feelings for Zhang Xiaobai. Then again, with his cultivation surpassing the true immortal realm and his vast experience, it wasn't surprising that he could see through her. Zhang Xiaobai, however, remained unfazed. Senior, I must be honest, I have indeed fallen for Yao Tao. The sudden confession made Yao Tao's eyes widen in shock, her heart a mix of joy and worry. She knew full well that her family would never approve of her being with someone from the lower realms. Worse still, they might secretly target Zhang Xiaobai. Do you even understand the kind of power the Yao family wields? Liu Bei's tone grew colder. I am but a mere servant of the family, yet my cultivation has already surpassed the true immortal stage. 30 years on the east bank of the river, 30 years on the west. Never underestimate the determination of the young, Zhang Xiaobai declared, his head held high. One day, I, Zhang Xiaobai, will earn the recognition of the Yao family and stand proudly by Yao Tao's side. At that moment, Yao Tao's heart surged with the words, I will wait for you. But in the end, she kept them to herself, because she knew that saying those words would only worsen Zhang Xiaobai's danger. Liu Bei burst into loud laughter, his voice echoing in the air. He was laughing both at Zhang Xiaobai's youthful arrogance and at the boy's inability to recognize kindness. Watching Liu Bei laugh so hard that he wiped tears from the corners of his eyes, Jiang Xiaobai's mouth twitched slightly. He thought to himself, hoping the old man wouldn't laugh himself into trouble. You? At the 5th level of qi refinement? And you think you're worthy to stand by my lady's side? Liu Bei finally managed to suppress his laughter and shook his head. Do you even know that my lady was born with a golden core cultivation level, like the prodigies of the celestial realm? Across the entire celestial realm, countless sacred sects and royal families have sent marriage proposals to the Yao family. Those princes and holy sons are all exceptionally talented. And you, a mere 5th level qi refinement cultivator, so what if you have a rare heavenly fire spiritual root? In the celestial realm, talent is the least scarce resource. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai's expression turned solemn. He realized that the starting point for the people of the celestial realm was the endpoint for lower realm cultivators. It was only now that he truly understood the immense strength hidden within Yao Tao, the girl who had shared carefree days of eating, drinking, and playing with him. Give me time, and I can do it, Jiang Xiaobai said in a low voice. Seeing his stubbornness, Liu Bei's anger flared. Little boy, what isn't yours will never be yours. One must face reality. My lady is someone you can only dream of. If you refuse to wake up, don't blame this old man for being harsh. Uncle Bei, you're going too far. If it weren't for Jiang Xiaobai saving me, you'd only be retrieving my corpse right now. Yao Tao finally spoke up, unable to endure Liu Bei's increasingly harsh words. Liu Bei sighed. My lady, I can see that you care for this boy. But for his own good, you both need to let go and return to your original paths. Do you know what will happen to this boy if those young celestial elites find out you favor someone from the lower realm? There are no secrets that won't eventually come to light in this world. Yao Tao's expression darkened at his words. She knew there was truth in what Liu Bei said, but how could one simply forget someone they truly cared for? I'm not afraid. Jiang Xiaobai took a deep breath and declared firmly. Easy to say. Since that's the case, let this old man show you what despair truly feels like. Liu Bei, now thoroughly enraged, ignored Yao Tao's attempts to stop him. With a cold snort, he unleashed a wave of celestial energy as vast as an ocean, bearing down directly on Jiang Xiaobai. Under this terrifying pressure, Jiang Xiaobai felt as small and powerless as an ant facing a collapsing mountain. Just as he thought he would be crushed into dust, a gentle yet confident voice, like a breeze in spring, suddenly echoed. 3 months away, and this little one has already offended someone quite formidable. As the words fell, the suffocating celestial pressure instantly dissipated like smoke. Jiang Xiaobai's body relaxed all at once. His eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, Master! Master! Jiang Xiaobai's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the semi-transparent figure in a green robe that had suddenly appeared before him. It was none other than the spiritual imprint left by Li Zhoujun, his master, designed to activate in moments of grave danger. Liu Bei, who had been seething with anger due to the repeated provocations of a mere qi refining cultivator, suddenly calmed down. He scrutinized the figure carefully. Though he couldn't discern its cultivation level, the ease with which it neutralized his aura was a clear indication of its formidable strength. The cultivation of the figure's original body was likely far superior to his own. Are you this boy's master? Liu Bei asked in a deep voice. Even though he suspected the opponent's original body might surpass him in cultivation, he showed no fear. After all, he carried a fragment of his lord's essence with him, and his lord was a true immortal monarch. In the cultivation world, the realms beyond true immortal were true immortal, heavenly immortal, and mystic immortal, each divided into 9 grades, with tribulations marking the advancement between them. Only upon reaching the mystic immortal realm could one earn the title of immortal monarch. As a 3rd-grade heavenly immortal, Liu Bei calculated inwardly that Li Zhoujun's original body could at most be a 4th-grade heavenly immortal. How could such a being challenge the might of an immortal monarch? I am indeed this young one's master, Li Zhoujun replied with a faint smile. On the side, Yao Tao glanced at Jiang Xiaobai and winked, as if silently asking, Why have you never mentioned having such a powerful master? Jiang Xiaobai was equally baffled. He remembered his master as merely a nascent soul cultivator. How could a mere fragment of his master's spirit suppress the aura of an immortal? Could it be that his master was secretly a hidden immortal? The thought sent a chill down his spine, had unwittingly become the disciple of an immortal. I didn't expect this boy to have someone of your caliber behind him, Liu Bei said with a slight bow before changing his tone. Since you are an immortal level expert, you must have heard of the Yao family of the immortal realm. My lord is an immortal monarch. Never heard of them, Li Zhoujun replied, shaking his head. But I am curious, why do you want to kill my disciple? If he has indeed done wrong, as his master, I will not shield him. However, if he is innocent, then one day, I will personally pay a visit to your Yao family. He had no idea what an immortal monarch truly was. but that didn't deter him from standing up for his disciple. Zhang Xiaobai looked at his master, who had stepped forward to shield him. His eyes welled up with tears of gratitude, and his respect for this convenient master deepened further. It's quite simple, Liu Bei sneered. Your disciple is just a qi refining cultivator. How could he possibly be worthy of my family's young lady? If word got out that the Yao family's daughter married a mere qi refining cultivator, how could we maintain our standing in the immortal realm? He scoffed at Li Zujin's threat to visit the Yao family, just a heavenly immortal. He would likely meet his end before even setting foot in the Yao family's domain. Did he truly think an immortal monarch was someone to trifle with? I see, Li Zhojun said, finally understanding the situation. It was one of those classic tales where the protagonist crosses paths with someone of extraordinary background. Li Zhojun looked at Liu Bei with a meaningful smile on his face. My friend, your thinking seems a bit too rigid. When it comes to young people's matters, we, the older generation, should refrain from interfering. Liu Bei narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone carrying a hint of threat. It seems you are quite supportive of your disciple being with the young lady of my family. I wonder if your strength is enough to bear the wrath of the Yao family's immortal lord. Ignoring Liu Bei's provocation, Li Zhojun turned to Yao Tao with a gentle tone. Young lady, tell me honestly, do you truly like my rather dull disciple? Yao Tao's cheeks flushed red as she gave a small nod. You lucky brat, to have earned this girl's affection, Li Zhojun said to Zhang Xiaobai with a laugh before turning back to Liu Bei. My friend, did you hear that? This is mutual affection. Can you really bear to tear them apart? They are not the same kind of people, and their paths will never align, Liu Bei said coldly. If you insist on being obstinate, don't blame this old man for being rude. In fact, it's a good opportunity to test the strength of an immortal from the lower realm. Before his words had fully landed, Liu Bei struck, launching a fierce claw attack directly at Li Zhojun. The strike was so powerful that all living beings within a radius of 10,000 miles trembled in fear under its overwhelming aura. Zhang Xiaobai watched in alarm, terrified that his master might be injured because of him. Though Li Zhojun felt a twinge of unease, this old man's strength was several levels above that of the true immortal-level demon lord he had encountered before. He remained calm, relying on his ability to level the playing field. Facing the oncoming claw strike, he simply raised his hand and tapped his finger, conjuring countless glistening ice spikes. Go, he commanded softly, and the ice spikes shot toward Liu Bei like a torrential rain. Liu Bei was forced to retract his claw attack, forming hand seals to block the assault and shattering the ice spikes in their entirety. He realized that if he dragged this out any longer and allowed Li Zujin's true form to arrive, his defeat would be inevitable. Don't let your time in the lower realm give you the illusion that no one can challenge you. Today, your luck runs out, Liu Bei sneered. Faced with this threat, Li Zhojun merely responded with a faint smile, his expression seeming to say, no one can challenge me. What can you do about it? Liu Bei was clearly infuriated by Li Zhojun's indifferent demeanor. As a fellow celestial being of equal strength, the other's detached and transcendent attitude deeply unsettled him. With a swift series of hand seals, Liu Bei summoned the power of heaven and earth, causing the entire void to tremble. As he pushed his hands forward, a radiant golden seal, brimming with earth-shattering energy, surged toward Li Zhojun with overwhelming force. Li Zhojun initially intended to summon his Ao Shui sword, but after a moment's thought, he realized that it was merely a true immortal artifact and would likely shatter under such a terrifying assault. Left with no alternative, he used his finger as a blade, making a sweeping motion in midair. Instantly, a sword aura of unparalleled brilliance surged forth like a roaring river, colliding forcefully with the golden seal in the void. The entire Qingzhou region shook violently. The experts of Dao Tian sect, along with numerous hidden ancient beings, all turned their gazes toward the site of the clash, their expressions heavy with concern. In hushed tones, they exchanged divine thoughts. It must be a battle between celestial-level beings. We must not attempt to pry into it, lest we bring calamity upon ourselves. Within Dao Tian sect, Mu Taiyu gazed at the turbulent skies in the distance and sighed softly. Prodigies rise, celestials clash. Qingzhou is bound to face unrest. These celestials fighting in the mortal realm. It truly is a case of gods battling while mortals suffer the consequences. As the storm subsided, Li Zhojun stood motionless on the battlefield, completely unharmed. Liu Bei, though also unscathed, quickly discerned that the green-robed swordsman before him was merely an avatar. Yet, the fact that just an avatar could unleash such terrifying power without dissipating was staggering. Could this man already be a fifth-grade celestial? The thought caused Liu Bei's expression to grow even graver. A fifth-grade celestial was a supreme existence, even in the remote regions of the celestial realm. Zhang Xiaobai, observing his master, couldn't help but marvel inwardly. If just an avatar could fight an exalted celestial to a standstill, how terrifying must the master's true form be? With such a master, Wouldn't he be able to traverse the entire Tianyuan realm unchallenged? However, he quickly composed himself. No matter how powerful a master might be, their strength was not his own. Only by relying on his own efforts to grow stronger could he earn the right to stand as an equal among those exalted celestials. After all, even with such a formidable master, the Yao family still looked down on him and refused to approve of his marriage to Tower. Clearly, the forces behind the Yao family were extraordinary. Their so-called immortal lord was evidently so powerful that even someone with a master of Jiang Xiaobai's caliber was dismissed without a second thought. Liu Bei let out a cold snort, a trace of impatience flashing in his eyes. Li Zhoujun gave a helpless smile. You exaggerate, my friend. I have no intention of stopping you from taking the young lady home. However, one should not obstruct those who are truly in love. I simply wish to bring happiness to those with genuine feelings for each other. The old man has no desire to argue with you, Liu Bei replied, shaking his head. He pulled out an ancient, unadorned lamp from his sleeve and began to carefully wipe its surface. He even breathed on the lamp to polish it. Watching this ridiculous scene, Li Zhoujun's lips twitched involuntarily. Anyone who didn't know better might think you were rubbing Aladdin's magic lamp. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the air suddenly turned still. A figure had appeared before them at some unknown momenta, middle-aged man dressed in a green and gold robe, his hair tied with a jade hairpin, and with sharp brows exuding an imposing aura. Though he emitted no discernible energy, his presence seemed to dim the heavens and earth. Everyone present instinctively lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. Master, Liu Bei immediately put the lamp away and bowed with respect. Father, Yao Tao's voice trembled slightly, clearly apprehensive of this stern figure. The man who had appeared so abruptly was none other than Yao Huangzuan, the head of the Yao family and an esteemed immortal lord, also Yao Tao's father. Liu Bei, what's going on? Yao Huangkun's voice boomed like thunder as he asked concisely. Liu Bei cupped his hands and gave a detailed report of the situation, recounting everything from discovering the young lady's relationship with the chi refining cultivator to the fact that the boy's master was a celestial immortal. Hearing this, Yao Huangzuan turned his gaze to Li Zhoujun. To his surprise, he couldn't discern the man's cultivation level, which left him inwardly astonished. However, recalling what Liu Bei had mentioned, he assumed it must be a technique concealing his true realm. If this person were truly an immortal lord, even if it were just an avatar, Liu Bei wouldn't still be standing here alive. Sir, Yao Huangzuan said in a deep voice, your disciple is merely at the chi refining stage, while my daughter, though only 16, has already reached the nascent soul stage. The disparity between them is far too great. If they truly love each other, why should such things matter? Li Zhoujun thought to himself, Jiang Xiaobai is a child of destiny. If your daughter stays with him, you, as the father-in-law, will undoubtedly benefit greatly. But, of course, he couldn't say that aloud. Who would believe him? Yao Huangzuan continued, I will not allow my daughter to suffer by following a mere chi refining cultivator. If you insist on this union, don't blame me for being unkind. Inwardly, he calculated. If this man is truly an immortal lord, this marriage could be worth considering. After all, a disciple trained by an immortal lord would have a promising future as long as he doesn't meet an untimely end. At the very least, my daughter wouldn't end up a lonely widow. But if he isn't at the immortal lord level, he should know better than to push his luck. Otherwise, he will bear the consequences. Ding. Mission issued by the system. Engage in a duel with Yao Huangzuan, experience the might of an immortal lord, and receive generous rewards upon completion. As the system's prompt echoed in his mind, Li Zhoujun's gaze locked onto the immortal lord before him. Yao Huangzuan stood loftily in midair, his green robe billowing in the void, exuding an aura of supremacy as if a divine being had descended upon the mortal realm. In that case, I have no choice but to witness the immortal lord's prowess firsthand, Li Zhoujun said with a faint smirk. After all, both of us are merely incarnations. Forgive me for any offense, my lord. Yao Huangzuan narrowed his eyes slightly. If he hadn't been unable to gauge the depths of this young man in green robes, he wouldn't have wasted words. In the next instant, an enormous hand composed of countless intertwining vines materialized behind him, stretching thousands of feet high and crashing down toward Li Zhoujun with overwhelming force. Even before the hand landed, the ground began to quake violently, accompanied by deafening roars. If this strike truly connected, everything within a radius of thousands of miles would likely be reduced to rubble. So this is the power of an immortal lord? Even a mere incarnation is this terrifying, Jiang Xiaobai muttered to himself, staring at the colossal hand that blotted out the sun. Under this oppressive might, he felt as insignificant as an ant. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaobai turned his gaze to his master. To his astonishment, Li Zhoujun remained calm, his green robe fluttering lightly as a serene smile graced his face. This image sent a shockwave through Jiang Xiaobai's heart. Could it be that his master was also a powerhouse on the level of an immortal lord? Liu Bei, observing Li Zhoujuan's composure in the face of the Immortal Lord's assault, sneered inwardly. This man has probably spent too long in the lower realms and has no idea how terrifying battles between Immortal Lords can be. Amid the uncertainty and tension, Li Zhoujun finally made his move. Before him, streaks of visible white frost began to coalesce, swiftly forming a crystalline sword of ice. As soon as the sword took shape, the aura it emitted rivaled the overwhelming presence of the massive vine hand above. This sword cleaves the heavens. With a soft yet commanding utterance, the icy sword transformed into a 1,000-foot-long blade of energy, as if it could cut through time and space itself, aiming directly at the colossal vine hand. Wherever the sword energy passed, time seemed to freeze, and even the descending hand slowed noticeably. Boom! The collision between the sword energy and the giant hand unleashed an earth-shaking explosion, with divine light radiating in all directions. The spectators shielded their eyes instinctively, yet the two combatants had restrained their power enough to prevent harm to anyone nearby. When the blinding light finally subsided, Li Zhoujun was already hovering in midair, hands clasped behind his back, facing Yao Huangzuan from afar. At this moment, the two were evenly matched, their auras clashing with equal intensity. Liu Bei stood off to the side, swallowing hard. The young man before him, who seemed so unassuming, turned out to be an immortal lord. Though it was hard to believe, the fact that Li Zhoujun's avatar could fight his master to a standstill left him no choice but to accept it. Thinking back to his earlier confrontation with Li Zhoujun, cold sweat ran down Liu Bei's back clearly. The man had held back. Otherwise, that overwhelming sword energy alone could have killed him 1,000 times over. Yao Tao's eyes widened, her mouth slightly agape. In all her memory, she had never seen anyone capable of battling her father to a draw. She turned to Jiang Xiaobai and couldn't help but ask, "Why didn't you ever mention you had such a powerful master?" Jiang Xiaobai awkwardly scratched the back of his head. "At first, I thought my master was just a nascent soul cultivator." "A nascent soul cultivator?" Yao Tao rolled her eyes. "If your master were only at the nascent soul stage, then why would the true immortals and celestial immortals of the immortal realm even bother cultivating? They might as well just jump off a cliff." Jiang Xiaobai was both dazed and exhilarated at this moment. He had actually managed to become the disciple of an immortal lord. Who would believe such a thing? After all, immortal lords were legendary figures, renowned throughout the immortal realm. Why would someone of that caliber descend to the lower realm, where spiritual energy was so scarce? It was like falling from paradise into a cesspit. Yao Huangzuan scrutinized the young man in front of him, still in shock. He thought to himself, this man is also an immortal lord, just like me. No wonder I couldn't see through his cultivation earlier. With this realization, his previously haughty demeanor softened. He clasped his hands in respect and said, "I didn't expect to encounter another immortal lord here in the lower realm." Li Zhoujun grinned broadly, clearly pleased that his ability to fight evenly had convinced the other party he was also an immortal lord. "A pleasure to meet you," he replied, returning the gesture. Beneath this seemingly harmonious exchange, however, Li Zhoujun knew that without his equalizing ability, he would have been obliterated by Yao Huangkun's massive palm. As the saying goes, only with strength can one earn the right to negotiate. Yao Huangzuan frowned and said, "Still, fellow Taoist, even as an immortal lord, you shouldn't allow your disciple to be with my daughter. After all, your disciple is rather." He trailed off, but the implication was clear: your disciple is too mediocre and unworthy, bringing shame to you as his master. Li Zhoujun chuckled lightly. "I only wish to support them because they are deeply in love. However, I understand your concerns as a protective father who doesn't want his daughter to spend her life with someone ordinary. That said, surely you wouldn't want to see your daughter separated from the one she loves, would you?" Seeing that Yao Huangkun's brows remained furrowed, Li Zhoujun continued, "How about this, we settle it with a wager?" "Let's hear it," Yao Huangzuan replied. Seeing Yao Huangzuan listening attentively, a confident smile appeared on Li Zhoujun's face. 100 years. If my disciple cannot ascend to the immortal realm within a century, it would prove he is unworthy of the immortal lord's daughter's hand. However, if he achieves ascension within these 100 years, then their union will be destined. This century will also serve as a test of their true feelings for each other. After all, if love is enduring, does it really matter if they are apart for a while? Yao Huangzuan's eyes lit up upon hearing this. As someone who loved poetry and literature, he found Li Zhoujun's words both eloquent and profound. His gaze at Li Zhoujun now carried a hint of admiration. "Such elegant words, Taoist friend. You flatter me, Taoist friend." "That line is not my own creation," Li Zhoujun replied with a calm smile. "Taoist friend, you are too modest." Yao Huangzuan chuckled, clearly doubting that someone from the mortal realm could produce such refined lines. Seeing this, Li Zhoujun could only offer a helpless smile. Yao Huangzuan carefully considered Li Zhoujun's proposal. For a being of immortal lord-level strength, 100 years was but a fleeting moment. If the young man could truly ascend within a century, it would indeed be a remarkable achievement. Moreover, with the thin spiritual energy of the mortal realm, even under the guidance of an immortal lord, such an accomplishment would be extremely rare. And if, after 100 years, his daughter still held deep affection for the young man, as a father, he wouldn't want her to harbor lifelong resentment. Very well, I accept this wager, Yao Huangzuan finally declared. Then let us wait and see, Li Zhoujun replied with a smile, secretly pleased. Zhang Xiaobai was a child of destiny. 100 years seemed excessive. He might ascend to immortality in as little as 10. Below, the crowd watched the two immortal lords converse with ease. Yao Tao leaned closer to Zhang Xiaobai and whispered, "Do you think, with how well our fathers are getting along, our matter might work out?" Zhang Xiaobai gave a wry smile. "The thoughts of powerhouses like your father and my master aren't something we can easily guess." At that moment, Li Zhoujun and Yao Huangzuan descended on their clouds. Yao Huangzuan looked directly at Zhang Xiaobai and said, "Young man, out of respect for your master, I am willing to give you a chance." Hearing this, both Zhang Xiaobai and Yao Tao were overjoyed. Li Zhoujun watched with a faint smile, occasionally glancing at Liu Bei, who was visibly unnerved. Internally, Liu Bei lamented, "If I'd known you were an immortal lord, I would never have dared to cross you, let alone provoke you. Your ability to play the fool while hiding your strength is truly terrifying and unfair." Noticing his daughter's and Zhang Xiaobai's excitement, Yao Huangzuan immediately adopted a stern expression. "Don't celebrate too soon. I'll give you 100 years. If you can ascend to the immortal realm within that time, I will allow you two to be together. If not, it means your fate wasn't meant to be, and you must let it go." 100 years. Zhang Xiaobai felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, leaving him stunned. Yao Tao's face also turned pale in an instant. Father's words meant he would be separated from Xiaobai for 100 years. While a century might be a fleeting moment for immortals, it was still a long time for ordinary cultivators. However, Zhang Xiaobai, being the child of destiny, quickly pulled himself together. His eyes burned with determination as he looked at Yao Huangzuan. "Rest assured, immortal lord, I will earn your approval." Yao Huangzuan gave Zhang Xiaobai a surprised glance before turning to Yao Tao. "Tower, it's time for you to return to the immortal realm with me. Staying in the mortal world for too long will hinder your cultivation." "Yes, father," Yao Tao replied, her tone tinged with a trace of sadness. But when she looked at Zhang Xiaobai, her gaze became resolute. "They'll wait for you." "Good. You'd better focus on cultivating in the immortal realm, or I might just surpass you," Zhang Xiaobai said with a forced smile, waving his hand to mask his reluctance. Yao Huangzuan cupped his hands toward Li Zhoujun. "Farewell, Taoist friend." "Safe travels, Taoist friend," Li Zhoujun replied with a respectful gesture. With a nod, Yao Huangzuan waved his sleeve, and in an instant, he, Yao Tao, and Liu Bei appeared atop the drowsy Kuanpeng. The massive creature carried the three of them through the swirling vortex at the center of the dark clouds. Once they vanished, the sky cleared, returning to its serene state. "Thank you, master." Zhang Xiaobai bowed deeply to Li Zhoujun. If not for his master's timely intervention, the entire Deer City would likely have been reduced to ruins. "Work hard. I have high hopes for you. 100 years should be enough for you to ascend to the immortal realm, barring any unforeseen circumstances," Li Zhoujun said with an encouraging smile. Zhang Xiaobai's smile faltered for a moment, but he quickly straightened up and cupped his fists. "Rest assured, master. I will give it my all." As his words fell, Li Zhoujun's incarnation gradually faded away. In his true form, seated in the Yunju Hall on Cloud Mountain of the Daotian sect, Li Zhoujun slowly opened his eyes, his expression alight with excitement. The power of an immortal lord is truly astonishing, capable of earth-shattering feats with the mere wave of a hand. Right on cue, the system's notification sounded. "Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Experiencing the might of an immortal lord. The system has rewarded you. The Ao Shui flying sword has been upgraded to a grade 2 true immortal artifact." "That's it? Where's the generous reward you promised?" Li Zhoujun asked, puzzled. The system explained. "Does the host realize how challenging it is for a grade 1 true immortal artifact to advance to grade 2? This requires the artifact to transcend tribulation alongside its master." "Fine, I'll accept it," Li Zhoujun said with a sigh of resignation. The system promptly issued a new task. The system has detected that the host is showing signs of impatience and ambition. To address this, a new task has been assigned: the rolling red dust. As the saying goes, a small recluse hides in the mountains. A great recluse hides in the city. The host must spend 6 months living among mortals. Please select a specific location within 10 days. Li Zhoujun blinked, his thoughts racing. This task likely wasn't as straightforward as it seemed. In novels, immortals often secluded themselves in the mortal world, only to encounter unexpected events, intervene to help, and astonish everyone. It seemed he was either showing off or on the way to showing off. 3 days later, in the eastern region of Qingzhou, within a serene forest located approximately 108,000 miles away from the Daotian sect, a young man dressed in a simple green robe, with a face as refined as jade, was strolling leisurely. This young man was none other than Li Zhoujun, who was following the system's guidance to find a suitable place to experience the life of an ordinary mortal. Suddenly, Li Zhoujun came to a halt. In front of him stood a low but picturesque hill, surrounded by lush greenery and flowing water. What stood out the most, however, was the complete absence of any life force in the area. This unusual phenomenon piqued his curiosity. A faint golden rune flickered in Li Zhoujun's eyes as he instantly discerned the truth of the hill. Beneath the seemingly dense forest lay a suffocating concentration of black resentment and malevolent energy. For an ordinary person, this environment would be extremely dangerous, capable of driving someone to madness in just the time it takes to burn half an incense stick. This place is perfect. Li Zhoujun clapped his hands in approval. This remote and desolate hill was ideal, and there was even a village located 3 miles away, which seemed to meet the system's requirements. To be certain, he asked, "Doggy, is this spot okay? Will there be any rewards for completing the task?" The system immediately responded, "Ding. First, this system is not called Doggy. Please refrain from insulting the system. Second, the location is up to you. This task is primarily designed to temper the host's mindset. You only need to interact with and observe mortal life. Third, the rewards for completing the task are substantial." Reassured, Li Zhoujun let out a sigh of relief. Good thing I won't end up as a full-time laborer. Then again, working hard is usually for one's own benefit. Anyway, he then began to hum cheerfully, "Let me say thank you. Ding. Host, stop singing. If you continue, the system will pack up and leave." A system with no appreciation for music, how terrifying. Li Zhoujun shook his head in mock dismay. Gazing at the hill shrouded in resentment, Li Zhoujun murmured to himself, "This hill has such an intense concentration of resentment and malevolence. It must be the result of some expert sealing away a malevolent entity. Since I plan to stay here for 6 months, I might as well do a good deed and deal with it while I'm at it." With that, he unleashed the overwhelming divine sense of a void immortal level cultivator, enveloping the entire hill like a tidal wave. Deep within the mountain's core, an emaciated, disheveled old woman was crouched at the center of a yin-yang patterned 8 trigrams formation. She wore filthy, tattered clothes that exuded a foul stench, and her left hand was shackled by a black iron chain. Scattered on the ground were 3 broken chains, which had previously restrained her right hand and both feet. Yin sect. Once this old woman regains her nascent soul cultivation, "I'll make sure to tear you Taoist scoundrels limb from limb." The old woman roared furiously, her voice echoing within the confined space. Suddenly, a terrifying black mist erupted from her body, within which the faint visage of a vengeful ghostly face appeared. The chain binding her rattled violently, yet strangely, the sound was completely muffled by the mountain, unable to escape even a whisper. No matter how loudly the old woman shouted in the mountains, there was no response from outside. Suddenly, her frenzied expression froze, her wide eyes filled with terror. "Oh no, immortal, spare me." Before she could finish her plea, an overwhelmingly powerful divine sense locked onto her. Boom! The old woman burst like a punctured balloon under the immense force of the divine sense. Despair consumed her in her final moments after 200 years of imprisonment. She was just one chain away from freedom, only to be obliterated at this critical juncture by a nascent soul cultivator who appeared out of nowhere. This bored, nascent soul cultivator was none other than Li Zhoujun. He muttered to himself, so it was a nascent female soul cultivator practicing in dark arts. No wonder she carried such intense resentment. With that, he flicked his sleeve and headed toward the mountain peak. On his way, Li Zhoujun came across a small stream. He decided to stop there, planning to build a humble, thatched house to settle down. Meanwhile, 2,000 miles away, the Yin sect was bustling with activity. A 5th-grade spiritual array master of the divine transformation stage had arrived with his disciple to help resolve the issue of the female soul cultivator sealed on the distant mountain peak. The entire Yin sect had turned out to welcome this esteemed guest. Even the sect's founder, Yin Zhenren, who had been in seclusion for years and had reached the late nascent soul stage, personally came out to greet him. Outside the sect's gates, Yin Zhenren stood respectfully with dozens of elders and hundreds of elite disciples, awaiting their guest. Soon, an old man and a young disciple appeared before the crowd. It was Yu Ziyue and Xiao Shi. If Li Zhoujun had been there, he would have recognized the master and disciple pair immediately. "I am Yin. Honored to meet Master Yu," Yin Zhenren greeted with a bow. No need for such formalities, Yu Ziyue replied directly. I heard that 200 years ago, you sealed a female soul cultivator. Yin Junren smiled wryly and recounted the events of that time. The soul cultivator had wreaked havoc in the region, and though he had sought to uphold justice, he was no match for her. He had resorted to a ruse to trap her on the mountain. Now, with the seal on the verge of breaking and his cultivation having regressed due to injuries sustained back then, he had no choice but to issue a call for help. Your actions are admirable, Junren, Yu Ziyue said with a respectful gesture, prompting Yin Junren to hurriedly dismiss the praise. Eventually, considering the late hour, Yin Junren suggested that they rest for the night and deal with the soul cultivator the next day. With Yu Ziyue's agreement, Yin Junren led the master and disciple into the sect. That evening, after Yanzhenren had settled Yu Ziyue and his disciple, he summoned a female elder named Huchini. Elder who had a graceful oval face, lively almond-shaped eyes, and black hair that cascaded like silk. Even though she was dressed in a Taoist robe, it couldn't conceal her elegant figure. While her beauty might not be earth-shattering, she was undeniably a rare and striking woman. Elder Hu, head to Hun Mountain early tomorrow morning. If you find any mortals nearby, ensure they leave immediately, Yanzhenren instructed solemnly. Understood, sect leader. Huchini responded respectfully. Night fell, and the sky was adorned with countless stars. A gentle stream babbled as Li Zhoujun lay on the grass by the water's edge, gazing at the vast expanse above him. Having just finished building a small thatched hut with his own hands, he now stared quietly at the starry sky, lost in thought. Suddenly, the rustling of bushes caught his attention. A boy, no older than 8 or 9, with a round face and curious eyes, emerged from the foliage. The moment he saw Li Zhoujun, he froze in place, too frightened to move. You little rascal, what are you doing out here in the middle of the night? Li Zhoujun asked with a smile. The boy swallowed nervously and, on the verge of tears, exclaimed, Oh no, I've run into a ghost. It's over for me. Li Zhoujun looked down at himself in confusion and asked, Little guy, do I look like a ghost to you? My mom says anyone you meet on the mountain must be a ghost, the boy replied, rubbing his nose. And do I look like a ghost? Li Zhoujun asked again. Well, not really, the boy hesitated, then added. My mom says ghosts have green faces and sharp teeth and kill people on sight. But you look nice and haven't hurt me. Exactly, Li Zhoujun said with a chuckle, pointing to the thatched hut behind him. I just moved here today. This will be my home from now on. The boy gave him a thumbs up, impressed. I'm the bravest kid in the village, and I only dare to wander around here. But you actually live here. Then, he explained why he was there. My dad passed away early, and my mom is bedridden with illness. I need to find medicine for her. She keeps an eye on me during the day and won't let me go out, so I can only sneak out at night. I tried going to other mountains before, but wild animals scared me off. I heard there are no beasts on this ghost mountain, so I thought I'd give it a try. Li Zhoujun was a bit surprised. Aren't you afraid of running into ghosts? Of course I am. Didn't you see how you scared me to tears just now? The boy admitted honestly. But I'm more afraid of my mom staying sick. If she doesn't get better, I won't be able to play around anymore. Li Zhoujun had initially planned to praise the boy's filial piety, but hearing the latter part of his statement, he could only shake his head inwardly. Do you know what illness your mother has? He asked. The town's physician announced the diagnosis. Suazuo's mother had contracted tetanus, likely caused by accidentally cutting her hand while chopping vegetables. Shaking his head, the physician declared that unless a celestial being bestowed a miraculous cure, there was nothing to be done but wait for the inevitable. Upon hearing this, the young boy lowered his head, his small shoulders trembling. Tetanus? Li Zhoujun was momentarily taken aback. In his memory, it was a minor condition easily treated with a simple injection. But he quickly realized that in this world, for ordinary people, it was indeed a fatal affliction. Once the wound became infected, there was no way to treat it. However, for someone like him, a cultivator, it was not an insurmountable problem. What's your name? Li Zhoujun asked the boy. Suazuo. The boy answered promptly. Azuo, Li Zhoujun said with a gentle smile. I've come across a remedy for tetanus in ancient texts. Tomorrow, we'll gather the ingredients and prepare the medicine. Come back the evening after tomorrow to collect it. But let me say this up front. I can't guarantee it will work. He spoke cautiously to leave himself some room for maneuver. While he did possess high-grade pills that could heal injuries, their spiritual energy was far too potent. If consumed by a mortal, they would surely perish. He planned to concoct a mild-grade, first-tier pill instead. Suazuo's eyes widened. Really? You're not lying to me, are you, sir? Of course not, Li Zhoujun nodded. In his decades before cultivating, he had read extensively, including texts on alchemy. With his current cultivation level, creating a first-tier pill wasn't exactly effortless, but it was well within his abilities. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Suazuo was about to kneel and kowtow, but Li Zhoujun quickly stopped him. There's no need for that. I just see that you still have filial piety. Besides, whether the remedy works or not is yet to be determined. Sir, your kindness will never be forgotten by Suazuo. Even if the medicine doesn't work, they'll always remember your willingness to help, the boy said firmly. Li Zhoujun waved his hand dismissively. It's getting late. Hurry home now, or your mother might wake up and spank you for being out so long. Heh, I'd actually be happy to get spanked, Suazuo grinned. That would mean my mother is well enough to move again. With that, he turned and ran down the mountain. Watching the small figure disappear into the distance, Li Zhoujun couldn't help but chuckle at the boy's innocent words. The next morning, Li Zhoujun donned a plain green robe and carried a bamboo basket and hoe items provided by the system for his permanent task. He headed upstream along the creek. The system had been right. To truly experience mortal life, he should refrain from using his spiritual powers as much as possible. Just then, Huchini, an elder of the Ian sect, appeared above the mountain ridge. As she looked down into the valley, her gaze fell upon the figure standing tall like a pine tree, carrying a bamboo basket. She froze in surprise at the sight. Why is there a mortal here? Huchini gazed at the figure in a green robe ahead, her brows slightly furrowed. She released her spiritual sense to probe the surroundings, only to find that the once pervasive sinister energy had completely vanished, replaced by a dense spiritual aura, one so rich it rivaled that of the Iyan sect's sacred grounds. This sudden change left her momentarily puzzled. Just a month ago, this place had been shrouded in malevolent energy. Could it be that the female soul cultivator had escaped her seal and deliberately set this trap to lure other cultivators here? Huchini's heart filled with caution as she decisively rode her cloud to land in front of the figure in green. At closer range, she studied the young man. Even with her years of cultivation and a disciplined Taoist heart, she had to admit he was strikingly handsome, his face as flawless as jade, with sharp brows and eyes like stars, exuding an otherworldly demeanor. She had expected this seemingly ordinary mortal to be startled senseless by her ability to traverse the skies, but to her surprise, he only cast her a calm glance before his gaze dropped to the ground. In an unperturbed voice, he said, "Miss, you're stepping on the herbs I was about to gather." His reaction left Huchini momentarily stunned. A mere mortal responding so nonchalantly to a celestial cultivator descending from the clouds? "Miss, could you please step aside?" the young man added. Oh. Huchini instinctively moved aside, only to feel a pang of frustration at herself. How could a dignified golden core cultivator take orders from a mortal? But the young man had already crouched down, pulling a small hoe from his basket and starting to dig for herbs. "Do you not know that a female demon is sealed within this mountain?" Huchini reminded him with a hint of exasperation. "Gathering herbs to sell is all well and good, but surely your life is more important." "You have a point, miss," the young man replied, showing a flicker of interest. Yet, he kept his head down, continuing to dig. Suspicion swirled in Huchini's mind. A mortal should not be so composed in the presence of a cultivator. Could he be a fellow practitioner? She was just about to test him when Iyan sect's master Iyan arrived with Yu Ziyue and others, descending abruptly. Yu Ziyue immediately recognized the herb-gathering man on the ground. "Isn't that Mr. Li?" When he saw Huchini about to confront Li Zhoujun, his expression turned to one of alarm. How could an ordinary cultivator dare offend a true celestial being? "Stop!" Yu Ziyue shouted in a stern voice. Huchini withdrew her hand and respectfully greeted the newcomers. "Chini greets Master Yu and the sect master," but Yu Ziyue paid her no mind. He strode directly to where Li Zhoujun was still focused on digging herbs and bowed respectfully. "Yu humbly greets Mr. Li." Xiao Shi followed closely behind his master and bowed deeply to Li Zhoujun. "Asher greets Mr. Li." This scene left Huchini and Iyan Zhenren wide-eyed in astonishment. After all, Yu Ziyue was a highly respected 5th-rank array master and a powerful cultivator at the nascent soul stage. Yet, he was showing such deference to a seemingly ordinary young man squatting on the ground gathering herbs. Could it be that this young man's cultivation had already surpassed the nascent soul stage? Iyan Zhenren's expression grew serious, while Huchini was secretly alarmed. She couldn't help but recall her earlier attempt to test him. Wasn't that akin to dancing on the edge of death? Li Zhoujun finally looked up at Yu Ziyue, a faint smile appearing on his face. "So it's Mr. Yu. I didn't expect to meet you here." As he spoke, he skillfully packed the herbs he had gathered into his basket and stood up. "With Mr. Li here, it seems my presence is unnecessary," Yu Ziyue said with a wry smile. "I presume that soul cultivator has already been subdued by you?" Li Zhoujun smiled faintly, silently confirming the assumption. Seeing this, Huchini let out a quiet sigh of relief. It seemed this senior was not holding her earlier impudence against her. She respectfully said, "I apologize for my earlier rudeness, senior. I hope you can forgive me." "No harm done," Li Zhoujun replied, glancing at her. "When you advised me to leave earlier, I knew you had good intentions." Puccini felt a weight lift from her heart, though the good person comment struck her as oddly phrased. Before she could dwell on it, Li Zhoujun turned to her and asked, "May I ask if you are skilled in alchemy?" "I am but a humble third-rank alchemist," she replied modestly. Li Zhoujun's eyes lit up. "Would you be willing to help me by refining a first-rank healing pill?" Huh. Puccini was taken aback, puzzled as to why someone of his caliber would need such a low-level pill. Nevertheless, she quickly agreed. "If Senior requires it urgently, I happen to have one with me." After handing over the pill, Li Zhoujun invited the group to his residence for tea. However, Yu Ziyue declined politely. "Mr. Li, you are cultivating in peace here. We should not disturb you." Li Zhoujun did not insist, and instead turned to Puccini. "I can't take your pill for free. Please accept this hoe as a token of gratitude." When Puccini took the hoe and examined it closely, she was utterly stunned. What appeared to be an ordinary farming tool was actually a third-rank spiritual artifact embedded with a profound array. Even more astonishingly, it had the ability to transform regular soil into spirit-rich soil. Though the spirit energy infused into the soil was modest each time, cultivating a large area with it would make its value far exceed that of a typical third-rank spiritual artifact. Li Zhoujun glanced at Puccini's astonished expression, a faint smile playing at the corner of his lips. Of course, the uniqueness of this hoe lies merely in the intricate formation within it. As a grandmaster of the 9th grade spirit arrays, formations like these were decipherable at a single glance. Creating another one was hardly a challenge for him. "Thank you for your generosity, Senior," Puccini exclaimed excitedly as she accepted the spiritual hoe. Being an alchemist, high-quality herbs were her utmost priority. With this treasure, which could transform ordinary soil into spiritual soil, even if the effect only lasted for 1 or 2 plantings, she could simply continue to dig for an endless supply of spiritual soil. After exchanging a few courteous words, Yu Ziyue, Iyen Jinren, Puccini, and Xiao Shi bid farewell to Li Zhoujun. Watching them ride the clouds and disappear into the distance, Li Zhoujun stood silently in place. "Master, the spiritual energy in Mr. Li's dwelling is so abundant it doesn't seem like a place where an evil cultivator would reside." Xiao Shi couldn't help but remark to Yu Ziyue as they traveled. As the saying goes, a mountain doesn't need to be high. It becomes sacred with the presence of an immortal, Yu Ziyue said with a sigh, glancing back at the now distant peak with deep reverence in his eyes. Iyen Junren and Puccini were both stunned by his words. For a nascent soul cultivator like Yu Ziyue to refer to someone as an immortal, that young man must undoubtedly be a void immortal level expert. Yu Ziyue turned to Puccini and said, "Elder Hu, the formation within your spiritual hoe is profoundly intricate. Even I cannot comprehend it. It must have been crafted personally by Mr. Li." Puccini hesitated for a moment before saying, "If Master Yu likes it, I'd be willing to give it to you." Despite her words, she felt deeply reluctant in her heart. "That would be unacceptable," Yu Ziyue said sternly. "This hoe is a fortuitous gift from Mr. Li to you. If you were to give it to me, it could offend him." He then added a reminder. "This hoe is an extraordinary treasure, rare in the world, and capable of revitalizing a declining sect. Remember not to flaunt it, lest it attracts unwanted attention." Puccini nodded repeatedly in agreement. Time swiftly passed, and by the following night, Su Azuo nervously approached Li Zhoujun's humble cottage. He found Li Zhoujun sitting by a stream next to a campfire, roasting fish. Although the area had seemed devoid of life before his arrival, the scene now felt tranquil and surreal. Since Li Zhoujun defeated the female soul cultivator and settled in this area, the spiritual energy here had grown increasingly dense due to his system's automatic cultivation. The abundant spiritual energy attracted numerous creatures, breathing new life into the once desolate land. The stream gurgled softly under the deep night sky. Su Azuo followed the aroma of grilled fish and sat down beside Li Zhoujun. "Sir, you're grilling fish this late at night? With scenery like this, how could I not enjoy a midnight snack?" Li Zhoujun replied with a smile, gazing at the flowing stream. He took out a pill from his pocket and handed it to Su Azuo. "Take this pill back and give it to your mother." Su Azuo received the pill, his eyes lighting up with excitement. "Sir, will this pill really save my mother?" Li Zhoujun nodded. "Yes. I can't believe it. Finally, I can see the light at the end of the tunnel." Su Azuo clutched the pill tightly, tears of joy streaming down his face. Li Zhoujun looked at the seemingly carefree child and understood. This boy, who ventured out late at night to search for life-saving herbs, might just be using humor to brighten his otherwise bleak life. Unfortunately, after using his spiritual sense to investigate, Li Zhoujun discovered that this promising child was, like himself once, a cultivation waste without spiritual roots. "Want some fish?" Li Zhoujun asked. "No, I need to get back and save my mother." A delighted smile appeared on Su Azuo's youthful face. "Go ahead." "Thank you, sir," Su Azuo said, bowing deeply before leaving. He pushed open a door made of roughly assembled wooden planks and entered a modest house with stone walls and a straw-thatched roof. On the bed lay a frail woman, her lips pale and her body emaciated. Once the village beauty, she had aged prematurely from years of hard labor after her husband's early death. Her face was now lined with wrinkles, and her skin had turned dark and weathered. Azuo, don't go out at night anymore, the woman said weakly. I know my illness. I don't have much time left. If something happens to you, how could I face your father in the afterlife? Mother, I met a kind sir 2 days ago. He said he has a remedy for your tetanus. Tonight, I went to get it, Suazuo said, wiping his damp eyes. How could that be possible? The woman let out a bitter laugh. You silly boy. You've probably been tricked again, haven't you? Did you promise him something in return, like working for him no matter whether the medicine helps or not? That single word again revealed the family's plight. With no money to pay for treatments, they could only offer labor in return. And Suazuo had been deceived more than once before. Mother, the gentleman is not the kind of person you think he is. He didn't take a single penny for this medicine, Suazuo said firmly, shaking his head. The woman lying on the bed was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes. Is there really such a kind-hearted person in this world? Mother, let's give it a try. Suazuo carefully handed the pill to his mother. The woman took the fragrant medicine from her son's calloused hands and immediately realized it was no ordinary item. All right, let's try it, she responded softly. She was well aware that her days were numbered. The highly respected physician in town had already declared that tetanus was incurable unless a deity intervened. Closing her eyes, she swallowed the pill. The transformation was almost instantaneous. Her cyanotic lips and face regained their color visibly, and the festering wound began to itch, a clear sign of healing. Even the heaviness in her head, as if filled with lead, lifted. Mother, how do you feel? Is the medicine working? Suazuo asked anxiously. After a long moment, the woman opened her eyes, astonishment written all over her face. Azuo, where is that gentleman? He lives on Soul Mountain, the one rumored to be haunted, Suazuo answered, scratching his head. The woman's expression turned serious. To live peacefully on Soul Mountain and cure tetanus. Could he be an immortal? That can't be, right? The gentleman looked scholarly, refined in appearance, but otherwise just like an ordinary man of letters. Silly boy, tetanus is fatal. So many in the village have died from it. Yet this medicine worked on me, the woman said with conviction. She then added, under your bed, there are some coins I've kept hidden. Go to town and buy a chicken. Tonight, well, pay our respects to this gentleman. Suazuo, his eyes red with emotion, nodded in agreement. He understood the sacrifices his mother had made, hiding money under his bed instead of spending it on her own treatment. As night fell and stars dotted the sky, the mother and son carried an old hin and made their way up Soul Mountain in the dark. At that moment, Li Zhoujun was reclining leisurely beneath a tree, contemplating his plan to visit the nearby town the next day and experience the life of ordinary people. Suddenly, a system notification rang out. Ding, your identity has been suspected by Suazuo and his mother. Task triggered. Leave the impression of a reclusive master in Suazuo's mind. Reward. Mid-stage virtual immortal cultivation. Li Zhoujun blinked, lost in thought. With his divine sense extended, Li Zhoujun quickly noticed Suazuo and a woman carrying an old hin walking toward his direction. What a pity, Li Zhoujun sighed softly. Lately, he developed a habit of taking disciples and had considered accepting this clever little boy as well. However, the child lacked a spiritual root and innate deficiency that even his abilities couldn't rectify, unless the system could grant him the necessary power, which, evidently, it hadn't offered. Since that's the case, let me leave you with some advice, Li Zhoujun murmured to himself. He walked to a large boulder outside the hut and, using his finger as a pen, inscribed 8 words onto its surface. Diligence in youth ensures comfort in old age. Laziness in youth leads to hardship in old age. With a wave of his hand, the thatched hut behind him vanished into the void, as if it had never existed. This was a technique only cultivators at the nascent soul stage, or above, could perform. He then concealed his presence and stood quietly by the boulder, observing. When Suazuo and his mother arrived, the boy immediately noticed something amiss. Mother, the gentleman's hut is gone. It was right here just last night, he exclaimed, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. It seems the immortal doesn't wish to be disturbed, the woman said with a wry smile. But Suazuo was unwilling to give up. Holding the old hin, he ran to where the hut had been and shouted loudly, Sir, are you here? Suazuo brought an old hin to see you. If you don't come out, you'll miss it. Watching from nearby, Li Zhoujun couldn't help but smile. This mischievous child was certainly to his liking. Suazuo's calls echoed along the stream, but no response came. The boy's eyes reddened as he thought of the gentleman's kind and warm smile, feeling an ache of reluctance in his heart. Azuo, what's meant to be will be, and what's not meant to be cannot be forced, his mother consoled him. Though we lack the fortune to stay connected with the immortal, we must be grateful, for he saved me. I understand, mother, Azuo replied dejectedly, finally beginning to accept that the man was likely the immortal his mother had spoken of. Suddenly, Azuo noticed the words on the boulder. Mother, look, there are words here, he exclaimed excitedly, running to the stone. These must be left by the gentleman. His writing is so profound. Li Zhoujun, standing nearby, nodded in satisfaction, feeling proud of the calligraphy he had honed through 40 years of diligent practice. But mother, what does it say? I can't read, Azuo said, scratching his head in frustration. Li Zhoujun's smile froze. He had completely forgotten that most children in impoverished villages were illiterate. To his surprise, the seemingly ordinary rural woman approached the boulder and began reading aloud. Diligence in youth ensures comfort in old age. Laziness in youth leads to hardship in old age. The immortal is imparting wisdom to you now. Quickly thank him. It was hard to imagine that a rural woman could actually be literate. Li Zhoujun carefully observed Azuo's mother. From the faint traces of elegance in her features, it was clear she must have been a beauty in her youth. This made him wonder if this woman might have an extraordinary background. Zhan Pingying thanks the immortal for saving our lives. Azuo's mother suddenly knelt to the ground, bowing devoutly to the stone engraved with characters. Seeing this, Azuo quickly followed suit, kneeling as well. Azuo thanks the teacher for his guidance. I promise to listen to my mother in the future and learn to read with her, the little boy said earnestly before adding with a cheeky grin, but when it's time to play, I still have to play. Li Zhoujun couldn't help but chuckle. This child's obsession with playing was truly unwavering, couldn't go a few sentences without mentioning it. Watching the mother and son descend the mountain, he finally revealed himself, stretching lazily as he turned back to look at the characters on the stone. With a light laugh, he said, I hope you can grasp the meaning behind these words. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The system's notification sounded. Reward issued. Mid-stage virtual immortal cultivation level. Feeling the surging spiritual energy coursing through his body, Li Zhoujun sincerely exclaimed, System, I love you. Ha, you just love my perks. How shallow. The system retorted mercilessly. Hey, don't put it so bluntly. I'll make things awkward between us. Li Zhoujun shrugged, waving his hand to summon a thatched hut before strolling inside with a relaxed air. The system was speechless. I've never seen someone so shameless. By mid-morning, a figure in a green robe could be seen moving through the forest. Though Li Zhoujun appeared to be walking leisurely, with every step he took, he would instantly reappear 100 paces ahead. This was part of his plan to visit the small town near Soul Mountain, something he had decided upon the day before. On the way, a rabbit that had just gained a hint of sentience was nibbling on grass near its burrow. When it saw the strange sight of Li Zhoujun's rapid movement, its two furry paws froze, and the grass fell to the ground. Oh no, a cultivator. It realized with a start, its fur standing on end as it quickly dove back into its burrow. It had heard tales of some cultivators who mercilessly killed spiritual creatures on sight. Of course, such a newly awakened little rabbit didn't catch Li Zhoujun's attention. By now, he was standing at the entrance of the small town, gazing at the moss-covered stone gate. The three large characters on the lintel, Chongqing Town, stood out prominently. As he stepped into the town, the lively atmosphere immediately enveloped him. The streets paved with green stone slabs bustled with people. Vendors on both sides called out to passers-by, selling everything from performing monkeys to cosmetics. This vibrant scene reminded Li Zhoujun of his childhood in his previous life, when he would accompany his elders to market fairs. It was a stark contrast to the later years when people became glued to their phones, and the festive spirit gradually faded. Shaking off his nostalgia, he focused on enjoying the rare and lively human atmosphere of Qingzhou. As he ventured deeper into the town, the scenery around him continued to change, and his mind grew increasingly tranquil. Suddenly, a faint but persistent foul odor caught his attention, making him pause. Following the smell, he spotted an elderly woman with gray hair and a hunched figure sitting by the roadside with a stall selling preserved duck eggs. The so-called pine flower egg is actually a preserved egg, often referred to as a stinky egg. An elderly lady sat quietly at her small street-side stall, with a basket of preserved eggs in front of her. Business was slow. Unlike other vendors who called out to attract customers, she appeared calm and content, exuding an air of tranquility. At that moment, a sudden system notification echoed in Li Zhoujun's mind. Host, consume 10 preserved eggs, and you will be rewarded with a grade 9 formation scroll. System, are you holding a grudge over what I said to you yesterday? Li Zhoujun chuckled upon hearing the task. Host, be more confident. Remove the question mark. The system replied coldly. System, you've got it all wrong this time. Li Zhoujuan's eyes lit up. The three things I love most: preserved eggs, river snail rice noodles, and stinky tofu. This is like hitting the jackpot. Love you, moi. Get lost. The system retorted helplessly. Li Zhoujun approached the elderly woman's stall. Madam, I'll take 10 preserved eggs, he said, pulling out a string of copper coins from his sleeve and handing it over. However, the elderly lady gently refused, shaking her head. Sir, though I am old, I can still make a living on my own. I don't need charity. Even if I were unable to work, I have children to care for me. In life, one should take only what is fair. Only then can one have peace of mind. Each egg is 10 coins. I'll give you back 900. Seeing the wisdom in her words, Li Zhoujun didn't insist. He accepted the change and took a seat by her stall. The elderly lady carefully sliced the preserved eggs and placed them in front of him. Without hesitation, Li Zhoujun began devouring them with great relish. Meanwhile, in the Yin sect, Puccini was wielding a hoe that Li Zhoujun had gifted her, turning an entire barren mountain upside down. Miraculously, the soil of the mountain began to radiate faint spiritual energy, transforming it into a treasure trove for cultivation. Yin Zhenren suddenly appeared beside her. Gazing at the now rejuvenated mountain, he inhaled sharply. This hoe possesses such incredible power. Although the spiritual energy is faint, it's enough for our sect's qi refining disciples to cultivate. We might even be able to sell surplus spiritual herbs to other sects. I didn't expect this hoe to be so remarkable, Puccini said, marveling at the treasure in her hands. What kind of cultivation level must that senior possess? Yin Zhenren's expression grew serious. No matter the senior's cultivation level, this matter must remain confidential. I'll summon the elders immediately to seal off the mountain's aura. We cannot let outsiders learn of this treasure. Elder Hu, you stay here to guard it. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in the Guiji sect, a pale-faced, black-robed elder knelt before a shadowy figure shrouded in dark mist. The figure sat atop a throne constructed from skulls, exuding an aura of demonic majesty. Sect Master, while passing by the Yin sect, I discovered that one of their barren mountains has transformed into a mountain of spiritual soil. If we can uncover the secret behind it, it would greatly enhance our sect's strength, the elder reported respectfully. Black Serpent Protector, are you certain you didn't see it wrong? The hoarse voice from the black-robed figure on the skeletal throne carried a hint of astonishment. I am absolutely certain, the gaunt elder replied respectfully. When I passed by Yin sect earlier, there was no mountain formed of spiritual soil. But on my way back, such a mountain had suddenly risen from the flat ground. The sect master is none other than the nascent soul-level ghost lord, renowned across Qingzhou. How dare I deceive you? Very well. Then you shall go on my behalf and uncover Yin sect's secret, the ghost lord said with a cold grin. I will not disappoint the sect master. Black Serpent Protector raised his hands above his head and bowed deeply. As a cultivator at the nascent soul stage, he had twice flown over Yin sect without being noticed. The sect was merely supported by an injured nascent soul elder, Yin Zhenren. How could such a sect stop him? Besides, his true purpose for this trip wasn't the spiritual soil but the blood of cultivators, which he needed to refine his 10,000 serpent banner. Although the Ghost Lord had recently ordered restraint, if Yin sect refused to hand over their secret, he could justifiably annihilate them. Meanwhile, as the members of Yin sect busily set up formations around the newly formed spiritual soil mountain, the previously clear sky suddenly darkened with looming clouds. What's happening? Puccini looked up at the ominous sky, her expression filled with shock. Yin Zhenren's face grew grave. An innocent man attracts trouble by holding a prized possession. It seems our sect's secret has been discovered. Before his words had fully settled, an enormous black serpent phantom, thousands of feet long, emerged from the clouds. Atop the serpent's head stood a figure, and an overwhelming aura instantly enveloped the entire Yin sect, causing the weaker disciples to break out in cold sweat and turn pale. That's the heaven and earth manifestation of the Black Serpent Protector from Ghost Extreme sect, Yin Zhenren said, his face ashen. What? Puccini and several elders exclaimed in alarm. They had all heard of this ruthless slaughterer. Where is Yin Zhenren? The Black Serpent Protector's thunderous voice boomed from atop the towering serpent phantom. This humble Taoist greets the Protector, Yin Zhenren responded, raising his head. Yin Zhenren, seeing the situation, made a swift movement and appeared opposite the Black Serpent Protector. The two faced each other midair, and Yin Zhenren respectfully bowed. Taoist of humble means. Before he could finish, the Black Serpent Protector interrupted him. Humble? You, Yin Zhenren, are anything but that. The Black Serpent Protector sneered, a faint smile crossing his gaunt, aged face. His sharp, triangular snake eyes scrutinized Yin Zhenren with a piercing gaze. Our Yin sect is willing to surrender the treasure to the Protector. We humbly ask that you show mercy and spare our sect, Yin Zhenren said directly. He knew the secret of the spiritual Ho had been exposed, and their sect lacked the strength to protect the treasure bestowed by their predecessor. Rather than sacrificing everyone in vain, it was better to give it up voluntarily. You certainly know how to adapt to the situation, the Black Serpent Protector remarked, casting a surprised glance at him before letting out a cold laugh. But do you really thank him after that worthless little trinket of yours? What I desire is the blood of every single member of your Yin sect. Hearing this, Yin Junren clenched his fists tightly. Only now did he realize that the Black Serpent Protector had long set his sights on the Yin sect. Even without the matter of the spiritual Ho, he would have come for them eventually. In that case, I have no choice but to fight you to the death. Yin Junren declared with a grave expression. You? Worthy of fighting me? The Black Serpent Protector sneered, forming hand seals with astonishing speed. Instantly, the massive shadow of a black serpent beneath him raised its colossal tail and swept it violently toward Yin Junren. Yin Junren was taken aback and hurriedly summoned a fourth-grade spiritual sword to defend himself. With a deafening boom, he was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into a mountain that had just been transformed into spiritual soil. The entire peak collapsed in an instant. Sect Master, Huchini and several elders cried out in alarm. A nascent soul late-stage cultivator couldn't even withstand a single strike from the Black Serpent Protector's Dharma manifestation technique. Too weak, far too weak. The Black Serpent Protector burst into maniacal laughter. Heaven and earth, boundless Jinku in grand array. Yin Junren struggled out of the rubble, battered and bloodied, chanting the incantation to activate the sect-protecting formation. This array, reinforced just days ago by 5th-grade array Master Yu Ziyue, could at least hold off the Black Serpent Protector for the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. As the formation activated, a transparent barrier, like an inverted giant bowl, enveloped the entire Yin sect. Having completed the incantation, Yin Junren collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. Had the earlier strike landed with just a bit more force, he would have been reduced to a mist of blood. Huchini and the other elders rushed forward to check the sect master's injuries. Meanwhile, the Black Serpent Protector eyed the protective array with a hint of surprise. I didn't expect your Yin sect to have a 5th-grade spiritual array as your defensive formation, he remarked before breaking into a sinister grin. But for you lot, it's merely a difference between dying sooner or later. Hearing his words, the members of the Yin sect turned pale as fear gripped their hearts. Against a cultivator at the divine transformation stage, even the weakest among them, they were utterly powerless to resist. Bang, bang, bang. The Black Serpent Protector unleashed the heaven and earth transformations technique, his massive tail striking the protective mountain array of the Yin sect with heavy, resounding blows. Each impact caused the entire sect's mountain gate to tremble violently, leaving the disciples inside pale-faced, as if hearing the harbinger of death. Huchini gripped the spiritual Ho tightly in her hands, silently hoping that the mysterious senior would suddenly appear and teach this arrogant Black Serpent Protector a lesson about the immensity of the heavens and earth. Meanwhile, 2,000 miles away in Chongqing town, Li Zhoujun was leisurely enjoying 10 salted duck eggs, savoring the celestial taste with every bite. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The system has issued a reward. The 9th-grade Immortal Locking Array. As the intricate formation appeared in his mind, Li Zhoujun chuckled softly and said, System. This time you've really suffered a double loss, haven't you? Ding. Due to the host gifting a spiritual Ho, the Yin sect is now facing annihilation. The system is issuing a new task. Save the Yin sect. Reward. 1 golden spirit pill. A mere Ho caused such a disaster? Li Zhoujun shook his head in exasperation, unwilling to argue further with the system. The thought that his gifted item might lead to the destruction of an entire sect left him feeling uneasy. Without moving an inch, Li Zhoujun remained seated as he lightly tapped the void with his fingertip. Instantly, the Ao Shui flying sword, carrying a wisp of his divine soul's power, shot into the sky like lightning. At such speed, no one below the void immortal realm could track it, let alone mortals. As a 2nd-grade true immortal weapon, the Ao Shui flying sword crossed 2,000 miles in a heartbeat, arriving above the Yin sect. Through the sword, Li Zhoujun observed the Black Serpent Protector relentlessly assaulting the protective array, completely unaware of the sword's sudden arrival. Slash. Li Zhoujun's commanding voice rang out with boundless authority. The Ao Shui flying sword burst forth with an immeasurable divine radiance, as brilliant as the noonday sun, its celestial power piercing through the 9 heavens. By the time the Black Serpent Protector sensed something amiss and felt a chill down his spine, the immense sword energy was already before him. Despite his 1,000 years of cultivation and his rank in the nascent soul realm, he was as insignificant as an ant before this overwhelming force, utterly powerless to resist. In an instant, A flash of sword light split the black serpent protector and his towering form created by the heaven and earth transformation technique cleanly in two. Blood gushed like a waterfall, cascading down in torrents. This breathtaking moment left everyone within the protective array of the Yin sect utterly stunned. That's an immortal sword. Yin Zhenren, disregarding his injuries, stared at the Ao Shui flying sword hovering in the air, drawing in a sharp breath. That voice, just know it was the senior residing on Soul Mountain. Huchini exclaimed in astonishment. With her exceptional memory, she immediately recognized Li Zhoujuan's voice. Someone capable of commanding an immortal sword could only be a true immortal. No wonder, Master, you showed such reverence toward that senior, Ian Zhenren said with a wry smile. Gazing at the floating sword, he felt as though he were facing the very will of the heaven-sent ant looking up at an unscalable mountain, unreachable and awe-inspiring. Under the guidance of the true person, the disciples of Yanzong withdrew the protective mountain array and respectfully bowed to the divine sword. Indeed, the protective array seemed as fragile as thin paper before the celestial sword, but as the sword possessed its own spirit, it was only proper to pay it such reverence. The proud Shui Feijian let out a clear, resonant hum, as if acknowledging their gesture, before returning to Li Zhoujuan's side. As the celestial sword departed, everyone felt an immense weight lift from their hearts, their bodies suddenly lightened. That unparalleled, razor-sharp sword intent, even though not directed at them, had been terrifying enough to make their hearts tremble. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, within the Ghost Extreme sect, a figure clad in black robes stood silently in the Grand Hall. The Ghost Lord was staring intently at the shattered soul tablet of the Black Serpent Protector, his brows deeply furrowed. The horrifying sword intent that had crossed the heavens was palpable even from such a great distance. This was far beyond what a cultivator in the Mahayana stage could achieve. It had to be the work of a true immortal aiding Yanzong. At this realization, a chill ran through the Ghost Lord's heart. If he could find the Black Serpent Protector's corpse, he might even consider giving it a full-body massage as a sign of regret. The winds of Qingzhou are turbulent once again. The Ghost Lord sighed inwardly. Looks like it's time to relocate. Months ago, a battle involving immortal-level powerhouses had already shaken Qingzhou, which was why he had ordered his subordinates to act with utmost caution. The Ghost Extreme sect had survived in Qingzhou for so long by being opportunistic and relocating promptly. The moment danger was sensed, they would immediately pack up and move the entire sect to a safer location. Far away, atop the Hao Emperor Mountain tens of thousands of miles away, an elderly man in luxurious robes suddenly appeared at the mountain's peak, gazing toward the direction of the soaring sword energy. To think that after all these years of slumber, I would be awakened by a single burst of sword energy. It seems Qingzhou has produced a fair number of rising stars once again. At that moment, a master and disciple pair were making their way up the mountain path. These were Yu Ziyue and Xiao Shi, who had left Yanzong and traveled through various teleportation arrays. The teleportation arrays connecting Qingzhou's major cultivation cities allowed one to traverse tens of thousands of miles in a single day, provided they had sufficient spirit stones. Master, is this the legendary Hao Emperor Mountain? Xiao Shi asked, gazing up at the towering peak that seemed to pierce the heavens. Indeed, in ancient times, this mountain was home to a mountain deity named Hao Emperor, who is said to have reached the true immortal realm. If he became a true immortal, why didn't he ascend to the immortal realm? Ah, that is the profound mystery of divine duties. Though Hao Emperor achieved the true immortal state, his role as a mountain deity allowed him to remain in the Tianyuan realm. However, his cultivation could no longer progress. Xiao Shi was about to compare Li Zhoujun to Hao Emperor but was sternly interrupted by his master. Do not speak recklessly. Both Hao Emperor and Mr. Li are far beyond our reach. To comment on them carelessly is an act of great disrespect. Xiao Shi's face turned pale instantly, though shock filled his heart. Judging by his master's tone, could it be that Mr. Li was also a true immortal? Unbeknownst to the pair, their conversation had not escaped the ears of the elderly man atop the mountain. The man glanced toward the direction where the sword energy had arisen and chuckled softly. Huashan, Mr. Li, is it? Meanwhile, after swiftly slaying the Black Serpent Protector with a single strike, the Ao Shui flying sword returned gracefully to the stall selling preserved eggs, once again nurturing itself within Li Zhoujuan's body. Well done, Li Zhoujun praised softly. The Ao Shui flying sword emitted a crisp, resonant hum in response, clearly pleased with its master's compliment. How about I reward you with 2 preserved eggs? Li Zhoujun teased with a smile. Before he could finish his sentence, the indestructible sword suddenly drooped like a withered plant, evidently not a fan of this delicacy. What a pity, such a delicious treat. And yet you don't appreciate it, Li Zhoujun sighed, shaking his head as he prepared to leave. At that moment, a group of burly men approached from the opposite direction. Leading them was a bald man draped in tiger skin, his face marred by a menacing centipede-like scar. The moment they appeared, passers-by scattered as if fleeing from a god of death. That bald guy is Jia Hu, the infamous thug of Chongqing Town, nicknamed Fake Tiger, someone whispered on the roadside. That gentleman's in trouble probably because his generosity caught Jia Hu's attention. Li Zhoujun observed the group of ill-intentioned men and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Jia Hu plopped himself down heavily at Li Zhoujun's table, grinning as he said, "Sir, my brothers and I haven't had meat in 2 days. How about sparing some money so we can enjoy ourselves?" Just then, 3 women clad in white robes and wearing bamboo hats emerged from the crowd. It was none other than the Nangong sisters, whom Li Zhoujun had parted ways with at the blood-refining mountain. Now, all 3 had reached the nascent soul stage, clearly having encountered significant opportunities recently. Elder sister, look, that's the Cloud Residence Mountain Lord of Daotian sect, the youngest, Nangong Yuran, exclaimed, pointing at Li Zhoujun. You're right, it's him. Nangong Shinran, the second sister, blurted out, unable to hide her excitement. The eldest sister, Nangong Anren, nodded in agreement but frowned in puzzlement. Why would the Cloud Residence Mountain Lord appear in such a remote place? Just as Nangong Yuran was about to suggest stepping in, Nangong Shinran had already darted forward like an arrow, standing protectively beside Li Zhoujun as she shouted, "How dare you!" Nangong Anren looked at her impulsive younger sister and felt an urge to face-bomb. She and Nangong Yuran followed suit, stepping into the scene and bowing respectfully to Li Zhoujun. Nangong Anren Yuran greets the Mountain Lord. Li Zhoujun stared at the 3 unexpected arrivals in momentary surprise before quickly recognizing the long-separated Nangong sisters. Smiling warmly, he said, "No need for formalities. Well, where did these 3 young ladies come from?" Jia Hu squinted his drunken eyes, shamelessly sizing up the 3 women who had suddenly appeared, each wearing a straw hat. Nice figures, all the same once the candles are out. Today really is my lucky day, money coming my way and beauties throwing themselves at me. The men around him burst into crude laughter, their words laced with alcohol and vulgarity, polluting the air. Courting death. Nangong Shinran spat the words coldly. With a flick of her slender fingers, streams of spiritual energy transformed into invisible needles, piercing into the bodies of Jia Hu and his lackeys, sealing their pressure points in an instant. Boss, I can't move. It's over. Boss Wee kicked a steel plate this time. Jia Hu's men finally realized that apart from their mouths, they couldn't move a muscle. The bystanders stood frozen, wide-eyed at the scene. A few burly men who had been gearing up to play the hero quietly rolled down their sleeves, deciding against any intervention. Mercy, great lady. Spare me. Jia Hu's attitude did a complete 180 as he broke down in tears, begging for forgiveness. Mountain Master, how should we deal with these scoundrels? Nangong Shinran turned to Li Zhoujun, asking respectfully. She paid no heed to the astonished stares of the crowd, as indifferent as an eagle soaring high above, oblivious to the ants below. Do as you see fit, Li Zhoujun replied with a shrug, clearly unwilling to waste any energy on such lowlifes. A sly smile spread across Nangong Shinran's face. Spiritual energy once again condensed into fine needles in her hand, this time precisely targeting the kidney area of the men. Although Jia Hu and his gang felt nothing at the moment, Li Zhoujun, watching from the side, felt a chill run down his spine. This strike would ensure these men would never engage in such activities again for the rest of their lives. Buy all the preserved eggs from that old lady's stall and eat them. Consider it a good deed, Nangong Shinran instructed. If you have no objections, I'll release your pressure points. Jia Hu and his men nodded fervently, oblivious to the ruthless intent hidden behind what seemed like a light punishment. Under Nangong Shinran's watchful gaze, they forced down the preserved eggs, one after another, fighting back waves of nausea. Delicious, isn't it? Nangong Shinran asked with a sweet smile. Ugh, delicious. Jia Hu replied, suppressing the turmoil in his stomach and forcing out the lie. Good. Remember, if I catch you doing bad deeds again, it won't end with just eating preserved eggs. Now scram. Jia Hu and his group scrambled away, stumbling over themselves in their haste to escape. Little did they know, they had already fallen victim to an even more insidious punishment. Jia Hu and his men made their way to a secluded alley. Standing before his subordinates, he feigned composure and said, "Damn it. I must have forgotten to check the calendar before stepping out today. I ran into some tough luck. But no worries, tonight I'll take you all to the brothel for some fun. You're the best, boss." The burly men cheered, their faces lighting up with excitement. That evening, the group arrived at the brothel, only to be met with an unexpected scene. A group of brothel girls, led by the madam, started hurling insults and even kicking them, eventually driving them out. With her hands on her hips, the madam shouted sternly, "You fools! Just because I let you off without paying last time, you think I'm scared of a few petty thugs like you? Turns out you're nothing but useless now. Get lost." After forcing Jia Hu and his men away, Nangong Shinran turned to Li Zhoujun. Her anger dissipated instantly, replaced by a sweet smile. She said warmly, "Apologies for arriving late, my lord. I hope I didn't alarm you." Even through his bamboo hat, Li Zhoujun could feel Nangong Shinran's fiery gaze lingering on him. He sighed helplessly and replied, "No harm done. I must thank you for stepping in." Before Nangong Shinran could respond, Li Zhoujun directly asked, "What brings the three of you here?" Nangong Anren answered respectfully, reporting to the mountain lord, "We three sisters are on our way to the Suntupan Guanhaitian mystic realm, seeking an opportunity to break through to the void immortal stage. We just happened to pass by." Guanhaitian? Li Zhoujun murmured, recalling information about this ancient sect. Guanhaitian was located on the border of Qingzhou, near the sea. "Then I wish you three great success," Li Zhoujun said with a nod. "Thank you for your kind words, my lord," Nangong Anren said with a respectful bow. Li Zhoujun responded with a faint smile before his figure disappeared into thin air. The three sisters said in unison, "Farewell, mountain lord." "So this is a sword immortal? Vanishing without a trace." Nangong Shinran marveled. Nangong Anren and Nangong Yuran couldn't help but recall the earth-shattering battle between Li Zhoujun and the Blood Ancestor. Shortly after, the three sisters tore through the void and departed. Nearby, an old woman selling preserved eggs was left dumbfounded, her copper coins clattering to the ground unnoticed. The passers-by were equally stunned, rendered speechless by the scene. Back at his small cabin on Soul Mountain, Li Zhoujun finally received a notification from the system. "Congratulations, host, for completing the mission to save the Yin sect from peril. Reward issued. 1 golden spirit pill." "System, it's been half a day since I completed the mission. Why are you only giving me the reward now?" Li Zhoujun teased. "Forgot about it? Would you believe me?" The system replied. "Sure, considering you're not exactly reliable sometimes." Li Zhoujun chuckled. The playful banter between Li Zhoujun and the system continued late into the night, only ending when Li Zhoujun conceded defeat to make the system quiet down. He then walked to a nearby stream, pondering the matter of Guanhaitian. With the mystic realm holding such great opportunities, his wandering disciple, Jiang Xiaobai, would surely not miss it. Still, Li Zhoujun wasn't overly worried about his beloved disciple's safety. After all, as the child of destiny, how could he be so easily endangered? Li Zhoujun calmed his mind and began focusing on visualizing the 9-rank immortal locking formation, a reward from the system. This was no ordinary formation. Once completed, it could trap even a true immortal level powerhouse. He extended his right index finger and carefully traced patterns in the air, the blue spiritual light emanating from his fingertip leaving behind intricate, mysterious trails. At that moment, an elderly man dressed in luxurious robes appeared silently behind Li Zhoujun. This was none other than Hao Huang, the mountain god of Hao Huang Mountain. When Hao Huang caught sight of the formation Li Zhoujun was sketching, his eyelid twitched violently. The 9-rank immortal locking formation. This is a legendary formation thought to be long lost. Hao Huang exclaimed inwardly. Although the spiritual energy Li Zhoujun used to draw the formation only matched the level of a void immortal, Hao Huang was well aware that mastering the 9-rank formation required one to be a true immortal. Only those who had survived the tribulation of heavenly lightning could comprehend the profound truths of the 9-rank formation. Clearly, this young man was merely practicing. Hao Huang stood quietly to the side, not daring to interrupt. In his view, if a true immortal level cultivator were disturbed during a critical moment of enlightenment, they might erupt in fury and even self-destruct. At least, that's how Hao Huang himself would react. Finally, Li Zhoujun withdrew his finger. In an instant, the formation before him erupted with dazzling divine light, its terrifying pressure sweeping across a radius of 10,000 miles. All living creatures instinctively prostrated on the ground. To be able to inscribe such a formation, fellow Taoist, you rank among the upper echelons of 9-rank formation grandmasters. Hao Huang couldn't help but praise aloud. The sudden voice startled Li Zhoujun. He quickly turned around to find an elderly man in luxurious robes standing behind him. With a wave of his hand, Li Zhoujun dispersed the immortal locking formation, steadied himself, and smiled. "Who might you be, Taoist, and why do you visit my humble abode at this hour?" Though the sudden appearance was unexpected, with his 50-50 ability, even an immortal emperor wouldn't faze him. Besides, the old man hadn't attacked earlier, suggesting he bore no ill intent. "I am Hao Huang, the mountain god of this mountain range. You must be the owner of that 2nd-rank immortal sword whose sword energy pierced the heavens yesterday," the elderly man said with a smile. Although this young man might only be a 2nd-rank true immortal, the ability to inscribe the immortal locking formation was enough for Hao Huang to regard him as an equal. After all, an upper echelon 9-rank formation grandmaster was highly sought after even in the immortal realm. "Indeed, that is me. So, it is the esteemed mountain god Hao Huang before me. I am honored," Li Zhoujun said, cupping his hands in greeting. He had read about Hao Huang in the Qingzhou records and knew that this individual was the foremost among the mountain gods of Qingzhou, possessing the cultivation level of a true immortal. Visiting Mr. Li late at night and disturbing your meditation, I owe you an apology for my intrusion, Hao Huang said with a polite bow, a gentle smile gracing his face. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, a glimmer of curiosity flashed in Hao Huang's eyes as he asked with a warm smile, given your current level of cultivation, why have you not ascended to the immortal realm yet, Mr. Li? Remaining here in the Tianyuan realm might severely hinder your progress, wouldn't you agree? The question left Li Zhoujun momentarily speechless. While he did indeed aspire to ascend, his current strength was far from sufficient. Offering a faint smile, he replied tactfully, I was born here. This simple statement carried deeper meaning in it, conveyed his willingness to remain for the sake of his homeland. Hearing this, Hao Huang's gaze reflected admiration. In an era where cultivators relentlessly pursued personal gain, someone like Li Zhoujun, who valued loyalty and sentiment, was a rarity. Hao Huang was well aware that many cultivators would even resort to treachery against their own brethren just to advance their cultivation. For a true immortal, the Tianyuan realm was akin to barren wasteland. Staying here would not only stifle progress but could also mean stagnation indefinitely. For this reason, most cultivators who overcame the tribulation lightning would immediately convert their spiritual energy into immortal energy and ascend to the immortal realm. Even if it meant starting from the bottom in the immortal realm, these ambitious cultivators believed that they would eventually reclaim their place at the pinnacle through their abilities. Of course, it wasn't entirely impossible for a true immortal to remain in the lower realm, but the challenges were immense. First, they would need to evade the guiding golden light from the immortal realm. Then, they would have to endure the rejection of the heavenly Tao in this realm. Finally, they would face the difficulty of advancing their cultivation, as their spiritual energy, now transformed into immortal energy, could only be replenished by painstakingly refining the ambient energy into immortal energy, a slow and arduous process. Even more perilous was the fact that when a first-grade true immortal in the lower realm attempted to break through to the second grade, the tribulation lightning they faced would be 100 times more ferocious than that in the immortal realm. A single misstep could result in complete annihilation. Although Hao Huang, due to his divine mandate, was exempt from the heavenly Tao's rejection, he still had to contend with the other challenges. What was even more critical was that cultivators who missed the guiding golden light from the immortal realm would find themselves at a disadvantage if they later attempted to break through the boundary on their own. The golden light not only helped new immortals quickly refine their immortal bodies, but also served as a starter gift from the immortal realm. Without this blessing, a cultivator would have to spend thousands of years painstakingly tempering their immortal body to achieve the same results. This was why most cultivators in the Great Ascension stage would rather retain the last trace of spiritual energy and wait for the golden light than risk missing it. After all, tempering an immortal body on one's own was an excruciatingly arduous process. Without a divine mandate, you still chose to remain in this realm and even managed to break through to the second-grade true immortal stage. Your resolve and talent are truly admirable, Mr. Li, Hao Huang said, bowing deeply to Li Zhoujun. Inwardly, he thought to himself that with Li Zhoujun's exceptional talent, he would undoubtedly achieve greatness even in the immortal realm in the future. Li Zhoujun was slightly bewildered by Emperor Hao's sudden admiration. He truly had no idea how challenging it was for a true immortal to choose to remain in the mortal realm to cultivate. In Emperor Hao's eyes, such a decision was either the result of madness or deep loyalty and righteousness. Clearly, Li Zhoujun belonged to the latter category, which made Emperor Hao feel that this man was worth befriending. After helping Emperor Hao to his feet, Li Zhoujun saw a smile appear on the emperor's face. Sir, as a grandmaster of the 9th rank spiritual formation, you must also have some knowledge of Go, correct? My hands are itching, would you be willing to play a game with me? Go? Li Zhoujun was momentarily stunned. He didn't know how to play at all. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in at just the right time. Why are you panicking? Just play casually, and you'll be able to hold your own against him. Are you sure? Li Zhoujun blinked. Of course. You're evenly matched with all things in the world. Then can I be evenly matched with you? Li Zhoujun asked curiously. Sure, but I have the power to punish you by making you sing conquered over and over until you're the one who's conquered. That's just mean. Li Zhoujun's mouth twitched. With the system's assurance, Li Zhoujun felt confident. He smiled at Emperor Hao and said, I wouldn't dare call it teaching, but I do know a thing or two about Go. Emperor Hao laughed heartily and waved his hand, conjuring a stone table, 2 stone chairs, and a Go board out of thin air. The two of them took their seats, with Emperor Hao assuming the role of host. Seeing that Li Zhoujun had no intention of taking the white pieces to play first, Emperor Hao took the initiative. Then I shall not stand on ceremony. By the middle of the game, Emperor Hao's brows were tightly furrowed. The young man across from him seemed to place his stones in a completely random manner. Yet his moves were as fluid and unpredictable as a dragon in flight. Despite playing black and going second, Li Zhoujun had forced Emperor Hao, as the first player with the white pieces, into a defensive position time and again. At this rate, the match would undoubtedly end in a draw. According to the rules of this world, a draw was considered a victory for the black player, as the white pieces, which had the advantage of going first, had failed to secure a win. I concede, Emperor Hao said cheerfully, admitting defeat. Sir, your skill in Go is truly admirable. Afterward, Emperor Hao sighed with emotion. I have lived for countless years, yet I've encountered few with whom I can converse freely, and even fewer who share my interests. Meeting you today is truly a rare blessing. The two of them went on to discuss Guanhaishan. Emperor Hao remarked that it was merely a small sect without any true immortals to oversee it, and had likely faded into obscurity over the course of history. He warmly invited Li Zhoujun to visit Hao Emperor Mountain in the future, promising to treat him with the finest wine in this realm. After bidding farewell to Emperor Hao, Li Zhoujun thought to himself that meeting a true immortal mountain god was certainly an unexpected stroke of luck. Over the next few days, he took the concept of taking it easy to the extreme, spending 3 full days lying in bed without moving. You were sent here to experience mortal life and temper your mind, not to act like a pig, the system reminded him helplessly. Oh, system, you lack vision, Li Zhoujun replied. Isn't sleeping also a part of experiencing mortal life? In dreams, I can travel and explore countless wonders. Why are you so shameless now? Where did you even learn this? Are you trying to sleep your way to free rewards from me? Well, you know what they say, you become like those you're close to, Li Zhoujun replied thoughtfully. Why can't you learn any of my better traits? The system said, exasperated. However, during the few days when Li Zhoujun was lying low, an undercurrent of turmoil was brewing in Qingzhou. In the grand hall of Dao Tian sect, Mu Taiyu sat solemnly at the head seat, his expression grave as he surveyed the gathered mountain lords. Everyone, what are your thoughts on this newly emerged Red Lotus sect? Humph. One of the mountain lords sneered coldly. The Red Lotus sect is truly audacious. Do they think that just because they've taken down the vast sword sect in Jiangzhou, they can shake our Dao Tian sect? They should know that our foundation far surpasses that of the vast sword sect. Anyone below the great ascension realm is but an ant. No matter how many cultivators at the peak of the tribulation stage they have, they are nothing in the face of a great ascension cultivator, another mountain lord said worriedly. It's said that the Red Lotus sect's leader, Li Yueyu, has already reached the true ascension realm and is on the verge of ascending. Meanwhile, our Dao Tian sect's supreme hall has been silent for a long time, and I fear there are few true ascension cultivators left. The Lord of Yuran Mountain stroked his beard and said proudly, let the soldiers come, and we will block them. Let the waters rise, and we will cover them with earth. Dao Tian sect has dominated Qingzhou for so many years. How could we possibly fear a mere Red Lotus sect? Murong Shui sat quietly among them, her expression calm. She knew well that as long as Li Zhoujun was around, Dao Tian sect would remain unshakable. Unless Li Zhoujun himself ascended, the situation was still within control. However, this powerful wanderer had been missing again lately. Shall we summon the Lord of Yunju Mountain back? The head of Tai Ling Hall asked. Mu Taiyu shook his head. There's no need. If we truly reach the end of the road, even the return of the Lord of Yunju Mountain would be of no help. As long as he lives, Dao Tian sect will never fall. One mountain lord suggested seeking help from the immortal realm, but the idea was dismissed. Sending a message to the immortal realm and waiting for their emissaries to descend would take far too long. All eyes turned to Mu Taiyu. He spoke in a deep voice. Today, I will pay a visit to the Supreme Hall. With these words, the mountain lords finally felt a slight sense of relief. In stark contrast to the tense atmosphere of Dao Tian sect, the Qingzhou border presented a different scene. Tens of thousands of followers in red robes and white masks stood in orderly rows, resembling lifeless puppets. It was only when a stunning woman in a flowing red dress, her face partially veiled with red silk, descended from the sky that these puppet-like followers seemed to come alive, their eyes igniting with fervent zeal. Led by an elderly man, all the followers knelt on one knee and shouted in unison. The disciples of the Qingzhou branch of the Red Lotus sect welcomed the sect leader. This Red Lotus sect leader, Li Yueyu, who had put Dao Tian sect on high alert, had her lower face concealed by the veil, but the visible upper portion of her face was enough to be considered breathtakingly beautiful, especially her captivating peach blossom eyes, which were stunningly enchanting. Rise, Li Yueyu said with a soft laugh. Thank you, sect leader. The followers responded respectfully as they stood. Master Chun, how is the situation in Qingzhou? Li Yueyu's gaze shifted to the elder in front of her, whose temples were faintly streaked with white. This man, Chen Wuchang, was the head of the branch of the Red Lotus sect in Qingzhou, a formidable cultivator just a step away from reaching the true ascension stage. Chen Wuchang respectfully replied, the largest sect in Qingzhou, Dao Tian sect, remains as detached from worldly affairs as ever. However, Recently, a truly remarkable genius has emerged, a cultivator, who reached the tribulation stage at the mere age of 40. Oh, Li Yueyu's eyes lit up. Who is this person? Reaching the tribulation stage at 40 was indeed a rare feat, marking someone as a prodigy. Recruiting such talent would be ideal, but if that failed, eliminating them would be the next best course of action. This individual is the master of Yunju Mountain within the Dao Tian sect, named Li Zhoujun, Qin Wucheng said as he gestured for his subordinates to present a portrait. Li Yueyu took the portrait and examined it closely, a faint smile curling her lips. Quite the handsome gentleman. Let's hope he's sensible, rather not destroy such beauty. Find out his whereabouts. If possible, bring him to me. Understood. However, sect leader, Qin Wucheng's expression grew serious. Recently, celestial-level cultivators have been clashing frequently in Qingzhou. The situation is rather... No matter, Li Yueyu interrupted, casually rolling up the portrait. Would immortals concern themselves with ants? Besides, I am now at the grand ascension stage myself. What is there to fear? Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun had been resting in Soul Mountain for 3 days. On this particular day, he carried a bamboo basket and a hoe up the mountain, intending to gather wild vegetables and fruits to make a fish soup. As he crouched down to pick a cluster of vibrant green wild scallions by the roadside, a crisp, youthful voice called out from behind him, "Are you Mr. Li?" Turning around, he saw a fair-skinned, beautiful young woman dressed in simple attire standing there. "I am Shanshan," the young woman said with a smile. "My lord has prepared fine wine and invites you to meet him at Hao Huang Mountain." "Your lord, is he the Hao Huang?" "That's correct." Li Zhoujun chuckled. "Since the Hao Huang has prepared fine wine, it would be impolite to show up empty-handed. I was just planning to make fish soup. I'll bring it along as a dish to pair with the wine. What do you think?" "Sounds great. Would you like me to help?" "You can help by watching over this basket," Li Zhoujun said, handing the bamboo basket to Shanshan. Just then, Shanshan's expression suddenly darkened, and with a roar that echoed like a tiger's growl, she shouted, "Who dares skulk in the shadows? Show yourself!" With a sharp shout from Shanshan, Li Zhoujun, who was picking green onions, momentarily froze, his hand trembling slightly, nearly dropping the onions to the ground. The young woman, who had been so gentle and composed just moments ago, now seemed like a completely different person. As her voice faded, several figures emerged slowly from the forest. Dressed in crimson robes and wearing white masks, they exuded an intimidating aura. "Miss, I am the Scarlet Lotus leader of the Red Lotus sect. You are not my target, so I advise you to leave at once," the leader said in an indifferent tone. Li Zhoujun froze at these words, pondering silently. If they weren't after Shanshan, then they were clearly here for him. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't recall ever offending these people. "Mr. Li is a distinguished guest of my master. If anyone dares to harm a single hair on his head, they'll have to step over my dead body first." Shanshan snapped coldly, her aura suddenly surging. Behind her, the massive form of a white tiger manifested, radiating a terrifying killing intent that swept through the surroundings. A white tiger spirit at the peak of the tribulation stage? The Scarlet Lotus leader raised an eyebrow in mild surprise before sneering. "Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit? Your so-called Yunju Mountain Lord, this leader will take him away today, no matter what." Before his words even fully settled, a similarly overwhelming tribulation stage aura erupted from him. Between his palms, a dazzling red lotus flame took form, its destructive power capable of leveling dozens of mountains. "Go!" the Scarlet Lotus leader commanded sharply, and the crimson lotus shot forward. The white tiger spirit behind Shanshan roared toward the heavens, stirring a fierce gale. The disciples of the Red Lotus sect staggered backward under the oppressive wind. At that moment, fine white fur appeared on Shanshan's face, her pupils transforming into golden vertical slits. The white tiger spirit opened its mouth, unleashing a terrifying suction force. "You dare devour my heaven-destroying crimson lotus?" The Scarlet Lotus leader roared in rage. But in the next moment, his expression froze. Could only watch as the crimson lotus was swallowed whole by the white tiger. Shanshan merely let out a satisfied belch, smoke curling from her lips. "Retreat." Realizing the dire situation, the Scarlet Lotus leader barked the order to withdraw. But Shanshan had no intention of letting those who threatened her master's guest escape so easily. The white tiger spirit roared once more, its sonic waves crashing into the fleeing Red Lotus disciples like a tangible force. All except the Scarlet Lotus leader were obliterated, their bodies exploding in an instant. Though severely injured and coughing blood, the Scarlet Lotus leader used the fleeting moment to escape completely. Once the Red Lotus sect members had vanished, Shanshan dismissed the white tiger spirit, her face returning to its usual calm demeanor. Then, Shanshan turned her gaze toward Li Zhoujun. Though his expression remained calm, inwardly, he couldn't quell the storm of emotions. She bowed slightly and said, "Sir, I hope you weren't too startled. Although the Scarlet Lotus Master managed to escape, I've wounded his primordial spirit. Within days, he will fall into a permanent slumber." She felt a twinge of guilt for not eliminating all those who had dared offend him. In her mind, if this extraordinary gentleman before her had acted, those intruders would have perished 1,000 times over in an instant. Yet, judging by his composed demeanor, it was clear he hadn't even considered those lackeys worth his attention. "No harm done," Li Zhoujun said with a faint smile, steadying himself. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly this Shan Shan was indeed worthy of being a follower of the great Emperor Hao. Her power was truly formidable. The two continued gathering wild vegetables, preparing to make fish soup. Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun pondered the Scarlet Lotus sect, a faction he had no recollection of. At the same time, in the depths of a distant mountain range in Qingzhou stood the imposing headquarters of the Scarlet Lotus sect's Qingzhou branch. The scale of this stronghold rivaled that of a major city. When the Scarlet Lotus Master returned, he immediately collapsed, unconscious. Half an hour later, in the grand and opulent hall of the Qingzhou branch, the sect leader, Li Yueyu, sat high on the main seat. Chun Wuchang, with a grave expression, reported, "Sect leader, the Scarlet Lotus Master has returned, but he was no match for the Cloud Mountain Lord and suffered severe injuries to his primordial spirit. All the accompanying experts were killed." Li Yu's eyes momentarily flickered with surprise before she softly praised, as expected of a prodigy. She promptly ordered that the Scarlet Lotus Master be treated with all available resources, and that the families of the fallen disciples be properly compensated. She even promised to nurture the gifted children of the deceased. Qin Wuchang's eyes shone with admiration as he bowed deeply. Such a combination of grace and authority ensured the Scarlet Lotus sect's followers remained fiercely loyal. Once Qin Wuchang had left, Li Yu's expression turned icy. If not for maintaining her image among the followers, she would have executed that useless Scarlet Lotus Master on the spot. A centuries-old monster unable to handle a 40-year-old tribulation stage cultivator was utterly disgraceful. Of course, if the Scarlet Lotus Master were awake, he would vehemently defend himself. The one who had gravely injured him wasn't Li Zhoujun, but a powerful tribulation-staged tiger spirit. "It seems we must accelerate our plans to launch an attack on the Daotian sect," Li Yueyu murmured, her captivating peach blossom eyes gleaming with a chilling light. Meanwhile, Mu Taiyu had arrived before an ancient 1,000-foot-tall gate. Suspended atop a mountain peak and shrouded in clouds, the gate bore the marks of countless years. This place was the very foundation of Daotian sect. Mu Taiyu stood before the grand doors, took a deep breath, and pushed them open. Inside the great hall, the space opened up like a self-contained miniature world. Dense spiritual energy condensed into mist, drifting and swirling in the air, creating a scene reminiscent of a celestial realm. While it couldn't rival the opulence of the immortal realm, it was undoubtedly a sacred ground for cultivation, even for true immortals. Mu Taiyu, the current sect master of Daotian sect, pays his respects to the esteemed grand elders. Mu Taiyu greeted respectfully, bowing deeply. "Has something happened to our Daotian sect?" An ancient voice echoed through the hall, though no figure appeared. Reporting to the grand elder, "It concerns a true ascendant who has surpassed the tribulation," Mu Taiyu replied, a hint of helplessness in his tone. "Oh, a mere true ascendant dares to offend our Daotian sect?" The elder's voice carried clear anger. "Has our Daotian sect fallen to such a state?" Hearing this, Mu Taiyu could only offer a wry smile. Though a true ascendant might seem insignificant, they were, after all, beings capable of ascending to immortality. He quickly added, "Ahem, that may be so, but our Daotian sect has also produced a peerless prodigy. Let's hear about it." The elder's tone shifted to one of interest. "It's the current master of Yunju Mountain, an extraordinary talent, who reached the tribulation stage at the mere age of 40. Mu Taiyu declared with confidence. "Ah, as expected of our Yunju Mountain lineage." The elder's voice was filled with satisfaction. Mu Taiyu's heart stirred, suspecting that the speaker might be none other than Zhen Yunzi, the Yunju Mountain master from thousands of years ago. Back then, Zhen Yunzi had already reached true ascendant status when he entered the Grand Hall. By now, his power must be unimaginable. Zhen Yunzi continued. "Where is that young one now?" "Grand Elder, the Yunju Mountain master enjoys traversing the world freely. I'm afraid I have no idea of his current whereabouts," Mu Taiyu replied helplessly. "Ah, I see. Well, that's no surprise. The Yunju Mountain lineage has always been restless." Zhen Yunzi chuckled. "All right, you may leave now. When that true ascendant arrives, they'll personally handle it. Oh, and when that young one returns, have him come see me." Mu Taiyu respectfully took his leave, thinking to himself, "You keep calling him a young one, but he's already over 40 years old." After Mu Taiyu departed, another authoritative voice resonated in the hall. "A mere true ascendant, surely there's no need for Jinyun Grand Elder to act personally?" "Indeed," a true ascendant, is trivial. I could eliminate them with a flick of my finger. Why trouble Jin Yun, Grand Elder? Another powerful voice chimed in agreement. There's no need to argue, Jin Yunzi said with a light laugh. I've already said I'll handle it, so I will. It's been far too long since I've taken action. Do some of these younglings think the old ones of Dao Tian sect have faded into obscurity? With those words, the grand hall returned to silence. Meanwhile, the Yunju mountain master was crouched by a pot with a tiger spirit, simmering fish soup. The fragrant aroma filled the air, causing Ying Shanshan to wrinkle her small nose in temptation. My goodness, this gentleman's cooking skills are incredible. No, I must resist, she muttered to herself. Li Zhoujun glanced at Ying Shanshan and smiled. There's plenty of fish in the soup. You can start eating if you'd like. Absolutely not. Ying Shanshan refused firmly, shaking her head. Li Zhoujun smiled silently, his movements deft as he picked up a bowl and chopsticks. He selected a few pieces of tender fish and ladled some steaming fish soup, then handed it to Ying Shanshan. Have a taste and see how it turned out. Ying Shanshan swallowed her saliva and, without further ceremony, accepted the bowl and chopsticks, diving in with gusto. She ate quickly, almost as if sweeping away a storm, finishing off the fish and soup in the bowl in no time. Amusingly, despite her ravenous eating, she immediately regained her composed demeanor after setting down the bowl and chopsticks. She gently dabbed the corners of her mouth, as if her brief moment of disarray had never happened. Is it good? Li Zhoujun asked. It's delicious, Ying Shanshan replied softly, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Then let's head out. With a wave of his hand, Li Zhoujun packed up the entire pot of fish soup along with the campfire, then leapt onto Ying Shanshan's cloud. Together, they flew in the direction of Hao Huang Mountain. Meanwhile, on another front, Li Yueru was leading tens of thousands of elite disciples from the Qingzhou branch of the Red Lotus sect in a grand march toward the Tian sect. The disciples, all clad in red robes, looked from a distance like a flowing sea of blood. As the procession reached the entrance of a gorge, branch leader Chen Wuchang couldn't help but voice a concern to Li Yueru. Sect master, the Tian sect must have learned of our plans to attack them, yet the journey has been so quiet. Could they have set up an ambush in this gorge? Li Yueru's peach blossom eyes swept coolly over Chen Wuchang. With my cultivation here, any ambush would only be a death sentence for them. If I were in their position, I'd decower behind the mountain-protecting formation and cling to survival. Chen Wuchang could only offer a wry smile in response. Though this young sect master had only been in power for 2 years, and was rumored to have descended from the celestial realm for training, her disdain for the so-called strongest sect in the mortal realm was perhaps understandable. Apart from her tendency to look down on others, her abilities and strength were no less than her predecessors. In fact, not long ago, she had led the Jiangzhou branch to conquer the vast sword sect, elevating the Red Lotus sect to dominance over Jiangzhou. As Chen Wuchang mulled over these thoughts, Li Yueru had already led the disciples into the gorge. The uneventful passage through the gorge gave Chen Wuchang some relief. However, just as they neared the end of the gorge, a gray-robed elder appeared, sitting on a rock by the roadside with his eyes closed, seemingly dozing. Though plainly dressed, the elder was impeccably clean, exuding an ethereal and otherworldly aura as his white eyebrows swayed gently. Who are you? Li Yueru demanded coldly. The elder slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sweeping over Li Yueru and the sea of red-robed disciples behind her. Stroking his beard with a faint smile, he said, Young lady, such a fiery temper at your age is not good. Ah, right, I am Jin Yunzi of the Tian sect. You've already walked into the trap I've laid for you. You old Taoist, such arrogance. Li Yueyu sneered coldly upon hearing Zhang Yunzi's words. Heh, this old man's arrogance is nothing compared to a little girl like you. With your mere Zhenxing level, you dare to dream of taking down Dao Tian Shangzong? Today, I shall discipline you on behalf of your elders, Zhang Yunzi retorted. Without further words, Zhang Yunzi raised his hand, his fingers forming the shape of a sword. In an instant, a dazzling divine light erupted from his fingertips, transforming into a colossal sword beam that stretched across the sky. A third-rank true immortal? Li Yueyu gasped as she sensed the overwhelming power of the sword beam. The arrogance in her peach blossom eyes was instantly replaced by shock. How is this possible? How could a mere lower realm harbor a third-rank true immortal? In the face of impending danger, Li Yueyu swiftly retrieved a jade slip and crushed it. Just as the enormous sword beam was about to strike, her figure vanished from the spot. Chen Wuchang and the other Red Lotus sect disciples stood frozen in place, watching helplessly as Li Yueyu abandoned them and fled. Their hearts sank into despair. The bold promises she made before their departure still echoed in their ears, but in the blink of an eye, she had forsaken them, leaving them utterly disheartened. Boom! The massive sword beam descended, kicking up an immense cloud of dust and debris. Chen Wuchang and his followers didn't even have time to react before their very souls were obliterated. When the dust finally settled, an enormous ravine stretching across dozens of mountain peaks came into view. Standing at the edge of the ravine, Jin Yunzi stared intently in the direction where Li Yueyu had fled. A spatial treasure of celestial grade? Could it be that someone at the celestial immortal level is backing her? Humph, even if it's a celestial immortal, this old man has his own allies in the immortal realm. With a flick of his sleeve, he turned and left. At the far end of the ravine, a figure cloaked entirely in black robes stood frozen Ghost Lord. Staring at the ravine that stopped a mere fraction of an inch from him, cold sweat dripped down his back. At that moment, he had only one thought: move. He had to move. He had initially thought that staying close to Dao Tianshangzong would provide the perfect cover, but now it was clear he had severely underestimated the danger. In a place where immortal-level battles could erupt at any moment, his ghostly extreme sect could be annihilated by the mere aftermath of a fight. Meanwhile, in a remote corner of Qingzhou, a faint red figure staggered out of a void. Li Yueyu, her face hidden behind a red veil, tumbled to the ground, her expression dark and grim. To escape from the lower realm, she had been forced to use the celestial-grade treasure bestowed by her master. The more she thought about the loss, the harder it was for her to accept. Her eyes were as cold and dark as still water, her tone dripping with disdain. I couldn't defeat the elders of your Dao Tian sect, but do you think I can't handle the younger ones? Yunju Mountain Lord, isn't it? At Soul Mountain, right? Just wait until I come for you. Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun was sharing drinks and laughter with Emperor Hao. The two sat across from each other, clinking their cups and chatting like old friends reunited after many years. It wasn't until deep into the night, when the wine was finished and the dishes emptied, that Li Zhoujun finally rose to take his leave. This wine of yours, Emperor Hao, is truly unparalleled on earth, smooth on the palate and endlessly flavorful. But it's already late, and I mustn't overstay my welcome. I promise to host you for a drink another day, Li Zhoujun said earnestly. He wasn't merely being polite. He could already feel a slight intoxication setting in. The spiritual energy within him stirred restlessly, hinting at the possibility of a breakthrough. Emperor Hao stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Haha, Mr. Li, what a remarkable drinker you are. But you're far too modest. That fish soup of yours is an absolute masterpiece. I fear I may never be able to stomach anyone else's fish soup again after this. The two exchanged a knowing glance and burst into laughter. Watching this scene from the side, Ing Shanshan couldn't help but smile. She was well aware of how potent her master's homemade wine was, so strong that even true immortals typically couldn't manage more than 3 cups. Yet this seemingly unassuming young man had shared drinks with her master until late into the night, even emptying several jars of wine. His cultivation must be extraordinary. Shanshan, see Mr. Li out for me, Emperor Hao said with a warm smile, though the hand he had clasped behind his back trembled slightly. Inwardly, he marveled at Li Zhoujun's drinking ability, which far surpassed his own. Anymore, and he himself might have been the first to pass out. Could this man truly be just a second-rank true immortal? Ing Shanshan stepped forward to escort him, and Li Zhoujun did not refuse. After all, he was feeling increasingly unwell. If not for his spiritual energy resisting the effects, he might have already perished from the wine's overwhelming potency. Once the two had departed, Emperor Hao immediately thrust his finger down his throat, turning away to retch violently. As Li Zhoujun and Ing Shanshan made their way along the path, an unexpected turn of events suddenly unfolded. In the void ahead, a massive blood-red lotus flower appeared, as striking as a crimson moon hanging in the sky. Atop the lotus stood a woman clad in a scarlet gown, her face obscured by a red veil. Her gaze was cold and piercing as it locked onto the pair. Who goes there? Ing Shanshan stepped in front of Li Zhoujun, her guard raised as she stared intently at the woman, who was clearly a hostile Red Lotus sect cultivator. The woman in red paid her no heed, her eyes fixed solely on Li Zhoujun. Li Zhoujun? That would be me. May I ask why you are blocking our path? He replied calmly. Good, it's you. Remember the name of the one who will kill you today, Li Yueru. The woman in red declared coldly. Li Yueyu? Li Zhoujun was momentarily stunned upon hearing the name, his brows furrowing slightly. He searched his memories carefully, but couldn't recall ever offending this woman in the red dress. Before he could make sense of it all, Li Yueyu launched her attack. The massive blood lotus beneath her feet began spinning rapidly, its petals separating one by one and transforming into blazing flames in midair, raining down like a fiery storm upon Li Zhoujun and Ing Shanshan. Ing Shanshan's pupils shrank as she stared at the downpour of flames, cold sweat trickling down her forehead. This woman in red was actually a true ascension cultivator. Just as she thought she was about to be reduced to ashes, a gentle breeze swept through, dispelling the searing heat rushing toward her. A figure in a green robe had unknowingly stepped in front of her. Boom, boom, boom. The fiery rain relentlessly pounded against the young man, yet not even the hem of his garment was touched. Watching this, Shanshan's tense nerves finally relaxed, and a smile returned to her lips. She had nearly forgotten how could someone like Mr. Li, whom even her family's master treated with utmost respect, be threatened by a mere true ascension cultivator? Li Zhoujuan's expression darkened as his cold gaze locked onto Li Yueyu. You're going too far. However, when Li Yueyu got a clear look at the man who had effortlessly deflected her divine technique, she froze in place. She began to doubt whether she was truly in the lower realm. That old monster from the Dao Tian sect refusing to ascend was one thing, but how could even a seemingly young man in his 40s be a great ascension cultivator who had survived the tribulation? Such talent would be fiercely sought after by countless factions, even in the celestial realm. The more she thought about it, the more indignant she became. Gritting her teeth, Li Yueyu refused to believe that she, a dignified celestial being, could lose to a lower realm true ascension cultivator. She was determined to take Li Zhoujuan's head as a gift to present to the Dao Tian sect. With this resolve, Li Yueyu held nothing back. She opened her palm and summoned a damaged golden-armored puppet. This golden-armored divine general was a protective artifact given to her by her master. It had been used several times in the celestial realm and was nearly at the point of breaking. Even when facing Jin Yunzi, she had been reluctant to use it, but now she couldn't afford to care. Golden-armored divine general, go. Take his head. Li Yueyu commanded sharply, her eyes fixed on Li Zhoujun like blades. If she failed to defeat this lower realm barbarian today, how could she face her fellow celestial prodigies upon returning to the celestial realm? The golden-armored deity in Li Yueru's hand transformed into a beam of golden light, coalescing behind her into a towering giant, thousands of feet tall. The giant radiated a divine golden glow, resembling a god descending to the mortal realm. Though its surface was covered in cracks, it exuded an overwhelming aura of battle-hardened ferocity, sending chills down the spine of anyone who beheld it. Shanshan stared at the giant, her face paling instantly. Mr. Li, this golden-armored deity has reached the realm of a mid-tier 5th grade true immortal. Such a creation is beyond anything the Tianyuan realm could produce. This woman in the red dress must hail from the celestial realm. Li Zhoujun nodded in agreement. Indeed, such craftsmanship could never originate from the Tianyuan realm. Die! Li Yueru roared. The golden-armored deity behind her raised its colossal hand, blotting out the sky, and brought it crashing down upon Li Zhoujun and Shanshan. Though fear flashed across Shanshan's face, she remained confident in Mr. Li. After all, her late master had been a 7th grade true immortal, and someone who could be his close friend was unlikely to be far behind in strength. At that moment, Li Zhoujun made his move. With his finger as a sword, he raised his arm high. Divine light erupted from his fingertip, firmly halting the giant palm of the golden-armored deity. Crack! Crack! The cracks on the golden-armored deity's surface began to widen under the immense pressure. What? Li Yueru was stunned. A mere mortal from the lower realm could actually withstand a deity equivalent to a 5th grade true immortal? Could it be that this man was also a 5th grade true immortal? The thought made her want to scream in disbelief. Was this really just the lower realm? Even more alarming was that the cracks on the golden-armored deity were deepening, and it was clear it wouldn't last much longer. Without hesitation, she retrieved an invaluable boundary-breaking talisman. Before leaving, she issued a cold warning. Li Zhoujun, I am a true disciple of the Golden Armor sect in the celestial realm. The grudge from today will be repaid in the celestial realm. I will tear you limb from limb. Before her words had fully echoed, she crushed the talisman and disappeared into a vortex that materialized out of thin air. At that moment, a massive mountain-like shadow traversed countless miles and descended upon the golden-armored deity with crushing force. Seeing this, Li Zhoujun stepped aside. A deafening boom followed as the ground trembled violently. The golden-armored deity was buried beneath the earth, shattered into fragments, revealing its intricate gears and spiritual array within. Many thanks for your assistance, Emperor Hao, Li Zhoujun said with a respectful bow toward the mountain-like shadow. The shadow transformed into the figure of Emperor Hao, who chuckled. You're too modest, sir. If you had used the immortal sealing array, I'm certain you could have subdued it in an instant. I simply couldn't resist the urge to stretch my old bones a little. These words left Shanshan astonished. Mr. Li was proficient in the legendary immortal sealing array? That was a long-lost technique requiring unparalleled mastery of spiritual formations. Emperor Hao continued, still, to think you've been hiding the fact that you're a 5th grade true immortal from me all this time. You'll have to demand 3 cups of wine as punishment next time. Of course, Li Zhoujun replied with a faint smile. Then, turning his gaze to the direction where Li Yueru had vanished, his eyes narrowed slightly. The celestial realm. The Golden Armor sect, is it? After a brief conversation with Emperor Hao, Li Zhoujun returned alone to the thatched hut on Soul Mountain. Without hesitation, he began a secluded cultivation session. With the assistance of the golden spirit pill rewarded by the system, he successfully advanced to the late stage of the void immortal realm within 3 days. At the same time as Li Zhoujuan's breakthrough, the border of Qingzhou at Guanhai Mountain was bustling with people. The 3 Nangong sisters had already arrived, blending into the crowd of cultivators. Among them, one figure stood out despite his aura being only at the foundation establishment stage. It was Zhang Xiaobai, who had leapt from the 5th level of Qi refining straight to the foundation establishment realm. Upon hearing the news of a great secret realm opening at the border of Qingzhou, he rushed over, thinking that even if he couldn't obtain a great fortune, a few small gains would still be invaluable for a foundation establishment cultivator. The powerhouses of Daotian sect have arrived, a cultivator suddenly shouted. 3 figures traversed the air towards them. It was the 3 mountain lords of Daotian sect. Murong Shui of Lingshu Mountain, Lu Yin of Huafeng Mountain, and Duan Tianqian of Tianqian Mountain. It's said that Mountain Lord Tianqian had already reached the peak of the integration realm 100 years ago when he went into seclusion. Now that he's reappeared, he might have stepped into the early or even mid-stage of the tribulation transcendence realm. The cultivators on Guanhai Mountain whispered among themselves, their expressions filled with awe. Zhang Xiaobai, standing amidst the crowd, looked up at the 3 figures levitating in the sky, feeling a surge of envy. But he knew well that the tribulation transcendence realm was far from enough. Only by breaking through to the Mahayana realm and ascending to the immortal realm could he reunite with Yao Tao. Do you think the Cloud Residence Mountain Lord will show up here too? Nangong Shinran couldn't help but ask. That little head of yours is always thinking about the Cloud Residence Mountain Lord, Nangong Anran said helplessly. Murong Shui, seemingly overhearing their conversation, suddenly appeared before the 3 sisters. Do you know the Cloud Residence Mountain Lord? She asked. The sisters quickly bowed, but Murong Shui used her spiritual power to support them. No need for such formalities, she said. Nangong Anran explained. Mountain Lord Ling Shue. We met the Cloud Residence Mountain Lord in Chongqing Town a few days ago. The opening of Guanhai Mountain's secret realm this time is no trivial matter. You must be extra cautious, Murong Shui advised before turning to leave. Second sister, it seems you have a powerful rival. Mountain Lord Ling Shue clearly has an interest in the Cloud Residence Mountain Lord, Nangong Yuran teased. Nangong Shinran's expression grew serious. Indeed, but I won't give up so easily. Meanwhile, Lu Yin and Duan Tianqian had also landed. Lu Yin frowned and said to Murong Shui, we've come here to investigate the life and death of that tribulation transcendence level C clan. Why waste time on these ants? Silence. Murong Shui shot him a cold glare. Despite Lu Yin having advanced to the early stage of the integration realm, he could only hold his tongue in the face of this tigress. At this moment, Mountain Lord Tianqian spoke up. Both of you, remember the mission we came here for. Let's not let internal conflicts arise before we've even completed our task. With Duan Tianqian here, even if the Sea Tribe isn't dead, they won't last much longer, Lu Yin said with a smile. Duan Tianqian responded with a faint smile. According to the Dao Tian sect's records, the so-called Sea Tribe was actually a collective term for various sea-dwelling creatures and spirits. The fall of Guanhai Mountain was because of an attack from the Sea Tribe. Years ago, the ancestor of Guanhai clashed with a Sea Tribe member of the Tribulation Crossing stage. The outcome of that battle remained a mystery, but it took place at what is now the ruins of the Guanhai Mountain sect, the Guanhai Secret Realm. Although Murong Shui and Lu Yin, both integration stage cultivators, were no match for a Tribulation Crossing expert, Mu Taiyu had another reason for bringing them along to let them observe the battle firsthand in hopes of achieving a breakthrough. After all, relying solely on secluded cultivation was far from enough. Suddenly, the entire Guanhai Mountain trembled violently, and a white light curtain appeared before everyone's eyes. The secret realm has opened, a cultivator exclaimed in excitement. Let's go, Duan Tianqian said, stepping into the secret realm's passage first. Murong Shui and Lu Yin followed closely behind. The other cultivators, wary of Dao Tian sect's reputation, didn't dare to rush ahead. With 1 tribulation crossing expert and 2 integration stage cultivators leading the way, it gave them a sense of security. Once the 3 Dao Tian sect leaders were fully inside, the rest of the cultivators swarmed in, fearing they might miss their chance at fortune. The Nangong sisters also entered shortly after. Zhang Xiaobai, however, wasn't in a hurry. He knew his cultivation level couldn't compete with others, so he decided it was better to enter later and search for opportunities in the outer areas. As everyone stepped into the secret realm, the scene before them left them stunned. A decaying atmosphere filled the air, with broken structures and dried corpses floating all around. Among the remains were not only ordinary human bodies, but also strange figures with fish tails and human torsos. These must be the legendary mermen. The scales on the mermen's bodies were already valuable, not to mention the possibility of rare treasures, pills, or techniques hidden in the storage artifacts of deceased cultivators. This felt less like a search for opportunities and more like a massive grave robbery. But the cultivation world had always been brutal. Resources were scarce and often monopolized by major sects, leaving lower-level cultivators scrambling for whatever they could find, regardless of the source. Duan Tianqian and his companions paid no attention to the items on the corpses. They hovered in midair as Duan Tianqian took out a compass designed to locate members of the Sea Tribe. Just as he was about to cast a spell, an abrupt change occurred. The entrance to the secret realm flickered and then completely disappeared. The entire secret realm began to quake violently. What's happening? The passage has closed. Panic spread among the cultivators, and even the Nangong sisters looked grim. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaobai remained focused on scavenging treasures from the corpses. In his mind, it was either death or fortune collecting more valuables might bring him closer to ascending to the celestial realm, where he could see the one he longed for, Yao Tao. To him, no beauty in this world could compare to that plump girl. Not far away, a young man dressed in luxurious robes noticed Zhang Xiaobai's actions. A cold smirk appeared on his face. Kid, take your time collecting treasures for this young master. Faced with the sudden turn of events, all the cultivators turned their gazes toward the three figures from Dao Tian's sect hovering in the sky. Duan Tianqian, Murong Shui, and Lu Yin initially appeared calm, as if they had anticipated this moment. However, when the ground split open with a deafening roar and an unusual figure emerged from the fissure, their expressions turned grave in an instant. The figure was entirely covered in pitch-black scales, with a pair of menacing antlers atop its head. Its upper body resembled a human, while its lower half was a serpent's tail. What was even more alarming was the shriveled head of an elder it held in one hand, dragging the corpse casually behind it as it stepped forward. This creature has already survived the heavenly tribulation and is on the verge of transforming into a dragon. How is this possible? Lu Yin gasped, his voice filled with disbelief. He hastily explained, the records clearly state that the most powerful sea demon in the Guanhai Mountain secret realm, Du Xiu, was merely a sea serpent at the early stage of tribulation crossing. How could it have reached a level equivalent to a human true ascension cultivator in just 1,000 years? The figure fixed its gaze on Duan Tianqian, its tongue running across its lips, eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. You are Du Xiu? Duan Tianqian asked solemnly. That's right, it's me. Du Xiu grinned, tossing the elder's withered corpse onto the ground. Surprised, aren't you? To think I could reach the threshold of dragon transformation in just 1,000 years. Duan Tianqian didn't respond, but as he looked at the corpse, the truth dawned on him. That dried-up body belonged to the Guanhai Patriarch, a half-human, half-dragon existence. Evidently, the Patriarch's father was a true dragon, and his mother a human. Du Xiu had annihilated Guanhai Mountain to extract the dragon blood from the Patriarch's body. It seems you've figured it out, Du Xiu said with a chilling smile, his composure sending shivers down the spines of the cultivators present. An elderly cultivator looked down at his trembling hands in regret. Damn it, greed truly knows no bounds. Even for other dragon species, the process of transforming into a true dragon after surviving the tribulation is excruciatingly slow. Du Xiu clearly intends to use us as sacrificial offerings to accelerate his transformation. You're quite knowledgeable, old man, Du Xiu replied, his smile growing even more sinister. Before the words fully left his mouth, he clenched his hand in the air. The elderly cultivator, who was at the divine transformation stage, instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist, which Du Xiu inhaled in one gulp. The display of power left the remaining cultivators in utter despair. Du Xiu then turned his attention to Duan Tianqian and his two companions, still wearing that bone-chilling smile. If I'm not mistaken, the three of you were sent by Dao Tian's sect to kill me, weren't you? Lu Yin, upon hearing that Du Xiu recognized his sect, straightened his back with newfound confidence and declared, Du Xiu, the Taishang elder of my Dao Tian sect is a true celestial of the highest rank. If you're wise, release us now. Otherwise, the powerful figures of my sect will never let you go. Du Xiu, however, merely curled his lips into a disdainful smirk. If I kill all of you, I can ascend to the celestial realm. The celestial realm is vast beyond imagination. What is a mere rank celestial? Even if a heavenly immortal comes, so what? Ridiculous. Even if you transform into a dragon, what difference does it make? You may dominate here in the lower realms, but in the celestial realm, you'd still be nothing more than a lowly worm. Lu Yin, naturally hot-tempered, was enraged by these words. He retorted without hesitation, this is the first time I've met someone more arrogant than me. Since you're in such a rush to die, I'll gladly grant your wish. Du Xiu's eyes darkened instantly, like a storm brewing. With a single movement, his massive hand, imbued with terrifying pressure, swung toward Lu Yin. Lu Yin's expression changed drastically at the sight. At the critical moment, the master of Tianqian Mountain stepped forward, activating his 8th-grade natal flying sword to shield Lu Yin. A deafening boom echoed as the flying sword managed to block the deadly strike, but shattered into countless fragments. The destruction of his natal sword caused the Tianshan Mountain Master to spit blood as he was sent flying backward like a broken kite. Tianshan Mountain Master. Lu Yin quickly dashed forward and caught Duan Tianshan. Despite his severe injuries, Duan Tianshan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and forced a weak smile. I'm fine. I promised the sect master to protect you too. I just didn't expect that Du Xiu has already passed the tribulation and reached the true ascension stage. It seems our fate is sealed today. Tianshan Mountain Master, if I were a woman, I'd marry you for this. Lu Yin said earnestly. Duan Tianshan was momentarily speechless. What a touching little drama, Du Xiu remarked with amusement, his gaze fixed on the heavily injured Duan Tianshan. But to block one of my strikes with just a tribulation stage cultivation and survive, I'll admit, you're strong. At this moment, Murong Shue's expression turned grave. Lu Yin, join me in holding this beast off. We need to buy some time for the Tianshan Mountain Master to recover. Though she knew it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, it was better than waiting for death. All right, Lu Yin agreed without hesitation. Though he usually didn't get along with Murong Shue, Dao Tian sect always stood united against external threats. But as soon as they charged at Du Xiu, they were thrown back by the rebound of his protective spiritual energy, severely injured and collapsing to the ground. Du Xiu sneered. 2 mere integration stage cultivators? I don't even need to lift a finger. Seeing their strongest ally, the Tianshan Mountain Master, gravely injured with his natal treasure shattered, and the other 2 integration stage mountain masters utterly powerless, despair spread among the gathered cultivators. Amid the chaos, Jiang Xiaobai, who had been quietly scavenging for cultivation resources, stopped and looked up at the sky in confusion. He thought of his promise to Yao Daodo meet her again in the celestial realm and his master's expectations. Now, it seemed all those dreams were about to crumble. Meanwhile, atop Soul Mountain, Li Zhoujun, who had just broken through to the latest stage void immortal realm, was preparing to catch a rabbit for a barbecue when the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Host's disciple Jiang Xiaobai and fellow Dao Tian sect members are in danger at Guanhai Mountain. Ding! System mission released. True powerhouses always make their move at critical moments. Mission objective: save disciple Jiang Xiaobai and the Dao Tian sect members to receive integration stage cultivation. In the arena, Du Xiu glanced at the 3 Dao Tian sect members lying motionless on the ground, a disdainful smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. So this is all the Dao Tian sect has to offer? Hearing this, Lu Yin was instantly infuriated. Even while lying on the ground, he forced himself to lift a trembling finger toward Du Xiu, blood spurting from his mouth as he roared, "You wretch! Insult me, Lu Yin, if you dare, but to insult my sect is outrageous. If you're so bold, why don't you take a stroll through my sect right now and see if our Grand Elder doesn't flay you alive and strip you of your bones?" Smack! Du Xiu casually struck out with his palm, and Lu Yin's cheek instantly swelled up grotesquely. His angry words dissolved into muffled whimpers. Standing to the side, Murong Shui let out a bitter smile. Though Lu Yin was always arrogant, his unyielding spirit in defense of his sect's honor was admirable. Even now, he was determined to protect the Dao Tian sect's reputation at all costs. Du Xiu fixed his gaze on Lu Yin, a cruel glint flashing in his eyes. "You worthless fool. No one thinks you're mute if you stay quiet. I've decided not to kill you right away. I want you to experience true despair, slowly." Before his words had fully settled, Du Xiu leapt into the air. His massive serpentine tail extended hundreds of feet, crashing down on the crowd of cultivators below like lambs awaiting slaughter. With a deafening boom, blood and flesh splattered everywhere, and dust filled the air. In an instant, hundreds of cultivators were reduced to pulp, including some at the nascent soul and soul transformation stages. Jiang Xiaobai stood frozen in place, staring blankly at the spot where a beautiful female cultivator had been standing just moments ago, now reduced to a mangled mess of blood and flesh. His mind went blank. In the face of overwhelming power, talent, luck, and unyielding determination, all seemed utterly meaningless. "Big sister, it looks like we're really going to die here. I just wish we didn't have to die in such an ugly way," Nangong Yuran muttered, her face pale as she surveyed the carnage around her. "You silly girl, does it really matter how we look when we die?" Nangong Anran shook her head with a mix of exasperation and amusement, marveling at her younger sister's carefree attitude even in the face of death. Du Xiu raised his blood-soaked tail once more, its overwhelming presence blotting out the sky. Under this suffocating pressure, Jiang Xiaobai's only thought was to run. Yet his legs felt as heavy as lead, refusing to move. Despair filled his heart, and he shut his eyes tightly. Clang! A resonant sword hum suddenly echoed across the heavens, shaking every cultivator present to their core. Du Xiu's head snapped upward, only to see a flying sword enveloped in divine radiance appear out of thin air, its sword intent so powerful it froze the very air around it. Boom! Under the terrifying pressure of the sword, Du Xiu was struck as if by a massive blow, plummeting to the ground and leaving a colossal crack in the earth. A second-grade true immortal weapon, Du Xiu gritted his teeth, enduring the ringing in his head as he stared in disbelief at the sword suspended in the sky. At that moment, a figure in flowing green robes materialized beside the radiant sword. A young man with a face as refined as jade suddenly appeared. Beneath his seemingly gentle and scholarly demeanor, there was an unmistakable air of sharp authority. Master, Li Zhoujun, Lord of Yunju Mountain, Jiang Xiaobai, Murong Shui, and the three Nangong sisters exclaimed simultaneously upon seeing the young man. Despite their initial shock, a wave of relief washed over them. Li Zhoujun ignored their reactions. His sharp, star-like eyes, set beneath his sword-like brows, locked onto Du Xiu with an icy gleam. Strike! With that single command, the Ao Shui sword erupted in resplendent brilliance. No, I refuse to accept this. Du Xiu's voice, filled with despair, was cut short. The sword in the air unleashed a blinding arc of light, reducing him to nothing but dust, his soul obliterated. This Sea Clan being, who had spent 1,000 years lying in wait, was on the verge of using the blood of countless cultivators to accelerate his transformation into a dragon and ascend to the celestial realm. Yet, at the critical moment, he was slain by a second-tier true immortal with just one strike. The Ao Shui sword transformed into a streak of light and disappeared, as did the fading projection of Li Zhoujun. So this is the power of Master. A true immortal, and he only needed a single strike. Jiang Xiaobai gazed fervently at the figure in green robes, his eyes filled with admiration and reverence. Didn't the Lord of Yunju Mountain just undergo a tribulation? How could such a strike come from someone at the tribulation stage? A true immortal at 40 years old. What terrifying talent! The surrounding cultivators burst into hushed discussions, their astonishment evident. Nangong Anren glanced at her second sister, Nangong Shinran, who was staring longingly in the direction where Li Zhoujun had disappeared. She sighed inwardly and smiled wryly. This second sister of mine. She's bound to experience the bitter taste of unrequited love. That guy didn't even say goodbye before leaving. Murong Shui muttered her complaint, but in her heart, she resolved to catch up to him. She couldn't bear the thought of him ascending to the celestial realm one day, leaving her behind to pine for him alone. Lu Yin rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Was that really the Lord of Yunju Mountain just now? After receiving confirmation from Murong Shui, he gasped audibly. If anyone dares to say Li Zhoujun is merely at the tribulation stage again, I swear I'll beat them senseless. Clutching his chest, Duan Tianqian coughed and asked weakly, was that just now? Truly the Lord of our sect's mountain? Lu Yin enthusiastically explained, yes, that was the youngest mountain lord of our sect. You were in seclusion at the time, so it's no surprise you didn't recognize him. A second-tier true immortal. The younger generation is truly formidable. Duan Tianqian sighed. Noticing Lu Yan's fiery gaze, he subtly shifted a step away. With Du Xiu's death, the three members of Dao Tian sect, finding nothing else of value, left the secret realm. The remaining surviving cultivators, overjoyed, began scouring the secret realm for its treasures. Outside the secret realm, a figure in a black robe stood frozen in place, clearly questioning the meaning of life. What a calamity! A figure clad in a black robe stood in the distance, his expression bitter. This was none other than the Ghost Lord, who had recently moved to the border of Qingzhou. He thought he'd relocated far enough to avoid trouble, believing he could escape the chaos. Yet, who would have guessed that upon arriving at his new home, he would witness sword intent piercing the heavens and feel the earth-shaking, mountain-trembling power of an overwhelming battle. A mighty cultivator on the brink of ascending to the tribulation realm now stood like a helpless and defeated soul, his heart collapsing. Why is it that wherever I go, celestial-level experts are always fighting? Heaven, this is just too cruel. Meanwhile, in another place. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Ding. System reward issued. Early stage integration realm cultivation. On Soul Mountain, Li Zhoujun listened to the system's notification in his mind, a satisfied smile appearing at the corner of his lips. Finally, he had broken through to the integration realm. The journey had been anything but easy. In high spirits, he abandoned his plan to climb the mountain and catch rabbits. Instead, he retrieved a homemade fishing rod from his thatched hut and leisurely began fishing by the nearby stream. Time flew by, and before he knew it, night had fallen. Only one day remained before the system's worldly red dust mission deadline. Li Zhoujun stood up, stretched, and gazed softly at the thatched hut behind him. Having lived here for more than half a year, he couldn't help but feel a bit reluctant to leave. I wonder how little Azuo is doing now, he murmured softly as his figure gradually faded. Ensuring the thatched hut was completely concealed within the void, he headed toward the small village where Su Azuo lived. Under the cover of night, Li Zhoujun arrived outside a dimly lit house. Through the window, he saw Su Azuo crouched on the ground, earnestly writing with a piece of black charcoal. Just as Li Zhoujun nodded in satisfaction, he noticed a faint trace of demonic energy entwined around the boy, slowly devouring his vitality. The rope always breaks at its weakest point. Misfortune only seeks out those who've already suffered enough. Li Zhoujun sighed inwardly. Fond of the boy, he decided to help Su Azuo one last time before leaving. As he prepared to intervene, a ripple of demonic energy emerged from the bushes. Li Zhoujun was about to unleash a sword strike to deal a fatal blow when a white snake, carrying a pheasant in its mouth, elegantly slithered out of the forest. It was a white snake that had clearly gained sentience, yet it failed to notice the hidden presence of Li Zhoujun. "Staobai, you're here again," Su Azuo exclaimed joyfully as he ran out of the house. Hearing the commotion, the white snake gently placed the pheasant down and affectionately nuzzled the boy's hand. From the shadows, Li Zhoujun silently observed this heartwarming scene. After a moment, Su Azuo spoke earnestly. "All right, Staobai, we need to rest for today. Tomorrow, I have lessons to complete. I can't let my teacher and mother down." The white snake heard Su Azuo's words and, in a surprisingly human-like manner, nodded its head. Su Azuo then picked up the white snake and turned to walk into the house. Witnessing this scene, Li Zhoujun stood dumbfounded, finally understanding why Su Azuo had been affected by demonic energy. Sharing his days and nights with a creature of such nature, how could he not be influenced? Before long, the steady sound of Su Azuo's snores came from inside the house. "Come out," Li Zhoujun called softly from outside, lowering his voice. The white snake, curled up in Su Azuo's embrace, shuddered at the sound, a flicker of fear flashing through its serpent eyes. It realized that someone of profound cultivation was summoning it. Reluctantly, the white snake glanced at the peacefully sleeping Su Azuo before quietly slithering off the bed and out of the house. Outside, it saw a handsome young man in a green robe smiling at it, his gaze free of hostility. A puff of smoke rose around the white snake, and in an instant, it transformed into a young woman dressed in white. "I am Bai Ling. Greetings, Immortal," the white-clad maiden said nervously, bowing in respect. "What is your connection to this child?" Li Zhoujun asked gently. "Immortal, 2 years ago, I was gravely injured in a battle with a toad demon in the river. Su Azuo saved me," Bai Ling replied truthfully. "I see," Li Zhoujun nodded, then shifted his tone. "But do you understand that humans and demons follow different paths? Though you've been fortunate enough to take human form, your cultivation is still shallow, and you cannot fully control your demonic aura. Being around Su Azuo, the aura you unintentionally release will only harm him." Bai Ling's face turned pale at these words. She murmured in distress, "I never wanted this to happen." "Enough," Li Zhoujun interrupted, his tone softening. "Seeing that you are grateful and harbor no malice, I will lend you a hand." With a faint smile, he lightly touched Bai Ling's forehead with his fingertip. Instantly, the dense demonic energy surrounding her began to dissipate until it was indistinguishable from that of an ordinary human. "Thank you, Immortal, for your kindness," Bai Ling exclaimed joyfully, about to kneel in gratitude, but Li Zhoujun raised his hand to stop her. "You have potential and good instincts," he said earnestly. "Do not rush or stray down the wrong path. Whether as a human or a demon, progress must be made step by step. I look forward to seeing you achieve true enlightenment. Bai Ling will remember your teachings, Immortal," she vowed. Li Zhoujun nodded in satisfaction and, with a mere gesture, effortlessly dispelled the residual demonic energy within Su Azuo. Having done all this, he clasped his hands behind his back and turned to walk toward Haohuang Mountain. After all, it was time to bid farewell to a dear friend he had long regarded as a kindred spirit. Bai Ling respectfully seized the immortal off. Bai Ling called out, watching Li Zhoujun's figure retreat into the distance. She studied his back curiously, wondering, could this be the gentleman Su Azuo often mentioned? When she came back to her senses, Li Zhoujun's figure had already vanished. Bai Ling drew in a sharp breath. This immortal's cultivation was truly terrifying. Fortunately, he was reasonable and merciful. Otherwise, she might have long since met a tragic end. When Li Zhoujun arrived at the foot of Haohuang Mountain, a massive stone lion suddenly spoke, blocking his path. "Mortal, Haohuang Mountain is not a place for you. Leave at once." Li Zhoujun paused slightly, his brows furrowing. Since when had Haohuang set up such a guard at the base of the mountain? At that moment, Ing Shanshan approached briskly, bowing to Li Zhoujun. "Please don't take offense, sir. This stone lion is just a little trinket I crafted out of boredom a few days ago." "No harm done," Li Zhoujun replied with a smile, studying the stone lion closely. His gaze wandered over its surface. "I see the formation inside this stone lion is quite ingenious, but there are a few areas in the array that could be improved to enhance its function." As Li Zhoujun elaborated in detail, Ing Shanshan's eyes grew brighter and brighter. As a 7th grade spiritual formation master, she spent most of her time either cultivating or researching formations. Listening to the insightful guidance of a 9th grade grandmaster, she felt deeply enlightened. Meanwhile, the stone lion trembled slightly as it overheard the two discussing the array within its body. When Li Zhoujun finished explaining, Ing Shanshan respectfully bowed again. Shanshan thanks you deeply for your guidance, sir. May I have the honor of consulting you again in the future about spiritual formations? Tomorrow, they'll be leaving Soul Mountain, Li Zhoujun replied with a warm smile. Ah. Ing Shanshan was taken aback, a flicker of reluctance flashing in her beautiful eyes. She could feel the unique aura emanating from Hema calming, soothing presence that felt as refreshing as a spring breeze. According to Li Zhoujun himself, this was the aura of a carefree soul. At this moment, Hao Huang, who had been observing from the shadows, stepped forward. He had arrived earlier but refrained from interrupting when he saw Li Zhoujun advising Ing Shanshan. Sir, are you leaving already? He asked. Yes, it's time for me to go, Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. As cultivators, we are meant to traverse the winds across thousands of miles, taking in the vast landscapes, marveling at the beauty of the world, and witnessing its splendor. How carefree you are, sir, Hao Huang said with a hearty laugh. Nearby, Ing Shanshan gazed at the extraordinary man before her, her eyes sparkling. A gentleman of such elegance and profound knowledge, how could any woman not be moved? Hao Huang continued, sir, I have an old friend in the southern continent named Xian Daoist. Before his ascension, he plans to hold a Dao gathering on Xian Mountain to share his insights on cultivation with the people of the southern continent. While someone of your level naturally has no need to attend for the teachings, you could witness his ascension and prepare for your own future. Besides, the southern continent's scenery is breathtaking, perfect for someone like you to explore. At that moment, the system chimed in. Witness the ascension of a true immortal. Completing this task will earn you a reward. Hearing this, Li Zhoujun looked impressed and respectfully cupped his hands toward Hao Huang. Your friend, Hao Huang, truly has great ambition. I am deeply impressed. In that case, I would indeed like to behold the presence of this Ziyun Daoist. Haha, if Ziyun knew about such a figure as you, sir, attending your Dao gathering would be an honor for her, Emperor Hao said with a smile, his eyes gleaming with approval. This gathering will take place in a month's time, and I will also make my way to Ziyun Mountain then. Then we shall meet at Ziyun Mountain. Li Zhoujun cupped his hands and replied. Emperor Hao, please stay. Very well, take care, sir. After Li Zhoujun departed, Emperor Hao turned to look at Ing Shanshan with a mischievous glint in his eyes. What's this, young lady? Have you taken a liking to Mr. Li? Ing Shanshan's cheeks flushed slightly, leaving her momentarily speechless. Seeing her reaction, Emperor Hao teased. Whether one is human or demon, one must be bold in thought and action. Would you like me to lend you a hand one day, knock Mr. Li unconscious, and send him to your room? These words left Ing Shanshan utterly at a loss for how to respond, feeling a mix of embarrassment and disbelief at the audacity of the emperor, who had always treated her with grandfatherly affection. I'm just joking, Emperor Hao laughed and scolded lightly. Ah, girls grow up and can't be kept around forever. Meanwhile, just as Li Zhoujun had left Mount Hao, he suddenly sneezed. As a cultivator at the integration stage, he had long surpassed mortal ailments, and the unexpected sneeze left him puzzled. At that moment, the system's notifications rang out in quick succession. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, the rolling red dust. System reward issued. Mid-stage integration cultivation level. System reward issued. AO Shui Flying Sword upgraded to grade 3 true immortal artifact. System reward issued. 1 billion top-grade spirit stones. Even with Li Zhoujun's typically composed demeanor, he couldn't help but take a sharp breath. System, you're really being generous this time. On his way back to Dao Tian sect, Li Zhoujun thought about his two young disciples whom he hadn't seen in half a year, wondering how their cultivation progress was going. Upon returning to Yunju Mountain, he discovered that Lu Zining and Su Nan were both in seclusion. With his spiritual sense, he could tell they had already broken through to the foundation establishment stage. Why did you leave the Sea Observation secret realm without even saying goodbye? A soft, melancholic voice suddenly came from behind him. Ah, it's Master Morong. How did you know I was back? Li Zhoujun turned around with a smile. The 9 void immortal flood dragons you raised are usually so quiet, but today they were unusually excited. Their conversation gradually took on a flirtatious tone until a teasing remark from Li Zhoujun nearly prompted Morong Shui to make a lifelong commitment. Meanwhile, in the Supreme Hall, the elder of Zhenyun's sect learned of Li Zhoujun's return and decided to personally meet this prodigy who had brought glory to Yunju Mountain. In the void above the Supreme Hall, several godlike and demonic figures, newly awakened, observed the unfolding events. They quietly debated whether it was time to properly guide their young successor. After all, a sect of such standing could not afford to remain in 6th place forever. On Yunju Mountain, Li Zhoujun and Morong Shui stood facing each other. How long do you plan to stay this time? Morong Shui asked softly, suppressing the twitching vein on her forehead. I'll leave shortly. I need to make a trip to Nanzhou, Li Zhoujun replied in a calm tone. So soon? Morong Shui was momentarily stunned, her voice betraying an unhidden sense of loss. Do you really have to go? Yes, I must, Li Zhoujun answered with a gentle smile, nodding in confirmation. Morong Shui sighed helplessly. All right. She had hoped he would stay a little longer this time. Well, it's about time I head out, Li Zhoujun said, already preparing to leave. Nanzhou is far from Qingzhou. Be careful on the journey, Morong Shui reminded him. Don't worry, Li Zhoujun replied with a light chuckle. Then, with a wave of his hand, he sent 2 soul imprints into the bodies of Lu Jini and Su Nan, who were in seclusion. Without lingering further in the Dao Tian sect, he stepped onto his flying sword and soared away with the wind. Morong Shui's beautiful eyes followed the direction of his departure. Just then, Zhen Yunzi suddenly appeared on Yunju Mountain. Greetings, Supreme Elder, Morong Shui said respectfully upon seeing him. Zhen Yunzi acknowledged with a nod. Where is Zhou Jun? The master of Yunju Mountain just left moments ago. And here you are, Morong Shui replied with a wry smile. Ah. Zhen Yunzi was momentarily taken aback, then laughed. A young man with ambitions far and wide. Very good, very good. After leaving the sect, Li Zhoujun headed straight for Linhai City on the border of Qingzhou. It was widely known that vast oceans separated the continents, concealing countless ancient creatures and untold dangers. Crossing these waters required one of 2 options. Either achieving the tribulation stage to fly over on one's own, though even then, unexpected perils could arise, or taking the massive tower ships docked at Linhai City's port. These ships, crafted by multiple 8th-grade forging masters, were incredibly valuable and possessed defenses strong enough to withstand dozens of attacks from cultivators below the Great Ascension stage. With a month remaining before Ziyun Daoist lecture, Li Zhoujun had ample time. He decided to travel by ship and take in the majestic scenery of the sea along the way. The walls of Linhai City towered into the clouds, standing hundreds of zhang tall and exuding an imposing grandeur. Ruled by the Xia family for thousands of years, the city was one of Qingzhou's top powers, second only to the Dao Tian sect. Even more notably, the Xia family patriarch had ascended to the celestial realm, achieving the status of a true immortal. The streets were bustling with cultivators of impressive prowess, with the minimum being at the golden core or nascent soul stage. Patrols of city guards, clad in ocean blue armor, roamed in groups of 3 to 5, each possessing golden core cultivation. These guards not only maintained order within the city, but also fought against the sea clans outside the southern Gatisa, long-standing enmity between the human and sea clans that had persisted for generations. The sea clans almost always bring massive waves to attack Linhai City once or twice each year. This conflict has never ceased since the city's founding. Boom. The entire Linhai City shook violently. Li Zhoujun furrowed her brows slightly, but before she could think further, the warning cries of armored guards echoed through the streets. A squad of guards clad in ocean blue armor rushed by, shouting loudly, "The sea clans are attacking. Seek shelter immediately." Li Zhoujun followed the crowd into a tall building. Inside, the cultivators seeking refuge appeared unusually at ease, gathering in small groups to chat animatedly. How long do you think it will take City Lord Xia to repel the sea clans this time? I heard that the current City Lord of Linhai City, Xia Wenjing, is truly remarkable. She's barely over 100 years old and has already achieved the pinnacle of the tribulation crossing stage. In all of Qingzhou, only the Cloud Summit Lord of Daoshanzong surpasses her. You're mistaken, another person immediately countered. The Cloud Summit Lord doesn't just surpass her slightly. A close friend of mine personally witnessed the Cloud Summit Lord slay a sea serpent demon on the verge of transforming into a dragon with a single sword strike in the secret realm of Guanhai Mountain. Hiss. That would be equivalent to the true ascension stage. Could it be that the Cloud Summit Lord has already reached true immortal cultivation? Daoshanzong is truly terrifying. If a young Summit Lord possesses such strength, who knows what ancient monsters are hidden within the sect? Li Zhoujun listened silently as the group praised her. At first, she found it amusing, but the novelty quickly wore off. Her experiences in her past life had taught her one thing. The higher you're praised, the harder you fall. Just like the saying, when rich, distant relatives abound. When poor, no one in the bustling city cares, a sentiment that rings just as true in the world of cultivation. Closing her eyes, Li Zhoujun focused her divine sense to probe the direction of the southern city gate. Towering waves, hundreds of feet high, crashed relentlessly against the city walls but could not shake the unyielding defenses. Atop the city walls stood a stunning woman in a simple white robe, City Lord Xia Wenjing herself. Have the dock ships been withdrawn? Xia Wenjing asked calmly, her expression unchanging as she faced the roaring waves. Rest assured, City Lord, they've been safely retrieved, A nearby armored guard replied respectfully. Xiao Wenjing nodded slightly, her gaze sharpening. Even the seasoned guard beside her, who had fought countless battles, couldn't suppress a shiver, his heart growing heavy. Historical records indicated that such aggressive attacks by the Sea clans often signaled the involvement of a powerful adversary. While Linhai City had never been defeated, there had been times when city lords fell to the Sea clans. Each victory came at the cost of the Xia family's deepest reserves. This battle, it seemed, would once again be drenched in blood. The towering waves finally receded, but the sight before them was even more astonishing. The beach and shallow waters were densely packed with shrimp soldiers and crab generals, stretching endlessly into the horizon. The shrimp soldiers had bright red heads, but their lower bodies were human-like. Clad in black armor, they gripped long spears tightly in their hands. The crab generals, on the other hand, bore menacing crab heads, similarly dressed in black armor, brandishing their powerful, robust pincers. Fire the arrows! Xiao Wenjing commanded sharply. From the southern city walls, a rain of arrows poured down like a torrential storm, enveloping the Sea clan's army below. In an instant, the beach was filled with anguished cries as shrimp soldiers and crab generals fell, their bodies piling up like a mountain. Yet, the warriors of the Sea clan behind them surged forward relentlessly, as if they were endless. Xiao Wenjing stood atop the city wall, coldly observing the brutal scene. She knew these shrimp soldiers and crab generals were merely the prelude. The true opponent, the great sea demon, had yet to appear. The bodies below had already formed a wall of the dead, but the Sea clan warriors continued their mindless charge, their reckless advance sending chills through the defenders on the walls. Suddenly, the sea erupted with a deafening roar, and a massive wave soared into the sky. A colossal figure broke through the water wings spread wide, 9 serpent heads rising high before morphing into a young man clad in golden armor. His greenish skin glistened, and his forehead was covered in cyan scales. He was none other than the 9-headed Serpent Lord, a true Ascension Realm powerhouse. The 9-headed Serpent Lord? The soldiers on the wall gasped in unison. This ruler of 9 Serpent Island was infamous for his lecherous reputation, rumored to have offspring with women of various races. His sudden appearance at Linhai City today clearly signaled his intentions toward the city lord. Hovering in midair, the 9-headed Serpent Lord glanced at the fallen shrimp soldiers and crab generals, a faint sneer of disdain playing on his green face. His gaze then settled on Xiao Wenjing, his crimson tongue flicking across his lips. They say the lord of Linhai City is not only a peerless beauty but also possesses extraordinary talent. Seeing you today, the rumors do not disappoint. Xiao Wenjing's expression turned grim. The arrival of a true Ascension Realm powerhouse spelled disaster for Linhai City. City Lord Xia, the 9-headed Serpent Lord, spoke leisurely. I offer you 2 choices. Open the city gates and become my little wife, or I will personally break through the city and slaughter its people. Keep dreaming, Xiao Wenjing replied, her eyes narrowing. If she opened the gates, she would become a traitor to the human race of Qingzhou. The soldiers on the city wall let out deafening roars, vowing to live and die with Linhai City. Li Zhoujun swept the battlefield with his divine sense, capturing every detail. Watching the actions of Xiao Wenjing, the female cultivator in the Tribulation Crossing stage, a sense of admiration rose in his heart. Linhai City, as the barrier on Qingzhou's border, stood as a vital defense against the Sea tribes' invasion. It was precisely because of cities like this that the Sea tribes couldn't march straight in. The billions of people in Qingzhou could live in peace and prosperity thanks to these coastal cities, which tirelessly resisted the Sea tribes' attacks day and night. Xia Kuei, go immediately and seek aid from the powerful cultivators of Daotian sect. Tell them the 9-headed Serpent King of the Sea tribes is about to breach Linhai City. Xiao Wenjing ordered the armored soldier beside her. No. I possess cultivation at the integration stage. I must stay and fight in this battle. Xia Kuei replied firmly without hesitation. You insolent fool. Xiao Wenjing reprimanded sharply. It is precisely because you are in the integration stage that you must go to Daotian sect for reinforcements. Now is not the time to play the hero. The safety of billions of lives in Qingzhou rests on your shoulders. Get moving. City lore. I said go. Xia Kuei took a deep breath, reluctantly cupped his fists, and departed. The 9-headed Serpent King watched the exchange and sneered. I see your decision now. I thought City Lord Xia was a clever person, but it turns out you're just stubborn. Don't blame me for being ruthless then. Before he finished speaking, the 9-headed Serpent King waved his hand, and the sea beneath him surged into a colossal wave, thousands of feet high. It roared like a massive beast with its jaws wide open, ready to swallow the towering city walls in one gulp. Though he admired beauty, he dared not disobey the orders from his superiors to take Linhai City, as the consequences would be unimaginable. At that moment, a system prompt echoed in Li Zhoujun's mind. Ding! System mission released. Repel the Sea tribes and safeguard peace in Qingzhou? Perfect timing. I was about to make my move, Li Zhoujun chuckled softly. With a flick of his finger, the proud snow flying sword shot out, slicing through the air. The nine-headed serpent king laughed wildly as the massive wave bore down on Linhai City. A mere Linhai City, without even a single true immortal, dares to stand against me? All of you shall perish. Despair filled Xiao Wenjing's heart. Was Linhai City, with its thousand-year legacy, truly destined to fall under her watch? Against a true immortal cultivator, even though she was just a step away, the gap was as vast as that between mortals and immortals, subtly insurmountable. The cultivators within the city also sensed the impending doom. The massive wave carried countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals. If it crashed down, Linhai City would be reduced to a hellish domain under the sea tribe's control. Just as disaster loomed, a streak of sword light shot across the sky. Every Anib, the nine-headed serpent king, Xiao Wenjing, the countless cultivators, or the sea tribes instinctively looked up toward the source of the dazzling light. The flying sword hovered high in the air, its sword aura sweeping across all directions, suppressing the heavens and the earth. The terrifying sword energy directly crushed the 1,000-foot tidal wave raised by the nine-headed serpent king, causing it to collapse like a deflated balloon. A third-grade true immortal weapon? How is this possible? The nine-headed serpent king stared intently at the flying sword in the sky, his pupils filled with terror. Without a second thought, he turned and attempted to dive into the ocean to flee. However, before he could submerge more than a few feet, the celestial sword in the air trembled, and a blinding sword light slashed down. As the nine-headed serpent king turned back to see the rapidly approaching sword light, his face was filled with unwillingness and despair. Swallowing sea, old man, how dare you deceive me by saying the strongest in Linhai City was only at the tribulation crossing stage? I curse you, you old whale, that your offspring be born without tails. Before he could finish his words, the sword light struck. Despite being a true ascension-level expert, the nine-headed serpent king had no resistance against the overwhelming sword light and was instantly reduced to dust. A third-grade true immortal weapon. There must be a third-grade true immortal nearby. Retreat immediately. Countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals, seeing their commander slain and realizing a human true immortal was present, were terrified out of their wits and scrambled to flee into the sea. Our Linhai City has a third-grade true immortal protecting us? Xiao Wenjing let out a long sigh of relief. If not for the presence of a true immortal, today might have marked the end of Linhai City. On the southern city wall, the armored soldiers watched the sea tribe army flee in panic and burst into hearty laughter. Haha, so these shrimp soldiers and crab generals do no fear after all. The cultivators within the city were equally overwhelmed with joy, some even shedding tears of relief. However, their celebration was short-lived as a sudden change occurred. Beneath the fleeing shrimp soldiers and crab generals, the surface of the sea split open into a massive 100-foot wide maw, resembling an abyss. It surged with water thousands of feet high, swallowing countless retreating soldiers in a single gulp. The remaining sea creatures froze in terror at the sight. It's the fifth-grade true immortal, the legendary swallowing sea demon Savragna giant whale that ascended to immortality, Xiao Wenjing said in despair. Even with a third-grade true immortal present, they were no match for a fifth-grade true immortal. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces turned deathly pale. At this moment, Li Zhoujun, who had been hidden among the crowd in the city, furrowed his brows as he saw the swallowing sea demon sovereign appear. His figure quietly vanished from the crowd, reappearing above Linhai City next to the proud snow flying sword. The flying sword, which had been facing the fifth-grade true immortal alone, trembled slightly with unease. As a sentient artifact, such a reaction was inevitable when confronted with an incomparably stronger being. However, if Li Zhoujun asked her to step forward, she would do so without hesitation, even if it meant facing a being far stronger than herself. She would be willing to shatter her sword if necessary. But naturally, Li Zhoujun wouldn't make such an arrangement, and with his arrival, the proud Shui immortal sword returned to tranquility, for its master was someone capable of standing on equal ground with powerful immortal lords. In the void, Li Zhoujun's green robe fluttered gently in the wind, and this scene left all the beings in Linhai City momentarily stunned. Master of Yunju Mountain. A cultivator was the first to recognize him and exclaimed, "The Master of Yunju Mountain is actually a third-rank true immortal?" Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. He's only in his 40s. A first-rank true immortal would already be incredible, but a third rank? Such talent. If he were in the immortal realm, he would have undoubtedly risen even higher by now. Xiao Wenjing gazed silently at the figure standing in midair, a bitter smile appearing on her face. She had once believed that the master of Yunju Mountain had only managed to transcend tribulation at 40 due to the resources of his sect. She thought that if given the same conditions, she could also achieve a breakthrough before 100. But now she understood how gravely mistaken she had been. Sect could produce a third-rank true immortal purely through resources. This was a testament to unparalleled, innate talent. But a cultivator sighed. Even a third-rank true immortal, what can he do against the swallowing sea demon sovereign? That being has lived for tens of thousands of years as a fifth-rank true immortal, capable of devouring countless sea creatures with a single gulp. Only the mountain god of Haohuang Mountain might be able to suppress him. At that moment, a divine light suddenly burst forth from the sea, so dazzling that no one could keep their eyes open. When the radiance subsided, an elder clad in a black robe, with white hair but a youthful complexion, appeared above the ocean. I've calculated every factor: timing, geography, and human conditions, but I didn't expect that the nine-headed worm would have such poor luck. Running into a third-rank true immortal, the black-robed elder said, his expression amused as he glanced at Li Zhoujun. However, encountering me means your luck isn't so great either. Is that so? Li Zhoujun replied with a calm smile as he sheathed the proud Shui sword. This action sent shockwaves through the crowd of cultivators facing the swallowing sea demon sovereign, whose physical strength rivaled that of Kunpeng's and true dragons. He actually chose to put away his sword? Even the swallowing sea demon sovereign was momentarily stunned by this unexpected move, but soon a contemptuous smile spread across his face. What's this? Are you planning to surrender? Admit defeat? Li Zhoujun shook his head, a faint smile playing on his lips. Maybe, but how can you win if you don't try? The sea-devouring demon sovereign was momentarily stunned by his response, a flicker of curiosity flashing through his murky eyes. I must say, I'm starting to admire you. If it were another time and place, perhaps we could have shared a cup of tea and become friends despite the years between us. Unfortunately, there's no such thing as perhaps in this world. Li Zhoujun sighed softly, thinking to himself, if I had a different system, I might already be an immortal emperor by now. Ding! The system suddenly chimed in with a tone of confusion. The sea-devouring demon sovereign nodded in agreement. Indeed, there's no perhaps in this world. Today, I will destroy Linhai City and march on Qingzhou. As soon as he finished speaking, his expression shifted drastically. His eyes sharpened like blades as they fixed on Li Zhoujun, his voice chilling. Anyone who stands in my way will die. In an instant, the previously calm sea erupted into towering waves. A terrifying pressure swept across the area, causing even the shrimp soldiers and crab generals struggling in the waves, as well as the cultivators on the city walls of Linhai, to tremble uncontrollably, their legs nearly giving out beneath them. At that moment, a gentle spring breeze brushed past, lifting the cultivators in Linhai City as if supporting them. A fifth-grade true immortal? How is this possible? The cultivators exclaimed in shock as they watched the aura surrounding Li Zhoujun rise steadily, reaching a level that rivaled the sea-devouring demon sovereigns. Xia Wenjing gazed at the figure standing in midair, dressed in a green robe, and shook her head with a bitter smile. It's not just that he's leagues ahead of us. Even if we whipped 10 horses to death, we still couldn't catch up to him. You're a fifth-grade true immortal? The sea-devouring demon sovereign's face was filled with shock and uncertainty. Take a guess, Li Zhoujun replied with a light laugh. The sea-devouring demon sovereign began calculating in his mind. His journey to Qingzhou had been prompted by the recent appearance of anomalies caused by battles between immortal-level powerhouses, which he believed signaled a major opportunity. He had even persuaded the nine-headed serpent monarch, who was thousands of miles away, to scout the way for him. He was confident he could defeat a third-grade true immortal with a single strike, but facing a fifth-grade opponent was an entirely different matter. A single misstep could lead to failure or worse, serious injury, leaving him vulnerable to the six suns of the deep sea. With this in mind, he resolved to retreat. Ding! The system has updated the mission. Instead of repelling the Sea Clan, the new task is to pursue the sea-devouring demon sovereign for 10 days and 10 nights. The system's voice echoed in Li Zhoujun's mind. System, are you holding a grudge or something? Li Zhoujun blinked, clearly realizing that his earlier mention of, perhaps, had upset the system. Ding! The system has developed deep emotional attachment to the host. Your perhaps made the system very sad. Li Zhoujun was rendered speechless, at a complete loss for words. Ding! Host, stop spacing out. The sea-devouring demon lord is escaping. Chase him now. The sea-devouring demon lord, desperate to flee, was just about to submerge into the ocean. However, at the very moment his head dipped beneath the waves, a powerful hand clamped firmly around his ankle. Invade my Qingzhou, and think you can just leave like that? Where in the world does such logic exist? Li Zhoujun sneered coldly as he tightened his grip, yanking the sea-devouring demon lord out of the water with a sharp pull. The demon lord quickly channeled celestial energy into his leg, breaking free from Li Zhoujun's grasp. His eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Li Zhoujun. You insolent brat. Don't push your luck. I chose not to fight you, not because I fear you, but because I wish to avoid mutual destruction. Those who offend Qingzhou shall be hunted down, no matter how far. Li Zhoujun chuckled lightly, raising his fist. With a thunderous force, he delivered a punch that seemed ordinary at first glance, but the sheer power of the strike shredded countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals into fragments as the shockwave passed. Challenge me in physical strength? Arrogant fool. The sea-devouring demon lord roared furiously. Known for his unmatched physical might, he had once obliterated a first-rank human celestial with a single punch, turning them into nothing more than an isolated island in the sea. Seeing Li Zhoujun's punch approaching, he stopped holding back and unleashed a heavy punch of his own. Boom. The moment their fists collided, the heavens and earth seemed to tremble. The ocean churned violently, as if it were a cup of water being shaken by a giant. The surrounding shrimp soldiers and crab generals were annihilated by the terrifying force, their souls obliterated. To the sea-devouring demon lord, however, they were nothing more than insignificant pawns. The onlooking cultivators gasped in shock. The Lord of Cloud Mountain's physical body can rival that of the sea-devouring demon lord. His Boda's strength is comparable to a 5th-grade celestial weapon. Even the sea-devouring demon lord was in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. He had never imagined that a human cultivator, without using any mystical techniques, could match his physical strength so evenly. Fellow Taoist, what's the point of us fighting? Even if a victor emerges, there's no benefit for either of us. The sea-devouring demon lord tried to reason. Those who offend Qingzhou shall be hunted down, no matter how far. Li Zhoujun repeated as he launched another devastating punch. You think him afraid of you? The sea-devouring demon lord roared, meeting the attack heat. Another earth-shattering collision ensued, with neither side gaining the upper hand. At this rate, would have to fight for 10 days and nights to determine a winner. Why not call it a day and part ways peacefully? It would be better for both of us, the sea-devouring demon lord suggested again. But Li Zhoujun simply repeated, those who offend Qingzhou shall be hunted down, no matter how far, before throwing yet another punch. You insolent fool. You're nothing but a reckless lunatic. The sea-devouring demon lord finally snapped, his composure and thousands of years of cultivated patience utterly shattered. Boom. The clash between Li Zhoujun and the sea-swallowing demon sovereign erupted once more, sending shockwaves that seemed to shake the heavens and the earth. Both were blasted back dozens of steps, clearly demonstrating that this round was yet another stalemate. The sea-swallowing demon sovereign's face darkened as he watched the young man charge at him again. Internally, he cursed endlessly. Knowing the fight would end in a draw, why persist in such a relentless battle? A fight that would only leave both sides injured benefited no one. After weighing his options, he decided not to engage further and turned to retreat into the ocean. Seeing this, Li Zhoujun followed closely behind. Firstly, the system had assigned him a Tindi pursuit mission. Secondly, better to deliver a decisive blow now than to face countless future troubles. Without hesitation, he plunged into the surging waters as well. On the city walls of Linhai, the gathered cultivators watched as towering columns of water shot into the sky. The entire sea seemingly turned upside down. Hiss! Is the master of Yunju Mountain actually chasing down the sea-swallowing demon sovereign? Someone exclaimed. How fierce must the battle be beneath the waves? I will never share the same sky with you. Those who dare invade Qingzhou shall be punished, no matter the distance. The furious roar echoed into the distance as the sea gradually returned to calm. The cultivators exchanged glances, astonished that the crisis posed by a 5th-grade true immortal had been resolved just like that. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. The news of Yunju Mountain's master, who had achieved the level of a 5th-grade true immortal at just over 40 years old and had even pursued a peer-level sea-swallowing demon sovereign, spread like wildfire across the Qingzhou continent. Storytellers embellished the tale, crafting it into a thrilling legend that was retold in tea-houses and taverns, leaving audiences in awe. Within the Daotian sect, the event caused a great stir. Zhang Yunzi, in the Supreme Hall, laughed heartily, much to the discomfort of his fellow elders. Yet who could blame him? With such an extraordinary descendant to rely on, they would likely laugh even more in his place. In the Tailing Hall, Murong Shui had been staring at Li Zhoujun's life tablet for 3 days and 2 nights without moving. The Hall Master of Tai Ling tried to console her. Murong Mountain Master, Yunju Mountain Master, having achieved 5th-grade true immortal status at such a young age, must be both wise and courageous. If he dares to pursue the sea-swallowing demon sovereign, he must be confident in his success. Even in the worst-case scenario, I will inform you immediately. Thank you, but I'll wait a little longer. Murong Shui replied softly. The Hall Master of Tai Ling shook his head silently, unable to suppress a hint of envy for Li Zhoujun. Not only was he extraordinarily gifted, but he had also captured the heart of a stunning beauty like the Murong Mountain Master. Talented and handsome individuals always seem to win the favor of remarkable women. Meanwhile, in the vast expanse of the open sea. The sea-swallowing demon sovereign hid within a reef in the ocean, cautiously poking his head out. After confirming no one was pursuing him, this once fearsome demon sovereign unexpectedly found his eyes welling with tears. 10 days. A full 10 days and nights, he muttered to himself, still shaken. Chased from the shore to the deep sea, circling Qingzhou 3 times. Thinking of that reckless young fighter, he couldn't help but feel unlucky, silently vowing never to set foot in Qingzhou again. Fortunately, their strengths were evenly matched, so despite the embarrassing escape, he emerged without any significant injuries. Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun soared above the sea surface, completing the Tindi pursuit. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Ding. System reward issued. Latest stage fusion realm cultivation. Faced with the sudden surge in cultivation, Li Zhoujun remained calm. After all, he had just spent days chasing a sea-swallowing demon sovereign of the 5th grade true immortal level across the skies. Confirming his direction, he chose not to return to Qingzhou but instead rode his Ao Shui flying sword straight toward Nanzhou. In the same sea region, at the bottom of the ocean, a ghost lord stood within a half-dug cavern, his face twisted in despair. This is a tragedy, he lamented, on the verge of tears. I finally moved from Qingzhou to the ocean floor, only to encounter a battle between immortal-level beings. The mere aftershocks of their fight had collapsed the cavern he had painstakingly dug to build his palace. If Qingzhou is unlivable, I'll move to Nanzhou. Even if I die, I'll die on the way to my new home. He gritted his teeth, resolutely deciding to relocate, convinced that Nanzhou surely wouldn't have any immortals fighting there. By this time, Li Zhoujun had already arrived in Nanzhou. This land was vast and fertile, with sprawling plains, countless powerful cultivators, and, naturally, a fair share of cunning schemers. With 20 days remaining until Ziyun Daoist lecture, he decided to explore the mountains and rivers for a while, even purchasing a map of Nanzhou to avoid getting lost. As he was about to step into a lush mountain range, a haughty female voice called out from behind, "Mortal, my young master invites you to join us." Li Zhoujun turned around and saw a young girl in a blue and white dress standing beside a handsome, elegantly dressed young man. The girl's cultivation was at the 9th level of Qi refinement, while the young man had reached the peak of foundation establishment. "Miss, are you speaking to me?" Li Zhoujun asked with a smile. "Is there anyone else here besides the 3 of us?" The girl retorted, her tone full of pride. She glanced regretfully at Li Zhoujun's refined and handsome appearance, silently lamenting that such a strikingly good-looking man was nothing more than a mortal. "Thank you for your kind offer, but I, Li Zhoujun, have always preferred traveling alone." Li Zhoujun replied with a gentle smile, politely declining. How ungrateful! The girl in the blue and white dress furrowed her brows in anger, about to lash out, but the young man in luxurious attire raised a hand to stop her. "My friend," the young man said with a warm smile, "this mountain range is vast and teeming with dangerous creatures. I see that you appear to lack cultivation. Why not travel with us? It would be safer, and we could look out for each other." "I truly appreciate your kindness, but I think there's no need," Li Zhoujun responded with a light laugh, showing no anger toward the girl's earlier rudeness. He carried himself with the calm demeanor of someone standing atop a mountain peak, indifferent to the murmurs below. "If you insist, then I, Liu, can only wish you a safe journey," the young man said with a hint of regret. "Farewell," Li Zhoujun replied with a faint smile before turning and walking into the depths of the mountain range. After Li Zhoujun had disappeared from sight, the girl in the blue and white dress asked with a puzzled expression, "Young master, why were you so polite to him?" "He's just a mortal." The young man surnamed Liu chuckled meaningfully. "Yuxiang, do you not understand? Someone who appears ordinary may not truly be so. While our Liu family is considered a prominent clan in Baiguan City, in the grander scheme of the southern continent, we are but frogs at the bottom of a well. There are countless beings capable of wiping out all of Baiguan City, but they exist on levels far beyond our reach. Just as mortals in remote villages see us as immortals, to true powerhouses, we are no different from mortals." "I understand, young master," Yuxiang replied obediently, though she secretly dismissed his words. In her opinion, in such a remote area, any powerful figures would have long since moved on. Why would they linger here? "Let's go," the young man urged. "We mustn't miss the lecture by Ziyun Shangxian. For cultivators like us at the lower levels, such an opportunity to hear a true immortal's teachings is rare indeed." Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun strolled leisurely through the forest. His purpose on this journey was to enjoy the scenery, not to stir up trouble, so he used his divine skill to conceal his presence. Even a fellow expert at the integration stage passing nearby would struggle to sense him, thanks to the stealth buff provided by his system. As he ventured deeper into the forest, signs of wildlife became more frequent. Pheasants and wild rabbits were everywhere. Seeing this, Li Zhoujun thought to himself, "Since I've stumbled upon such a feast, why not make the most of it?" Before long, a plucked pheasant was sizzling on a makeshift spit over a fire, its fat dripping and releasing a tantalizing aroma. Sitting by the fire, Li Zhoujun savored the tranquil joy of this moment in the wilderness. Suddenly, his gaze shifted toward the distance, as if piercing through layers of space. He saw a pair of figures, a man and a woman being chased by a pack of demonic wolves with blood-red eyes. To his mild surprise, the two were none other than the pair he had encountered earlier. It was none other than the pair of master and servant surnamed Lu, whom Li Zhoujun had encountered before entering the mountain range, the young man dressed in luxurious attire, and the maid by his side in a blue and white dress. Seeing their current disheveled state, Li Zhoujun felt the urge to laugh but decided to lend a hand instead. After all, the young man surnamed Lu had shown him some kindness earlier, and more importantly, Li Zhoujun did not want to be disturbed by them. With a flick of his fingers, Li Zhoujun plucked a vibrant green leaf from a nearby tree. The leaf shot out like an arrow, embedding itself precisely into the ground in front of the demon wolf's forepaw. The beast, startled and bristling with fear, let out a whimper before tucking its tail and fleeing. Lu Wanshu thanks the esteemed expert for saving us. Yuxiang thanks the esteemed expert for saving us. The pair bowed respectfully toward the empty air, but no response came. Lu Wanshu could only smile wryly and say, "It seems the expert has no intention of revealing themselves. Let's move on." Yuxiang quickly nodded in agreement. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, only 3 days remained before the Tao lecture by Ziyun Taoist on Ziyun Mountain. Li Zhoujun had already arrived leisurely at the foot of the mountain and checked into an inn. Many new inns had sprung up at the base of the mountain, clearly catering to the influx of attendees for the grand event. While sipping tea on the first floor of the inn, Li Zhoujun once again encountered Lu Wanshu and Yuxiang. Lu Wanshu greeted him with a smile. "Brother, we meet again. It seems you're also here to listen to Ziyun Immortal's lecture." Li Zhoujun nodded and took a sip of tea. "That's right." Lu Wanshu sighed ruefully. "It's quite the story. Luckily, you didn't travel with us. As soon as Yuxiang and I entered the mountain, we were chased by a demon wolf. If not for the expert's intervention, I fear we wouldn't be standing here to speak with you now." As he spoke, his eyes darted toward Li Zhoujun, clearly trying to discern if the mysterious expert might be this composed young man who had emerged unscathed from the mountain range. Li Zhoujun remained calm, merely smiling as he said, "It seems fate has spared the two of you. Care to join me for a drink?" "No, thank you. We've just arrived and need to rest," Lu Wanshu replied tactfully before taking his leave. Watching them depart, Li Zhoujun mused to himself, "This young man is destined for great things, but the future is unpredictable. Who can say for sure?" 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the day of Ziyun Taoist lecture finally arrived. At dawn, as Li Zhoujun stepped out of the inn, he saw a throng of cultivators pouring out from the surrounding inns, all hurrying towards Ziyun Mountain. Were it not for Ziyun Taoist's 3 strict rules: no flying, no climbing at night, and no fighting, these people would likely have already clashed over the best spots. As Li Zhoujun walked leisurely with the crowd, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended from the sky. The cultivators turned pale and looked up, only to see an elderly man in regal robes hovering in midair. From Ziyun Mountain came a hearty laugh. "Ha ha ha, Emperor Hao, I've been eagerly awaiting your arrival. After parting for 10,000 years, now that we meet again, you're already preparing to ascend to the celestial realm." Hao Huang gazed at the elder in the purple robe who had suddenly appeared before him, a warm smile spreading across his face. In the void, the two figures stood tall and conversed, drawing exclamations of awe from the cultivators below. "Is that the mountain god of Hao Huang from Qingzhou?" To witness the true forms of two celestial beings in one lifetime, there are no regrets. If not for Ziyun Zhenren's deliberate intention to pass on his teachings before his ascension, such celestial beings might have remained unseen by mortal eyes for eternity. Hao Huang's gaze suddenly fell upon a figure among the crowd. "Oh, Mr. Li, you're still as modest as ever." The other man's transcendent aura, detached from the mortal realm, was far too conspicuous. "You jest, Hao Huang. I am merely a guest, following the host's lead." Upon being recognized, Li Zhoujun stopped concealing himself. With a flicker, he appeared before the two celestial beings, clasping his hands in salute to Ziyun Zhenren. "I greet Ziyun Zhenren. I have long heard of your intent to pass on your teachings to all beings. I greatly admire your resolve. This is Master Li, a grandmaster of spiritual formations and an old friend of mine," Hao Huang introduced with a smile. Upon hearing this, Ziyun Zhenren immediately returned the salute. "Ha ha ha, it is an immense honor to have a grandmaster of spiritual formations like Master Li attend my lecture. Since you are an old friend of Hao Huang, there is no need for formalities between us either." The conversation among the 3 celestial beings left the cultivators below in utter shock. A grandmaster of 9th level spiritual formations? Another true immortal. The simultaneous appearance of three true immortals was a scene destined to be etched into the history of Nanzhou. In the crowd, Yu Xiang stared at Li Zhoujun in the void, her face turning deathly pale. That seemingly unremarkable young man, apart from his striking appearance, turned out to be a true immortal. Recalling her earlier rude remarks toward him, Yu Xiang wished she could disappear into the ground, her back already drenched in cold sweat. Lu Wenshu, watching Li Zhoujun laughing and chatting with the two true immortals, could only sigh bitterly. What a pity. I missed the chance. If I had behaved better earlier, I might have gained the favor of this true immortal. Ziyun Zhenren invited the two to a broad plateau atop the mountain, offering a slightly apologetic smile. My humble conditions are far from adequate. I hope you won't mind. There's no need to worry, Brother Zia. Master Li and I are here merely to observe, Hao Huang replied with a smile. Li Zhoujun also nodded in agreement. With their approval, Ziyun Zhenren moved to the edge of the mountaintop. His entire being exuded the laws of a true immortal as an enormous purple manifestation, towering tens of thousands of feet, rose from the ground. Before this towering figure, even the entirety of Ziyun Mountain barely reached its knees. At the same time, Ziyun Zhenren merged with the colossal form of heaven-earth transformation, his massive figure seated on the ground. Even so, he still towered above the entire Ziyun Mountain. Who would have thought that old Ziyun has broken through another grade in these 10,000 years, reaching the 5th grade true immortal realm? Hao Huang remarked, gazing at the enormous figure of the heaven-earth transformation. No wonder he's about to ascend to the celestial realm. The leap from the 5th to the 6th grade is a qualitative transformation, and the lightning tribulation grows increasingly fierce. However, for him to cultivate to the 5th grade true immortal level in the lower realm even, without the baptism of golden light breaking through the barrier to ascend on his own strength, will surely make him a coveted figure among the great sects of the celestial realm. Standing nearby, Li Zhoujun, a cultivator in the integration realm, knew little about the true immortal realm and simply nodded silently. Mr. Li, Hao Huang turned to him with a smile. You, too, are a 5th grade true immortal without any divine office. With your talent, it wouldn't be difficult to cultivate to the 6th grade in the lower realm. However, the lightning tribulation is exceedingly perilous. I would advise ascending to the celestial realm sooner rather than later. Otherwise, if I were to lose such a cherished friend, it would be a great sorrow for me. Perhaps it won't be long, Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. He indeed longed for the legendary celestial realm, though he was still only in the integration realm for now. By the way, where is Shanshan? That girl is preparing to break through to the true ascension stage, and is currently in seclusion, Hao Huang replied with a cheerful grin. I see. Li Zhoujun nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, the cultivators who had climbed halfway up the mountain were already awestruck by the towering, divine presence of the heaven-earth transformation, as if a celestial deity had descended to the mortal world. So this is the heaven-earth transformation of a true immortal? With just the power of a single finger, it could probably level 100 mountains? They stared up at the colossal figure that seemed to obscure the sky, their throats involuntarily gulping. Before long, Ziyun Mountain and the surrounding ranges were teeming with countless living beings. Not only were there humans, but also untransformed members of the demon race. Even natural enemies sheep and wolves, cats, and mice coexisted peacefully. Beyond Ziyun Mountain, in the void, numerous high-level cultivators in the tribulation, integration, and void return stages sat in meditation. With such a scene, it seems that all the cultivators in the southern continent, save for those in closed-door seclusion, have gathered at Ziyun Mountain, Hao Huang observed, scanning the sea of beings with a smile. The influence of a true immortal is truly immense. Indeed, such a magnificent sight is a first for me as well, Li Zhoujun agreed. As the two conversed, Ziyun Zhenren's heaven-earth transformation emitted a series of booming, bell-like sounds that resonated deep within the hearts of all living beings. As Ziyun Zhenren entered a more profound state, purple clouds surged across the sky, golden lotuses sprouted from the earth, and the entire Ziyun Mountain transformed into a scene reminiscent of paradise. Seeing this, Li Zhoujun calmed his mind and focused on listening to the teachings. Hao Huang smiled faintly, refraining from interrupting, instead releasing his divine sense to scan the surroundings, vigilant against any opportunistic attackers. Time flew by, and 3 days had passed. The sound of Taoist Ziyun's lecture gradually faded, yet it seemed to linger like an echo, resonating across Ziyun Mountain. The gathered crowd remained enraptured, except for Li Zhoujun, who was the first to regain his composure. As a cultivator of the true immortal realm, he had his own unique insights and understanding of the teachings. Mr. Li, what do you think? Hao Huang asked with a squint and a smile. I've gained some valuable insights, Li Zhoujun replied with a faint smile. Not bad, Hao Huang praised. For a fellow 5th-rank true immortal to humble himself and listen to the teachings of someone of the same level was indeed rare. After all, at the true immortal stage, few were willing to admit that another's understanding surpassed their own, let alone seek knowledge with an open mind. At that moment, Taoist Ziyun began preparing to break through the world's barrier and ascend to the immortal realm. His immense figure, transformed by the art of heaven and earth, slowly rose. With a powerful and earth-shattering punch, he struck directly at the heavens. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated as the massive, cloud-shrouded fist collided with an invisible barrier in the void, causing the entire world to tremble. The commotion startled the gathered beings of the southern continent. Could it be? Taoist Ziyun is about to ascend. The crowd was abuzz with excitement. Witnessing a true immortal ascend to the immortal realm was an unparalleled opportunity for them. Taoist Ziyun unleashed a second punch, then a third, fourth, and fifth, each one shaking the heavens and the earth. Is the barrier to the immortal realm truly this difficult to break? Li Zhoujun murmured in surprise, considering that the other party was a fifth-rank true immortal. Hao Huang chuckled. If a true immortal misses the golden light of the immortal realm's invitation, relying on their own strength to ascend is indeed arduous. But in my opinion, within 10 punches, Brother Ziyun will surely break through the barrier. As expected, with the 10th punch, a massive rift tore open in the void, and an outpouring of pure, pristine immortal energy surged forth. Immortal energy, someone knowledgeable exclaimed in delight. For the cultivators present, absorbing even a trace of immortal energy could mean breaking through their bottlenecks in the near future. The crowd's fiery gazes locked onto the rift leading to the immortal realm, yet no one dared to act recklessly. For one, they feared Taoist Ziyun's presence, and for another, they knew that the intensity of the immortal energy was far too overwhelming. Any cultivator below the true immortal realm who ventured in would risk their physical body being torn apart. Gentlemen, farewell, Taoist Ziyun said, turning to Li Zhoujun and Hao Huang with a respectful bow. I shall await you in the immortal realm. Farewell, the two replied, returning the gesture with equal respect. Seeing the situation, Ziyun Zhanren wasted no time. His colossal Dharma body surged upward, crossing the void and heading straight for the gap. Just as he was about to pass through, a sudden change Akarita massive hand emerged from the rift and struck his Dharma body with tremendous force. Boom! The towering Dharma body instantly cracked, and Ziyun Zhanren was sent flying backward like a kite with a broken string, blood spilling from his mouth. What's going on? The gathered cultivators were visibly alarmed, and even Hao Huang's face darkened. It's those parasites from the celestial realm who specialize in ambushes, Hao Huang explained grimly. It was well known that while it was extremely difficult for beings from the celestial realm to descend to the lower world, it was relatively easier for lower realm cultivators to ascend. Because of this, a group of opportunistic individuals had emerged in the celestial realm, lying in wait for those who ascended through their own strength. These cultivators, depleted of their energy during the process of breaking through the boundary, were at their most vulnerable and often carried valuable treasures, making them ideal prey. In contrast, those who ascended through the golden light of divine guidance were much safer. The process was swift and discreet, leaving no time for these ambushers to react. Of course, few were willing to spend such long periods lying in wait. Most preferred to focus on their own cultivation instead. Watching the scene unfold, Li Zhoujun couldn't help but silently complain. Why is this world full of schemers? Me, the blood ancestor, the sea-swallowing demon sovereign, and now even the people of the celestial realm are all the same. Ha ha ha. A grating laugh echoed from the rift. It was worth lying in wait for thousands of years. Finally, another fool trying to ascend through brute force. As the voice spoke, a hunched old man in a black robe stepped out of the gap slowly. His greedy gaze swept over Ziyun Zhanren and then scanned the surroundings, his eyes glinting with unrestrained delight. The entire lower realm shall become my land of corpses. I am Mingue Darenil before me at once. Seeing the countless living beings gathered here, Mingue Daoren was secretly overjoyed. This saved him considerable effort. As his aura spread, everyone present felt their scalps tingle, nearly collapsing under the pressure. Ziyun Zhanren struggled to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression grim. Judging by the power of that earlier strike, Mingue Daoren's cultivation was at least at the level of a 6th-grade upper-tier true immortal. Otherwise, there was no way he could have shattered Ziyun's Dharma body with a single blow. Sure enough, as Mingue Daoren spoke, the oppressive aura of a 6th-grade true immortal spread out. He looked at Ziyun Zhanren with a mocking smile. You're lucky. If you hadn't activated your Dharma body, that strike would have been enough to kill you outright. Faced with the provocation from Mingue Zhanren, Ziyun Zhanren merely cast his gaze silently in the direction of Li Zhoujun and Hao Huang. What are you looking at? Relax, it's just me. This entire lower realm is all mine, Mingue Daoren said with a sly smile. But before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly sensed something amiss and spun around abruptly. There stood an elderly man dressed in luxurious robes, his deep and piercing gaze fixed on Mingue. Beside the elder was a young man in a green robe, his expression carrying a meaningful smile as he observed him. How dare you? What do you mean by looking at me like that? Ming Gue Daoran roared in anger, clearly provoked by their condescending stares. What do we mean? Hao Huang spoke in a cold, deliberate tone. You abandoned the righteous path to tread on these crooked ways. What do you mean by that? Humph. How could mere mortals understand the joy I seek? Ming Gue Daoran was about to retort, but he suddenly felt a heavy and imposing aura emanating from Hao Huang. His eyes widened in shock. What the? Ahem. Actually, I just got a bit bored of staying in the immortal realm. Thought I'd take a stroll down here, that's all. No other intentions. Mingue Daoran forced out a smile that looked more like a grimace. The overwhelming presence of a 7th-rank true immortal made his heart sink. A 7th-rank true immortal who refused to ascend to the celestial realm and instead stayed in the lower realm just to ambush him. This was clearly a trap tailored for him. Since you're here, you might as well stay. No need to go causing trouble elsewhere. Hao Huang sneered, raising his hand. A massive hand materialized, reaching out to seize Ming Gue Daoran. You think I came here alone without any tricks up my sleeve? Ming Gue Daoran's face darkened as he shouted in defiance. But before he could finish, his expression froze. When Hao Huang's colossal hand reached him, his form dissolved into a wisp of green smoke and vanished. A substitution technique combined with an escape spell? Interesting, Hao Huang murmured with a slight look of surprise. No matter. He won't get far, Li Zhoujun said with a soft chuckle. Sure enough, Ming Gue Daoran soon reappeared, leaping out from the void with a look of utter disbelief. A locking immortal formation? How could such a high-level array exist in the lower realm? To his horror, his prized 6th-rank true immortal level escape and substitution techniques were completely nullified by the formation. He glared furiously at Li Zhoujun, who still wore his ever-present smile, and shouted, "It's you, isn't it? It has to be you. How are you so devious?" His accusation wasn't baseless after all. Hao Huang was busy chasing him, and Ziyun Zhenren was severely injured. The only one capable of setting up such an advanced array had to be this young man in green. After carefully observing each individual, the gaze of the Nether Ghost Taoist finally settled on the young man who stood casually beside the 7th-rank true immortal. With years of experience, he knew all too well that those who often wear a genial smile tend to be the most ruthless, embodying the saying, "a knife hidden behind a smile." And indeed, his instincts were correct. This young man, named Li Zhoujun, had already begun setting up the immortal lock formation the moment Purple Cloudgenren was struck and sent flying. This meant that Li Zhoujun had, at that point, already reached a level of strength capable of equaling the Nether Ghost Taoist's 6th-rank true immortal. Sir, your formation work is so seamless that even I failed to notice, Hao Huang remarked, looking at Li Zhoujun with admiration. It seems your mastery of formations has truly reached an extraordinary and unparalleled level. I am impressed. You flatter me, Hao Huang, Li Zhoujun replied with a calm smile. Seeing the two of them chatting leisurely while he was trapped, the Nether Ghost Taoist erupted in fury. What is the meaning of this? I've already fallen into your hands today. Kill me or torture me as you please, but why must you humiliate me like this? As a top-tier 6th-rank true immortal, he could not tolerate being treated so dismissively. He became even more certain that these two were from the same world as him. After all, a 7th-rank true immortal and a grandmaster of formations capable of setting up an immortal lock formation were far beyond what the lower realms could produce. He concluded that, like himself, they were immortals lying in wait for others, descending from the celestial realm only. They had chosen to descend first to reverse the ambush. Allow me to deal with this scoundrel first, and then we can continue our discussion, Hao Huang said to Li Zhoujun. Very well, Li Zhoujun agreed with a nod. Wait, fellow Taoists, hold your hand, the Nether Ghost Taoist called out hastily. Seeing Hao Huang pause, he quickly proposed. Do you need another ally? I could join you. After all, I'm a 6th-rank true immortal. When someone descends from the celestial realm, you two can take 80%, and it'll take 20 my foot. Hao Huang's mouth twitched in disbelief, baffled that someone on the brink of death could still be thinking about ambush strategies. The countless beings watching from the southern continent were equally dumbfounded. To them, the lofty true immortals from the celestial realm were supposed to be dignified and untouchable. Who could have imagined such pettiness? With a single thought, Hao Huang conjured a massive shadow of a mountain above the Nether Ghost Taoist's head. The shadow quickly solidified, blotting out the sky and sun. This terrifying scene left the cultivators of the southern continent wide-eyed in awe, their hearts trembling at the sight of a mountain materializing before them. Facing a true immortal one rank higher than himself, and with his life-preserving escape techniques disabled, the Nether Ghost Taoist turned pale as a sheet. His eyes filled with rage as he glared at Li Zhoujun, who was still smiling faintly and watching the spectacle unfold. The Taoist roared, "Even if I die, they'll take you down with me." As soon as Ming Gue Daoren finished speaking, a sinister green flame suddenly ignited around him. He had set his true immortal body ablaze, transforming into a ghastly figure that seemed to have crawled out of the depths of hell. With astonishing speed, he charged directly at Li Zhoujun. The distance between them was short, and Ming Gue Daoren, resolved to die, moved so fast that even Hao Huang couldn't react in time. As a master of escape techniques among the top tier of grade 6 true immortals, combined with the explosive power from burning his true immortal body, his speed at this moment rivaled that of a grade 7 true immortal. Watch out, Mr. Li. Hao Huang managed to shout in warning. Li Zhoujun watched his opponent speeding toward him with resignation. He couldn't help but think, am I really so handsome that I've earned this much resentment? Ming Gue Daoren's face twisted into a ferocious grin. Boy, you think you can kill me and take my treasures? It won't be that easy. Even in death, I'll drag you down with me, you scheming scoundrel. With that, his hand, engulfed in green flames, shot straight for Li Zhoujun's heart. Is that so? Li Zhoujun chuckled lightly and threw a punch to meet him head. Boom. The collision of fist and palm erupted with a deafening roar. You're a grade 6 true immortal too? Ming Gue Daoren's eyes widened in disbelief. He had assumed that as a formation master, Li Zhoujun's cultivation wouldn't be too high. To his shock, their levels were evenly matched, and their clash ended in a stalemate. In that split second, Hao Huang seized the opportunity and darted forward, aiming his hand at the back of Ming Gue Daoren's neck. Fear flashed in Ming Gue Daoren's eyes, but he continued to shout defiantly, one day, you'll all meet the same fate as meeting without a burial. Before he could finish, Hao Huang's hand clamped down on his neck. With a crisp crack, the life in Ming Gue Daoren's eyes faded rapidly. The green flames on his body surged violently, reducing him to ashes in an instant, his final act of defiance, ensuring no trace of his body remained even in death. Mr. Li, you've been hiding your strength again, making me worry unnecessarily earlier, Hao Huang said with a smile, brushing off his sleeve as he turned to look at Li Zhoujun. Though his words sounded like a complaint, they carried the tone of friendly banter after all. No one was obligated to reveal all their cards, especially when lives were at stake. Li Zhoujun shook his head with a wry smile, thinking to himself that if he ever encountered someone of a mortal emperor level, explaining himself would only become even more troublesome. Meanwhile, among the many integration and tribulation stage experts observing from the shadows, a figure in a black robe was trembling uncontrollably. This was none other than the Ghost Lord, who had recently relocated to the southern continent. He had assumed that with a true immortal present, no one in the lower realm would dare act recklessly. Reality, however, had proven him terribly wrong. Damn it, someone from the celestial realm has arrived. At this moment, Gue Jun was utterly stunned. He was seriously beginning to suspect that he might have stirred up a hornet's nest of immortals. Why was it that wherever he went, there were always celestial-level experts clashing? However, by observing the battle between Ming Gue Daoren and the three true immortals, he gained some insights. If he could find a quiet place to retreat and cultivate, breaking through to the tribulation crossing stage seemed just around the corner. As Gue Jun pondered his next destination, Hao Huang and Li Zhoujun had already approached Ziyun Zhenren. Brother Ziyun, how are your injuries? Hao Huang asked with concern. Ziyun Zhenren smiled bitterly. Not too bad, but it seems I won't be ascending today. If it weren't for the presence of two outstanding true immortals, I fear I might have brought catastrophic disaster upon the Tianyuan realm. Brother Ziyun, don't blame yourself too much. Characters like Ming Gue Daoren are exceedingly rare, Hao Huang consoled him. Let's hope so, Ziyun Zhenren sighed helplessly, secretly wishing for a world without underhanded schemers. Losing a fair fight was one thing, but being killed by a sneak attack without even knowing who the opponent was, that was the most unbearable. He resolved to delve deeply into this matter once he returned. 3 days later, the countless beings gathered at Ziyun Mountain gradually dispersed. Out of fear of Ziyun Zhenren's reputation, no one dared to approach recklessly. Although his performance in the previous battle was less than stellar, the power of a 5th-grade true immortal was still daunting to ordinary cultivators. Most couldn't even endure a single blow from Ming Gue Daoren, let alone withstand even a trace of his aura. Li Zhoujun and Hao Huang waited another 3 days until Ziyun Zhenren had recovered and successfully ascended to the celestial realm before preparing to leave. What are your plans next, Mr. Li? Hao Huang asked with a smile. I'm planning to tour the famous sites of the southern continent, Li Zhoujun replied. Haha, then I'll have to return to Qingzhou alone, Hao Huang said with a sigh. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Hao Huang bid farewell and departed. Li Zhoujun watched him leave before setting out on his own journey. 10 days later, a refined young man in a blue robe arrived at a small lakeside. It was none other than Li Zhoujun, who had been traveling for 10 days. At this moment, he looked just like a weary mortal tourist, leaning against a tree trunk and dozing off. Huh, why is there a mortal here? Three figures emerged from the woods near the lake: a burly young man, a haughty-looking youth, and a graceful yet composed young woman. All three wore white uniforms and carried identical long swords on their backs, clearly disciples of a certain cultivation sect. The one who had just spoken was the young woman. The burly youth immediately said to her, "Senior sister, let me drive this guy away. If he keeps sleeping here, he might not even know how he dies. Go on, and remember to be polite." Song Muhan said softly, her delicate face tinged with a hint of concern. The three were on a mission for their sect to eliminate a fish demon whose cultivation had reached the 9th level of chi refinement. According to the sect's records, this demon had been wreaking havoc in the area for quite some time, claiming the lives of women, children, and young adults who ventured to the lakeside. As for the young man napping on the shore and why he had escaped unscathed, perhaps, as the record suggested, it was merely a stroke of luck. The burly youth, Deng Qing, grinned and replied, "Don't worry, senior sister." With that, he strode confidently toward Li Zhoujun. "Hey, wake up," Deng Qing said loudly, standing in front of Li Zhoujun. Li Zhoujun slowly opened his eyes. "What is it?" "There's a man-eating demon here. If you keep napping like this, you might never wake up again," Deng Qing warned with a good-natured tone, flashing a toothy smile. Li Zhoujun froze for a moment, his gaze shifting past Deng Qing to the delicate-looking young woman and the proud, handsome young man standing behind him. He smiled and said, "The three of you carry yourselves with an extraordinary air. You must be from an immortal sect, am I right?" "Huh, you can tell?" Deng Qing was a bit surprised but quickly nodded. "That's right. We're disciples of the Xianling sect." "So, disciples of the immortals stand before me," Li Zhoujun said with a light chuckle. "Please, go about your business. Don't mind me." "Hey, what's with you? Can't you listen to reason?" Deng Qing frowned, his expression turning exasperated. At that moment, the proud youth, Long Feiwen, stepped forward, looking down at Li Zhoujun with a condescending gaze. "Senior brother Deng, if this man insists on staying here, let him. We've already done our duty. Everyone is responsible for their own choices." "Junior brother Long, do you still remember the sect rules?" Song Muhan asked with a slight frown. "Of course," Long Feiwen replied with a nod, though his heart remained indifferent. "Respect all things while outside the sect." As one of the top 10 prodigies on the Xianling list, he was highly favored by the sect elders. In his eyes, even if he were to kill this mortal, would the elders truly cripple his cultivation over it? Turning to Li Zhoujun, Song Muhan spoke gently, "If you insist on staying here, sir, please be careful. If things take a turn for the worse, leave immediately. Should anything unfortunate happen, do not hold us accountable. Of course. Please, feel free to carry on with your task," Li Zhoujun replied, his smile unwavering. "You really deserve whatever happens to you," Deng Qing muttered, shaking his head in frustration. Then he turned to Song Muhan and asked, "Senior sister, should we enter the lake directly or deal with it from the shore?" "Although the fish demon is at the 9th level of chi refinement, the water is its domain. We're all at the 8th level, so to be cautious, we should first locate it," Song Muhan said thoughtfully. "I'll handle it," Long Feiwen said confidently. He walked to the lake's edge, pulled out a stack of talismans from his robe, and began throwing them onto the water without hesitation. In the next moment, the talismans suddenly ignited in midair, their scorching energy spreading across the entire lake in an instant. The water's temperature rose sharply, and soon the surface began to bubble intensely, producing a continuous gurgling sound. Deng Qing and Song Muhan stood by the shore, watching the talismans turn to ash, a trace of heartache flashing in their eyes. Those talismans had cost a fortune. Just then, a crab the size of an iron pot emerged from the lake, its entire body cooked red. Deng Qing froze, his face filled with confusion. Had the sect's intelligence been wrong? Was the creature here not a fish demon but a crab spirit? Even Long Feiwen, standing nearby, showed a puzzled expression. However, just as the three relaxed their vigilance for a brief moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the lake. "You dare court death!" A massive fish tail broke through the water, slamming heavily onto the surface. Instantly, countless water arrows shot toward Deng Qing, Song Muhan, Long Feiwen, and Li Zhoujun, who was watching from the side, like a torrential rain. This is Foundation establishment level power. The three simultaneously sensed the terrifying strength of the fish demon, their eyes widening in shock. Fortunately, Deng Qing reacted swiftly, slamming his hands onto the ground to summon a thick earthen wall that rose to shield them. Taking advantage of the brief respite, the three glanced at Li Zhoujun, only to find him still calmly seated. Just as they began to worry for him, they noticed that the water arrows aimed at him inexplicably veered away, as if deliberately avoiding him under some mysterious force. "Is this fish demon drunk?" Deng Qing muttered in disbelief, unable to detect any spiritual energy emanating from Li Zhoujun. The earthen wall began to crack under the relentless assault of water arrows, emitting ominous crack sounds. Deng Qing's face turned pale as he said, "This fish demon must have recently broken through. Otherwise, I wouldn't have lasted this long. You too, we'll have to risk it, there might still be a chance." Before he could finish speaking, the wall collapsed with a loud crash. The three dodged swiftly and finally got a clear view of the fish demon. It was a monstrous creature with the head of a green fish, clad in heavy black armor and scales covering its head. "It's transformed? Is this a golden core-level demon?" Deng Qing exclaimed in shock. Song Muhan's expression grew serious. "No, this is just an illusion, likely an innate divine ability it gained upon breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Its true form is still just a fish." The fish demon roared in anguish as it glared at the crab, now cooked to perfection, and bellowed in fury, "You dare kill my dear friend while I was in seclusion? All of you will die. Don't hold back any longer, attack." Song Muhan shouted sharply, quickly forming hand seals. Facing such a formidable foundation establishment level foe, she dared not show the slightest carelessness. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated through the surroundings. Lung Feiwen, Song Muhan, and Deng Qing were sent flying like severed kites, crashing heavily onto the ground. Facing the foundation establishment level Qingyu demon, the combined attacks of three Qi refinement cultivators were as futile as an ant trying to shake a tree. The Qingyu demon strode forward across the water, each step sending splashes flying. The three lay on the ground, their eyes filled with terror and despair. At that critical moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A streak of crimson descended from the sky, followed by a flurry of blood-colored snowflakes dancing in the air. These scarlet snowflakes appeared delicate, but as they landed on the Qingyu demon, they cut through it like sharp blades. The demon's pupils dilated in an instant, a flash of fear crossing its eyes. In the blink of an eye, the humanoid form of the Qingyu demon disintegrated, revealing its true form, a green fish the size of a calf. Moments later, it dissipated into blue smoke, vanishing into the heavens and earth. Blood-red snowflakes. Could it be one of the 10 true lords beneath the true immortals of the southern continent, the Crimson Snow True Lord? Lung Feiwen gasped, staring at the woman in a red robe. It must be. That senior didn't even lift a finger, yet such a powerful Qingyu demon was destroyed. If she had acted, her power would be unimaginable, Deng Qing said, taking a deep breath. The woman in red smiled faintly. "Young ones, you must learn to act within your limits." Her smile was like the first light of dawn in the darkness, leaving the three momentarily stunned. Even Song Muhan, herself a woman, couldn't help but be captivated. "Thank you, senior, for saving us." Deng Qing was the first to recover, bowing respectfully. "No need for formalities. The Xinling patriarch of your sect is my disciple. By that connection, you should address me as your grandmaster," the woman in red said with a soft laugh, glancing at their attire. The three exchanged astonished looks, their eyes filled with disbelief and elation. The legends were true. Behind them stood a peerless expert at the peak of the tribulation stage. Seeing through their thoughts, the Crimson Snow True Lord chuckled. "Don't even think about flaunting my name to show off. Your patriarch won't let you off so easily." The trio's faces flushed red with embarrassment, wishing they could disappear into the ground. "All right, you should hurry back now," the Crimson Snow True Lord gestured dismissively. "Yes, Grandmaster," the three replied in unison. Nearby, Li Zhoujun, who had intended to step in and help following the code of conduct for experts gifted by the system, could only awkwardly scratch his nose. It seemed his chance to shine had slipped away this time. As the trio departed, the Crimson Snow True Lord turned her gaze toward Li Zhoujun, smiling lightly. "Were you planning to rescue my disciples just now, fellow Taoist?" She couldn't discern the depth of the young man before her. Despite the young man's strikingly unconventional entrance, he remained composed and unshaken, exuding a calm demeanor that clearly distinguished him as no ordinary individual. Hongxue Zhanjuan instinctively sensed that this person was likely a tribulation transcendence cultivator as well, prompting her to set aside her earlier arrogance. "Li was merely scratching an itchy nose just now," Li Zhoujun said with a faint, unbothered smile. Hongxue Zhanjuan chuckled softly at his remark. Though she appeared youthful and beautiful, her actual age was far beyond ordinary reckoning. Li Zhoujun's subtle gesture had certainly not escaped her sharp eyes. At that moment, an enraged shout suddenly echoed from the distance. "Hongxue Zhanjuan, hand over the key to the Gate of Ascension at once, and I may spare your life." From the void emerged a middle-aged man dressed in a blue robe adorned with golden patterns, wearing a golden crown upon his head. "What key?" Hongxue Zhenjian's face was filled with confusion. "Wei Zhenjuan, what are you talking about?" "I have no idea." "Still pretending?" Wei Zhenjuan sneered coldly. "One of your disciples has already betrayed you." Hongxue Zhenjian's expression instantly darkened. Wei Zhenjuan, one of the top 10 Zhenjians of the southern continent, was widely recognized as being among the top 3 in power, while she ranked only 10th. If they were to fight, Even survival would come at the cost of severe injury. Was it Tai Yin who told you? She asked, suppressing her fury. Tai Yin had been her disciple a century ago and was present when she obtained the key. Only Tai Yin knew of its existence. The Gate of Ascension was said to be a relic of the legendary Immortal Emperor. It allowed tribulation transcendence cultivators to ascend to the immortal realm. The Immortal Emperor had projected it across the myriad worlds to attract powerful individuals. To pass through the gate required 9 keys, each personally scattered by the Immortal Emperor and obtainable only by those destined. There's no need to dwell on who informed me. Just hand over the key, Wei Zhenjuan demanded with a cold snort. As a peak tribulation transcendence cultivator, Hongxue Zhenjuan would not relinquish such an extraordinary opportunity so easily. If you want the key to the Gate of Ascension, you'll have to take it by force. Stubborn fool, Wei Zhenjuan growled, preparing to act. But then his gaze fell on the figure in green standing behind Hongxue Zhenjuan. He froze in place. Wasn't this the very same 6th-rank true immortal and master of spirit formations who had stood shoulder to shoulder with Emperor Hao during Ziyun Zhenren's teachings? That battle had been catastrophic, with the aftermath of the true immortals' clash threatening to obliterate everything. If not for the intervention of this 6th-rank true immortal and Emperor Hao, everyone present would have been annihilated. Hongxue Zhenjuan noticed Wei Zhenjuan's sudden change in expression but remained puzzled, as she had not been present during Ziyun Zhenren's teachings. Wei greets the immortal. Wei Zhenjuan bowed deeply, his voice trembling noticeably. His gaze flitted uneasily between Li Zhoujun and Hongxue Zhenjuan, and fine beads of sweat had already formed on his forehead. The disrespectful words he had spoken earlier about Hongxue Zhenjuan now hung over him like a sharp sword, ready to fall. If these two truly had some special connection, he feared he might not escape unscathed today. Paying respects to the immortal? Hongxue Zhenjuan's eyes widened in shock as she looked at the calm and composed young man. Someone whom Wei Zhenjuan would address as immortal, could he truly be one of the legendary true immortals? The thought made her face instantly pale. You recognize me? Li Zhoujun raised an eyebrow and asked. Wei Zhenjuan forced a bitter smile and explained. I was fortunate enough to be present when Ziyun Shangxian delivered a lecture. I see. Li Zhoujun nodded slightly. At that moment, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! System task issued. Sign in at the Gate of Ascension. Completion reward. Perfected integration realm cultivation. The legendary Gate of Ascension, the mysterious portal said to grant instant immortality. This sudden task left Li Zhoujun momentarily surprised. Seeing Li Zhoujun lost in thought, neither Wei Zhenjuan nor Hongxue Zhenjuan dared to make a sound, afraid of offending this powerful immortal. No need to be so tense, Li Zhoujun said with a light chuckle, breaking the silence. He then turned to Hongxue Zhenjuan and asked, do you happen to know the exact location of the Gate of Ascension? I find the legend of instant immortality rather intriguing. To answer the immortal, I do indeed know, Hongxue Zhenjuan replied respectfully, calculating in her mind that this immortal was likely asking out of curiosity. After all, someone who had already reached true immortality would have no reason to risk entering such an unknown and perilous place. The Gate of Ascension is located on Chunian Mountain. I would gladly lead the way for the immortal. Hearing this exchange, Wei Zhenjuan immediately grasped Hongxue Zhenjuan's intentions. Clearly, she did not actually know this true immortal, and was using this opportunity to distance herself from him. Determined not to miss out on this chance, he mustered his courage and said, I, too, am willing to accompany the immortal, to assist in any way I can. Hongxue Zhenjuan cast an incredulous glance in his direction at this unexpected declaration. Li Zhoujun simply watched the two with a faint smile, saying nothing. This uncharacteristic demeanor made both true Lord Hongxue and true Lord Wei turn pale, a chill creeping into their hearts. Especially true Lord Wei, who recalled how Li Zhoujun had once silently and effortlessly set up the immortal locking array, trapping the arrogant ghost Taoist without breaking a sweat. Now, facing the serene smile of this higher immortal, he couldn't help but feel a cold shiver down his spine. Who could say whether this immortal might take their lives in the next moment, all while smiling? Well then, the two of you shall accompany me, Li Zhoujun said cheerfully. This conveniently spared him the trouble of studying those ancient, ever-changing maps. With guides leading the way, he could relax and even play mediator along the journey. Thank you, immortal. True Lord Hongxue and true Lord Wei exclaimed with joy upon hearing this. The trio set off toward Qingtian Mountain, located at the far eastern edge of the southern continent. After 10 days of travel, they finally arrived at their destination. What a masterpiece of nature, Li Zhoujun remarked, looking up at the astonishing sight before him. Qingtian Mountain was not rooted in the ground, but was instead a massive inverted triangle suspended in midair. True Lord Hongxue and true Lord Wei were equally awestruck by the breathtaking scene. Just then, a sudden change occurred. Boom! A colossal hand emerged abruptly from Qingtian Mountain, reaching out to strike the trio. The hand expanded as it approached, growing to the size of a small mountain by the time it was near. The giant form technique? Is it true, Lord Juxiang? True Lord Hongxue exclaimed in shock, his eyes wide. True Lord Juxiang, ranked second among the top 10 true lords of the southern continent, was famed for his unique giant form technique, which allowed him to transform parts of his body into mountain-sized structures with overwhelming power. How dare you? True Lord Wei, far from being frightened, was instead emboldened. With the presence of a true celestial-level powerhouse like Li Zhoujun, he felt confident. Blue divine light flared in his hands as he directly confronted the massive hand. Boom! With a thunderous impact, true Lord Wei was forced back several steps, while the giant hand merely trembled slightly. An elderly man, dressed in tattered rags like a beggar, walked out from Qingtian Mountain, a smile on his face as he looked at true Lord Wei and true Lord Hongxue. It's been a long time, hasn't it? He acted as though Li Zhoujun was invisible. I heard you've already obtained the key to the Gate of Ascension. Why resort to such underhanded schemes? True Lord Wei demanded. True Lord Juxiang shrugged. Since you're all about to die anyway, I might as well tell you the truth. The Gate of True Immortality doesn't allow 9 people to enter. Instead, one person must gather all 9 keys. I've been guarding this place for years, even skipping the lectures of Ziyun Zhenren, just to wait for the last key to appear. As he spoke, he gave the trio a meaningful look, as if he were gazing at 3 walking treasures. Wei Zhenjuan glanced at Juxiang Zhenjuan and let out a dismissive chuckle. The scornful laugh infuriated Juxiang Zhenjuan, whose eyes immediately flashed with a chilling cold light. You will all die, he roared. Before the echo of his words faded, Juxiang Zhenjuan's body suddenly swelled, transforming into a towering giant of unimaginable height. A massive hand, as vast as a mountain, descended upon the trio, blotting out the sky. Wei Zhenjuan and Hongxue Zhenjuan's expressions turned grim, their faces heavy with seriousness. Within the Tribulation Crossing realm, Juxiang Zhenjuan's strength was indeed unparalleled. Across the entire southern continent, only Qingxian Zhenjuan, the leader of the 10 renowned Zhenjuan famed for his mastery of flying swords, could surpass him. At this critical moment, Li Zhoujun let out a cold snort. A streak of sword light burst forth from his body, piercing directly through Juxiang Zhenjuan's neck. The cut was smooth as a mirror, and blood gushed out like a fountain. With a thunderous crash, the headless body of the colossal giant fell heavily to the ground, shaking the earth violently. Even in death, Juxiang Zhenjuan couldn't comprehend what had just happened. The plan he had meticulously crafted for so long had turned to dust in an instant, becoming someone else's triumph. Wei Zhenjuan and Hongxue Zhenjuan were stunned, their mouths agape. The sheer power of Li Zhoujuan's sword strike was beyond their comprehension. They hadn't even seen it clearly before the terrifyingly strong Juxiang Zhenjuan had fallen. This was the might of a true immortal before a true immortal. All beneath were indeed as insignificant as ants. Immortal. I'll retrieve the key. Wei Zhenjuan was the first to react, dashing toward Juxiang Zhenjuan's corpse. Hongxue Zhenjuan, unwilling to be outdone, followed close behind. At that moment, a streak of light suddenly shot out from Qingtian Mountain, soaring into the sky. What is that? Wei Zhenjuan froze. It looks like a door? Hongxue Zhenjuan hesitated. Could it be the door of ascension? But why is it running away? Wei Zhenjuan's face was filled with confusion. Li Zhoujun watched the fleeing door of ascension, thoughts racing in his mind. Well, that's impressive. Running so fast, how am I supposed to check in at the door now? With that, he took off in pursuit. Wei Zhenjuan and Hongxue Zhenjuan exchanged helpless looks, caught in a dilemma. Should they chase it? Even if they could catch up, they didn't have the key. But if they didn't chase it, by the time they found the key, the door would be long gone. While they hesitated, Li Zhoujun had already ridden his sword to catch up to the door of ascension. It was indeed a wooden door. Strangely enough, its bottom corners resembled human feet, which were moving rapidly as it fled. Great! Now even doors have gained sentience? Li Zhoujun was left dumbfounded. Sensing someone behind it, the door of ascension suddenly sped up. However, in that instant, Li Zhoujun had already flashed to the front of the door, his hand firmly pressing down on the still fleeing wooden door. Spare me, great immortal! At that moment, the Gate of Ascension suddenly emitted a dazzling light and, in the blink of an eye, transformed into a panicked little old man. He knelt on the ground, repeatedly begging Li Zhoujun for mercy. A system notification sounded at the perfect time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at the Gate of Ascension. Reward acquired. Perfected Unity Realm Cultivation. You are the Gate of Ascension? Li Zhoujun stared intently at the terrified old man. Why wise? The old man looked as if he was on the verge of tears, continuously bowing. Great immortal, this old one knows his mistake. Please show mercy. What's going on here? Li Zhoujun narrowed his eyes, his tone carrying a sense of authority. Faced with the questioning of a true immortal, the old man spilled everything in a rush. This old one was originally a blood locust tree that gained sentience. To advance my cultivation, I needed to consume the blood of cultivators. After reaching the Tribulation Crossing realm, it became increasingly difficult to find cultivators of the same level, as most of them went into hiding. So, I came up with a plan, transforming myself into a wooden gate and spreading rumors that anyone who obtained the key and entered would ascend to the immortal realm. The old man continued, explaining that the cultivators who entered were actually stepping into his internal world, where he was nearly invincible below the level of a true immortal. This scheme indeed attracted several Tribulation Crossing and Unity Realm cultivators. However, the arrival of Zhuxiang Zhenjuan disrupted his plans. Realizing he couldn't defeat him, the old man lied, saying that 9 keys were needed to open the gate. Who would have thought that Zhuxiang Zhenjuan would camp here for hundreds of years? At this point, his tone was filled with resentment. I could have devoured 8 powerful Tribulation and Unity Realm cultivators during that time, but he ruined everything. What's worse, I couldn't even make a move and had to just watch. He explained that he hadn't fled earlier because he was waiting for Zhuxiang Zhenjuan to weaken himself in battle against a strong opponent, so he could take advantage of the situation. Unexpectedly, Li Zhoujun, a true immortal, appeared and killed Zhuxiang Zhenjuan with a single strike. Under these circumstances, he had no choice but to try escaping, though he ultimately failed. After hearing this confession, Li Zhoujun couldn't help but sigh at the deceit and treachery of the cultivation world. Without the assistance of the 50-50 system, he might have fallen victim to Zhuxiang Zhenjuan or been ensnared by this blood locust tree demon's trap. You're quite perceptive, Li Zhoujun remarked, looking at the blood locust tree demon. This old one wouldn't dare hide anything before a great immortal. The blood locust tree demon quickly replied with utmost deference. Unfortunately, I cannot let you go, Li Zhoujun said, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. The blood locust tree demon trembled at these words, despair flashing in its eyes. Facing a true immortal capable of defeating a giant aspect true monarch with a single strike, it didn't even dare to entertain the thought of resistance. But considering your sincerity, I'll spare your life. However, you must agree to 3 conditions, Li Zhoujun said, his tone calm and measured. Please, immortal, speak. The blood locust tree demon's face lit up with joy. As long as I can live, anything is negotiable. Li Zhoujun raised his hand and pointed into the distance. There, collapsed houses and cracked earth painted a scene of devastation, while despair was etched onto the faces of the villagers. All of this was merely the aftermath of the giant aspect true monarch's body falling to the ground. The collateral damage to mortals was one of the reasons Li Zhoujun was reluctant to act rashly. After all, he had once been one of the common people and could empathize with their plight. Does the immortal find these mortals an eyesore? He'll handle them for you right away. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in the blood locust tree demon's eyes. Li Zhoujun looked at the sycophantic creature before him and regretted sparing its life. Had he not demonstrated the power of a true immortal, this demon would likely have already started devouring humans. Noticing Li Zhoujun's expression turn cold, the blood locust tree demon panicked immediately. Isn't that what the immortal meant? First, protect that village for 1,000 years. Second, you're forbidden from killing the innocent. As for the third, I haven't decided yet, Li Zhoujun said succinctly. That's it? The blood locust tree demon asked in disbelief. Li Zhoujun nodded. With a thought, a streak of sword energy shot into the blood locust tree demon's mind. Noticing its shocked reaction, he explained, to ensure you don't say one thing to my face and do another behind my back, I wouldn't dare disobey the immortal's orders, the blood locust tree demon said with a bitter smile before retreating. That night, Li Zhoujun stood in the air above the village, watching as the blood locust tree demon transformed from its humanoid form into a massive, sturdy tree that took root at the village entrance. Countless roots extended underground, pulling the fractured earth back together and breathing new life into the land. By the next morning, the villagers were astonished to find a towering tree with leaves like blood jade standing at the entrance to their village. Even more miraculous, the land, which had been devastated the day before, was completely restored. The villagers gathered around the extraordinary tree, and under the guidance of an elder, they knelt and bowed, chanting reverently, "Tree God." This moment was the first time the blood elm tree demon experienced the feeling of being genuinely revered by someone, and to his surprise, he found himself faintly enjoying it. Over 10 days passed, and the village gradually returned to life. Smiles reappeared on the villagers' faces, and during the sweltering days, the village children loved to gather under the shade of the blood elm tree. Their cheerful chatter often grated on the blood elm tree demon's nerves, but when he thought of that true immortal, he forced himself to endure it. Using his spiritual consciousness, he conjured a phantom image of an old man and silently stood by the frolicking children, listening to their innocent laughter. Naturally, the children were unaware of his presence. A month slipped by unnoticed. On this day, a light rain enveloped the village. Beneath the blood elm tree, the phantom figure of the old man gazed at the now empty space under the tree and murmured wistfully, "These little ones didn't come today. I must admit, am not used to the quiet." Just then, a figure in a green robe approached, holding an umbrella. "How are things, Immortal?" Li Zhoujun asked with a smile. The blood elm tree demon's eyes filled with respect. "Thank you for your guidance, Immortal." "Why do you say that?" "During this time spent with mortals, I've come to understand something. Cultivating immortality Xiao Xian consists of two characters, human and mountain. It's about finding a serene and unhurried state of mind while being in the mountains. When the heart is calm, it becomes clear. When it is clear, it gains insight. When it has insight, it becomes enlightened. And with enlightenment comes wisdom. Before, I was solely focused on increasing my cultivation, resorting to any means necessary. If I continued down that path, I fear I wouldn't survive the tribulation." As the blood elm tree demon spoke, his respect for Li Zhoujun deepened. Li Zhoujun nodded in agreement, though inwardly he was a bit puzzled. Is that how it works? Seeing Li Zhoujun's composed expression, the blood elm tree demon admired him even more. As expected of a true immortal, such a profound state of mind. "I still have much to learn." While they were speaking, an 80-year-old boy came running through the rain and began practicing martial arts under the tree. The blood elm tree demon explained. This boy's father was once the leader of the village's hunting party, but sadly, he was killed by a serpent in the mountains. Now, the boy lives with his elder sister. "Are you planning to take him as your disciple?" Li Zhoujun asked. "You've seen through me, Immortal. This boy may not have extraordinary talent, but I obtained a body refinement technique from a cultivator. I'm thinking of teaching him through dreams." "That's fine," Li Zhoujun replied. But then his expression suddenly shifted. "Huh. The incense I gifted to the Xinyu dynasty has been lit? Something's happened already?" Half a day earlier, an awe-inspiring scene unfolded outside the city of the Xinyu dynasty. At the forefront were three colossal elephants, each as massive as a small mountain. They were clad in golden armor, their powerful muscles rippling with every step as they hauled a magnificent carriage comparable to a palace. Behind them marched a formation of 99 enormous elephants, each donned in black armor. Atop each elephant sat an elite warrior, clad in heavy armor and wielding a long halberd. The leading warrior carried a flag that flapped fiercely in the wind, emblazoned with the imposing character Ling. This was none other than the elite divine elephant legion of the Dai Ling dynasty. Every soldier in this unit possessed the combat prowess to take on 100 foes at the nascent soul stage. They had followed the Taishang emperor into countless battles, crushing several dynasties. The Xinyu dynasty was the last to remain unyielding. Inside the carriage, Taishang Emperor Ling Mu of the Dai Ling dynasty sat with his eyes closed, resting. Sensing the procession come to a halt, he slowly opened his eyes and stepped to the window. His gaze fell upon an elderly man standing calmly at the center of the city wall. "Yu Huaji, I have given you enough time. Submit or face annihilation," Ling Mu said, his voice not loud but carrying an undeniable authority. The elder on the city wall Yu Hua smiled faintly. "It hasn't even been a full year yet. Why the rush? Are you going back on your own words?" "A year is more than enough," Ling Mu replied, shaking his head. "Do you really think I care about sticking to a precise timeline? I granted you this time out of respect for your past reputation as my equal among the prodigies. Don't mistake my patience for weakness. If you refuse, my divine elephant legion will trample your Xunyu imperial city by day's end." Yu Huaji let out a sigh, his tone tinged with regret. "Indeed, in our youth, we were equals, though I was slightly less gifted. Now that you've broken through to the integration realm and stand unchallenged among the dynasties, expanding De Ling's territory is inevitable. At least you haven't lost your wits," Ling Mu said with a faint smile. But Yu Huaji suddenly grinned. "Still, the Xinyu dynasty will never submit to the Dai Ling dynasty. Are you certain of your choice?" Ling Mu's expression turned cold. "If I act personally, even if your entire Xinyu dynasty musters all its strength, you wouldn't last the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. My talent may indeed fall short of yours," Yu Huaji replied calmly, "but my fortune is something you cannot imagine. If you leave today, I will act as though none of this ever happened." "Are you joking?" Ling Mu snorted, slamming his palm against the window frame. In an instant, a teacup on the table behind him shot out like an arrow, aiming directly for Yu Huaji's face. Yu Huaji, not daring to be careless, dodged swiftly. The teacup grazed past his face, narrowly missing him. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted from behind the city wall. Yu Huaji turned around to see a massive gap where the wall had collapsed, his face showing a fleeting expression of fear. Ling Mu noticed Yu Huaji's reaction and smiled slyly. "Consider this a small warning. If you continue to be stubborn, don't blame me for taking action and bringing this entire city wall down in an instant." At that moment, Yu Huang, his bloodshot eyes filled with despair, approached the top of the city wall and sent a message to his father, Yuhuaji. Father, perhaps we should surrender. When nations go to war, it's the people who suffer. Besides, we are no match for the old emperor of the great Ling dynasty. Surrender? Yuhuaji sneered coldly. How did I raise such a coward? With that, he took out an incense stick gifted by Li Zhoujun and lit it without hesitation. Yu Huang watched helplessly, despair washing over him as he thought, Father has already started burning incense for me. It seems he's resolved to face death. What are you doing? Ling Mu asked, puzzled by the strange scene before him. The battle is about to begin. Why are you lighting an incense stick? You'll understand soon enough. Yuhuaji chuckled lightly. When a true immortal intervenes, a mere nascent soul cultivator like Ling Mu is nothing. Humph, don't think you can stall for time. This incense is for your descendants to light after you're gone. Ling Mu sensed something amiss and immediately issued an order to the divine elephant army behind him. All troops, prepare for battle. At your command. The thunderous response of the divine elephant army shook the heavens. Attack. Ling Mu's command was followed by the deafening march of the army advancing toward Shunyu City. The ground quaked beneath the ironclad torrent of soldiers. The terrifying aspect of this army lay in their heavy armor, impenetrable and indestructible, capable of withstanding attacks even from nascent soul cultivators, comparable to 6th grade treasures. I gave you a chance, and you squandered it. Don't blame me for what happens next, Ling Mu declared arrogantly from atop his imperial chariot. To his surprise, Yuhuaji remained calm and composed. Ling Mu, I could say the same thing to you. Arrogant fool. Ling Mu, enraged by Yuhuaji's attitude, silently vowed to hang the old man on the city wall for 3 days and nights as an example. Just as the situation was about to explode into full conflict, a celestial sword suddenly descended from the sky. Its aura swept across the battlefield, disrupting the flow of spiritual energy. Before the 3 golden armored war elephants pulling Ling Mu's chariot, the sword carved a massive trench thousands of feet long, cutting off the great Ling dynasty's advance entirely. Who dares? Ling Mu's face darkened as he gripped the window frame of his chariot, his hand crushing the wood into splinters. Staring at the suspended sword in the sky, he muttered in disbelief, a celestial sword? How is this possible? As Ling Mu looked up at the celestial sword suspended high in the air, a figure in a green robe suddenly appeared beside the flying sword. Yunju Mountain Lord? Ling Mu's eyes widened in disbelief as he blurted out the name. As an important minister of the Great Ling dynasty, he was all too familiar with this legendary figure who had famously hunted down the sea-swallowing demon sovereign. The dynasty had even commissioned a portrait of the Yunju Mountain Lord, ensuring that anyone could recognize him at a glance. Yuhuaji sharply inhaled, startled. Only now did he realize that he had already crossed paths with this renowned figure of Qingzhou. You know me? Li Zhoujun glanced at Ling Mu, slightly surprised. Ling Mu bowed respectfully. Mountain Lord, your feat of single-handedly chasing the sea-swallowing demon sovereign into the deep seas has spread across all of Qingzhou. How could an old man like me not recognize you? Yet inwardly, he was puzzled how could someone as insignificant as Yuhuaji, merely at the void immortal stage, have any connection with a being of such stature as the Yunju Mountain Lord? Nearby, the Feather Emperor was equally shocked. Father, how on earth do you know the Yunju Mountain Lord? Yuhuaji smiled smugly. Your father may lack extraordinary talent, but I've been blessed with extraordinary luck. Without it, I would have been stuck at the nascent soul stage long ago. Very well, you may leave now, Li Zhoujun said with a slight nod toward Ling Mu. I owe the divine Feather Dynasty a favor. Do not return here for the next 1,000 years. Ling Mu, who had been so overbearing earlier, now stood humble and deferential before Li Zhoujun. This old man takes his leave. He was well aware that even an ordinary mountain lord of the Dao Tian sect was not someone a mere integration stage cultivator like himself could afford to offend. If the Dao Tian sect wished to destroy the great Ling dynasty, it would take no more than a single command. Once Ling Mu departed, Li Zhoujun turned to Yuhuaji and said with a smile, Former Emperor, we are even now. Do you have any objections? If not for the Mountain Lord's intervention, my divine Feather Dynasty would surely have been reduced to history today. Yuhuaji replied hastily. Might the Mountain Lord come down for a cup of tea before leaving? No need. The debt is repaid, and I shall take my leave, Li Zhoujun said. Before his words fully settled, his figure had already vanished. Yuhuaji's expression grew solemn as he turned to the Feather Emperor. We have 1,000 years. If you cannot break through to the integration stage by then, our divine Feather Dynasty will still face inevitable annexation by the Great Ling Dynasty. The Feather Emperor forced a bitter smile. Advancing from the peak of the nascent soul stage to the integration stage was an entire major realm apart. How could it be so easily achieved? After all, not everyone could possess the unparalleled talent of the Yunju Mountain Lord. Elsewhere, Li Zhoujun arrived at a tea house, intending to rest briefly before returning to the Daotian sect. The master of Yunju Mountain, though only in his 40s, had already ascended to the realm of a true immortal. He was strikingly handsome, with a face as refined as jade and a commanding presence. Wielding a pristine white longsword, he showcased his unparalleled might outside Linhai City, cutting down countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals with a single swing. Even more astonishing was his solo pursuit of the swallowing sea demon sovereign, chasing the creature into the deep sea and leaving the entire sea tribe in turmoil. At this moment, in a tea house, Li Zhoujun sat quietly, listening to a storyteller recounting this tale. The audience below was fully engrossed, their tea-drinking movements slowed to avoid missing a single word. Li Zhoujun couldn't help but smile faintly, amused by the unexpected way his fame had spread. In truth, aside from the battle where he pursued the swallowing sea demon sovereign, he had little interaction with the sea tribe. Most of the lower-ranked sea creatures hadn't even noticed when two true immortals swept past them. That said, he had to admit the storyteller's narrative was captivating. So much so that even he, the protagonist, was thoroughly entertained. While Li Zhoujun was immersed in his legendary story, deep in the waters near the Qingzhou border, several terrifying divine senses were converging. The owners of these senses were the oldest and most powerful beings in the vast ocean. That useless swallowing sea demon sovereign has made our sea tribe a laughingstock among the humans. One divine sense sneered. But that Yunju mountain master is indeed dangerous. To reach the 5th grade true immortal level by fort if he continues to grow, he'll become a grave threat to our sea tribe. So, who will take him out? A heavy silence followed. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? The same voice taunted. No one dares to take on the task? A mere 5th grade mid-level true immortal isn't worth my effort. Another divine sense responded arrogantly. At that moment, a clear and youthful voice broke through. Ill go. You old relics. All you ever do is scheme and flap your gums. How dare you? AOU. You are just a newly ascended 7th grade little WIRM. Watch your tone. So what if I'm arrogant? If you're not happy about it, come fight me. Let's see if you're good for anything besides talking. Or better yet, name a place and it'll come to you. As AOU's words fell, the sea grew eerily quiet. A bunch of decrepit fools, AOU scoffed. You're too scared to even set foot on land. Unlike those two second-generation disciples of the Daotian sect who didn't know their limits. You're worse than the swallowing sea demon sovereign. Before his voice faded, a thunderous dragon roar reverberated through the deep sea. A colossal true dragon, shrouded in mist, suddenly burst from the ocean, sending waves towering into the sky. The dragon's massive form quickly transformed into a young man in white, none other than AOU. Li Zhoujun. AOU licked the corner of his mouth. Don't disappoint me. It's worth noting that although AOU had now achieved the form of a true dragon, he was not of true dragon bloodline. He was originally a white carp that cultivated and transformed into a dragon. This background, coupled with the fact that humans often consumed carp as food, had instilled in AOU a deep disdain for humans, making him more aligned with the sea tribe. In a small-town tea house, the crisp sound of a wooden clapper echoed, marking the end of the legendary tale of the master of Yunju Mountain. The diners inside were still engrossed, their expressions attentive. Master, is it really possible for someone to achieve the realm of true immortality before the age of 100? A young man asked, turning to the elderly man in white beside him, who was leisurely sipping his tea. Ha ha ha, the old man chuckled, setting down his teacup with a smile. The day the sea clans attacked Linhai City, I was there to witness it myself. The boy's eyes sparkled with admiration for the legendary master of Yunju Mountain, secretly wishing that he could one day become such a formidable figure. Li Zhoujun glanced at the storyteller, who was packing up his belongings and leaving with a cheerful expression. He nodded to himself, amused. This storyteller does have potential, he thought. I didn't even realize I was portrayed as being this incredible. Just as he was about to get up and leave, a conversation from the table next to him caught his attention. Have you heard? There's a demon hiding in the Sunset Mountain range to the east, known for harvesting the hearts of young boys for cultivation. The Daotian sect has already sent Morong Shui, the master of Lingshua Mountain, to eliminate him. Li Zhoujun pondered for a moment before deciding to head to the Sunset Mountain range to investigate. Even if he couldn't help, he could treat it as a leisurely excursion. Deep within the Sunset Mountain range, a figure in a black robe darted swiftly through the dense forest. Beneath the robe was a pale, sinister-looking young man whose eyes burned with malice. He turned back to glare at the woman in white who was pursuing him, Morong Shui herself. Master Morong, why do you insist on this? I'm merely taking the lives of a few insignificant ants for my cultivation, the young man in black shouted as he fled. But Morong Shui remained unfazed, quickening her pace to close the distance. Realizing he had ventured deep into the heart of the mountain range, surrounded by towering trees with no reinforcements in sight, The black-robed youth gritted his teeth and came to an abrupt stop. Swish! A sharp blade of light slashed toward him. Although he managed to dodge in time, a thin wound appeared on his body. Behind him, over a dozen massive trees were severed, crashing to the ground with a thunderous roar. This woman from the Dao Tian sect, what terrifying power! The young man in black gasped, drawing a sharp breath. Though they were both in the fusion realm, he was acutely aware of the vast gap in their strength. After all, Murong Shui had grown up in Dao Tian sect, where the resources for cultivation and the foundation she had built were undeniably superior, like comparing a thatched hut to a luxurious villa. Faced with the taunts of the young man in the black robe, Murong Shui wasted no words. With a swift swing of her 3-foot-long sword, a sharp wave of sword energy surged straight toward her opponent. Her dismissive attitude ignited Zhao Pingjian's fury, but under the threat of that fierce sword energy, his body reacted instinctively, rolled clumsily to the side to dodge. Yao Nu, are you just going to keep hiding? Zhao Pengyun scrambled to his feet, his expression dark and unsightly as he shouted. Oh, Zhao Danu, what's this? Do you actually need my help? A silvery, bell-like laugh echoed through the forest as a dense black mist began to rise. If Li Zhoujun were present, he might have thought of the cackling of an old hen, but in this moment, the sight made Murong Shui's expression turn instantly grave. Yao Nu, a master of poison arts at the integration realm, was so deadly that even brushing past her could mean being poisoned. To think that these two were in cahoots. Before Murong Shui could dwell on this realization, the thick black mist enveloped her completely, cutting off her vision and all her senses in an instant. Wherever the mist passed, the vegetation withered immediately. Sensing the danger, Murong Shui quickly circulated her spiritual energy, sealing her nostrils and forming a protective barrier around her body. At that moment, several identical figures of a white-haired woman emerged within the mist, surrounding her and launching simultaneous attacks. With her senses blocked, Murong Shui couldn't distinguish the real from the fake and could only rely on her battle instincts to raise her sword in defense. With a metallic clang, one of the white-haired women struck her blade with a hand adorned with pitch-black nails. Impressive, Lingshu, a mountain lord. The white-haired woman chuckled eerily before vanishing into the mist like a specter. Murong Shui glanced at her sword and saw that the area where it had been struck had turned jet black. Clearly, her opponent's hands were laced with deadly poison. Before she could catch her breath, Yao Nu and Zhao Pengyun launched a combined assault, closing in on her from the front and back through the black mist. Mountain Lord Murong, Zhao Pengyun sneered with a twisted grin. Trying to hunt me down comes with a price. Murong Shui's expression grew even more serious. She formed a hand seal with one hand, conjuring a wall of frost behind her to block Zhao Pengyun, hoping to focus her attention on Yao Nu. Just then, Yao Nu appeared a mere 3 steps away, opening her mouth to unleash a dense plume of black mist. Murong Shui swiftly dodged to the side, trying to escape the mist's range. Boom! The frost wall shattered. Zhao Pengyun, having broken through the barrier, unleashed a powerful palm strike toward Murong Shui. Bang! A loud crash echoed as Murong Shui raised her sword to block. Zhao Pengyun's palm strike landed heavily on the blade, sending a massive force rippling through it. The impact forced her to retreat step by step until she exited the range of the dark mist and finally regained her footing. Zhao Pengyun, you're nothing but a useless fool who ruins everything, the medicine woman scolded with a frown. Medicine woman, could you at least be a bit more polite? After all, we are cultivation partners, Zhao Pengyun retorted, his own brows furrowing in displeasure. The medicine woman let out a cold laugh, thinking to herself that if not for his willingness to serve as her test subject for medicines, she would have disposed of him long ago. Don't let that wretched woman escape. After chasing me all this way, if I don't finish her off today, I won't be able to calm my anger. Zhao Pengyun growled through gritted teeth. Enough with the nonsense. Finish her quickly. If the experts from Dao Tian sect catch up, neither of us will get out alive, the medicine woman urged him. Without wasting any more time, the two of them raced after the direction Murong Shui had retreated. As soon as they emerged from the dark mist, a sharp flash of sword light came slashing toward them. The medicine woman flipped her palm, releasing dozens of silver needles that shot out like a torrential rain, shattering the sword light into pieces. My dear Murong Mountain Master, aren't you being a bit too bold? Why haven't you run away yet? Seeing that Murong Shui hadn't fled, Zhao Pengyun's face twisted into a sinister grin. Murong Shui let out a cold snort, silently calculating her next move. She had already notified her sex experts. She just needed to hold out a little longer, and these two would have no escape. I just love that icy demeanor of yours. Soon, I'll have you begging on your knees. Zhao Pengyun sneered as a flash of light appeared in his hands, summoning a pair of natal treasuries, a long and short sword known as the Yin-Yang twin blades. With the medicine woman backing him up, he no longer hesitated and charged forward with his swords. Sword light filled the air as trees around them fell one after another. Seizing the right moment, the medicine woman unleashed another volley of silver needles that tore through the air. Although Morong Shui managed to fend off Zhao Pengyun, she couldn't fully neutralize the onslaught of needles. Several pierced her body, and she let out a muffled groan of pain. Morong Mountain Master, you've been struck by my blossom needles. Within 10 hours, you won't be able to use even a shred of spiritual energy. The medicine woman gloated with a triumphant smile. Morong Shui felt a numbness spreading through her body. No matter how she tried to circulate her energy, she found herself unable to summon even the slightest bit of spiritual power. Despair surged in her heart as regret consumed her. She shouldn't have been so overconfident and should have left earlier. Morong Mountain Master, without your spiritual energy, you're no different from a mortal. Now, how should I exact revenge for your pursuit of me? Zhao Pengyun's gaze lingered on Morong Shui's graceful figure, his throat dry with temptation. But he quickly suppressed his wicked thoughts. As a demonic cultivator who had reached the integration realm, he knew all too well that this was no time to lose control. Although he wanted to seize Morong Shui and take her away directly, he hesitated. The medicine maiden, being his apparent Dao companion, might retaliate in anger by poisoning him with a debilitating drug, and that would spell disaster for him. Zhao Pengyun's expression darkened. With a slight flick of his wrist, he controlled the paired swords to rise into the air, shooting like lightning straight for Morong Shui's heart. As the gleaming blade rapidly enlarged in her vision, Morong Shui tried to raise her sword to block it, only to find her arm had lost all strength. Despair spread through her eyes as she thought bitterly, "It's such a pity I never got to express my feelings to him." Just as she closed her eyes, awaiting death, a melodious laugh echoed from ahead. "Mountain Lord Morong, it seems I've saved your life once again." Her eyes snapped open, and she saw a figure in green robes standing before her. She had no idea when he had appeared. His frame was somewhat slender, but with a casual sweep of his hand, he effortlessly deflected the whistling swords to the ground. In that moment, this figure loomed impossibly large in Morong Shui's heart. "Li Zhoujun," she murmured, attempting to speak. But her body collapsed from the effects of the poison. As she fell to the side, Li Zhoujun, as if he had eyes on the back of his head, turned and caught her in his arms. A faint fragrance wafted over, but his expression instantly grew icy. "How would you two like to die?" he asked coldly, his gaze fixed on the medicine maiden and Zhao Pengyun. "Arrogant fool." Zhao Pengyun sneered. "Even Morong Shui of the Dao Tian sect was no match for us. Who do you think you are?" The medicine maiden narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing the young man who had suddenly appeared. Given the great distance between Dao Tian sect and this place, they couldn't immediately identify Li Zhoujun. Clearly, they hadn't recognized the renowned mountain lord of Yunju, whose name had recently spread far and wide. Though they had heard of him, they had never seen him in person, nor could they have imagined that a true immortal-level powerhouse would personally pursue cultivators in the fusion stage. "Enough talk. Let's finish this quickly," the medicine maiden transmitted to Zhao Pengyun. "This man's ability to block the paired swords is no small feat. Stick to our coordinated tactics." "Don't worry. I wasn't even using half my strength earlier," Zhao Pengyun replied with a smug grin as he summoned the paired swords back to him. The medicine maiden's flying flower needles rained down like a storm as the two launched a simultaneous attack on Li Zhoujun. Li Zhoujun let out a cold snort. As a cultivator at the peak of the fusion stage, dealing with two latest-stage fusion cultivators required neither his flying sword nor his full strength. However, with Morong Shui gravely injured, he had no intention of prolonging the fight. A celestial sword emerged, radiating a brilliant, inspiring light. The terrifying sword aura instantly blanketed the entire area. Under its oppressive force, the medicine maiden's flying flower needles clattered to the ground, while Zhao Pengyun stood frozen in place. "A celestial sword?" Zhao Pengyun exclaimed in shock. The medicine maiden's pupils contracted sharply. At that moment, she finally recalled the figure described in the rumors: green robes paired with a celestial sword. Could it be that they had truly encountered the legendary true immortal, the mountain lord of Yunju? As Zhao Pengyun stood frozen in shock, the sword light had already swept through his body. The mighty cultivator at the integration stage didn't even have time to react before being obliterated in both body and soul by that single strike. Witnessing this, the medicine woman was struck with sheer terror. Without hesitation, she transformed into a streak of light and fled into the distance at full speed. "Do you think you can escape?" Li Zhoujun's lips curled into a cold smile. With a mere thought, his celestial sword began to hum and vibrate. A majestic wave of sword energy roared through the air, bearing down on the woman's back with overwhelming force. "No." Feeling the devastating sword intent approaching, the medicine woman was filled with despair. "A true immortal? Really? Can't you have a little dignity? To kill someone like me, an integration stage cultivator, a tribulation stage would have sufficed. You, a true immortal, personally taking action should I cry or laugh. But such thoughts vanished in an instant. In the face of that celestial sword, her once proud integration stage cultivation was as feeble as a newborn, utterly powerless to resist. Boom. With a deafening explosion, the medicine woman also met her end under the sword's radiance. After dispatching the two integration stage cultivators, Li Zhoujun retrieved his flying sword and immediately examined Morong Shue's injuries. A quick sweep with his divine sense brought him relief. She can be saved. He then placed his palm on Morong Shue's delicate shoulder, channeling his spiritual energy to expel the floral needles embedded in her body. Meanwhile, on the path leading to the Dao Tian sect, a young man in white silently appeared. It was Aoyu, the true dragon from the sea domain. He carefully studied the portrait of Li Zhoujun in his hand, committing the features to memory before putting it away. Surveying the picturesque surroundings, he murmured, "Such beautiful mountains and rivers. I'll wait here for the master of Yunju Mountain to return to Dao Tian sect." Time passed, and night soon fell. By then, Li Zhoujun had successfully extracted all the floral needles from Morong Shue's body. Suddenly, a plain-looking young man emerged from the forest. "Villain, release the girl in your arms." The moment he laid eyes on Morong Shue's stunning beauty, he was utterly captivated. Her hair flows like clouds over her snow-like cheeks. How could such a breathtaking woman exist in this world? The young man felt a surge of self-satisfaction. 3 years ago, during his training, he had stumbled upon a mysterious cave and spiritual spring in the Sunset Mountains that only appeared at night. Thanks to that discovery, his cultivation had broken through to the Golden Core stage, granting him the chance to play the hero today. He was convinced that fate itself had smiled upon him, presenting him the opportunity to win the heart of this unparalleled beauty. After all, achieving a breakthrough from the Foundation Establishment stage to the Golden Core realm within just 3 years is indeed an accomplishment that many cultivators can only dream of. Li Zhoujun glanced at the young man who had appeared out of nowhere, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. This ordinary-looking youth, with a bone age of no more than 30, had already reached the Golden Core realm, a rare talent, especially in the lower realms. It's worth noting that many Foundation Establishment cultivators, despite living for 2 centuries, might never succeed in forming a Golden Core. However, the current situation left Li Zhoujun both amused and exasperated. The youth had mistaken him for a flower thief. With his current reputation and appearance, all he had to do was send out word, and countless beauties would willingly flock to him. Why would he stoop to such despicable acts? "Thief, prepare to die," the young man shouted sternly. His figure blurred as he charged at Li Zhoujun, spiritual energy surging within him, and launched a fierce double-palm strike. Seeing that the young man had good intentions but acted recklessly, Li Zhoujun had no desire to harm him. With a casual wave of his sleeve, a mighty gust of spiritual energy swept forth like a storm. The youth's eyes widened in shock as he felt the world spin around him. The force sent him flying back dozens of steps before he barely managed to steady himself. "Thief!" the young man bellowed again, though a trace of fear lingered in his heart. Still, he remained defiant, for he wouldn't have ventured into the Sunset Mountain range at night without confidence in his abilities. Holding Morong Shue in one arm, Li Zhoujun sighed helplessly and said, "You fool! Why resort to violence without distinguishing right from wrong? Look at Mado, I seem like someone who would stoop to such deeds. Humph! This world is full of beasts in human clothing, who would wear the word thief on their face." The young man sneered coldly. Li Zhoujun shook his head inwardly, thinking to himself that this was clearly a hot-headed fool driven by his impulses. "Then, what do you intend to do? Put down the girl in your arms, and I might spare your life," the young man declared arrogantly. Amused, Li Zhoujun chuckled. "And if I refuse?" The youth chuckled darkly in return, pulling out a bamboo whistle and blowing into it. "I've already called for help. You'll regret it." This whistle had been a gift from a nascent soul tiger demon who had granted the youth 3 instances of assistance within the Sunset Mountain range as thanks for saving its cub. Yet, after a long while, the tiger demon was nowhere to be seen. The young man began to panic inwardly. The last time he blew the whistle, the tiger demon had arrived instantly. Why was it behaving so strangely today? Forcing himself to remain calm, he said, "Don't be impatient, I'll be here soon." Meanwhile, deep within the forest, a burly woman was sprinting away with a tiger cub in hand, cursing under her breath. "That little bastard's trying to get me killed. He dares provoke a true immortal? Is he out of his mind?" The earlier sword aura had terrified her to the core. Was undoubtedly the work of a true immortal. Li Zhoujun, seeing the situation, decided he had no interest in further entanglement with this fool. Just as he was about to turn and leave, Morong Shue, nestled in his arms, let out a faint moan. The sound made him pause in his tracks. "You're awake," Li Zhoujun said with a gentle smile. Morong Shue nestled in his arms, feeling his warmth as a faint blush spread across her cheeks. Miss, don't worry. I'll get you out of here soon, a young man shouted anxiously upon seeing Morong Shui awake. Why hasn't that tigress shown up yet? Morong Shui froze for a moment, clearly confused about the situation. Li Zhoujun sighed helplessly and explained. Apparently, I've become a flower thief. Ha. Morong Shui couldn't hold back her bell-like laughter. The next moment, Li Zhoujun unceremoniously tossed her aside. I'm still injured, you know? Don't you have any sympathy for a delicate lady? Morong Shui complained, steadying herself while blinking at him. With a laugh like that, it seems you're doing just fine, Li Zhoujun retorted, rolling his eyes. The young man stood there awkwardly, watching the playful exchange between the two. He suddenly realized he'd made a huge mistake. This girl clearly knew the flower thief. Ahem, well, I have something to do, so I'll take my leave now. The young man stammered and quickly turned to leave. Li Zhoujun didn't stop the golden core stage cultivator. Instead, he turned to Morong Shui and asked, why is it that every time I see you, you're in some kind of trouble? You're a bit fragile, aren't you? Fighting strong opponents is the only way to improve my cultivation, Morong Shui replied after a moment of thought. After all, if I don't, how can I ever keep up with you? One step at a time. If you're too impatient, you'll end up choking yourself, Li Zhoujun said with a resigned tone. You're over 100 years older than me, yet I still have to teach you these basic truths. Damn it. Morong Shui's lips twitched. Her mind, once full of things to say, suddenly went blank, leaving her without the will to argue. Let's go back to Daotian sect, Li Zhoujun said. Morong Shui nodded reluctantly, her mood visibly sour. What's wrong? Are you upset? Li Zhoujun teased. No. Morong Shui forced a smile. Good. If you were mad, I wouldn't have any candy to cheer you up. Get lost. Morong Shui growled through gritted teeth. Li Zhoujun wisely stepped aside, muttering, the ancients were right, women really do change their moods faster than flipping a page. On their way back to Daotian sect, Aou sat idly under a melon trellis by the roadside. He was leisurely munching on a sweet, juicy watermelon while grumbling. This melon is pretty good, really sweet. But when is Li Zhoujun coming back? At this rate, I'm going to finish off this entire melon field. Suddenly, Aou's brow furrowed as he noticed a streak of light shooting across the night sky. It was Li Zhoujun returning on his sword. A sly grin spread across Aou's face as he gathered his energy, preparing to launch a deadly sneak attack. After all, the master of Yunju Mountain was only a 5th grade true immortal. Although Aou was arrogant, he always adhered to one principle: to remain hidden whenever possible. It was this caution that allowed him to transform from an ordinary carp into a true dragon, soaring through the 9 heavens. With both palms outstretched, he unleashed a terrifying force that instantly condensed into a colossal hand, blotting out the sky as it descended heavily toward the location of Li Zhoujun and Morong Shui. Under this earth-shattering strike, even the heavens seemed to lose their luster. A cold smirk appeared on Aou's lips, convinced that Li Zhoujun was doomed. Riding his flying sword, Li Zhoujun suddenly sensed an anomaly. Looking up, he saw a massive hand as large as a mountain pressing down from above. A true immortal level attack? Who could it be? His brows furrowed as he immediately activated his special ability, causing his cultivation to surge instantly to the 7th rank of the true immortal realm. Behind him, Morong Shui stood frozen in shock at the unexpected turn of events. Without hesitation, Li Zhoujun threw a punch to counter the attack. As his fist struck out, the void itself trembled. Boom! The collision of fist and palm unleashed a terrifying shockwave, sweeping across a radius of thousands of miles. Impossible. A mere 5th-rank true immortal. How could he withstand my full-strength strike? As the dust cleared, Aou's face darkened like iron as he stared at the unharmed Li Zhoujun. A sudden sense of alarm struck him. Could it be that those ancient sea monsters wanted to see both sides suffer, so they could eliminate him upon his return to the sea? The thought filled Aou with rage, and without hesitation, he turned and vanished into the void. Returning to the depths of the sea, several divine senses immediately reached out with inquiries. Aou, young one, do you bring good news? With your strength, the Cloud Mountain Master should have been no match for you. Aou sneered inwardly at these old schemers, vying to benefit from his efforts. He responded calmly, I merely circled around the entrance of Daotian sect. I didn't encounter any Cloud Mountain Master. What? You went to Daotian sect? And those 2 old monsters didn't attack you? The divine senses grew restless. They vividly remembered Daotian sect's true immortals, Lord Listening Moon and Lord Watching Sunday. Once, the Sea Clans, led by several true immortals, had launched an assault on Qingzhou, only to be utterly routed by these 2. Even the Sea Clan's true immortals had been pursued relentlessly, fleeing in disarray. Seeing Aou return unscathed, the minds of these old monsters began to stir. Those 2 second-generation disciples of Daotian sect must have ascended to the celestial realm by now, haven't they? Aou nodded in agreement, though he knew the truth. The spot he had chosen to observe Dao Tian sect was far from its main ground. She wouldn't dare gamble on whether those two ancient beings were still in the mortal world. Are you certain you haven't deceived us? Several old monsters stared intently at Aou, their expressions grave and their eyes glinting with suspicion. Aou sneered inwardly. These old monsters, who had cultivated to the pinnacle of the true immortal realm, might appear harmonious on the surface, but beneath lay hidden malice. They all knew that anyone who had reached such a level of cultivation must possess numerous treasures. If given the chance, they would strike without hesitation. Even if their target had no treasures, devouring their flesh and blood could still enhance their own cultivation. Facing their skepticism, Aou remained composed. If they sent trusted subordinates to investigate Qingzhou, he would ambush them midway, using every method to turn them into his own pawns. If they sent avatars instead, he would simply obliterate them and frame the Yunju Mountain Lord, leaving no trace. Why would I need to deceive you? Aou snorted coldly, feigning impatience. Believe it or not, if there's nothing else, leave at once. Though Aou's attitude angered the seed-welling old monsters, their cunning minds knew that creating enmity over pride was meaningless. Losing a fight could cost their lives, while winning but being gravely injured would only invite others to exploit their weakness. To them, survival and cultivation were all that truly mattered. Once the others withdrew their spiritual senses, Aou's expression remained calm as he returned to the secret chamber of the Dragon Palace. Only then did he burst into hearty laughter. As the sky began to brighten, Murong Shui, on her way to Dao Tian sect, still felt a lingering fear as she recalled that strike. That must have been the power of a 7th-grade true immortal. Yet, she was no longer surprised by Li Zhoujuan's ability to withstand such an attack. Every time she thought she had seen his limits, he would always manage to surprise her anew. At this point, she wouldn't even be shocked if someone claimed he had fought against an immortal lord. Perhaps, Li Zhoujun replied with a faint smile. Seeing that he had no intention of elaborating, Murong Shui shifted the topic. After you left last time, Jinyun Taishang came looking for you. Jinyun Taishang? Li Zhoujun paused briefly before realization dawned. You mean the previous mountain lords of Yunju Mountain? Yes, Murong Shui confirmed with a nod. By now, the two had returned to Dao Tian sect. Along their path, disciples greeted them with respect. Greetings, mountain lords. The disciples' gazes toward Li Zhoujun were filled with reverence. Recently, countless tales about this Yunju mountain lord had been circulating, making him a role model in the hearts of many. Along the way, many female disciples caught sight of Li Zhoujun in his flowing green robe, their eyes filled with admiration. The master of Yunju Mountain exuded elegance with every move, truly embodying the phrase, a gentleman unparalleled in the world. Despite their gazes, Li Zhoujun maintained a gentle, approachable smile, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. As they walked, Li Zhoujun suddenly sensed something unusual. He turned to Murong Shui and asked, why is it that, along the way, aside from the two of us, I can't sense the presence of any other mountain masters? They're all in seclusion. Murong Shui replied with a hint of helplessness in her tone. She thought to herself, it's all because of you, this guy who's shaken them up so much. Those lofty mountain masters, claiming they needed to travel the world to clear their minds, have actually hidden a way to compete even harder in private. Fair enough, Li Zhoujun said with a slight nod. As they spoke, the two reached a fork in the path. Murong Shui's gaze sparkled as she threw him a playful look. Don't rush back just yet. How about coming to my mountain for a cup of tea? Li Zhoujun instinctively touched his waist, an awkward smile spreading across his face. Next time, for sure, next time. With that, he turned into a streak of light and soared into the sky, heading straight for Yunju Mountain. Watching his retreating figure, Murong Shui touched her face in disbelief. Am I really that scary? Upon returning to Yunju Palace, Li Zhoujun heard the sounds of sparring coming from the courtyard. Senior sister's sword techniques have a touch of master's style so impressive. Junior sister Lu, you're amazing too. It turned out that Su Nan and Lu Zining were practicing with each other in the courtyard. Li Zhoujun smiled softly. These two young girls had already broken through to the mid-stage of the Foundation establishment realm. It seemed they hadn't slacked off in his absence. That's enough for today, junior sister Lu, Su Nan said cheerfully as she sheathed her sword. I'm already so strong. Let's take a break today. Later, we can head to the lake and ask the 9 Uncle Jiao to catch us some fish. Last time, Big Uncle Jiao even praised my cooking. Lu Zining wiped the corner of her mouth, hesitating as she glanced at her small belly. Senior sister, isn't that a bit much? She thought about how those fish were nourished by spiritual energy. She was already developing a little belly, but senior sister's cooking was too tempting to resist. What's wrong with that? It'd be a waste not to enjoy the skills I've worked so hard to perfect. Come on, let's go, Sunan said, tugging at Lu Zining to head to the lake. Just then, Li Zhoujun's calm voice interrupted them. How about taking me along? I'd like to try your cooking too. Sure, sure. The more, the merrier. Sunan replied, patting her chest with her eyes closed. Senior sister, it's master. Lu Xening blushed and nudged Sunan's arm. Master or not, it's fine. Worst case, he'll treat master to a feast. Wait, what? Master? Master is back? Sunan's eyes shot open, and when she saw Li Zhoujun standing at the courtyard entrance, she immediately plastered on an awkward smile. Master, I can explain. Seeing Sunan's flustered expression, Li Zhoujun wanted to laugh but instead sighed. If you slack off now, what will you do in the future if trouble arises and I'm not around to help you? Master, I know I was wrong. I promise to train diligently next time. Sunan stuck out her pink tongue playfully, her expression full of mischief. You little rascal. Li Zhoujun shook his head helplessly, his gaze resting on the majestic Yunju mountain before him. At that moment, Mu Taiyu's figure appeared at the mountain gate. Sect Master, Li Zhoujun greeted with a slight bow. Behind him, Sunan and Lu Jini immediately followed suit, bowing deeply. Disciples pay respect to the sect master. Ha ha ha. Mu Taiyu waved his hand with a smile. The current mountain master is now a true immortal. I am unworthy of such formalities. His gaze swept over the two young disciples, and he remarked with admiration, these two disciples of Mountain Master Li are truly exceptional. What an excellent choice. You flatter me, Sect Master. Li Zhoujun replied humbly. Mountain Master Li, don't be so modest, or this old face of mine will have nowhere to hide. Mu Taiyu joked before his expression turned serious. By the way, with your current cultivation level, it seems that continuing to serve as the Mountain Master might no longer be appropriate. What do you mean by that? Li Zhoujun asked, slightly taken aback. Instead of answering directly, Mu Taiyu gestured invitingly. Please, Mountain Master, accompany me to the Supreme Hall. The elders have been waiting for some time. Before leaving, Li Zhoujun instructed Sunan, don't get carried away. Remember to bring your junior sister Lu along for cultivation. Don't worry, Master. Sunan responded cheerfully, waving playfully. On the way, Mu Taiyu introduced the three elders waiting in the Supreme Hall: Jin Yunzi, the former Mountain Master of Yunju Mountain, Fen Shanzhenren, the former Mountain Master of Huafeng Mountain, and Wu Chunzi, the former Mountain Master of Tianjin Mountain, all of whom were at the third-grade true immortal level. As they approached the Supreme Hall, its doors opened on their own. A plain-clothed elder with flowing white eyebrows stepped out to greet them. It was Zhan Yunzi. Circling Li Zhoujun 3 times with an approving gaze, he exclaimed, Excellent, excellent. Such demeanor, such talent, truly 1 in 10,000. Disciple Li Zhoujun greets the former Mountain Master, Li Zhoujun said, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by Zhan Yunzi's enthusiasm. I heard you single-handedly repelled a 5th-grade true immortal of the Sea Clan? Zhan Yunzi inquired with great interest. It was merely luck. The swallowing sea demon sovereign had no intention of a prolonged battle. Otherwise, it would have ended in mutual destruction, Li Zhoujun replied modestly. The younger generation always surpasses the old, Zhan Yunzi remarked with a sigh. Your current cultivation level even makes this old man feel ashamed. Surpassing those who came before is only natural. As a disciple, I must not bring dishonor to the legacy of the Mountain Masters, Li Zhoujun replied earnestly. Ha ha ha, you young rascal, I like you. Zhan Yunzi laughed heartily. Although Li Zhoujun had reached the 5th-grade true immortal level, Zhan Yunzi treated him with the same casual warmth as before. Ha ha ha, seeing truly is believing. Master of Yunju Mountain, you indeed live up to your reputation as the most outstanding talent of our Dao Tian sect. If this old man were younger and a woman, I would surely be utterly captivated by you. With this hearty laughter, an elder clad in a fiery red robe stepped out of the grand hall. Behind him hovered a blazing true flame. As dazzling and radiant as the scorching sunite was none other than the old master of Huafeng Mountain, the venerable Zhenjuan Fenshan. Beside him stood another elder, meticulously dressed and composed. None other than Wuchenzi, the old master of Tianjin Mountain. Li Zhoujun, upon hearing Zhenjuan Fenshan's words, was momentarily stunned, his body involuntarily twitching. The old man's words were just too direct. Zhenjuan Fenshan looked at Zhen Yunzi with eyes full of admiration, thinking to himself, Yunju Mountain must have been struck by heavenly lightning to produce such a peerless prodigy. He recalled how, back then, he had strung up the current master of Huafeng Mountain, Lu Yin, and beaten him for an entire day and night, just to force out whether he was hiding his cultivation level. In the end, the poor fellow fainted from the beating but didn't reveal a single word. Seeing that continuing would cost the man's life, he had no choice but to give up and accept this ordinary successor. Mu Taiyu stood silently on the side, watching the true immortals converse. As the sect leader, he couldn't help but feel a bit out of place after all. His cultivation level was the lowest among those present. Ahem, esteemed elders, about the important matter. Seeing the group engrossed in their discussion, Mu Taiyu, had to speak up to remind them. Ah, how forgetful of me, Jin Yunzi said, patting his head before turning to Li Zhoujun with a smile. Zhoujun, as you must know, in our Dao Tian sect, becoming a supreme elder requires the approval of the sect leader and the 3 supreme elders. The sect's rules are always etched in my heart, Li Zhoujun responded respectfully, already anticipating the situation. After a round of discussions, Li Zhoujun officially assumed the position of supreme elder in Dao Tian sect. This role not only granted him access to the Supreme Hall, a place rich in spiritual energy for cultivation, but also allowed him to mobilize sect resources within certain limits. At times, even the sect leader had to defer to the supreme elders. Most importantly, as a true immortal now, Li Zhoujun could ascend at any moment. It wouldn't do to leave Yunju Mountain without a leader. Mu Taiyu presented the supreme elder token with both hands, inwardly sighing, becoming a supreme elder at just over 40 years old. If this news spreads, I'll surely shock countless people. Finally, Jin Yunzi brought up the matter of choosing a successor for the position of Yunju Mountain Master. He expressed confidence in the 2 disciples Li Zhoujun had been training, believing they were both exceptional. With 2 true immortals guiding them, breaking through to the void immortal stage was only a matter of time. Li Zhoujun nodded silently. Unlike his own experience of taking on the role of Mountain Master alone, his 2 young disciples would have a more stable path ahead. After all, they had not just a supreme elder behind them, but also a highly respected senior to support them. That's enough, Xiaomu. There's nothing more for you to do here. Go and attend to other matters. As the leader of the sect, the burdens on your shoulders are far from light. True Lord Fenshan gestured with a wave of his hand. Junior takes his leave, Mu Taiyu replied respectfully, cupping his hands before turning to depart. Outwardly, he maintained a humble demeanor, but inwardly, he felt a bitter heaviness. The world only saw his position as the sect leader, high and mighty, but few understood the endless trivial matters he had to handle daily. Thinking back to recent events, he couldn't help but shake his head in private. Back then, true Lord Fenshan had unleashed his fury on Lu Yin. If not for Mu Taiyu's intervention, Lu Yin would likely have met his end. The incident caused quite a stir within the sect. Those haughty mountain lords, who usually strutted around with arrogance, quickly found excuses to enter seclusion, fearing their own ancestors might follow suit and conduct surprise inspections. What stung even more was true Lord Fenshan's disheartening remark. So, this junior of mine is truly this useless. Once those words spread, many responsibilities ended up falling onto Mu Taiyu's shoulders. He quietly calculated his next step. She needed to break through to the true immortal realm quickly. Whether to become a carefree elder or ascend to the immortal realm in pursuit of the true essence of Tao, either option was better than his current predicament. Xiaomu has actually done quite well as sect leader. I support him holding this position for another 1,000 years, true Lord Fenshan remarked with a cheerful smile, watching Mu Taiyu's departing figure. These words reached Mu Taiyu's ears before he had gone far, sending a chill down his spine. He quickened his pace, practically fleeing the scene. Come, Zhoujun. Now that you are the supreme elder of Dao Tian sect, you mustn't neglect to visit the Supreme Hall, Jin Yunzi said, turning to Li Zhoujun. True Lord Fenshan and Wu Chunzi both nodded warmly in agreement. Very well. I appreciate the old mountain lord's guidance, Li Zhoujun replied with a polite bow, following the 3 elders into the Supreme Hall. A dense spiritual energy, transformed into a white mist, greeted them as they entered. Jin Yunzi explained, the spiritual energy here is abundant, more than sufficient even for true immortals to cultivate. Only the sect leader and supreme elders are permitted to enter. Before he could finish speaking, Jin Yunzi waved his hand, and the surrounding scenery began to shift and swirl, eventually settling into a breathtakingly serene paradise. Verdant mountains encircled the area, clear rivers flowed endlessly, white clouds drifted leisurely, and scattered thatched cottages were nestled amidst the landscape, resembling a utopia untouched by the mortal world. This is a small separate world, a sanctuary where many of Dao Tian sect's supreme elders reside in seclusion. You may move here whenever you wish, though I sincerely hope you will ascend to the immortal realm and compete with the prodigies of the myriad races. With your talent, you should not be confined to the lower realm, Jin Yunzi said earnestly. I will remember the old mountain lord's words, Li Zhoujun responded solemnly. Immortal Lord Fenshan chuckled and said, all right, Brother Wuchen and I shall not disturb your reunion with the younger ones. Farewell. With that, he and Wuchenzi cupped their hands in salute to Jin Yunzi and Li Zhoujun before transforming into 2 streaks of light and disappearing into the horizon. As he watched the 2 leave, Jin Yunzi turned to Li Zhoujun with a kindly smile. Though you've already reached the realm of a 5th-rank true immortal, you're still young. Do you understand the subtle distinctions within the ranks of true immortals? Zhoujun is all ears, Li Zhoujun replied humbly. Jin Yunzi observed the younger man and nodded in approval. To have achieved such a level of cultivation that surpassed not only his peers but even many of the older generation, yet still remained so modest. This was truly rare. He thought to himself, if Li Zhoujun makes a name for himself in the immortal realms one day, I can certainly boast about having guided him. Setting aside his musings, Zhen Yunzi began to explain earnestly. The realm of true immortals is divided into 9 ranks. The first to third ranks are considered lower tier, the fourth to sixth ranks are middle tier, and the seventh to ninth ranks are upper tier. 2 second-generation ancestors of our Dao Tian sect's Supreme Hall reached the pinnacle of 9th rank true immortal 2 centuries ago. Unfortunately, due to the limitations of the lower realm, they were unable to break through to the heavenly immortal realm and had no choice but to ascend to the immortal realms. That's truly remarkable, Li Zhoujun exclaimed in admiration. Zhen Yunzi, however, shook his head. To be honest, those 2 ancestors' talents were not on par with yours. They cultivated in the Supreme Hall, where the abundance of spiritual energy rivals even remote areas of the immortal realms. Zhoujun is simply fortunate, Li Zhoujun responded with a modest smile. Old Mountain Lord, Li Zhoujun suddenly asked, what is the cultivation level of the strongest figure in our Daotian sect today? Zhen Yunzi stroked his beard and smiled mysteriously. The strongest cultivation level, you say? Even I cannot say for certain. But in the Tianyuan realm, it is more than sufficient. Li Zhoujun smiled at this response. Having such a powerful sect as his backing was indeed reassuring. Zhen Yunzi reminded him, you should attend to the responsibilities of the Mountain Lord. Though the Mountain Lords of Yunju across generations have all enjoyed wandering the world, the important matters of the sect must not be neglected. Understood. Zhoujun will take his leave, Li Zhoujun said, cupping his hands in respect. However, he suddenly froze in place. Despite his cultivation at the integration stage, he found himself unable to leave this space. Though he could use his immortal sword to do so, it seemed excessive to employ such a powerful artifact for a trivial matter. What's the matter? Zhen Yunzi inquired. Ahem, Old Mountain Lord, I think I'd like to spend a bit more time with you, Li Zhoujun said awkwardly. Zhen Yunzi was momentarily taken aback, but then laughed. Very well, it's rare for you to have such a sentiment. The Mountain Lord's duties can wait, let's drink instead. A month later, the area outside a simple thatched hut was piled high with empty wine jars. Zhen Yunzi looked at the jars, a glint of heartache flashing in his eyes. Old Mountain Lord, I'm off to catch some fish. Li Zhoujun rolled up his trousers, grabbed a fishing spear, and cheerfully walked out of the hut. Zhen Yunzi watched his retreating figure and felt another pang of heartache. This young man had nearly depleted his precious collection of fine wine. Damn it, Zhen Yunzi thought angrily. I was completely fooled by this little brat's refined and gentle appearance. For the past month, every time Li Zhoujun wanted to drink, he would grab a harpoon and go fishing, trading the delicious grilled fish he made for Zhen Yunzi's treasured celestial wine. While the grilled fish was undeniably mouthwatering, in Zhen Yunzi's eyes, it was nowhere near as valuable as his precious wine. This won't do. I can't let this go on any longer, Zhen Yunzi resolved, determined to send Li Zhoujun away. Zhoujun, Zhen Yunzi said, putting on a kind and gentle facade, you've been staying with this old man for a month now, and I've certainly felt your enthusiasm. Isn't it time you got back to attending to the Mountain Master's matters? Old Mountain Master, actually, I was hoping to stay a bit longer and drink a bit more. Before Li Zhoujun could finish his sentence, the world around him suddenly spun. In an instant, he and his harpoon were transported to the grand hall of the Taishang Palace. Standing in the hall, Li Zhoujun looked utterly bewildered, blinking as he took in his surroundings. Amid the mist-like spiritual energy, he noticed a faintly visible stone tablet. On it were 3 large characters that read Yunin Realm, accompanied by a smaller inscription. Entry requires the Taishang token or the sect master's token. So the Taishang elder's identity token is the key, Li Zhoujun suddenly realized. No wonder everyone had assumed he was a 5th-grade true immortal capable of traversing small worlds at will, so no one had bothered to explain the token's function to him. Meanwhile, Zhen Yunzi remained standing where he was, feeling a bit melancholic. Truth be told, the unique flavor of Li Zhoujun's grilled fish was truly extraordinary, a rarity in the world. Forcing him to leave now, Zhen Yunzi found himself somewhat reluctant. Glancing at the still-buried wine he hadn't yet dug up, Zhen Yunzi sighed inwardly. Next time I want grilled fish, I'll have to make another losing deal. A flash of light surrounded Li Zhoujun, and he returned to his usual elegant appearance, dressed in a flowing green robe. Exiting the Taishang Palace, he teleported straight to Yunju Palace. In the courtyard of Yunju Palace, Su Nan was lounging on a hammock strung between 2 trees. Holding a blue book in one hand, her bare feet crossed lazily, she swayed gently with the hammock. As she read, she sniffled and cursed. Ugh, this woman is absolutely horrible. She became a Dao companion with this male cultivator, and they were so sweet together, but in the end, she turned into his stepmother? This is beyond ridiculous. Who's the idiot who wrote this book? I'm going to hunt them down. Seeing this, Li Zhoujuan's mouth twitched. There are even more absurd stories involving Dao companions, he said. More absurd? Like what? Su Nan asked absent-mindedly. Hiding one's gender, Li Zhoujun replied with a sly grin. What the? That's messed up, Su Nan exclaimed, leaping off the hammock. When she realized it was Li Zhoujun, she froze for a moment before rolling her eyes and saying, I'm starving. I haven't eaten in 30 days, and I'm about to pass out. With that, she dramatically collapsed. Li Zhoujun stepped forward and grabbed her by the ear. Ow, master. It hurts. It hurts. Su Nan yelped as he pulled her up from the hammock, grimacing in pain. Li Zhoujun looked at his two disciples and sighed. Can't you be more like your junior sister? Make things a little easier for me. Just as he finished speaking, a loud bang came from the alchemy room. Thick smoke billowed out, and a small figure, completely blackened by soot, came running out. Lu Xening waved her tiny hands to disperse the black smoke puffing out of her mouth as she coughed and ran toward her master. Master, actually, I feel like I'm still okay, Su Nan said with a pitiful expression. Li Zhoujuan's mouth twitched. He hadn't expected karma to strike so quickly, but as a master, he had to maintain his authority. You're proud of yourself? Your junior sister may have failed in her alchemy, but at least she has the drive to improve. And you? Turning to Lu Xening, Li Zhoujuan's tone softened immediately. Xening, what kind of pill were you trying to refine just now? Failure is fine. It's the mother of success. What's important is learning from the experience. Lu Xening's face flushed red. Master, senior sister fattened me up, so I was trying to refine a slimming pill. Smack. Li Zhoujun slapped his palm over his face, tears streaming down between his fingers. You two, clean up the alchemy room, and then stand outside as punishment for the entire day. With that, he shook his head and walked back to his courtyard, his figure looking particularly dejected. Once Li Zhoujun was out of sight, Su Nan patted her chest in relief. That scared me to death. Senior sister, do you think Master will be too upset with us? Lu Xening asked worriedly. Don't worry. Master's a true celestial level expert. He won't get sick so easily. Su Nan laughed. Tonight, we'll make him some tea and apologize properly. That should calm him down. What are you two whispering about? Why aren't you cleaning the alchemy room yet? Li Zhoujuan's voice rang out from the courtyard. The two immediately responded, with Su Nan pulling the guilt-stricken Lu Xening along to grab brooms and start cleaning up the mess. Meanwhile, in the depths of the ocean near the edges of Qingzhou continent, a very different scene was unfolding in the Dragon Palace. Aou had captured a lobster spirit and tied it to a wooden frame. This was one of the trusted spies sent by the Sea Demon Lord to investigate Qingzhou. Smack. The whip lashed across the lobster spirit's body as Aou's face darkened. I'll give you one chance, swear allegiance to me. Do you agree or not? The lobster spirit writhed in agony, about to plead for mercy, when another sharp crack of the whip interrupted. Aou lashed it again, and even praised the loyalty of this seemingly faithful subordinate. Loyalty? Loyal, my foot. The lobster spirit, weak and battered, suddenly erupted in fury. Are you serious? Do you agree or not? Are you going to let me speak or not? Overwhelmed by grievance and anger, it completely forgot that it was facing a true dragon and began cursing loudly. Aou's lips twitched uncontrollably as he looked at the pitiful expression on the lobster spirit's face. The lobster spirit hurriedly declared, I am willing to pledge my loyalty to you. But before he could finish his sentence, a crisp snap echoed as Aou's whip lashed him again with force. You spineless little fool. Just a few lashes, and you're already betraying that old turtle? If I take you in, won't you one day betray me as well? Aou scolded angrily. The lobster spirit was utterly stunned, wailing internally. What kind of misfortune is this? If I submit, I get beaten. If I don't submit, I still get beaten. What kind of cruel fate is this? Mother, why did you even give birth to me? Aou put away his whip at the right moment, his expression softening slightly. Fine. Considering that your name also has the character dragon in it, I'll reluctantly give you a chance. Thank you, great dragon lord. The lobster spirit's eyes brimmed with tears as he repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Aou placed a restriction within the lobster spirit's body. Then, leaning close to his ear, he whispered a plan. 3 days later, after consuming the pill Aou had given him, the lobster spirit's injuries were nearly healed. With a powerful flick of his tail, he shot out from the Dragon Palace gates like a cannonball, soaring hundreds of meters in an instant. After traveling at full speed for 3 hours, he arrived at the edge of a pitch-black deep-sea abyss. Ancestor, I have returned, the lobster spirit said respectfully, bowing low. How did it go? A deep, ancient voice echoed from the abyss, and a terrifying aura immediately enveloped the lobster spirit. Suppressing his trembling, the lobster spirit recited his response as instructed by Aou. Reporting to the ancestor, I used the concealment talisman you bestowed upon me to observe near the Dao Tian sect for 3 days and nights. No superior true immortals detected me. Understood. You may step back now, the ancient voice replied. The lobster spirit was taken aback. Weren't you going to grant me an opportunity to ascend to immortality after completing the mission? Giving you a talisman to evade superior true immortals does that not count as an opportunity? Be gone before I change my mind and decide to eat you, the old voice snapped. Why wise, of course. Ill take my leave, the lobster spirit said with a fawning smile, but inwardly he cursed. That old turtle is as stingy as ever. Good thing I didn't waste that one-time use talisman and have now pledged allegiance to the great dragon lord. You old geezers, just wait for your comeuppance. After the lobster spirit left, wild laughter erupted from the abyss, shaking the entire underwater region. Fish scattered in all directions, fleeing in panic, while a massive one-eyed turtle, as large as a mountain, loomed faintly within the depths. At the same time, Aou had already returned to the sea's surface, concealing his presence. The next moment, a figure in a green robe shot out of the water, transforming into a streak of light that soared into the sky. Witnessing this, Aou let out a cold laugh. That sly old Juehai Yaozuan only dares to send a clone to investigate, he sneered, pinching his fingers together. Boom! The green-robed clone, fleeing at high speed, instantly exploded into fragments. At the same time, deep beneath the waters of the Qingzhou Sea, in the heart of an underwater forest of seaweed, the true form of Juehai Yaozuan sat cross-legged. This powerful being, who had ascended through the essence of seaweed, suddenly opened his eyes, fury blazing within them. Damn it! Who dares to destroy my clone? His gaze grew as dark as the depths of the sea. After a moment of contemplation, he muttered, could it be that meddlesome Aou? Were those two old ones never actually ascended? Was it all his scheme? As the thought crossed his mind, Juehai Yaozuan's expression alternated between anger and amusement before finally curling into a sinister smile. Ah, Aou, you're still too young. I've been prepared for this all along and have conserved my strength. When you're busy dealing with those old relics retreating into the sea, that will be the perfect moment for me to strike. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind it. How can you possibly outwit me? The Qingzhou Sea was now rife with undercurrents, shrouded in an atmosphere of conspiracy. Meanwhile, within the Dao Tian sect, for the past 3 days, Li Zhoujun had been guiding his 2 female disciples in their cultivation. Watching Su Nan and Lu Jini sparring with each other, he finally said, that's enough for today. Go back and rest. Hearing this, Su Nan frowned slightly, her eyes filled with anticipation as she asked, Master, when do you plan to travel the world again? Li Zhoujun responded with a kindly smile, but that smile sent a shiver down Su Nan's spine. She quickly grabbed Lu Jini and fled as if escaping something terrifying. Watching the 2 disciples disappear into the distance, Li Zhoujun rubbed his temples and sighed inwardly. These 2 little girls were far from matching his younger self. If they were to inherit the position of Mountain Lord, he feared the entire Yunju mountain would be turned upside down. The next morning, Li Zhoujun summoned the 2 girls to the Yunju hall. Master, calling us here so early, does that mean there's something good? Su Nan asked, her wide eyes blinking curiously. Indeed, Li Zhoujun said with a cheerful smile. If I were to pass on the position of Mountain Lord of Yunju to one of you, who would dare accept it? Su Nan immediately covered her mouth, her eyes brimming with tears. Master, you're not running out of time, are you? Li Zhoujun was left speechless, while Lu Jini's face turned awkward. Internally, Li Zhoujun thought, this girl is almost too filial. If she were a boy, she'd be getting a beating with 7 wolf rods by now. Truly, it seems discipline brings out obedience after all. Faced with Li Zhoujun's resigned expression, Su Nan managed an awkward smile. At that moment, Li Zhoujun spoke again, his tone carrying a hint of solemnity. As I have now become the supreme elder of the Dao Tian sect, the position of Mountain Lord must naturally be passed on to one of you 2. Before he finished speaking, Li Zhoujun lightly pointed with his finger, and the Mountain Lord's token of Yunju Mountain began to emit a gentle glow, flying directly in front of Su Nan. She stood frozen in place, momentarily at a loss. Su Nan, Li Zhoujun said with a smile, you are cheerful and thick-skinned, and you never back down, no matter the challenge. However, after becoming the Mountain Lord, I hope you will become more steady and take good care of your junior sister. Turning to Lu Zining, Li Zhoujun's tone softened. Zining, you are gentle by nature and, while more reserved, often think things through more thoroughly than your straightforward senior sister. In critical moments, remember to support her when needed. Yes, master, I understand. Lu Zining replied respectfully. She felt no resentment about Li Zhoujun passing the role of Mountain Lord to Su Nan instead of herself. She was well aware of her own introverted disposition and how it might put her at a disadvantage when dealing with the other Mountain Lords of the Dao Tian sect. Moreover, with both she and her senior sister still at the Foundation establishment stage, the role of Mountain Lord was far from as simple as it seemed. It would likely invite challenges from sect disciples, something she knew she was ill-equipped to handle. Thick-skinned and fearless? Su Nan pouted in protest at her master's description, her eyes brimming with tears. She looked at Li Zhoujun pitifully and said, "Master, why don't you take on another disciple and pass the position to them instead?" Clearly, she too understood the difficulties of taking on the role of Mountain Lord with only a Foundation establishment cultivation level. Li Zhoujun gazed at Su Nan and sighed with a shake of his head. "You silly girl, you're still far behind where I was back then. When I was only 6 years old, I was already managing Yunju Mountain's daily affairs all by myself. Here we go again, masters starting to show off," Su Nan thought to herself, covering her face in exasperation. Meanwhile, Lu Xening listened with admiration written all over her face. As Li Zhoujun grew more animated in his storytelling, showing no signs of stopping, Su Nan quickly interrupted him. "Ahem, master. I am willing to become the Mountain Lord of Yunju Mountain." Internally, though, she couldn't help but smile bitterly, thinking how not everyone could be as naturally gifted as her master. Good, good. Li Zhoujun nodded in satisfaction. "Your willingness to take on the role shows that you're beginning to exhibit some of the qualities I had in my younger days." Meanwhile, in the Qingzhouxi region, the spiritual senses of several ancient beings engaged in a telepathic conversation. "My informants have confirmed the Dao Tian sect has indeed fallen into decline. What do you all think?" The thunderous voice of the humpbacked sea demon sovereign echoed. The scroll sea demon sovereign remained silent, clearly biding their time to observe the situation. However, the overturning sea demon sovereign, a massive octopus-like figure, let out a cold snort. "My avatar was destroyed the moment it surfaced. You little dragon, care to explain?" You let out a cold snort. "You're asking me? How would I know? Why don't you ask me when you'll kick the bucket?" You little dragon, I advise you to restrain yourself. "Do you really think I fear your true dragon form?" The sea overturning demon sovereign retorted coldly. Despite the flames of anger surging in Aou's heart, he suppressed the urge to continue bickering with the old creature. In a frosty tone, he said, "I suspect it might have been the Cloud Mountain Lord's doing." "And how would the Cloud Mountain Lord know when you'd set out to sea?" The sea overturning demon sovereign's eyes glinted with disdain. "Blame your bad luck. Otherwise, why would the confidence of the old sea turtle return safely, and I return unharmed, while your avatar vanished the moment it emerged from the sea? If you have the guts, join this operation against Qingzhou. If not, keep hiding like a coward," Aou sneered. The sea overturning demon sovereign, faced with Aou's unreserved taunts, merely snorted coldly and remained silent. At this moment, the leader of the mermaid clan interjected with a cheerful smile. "I also sent my confidants ashore to investigate. It's true that there are no upper-tier true immortals left on Qingzhou. In reality, his confidants had long since secretly pledged loyalty to Aou." The whirlpool demon sovereign observed the scene and smirked inwardly. Instead of exposing the truth, he turned to the sea overturning demon sovereign and said, "Brother sea overturning, my avatar also met an untimely demise shortly after setting out to sea. I suspect it might indeed be the handiwork of the Cloud Mountain Lord. He likely fears our combined strength and has resorted to such underhanded tactics." Hearing this, Aou felt a surge of delight. Whirlpool demon sovereign's words were nothing short of a divine assist. After some deliberation, these ancient monsters, who had long lurked beneath the seas, finally decided to launch a massive flood in 1 month to submerge the entire Qingzhou continent. 10 days later, atop Cloud Mountain in the Dao Tian sect. Since becoming the Cloud Mountain Lord, Su Nan had shed her playful demeanor, growing steady and mature. She immersed herself in cultivation daily, often saying, "I must not bring shame to my master." Her transformation brought a sense of relief to Li Zhoujun. Li Zhoujun's transition from Mountain Lord to Grand Elder had also become a popular topic of discussion among the Dao Tian sect's powerful figures. Becoming a Grand Elder at just over 40, this is a first in the history of the Dao Tian sect. The disciples buzzed with excitement. Meanwhile, in a desolate region of the southern continent, a figure shrouded in a black robe stepped forward slowly. Instantly, countless elders and disciples of the Ghost Extreme sect emerged from all directions, their eyes brimming with tears as they shouted, "Congratulations to the sect master on breaking through to the Tribulation Transcendence realm." These individuals were all followers of the Ghost Lord. Though they had wandered in hardship under his leadership, their lives had been preserved. Now that the Ghost Lord had ascended to the pinnacle of the Tribulation Transcendence realm, second only to a true immortal, their suffering had finally borne fruit. "I have reached the Tribulation Transcendence realm. It is time to return to Qingzhou and seek the relics of the Heavenly Ghost King," the Ghost Lord declared, his voice booming like thunder. At this moment, his confidence was unwavering, was certain that as a Tribulation Transcendence powerhouse, Qingzhou could no longer pose the same threats it once did. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. 3 days quietly passed, and despite his esteemed position as the Grand Elder, Li Zhoujun chose to reside in the serene Yunju Mountain. This allowed him to guide his two young disciples in their cultivation while enjoying the tranquility of the mountains. According to his philosophy, the path of cultivation lies in self-enlightenment. Most of the time, Su Nan and Lu Jining practiced on their own, only seeking his guidance when they encountered particularly perplexing questions. Today, Li Zhoujun carried a fishing rod and a small stool, strolling leisurely toward the lake atop the mountain, ready to begin a peaceful day of fishing. Meanwhile, far away in the desolate wilderness of an isolated mountain, a strange phenomenon occurred. The mountain peaks trembled violently, and a massive crack split through the rocky terrain with an earth-shattering roar. Amidst the swirling dust, a figure slowly emerged from the fissure. When the dust finally settled, the figure of a man dressed in white was revealed. His features were so delicate and beautiful they rivaled those of a woman, and his long, almond-shaped phoenix eyes exuded an alluring charm. The man raised his head to gaze at the sky, a faint smile playing on his lips. 10,000 years have passed. I wonder if anyone in this world still remembers me, he mused. A dangerous glint flickered in his eyes. And who is the strongest now? I'm quite eager to find out. Before his words had fully settled, a gentle breeze swept through, and the man's figure dissipated like smoke. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in a bustling and prosperous city. Standing amidst the crowded streets, his ethereal presence immediately drew attention. His every gesture and movement carried an otherworldly grace, causing passers-by, especially women, to steal glances at him. An older woman with a mole on her face, clearly a brothel madam, instantly lit up with excitement. She circled the man, scrutinizing him with unabashed interest. Such a handsome young gentleman. Can you sing and dance, my dear? My brothel typically only hires women, but I'd be willing to pay 10,000 taels of gold to buy your entire life, the madam said eagerly, waving her embroidered handkerchief. You see, we have some very wealthy clients with unique tastes. Brothel? 10,000 taels of gold? The man with the phoenix eyes regarded her coldly. If you think the price is too low. The madam's words were abruptly cut off as her eyes widened in terror. In the next instant, the stunningly handsome man before her transformed into a skeleton, his eye sockets burning with eerie flames of crimson and green. Demon! The madam barely managed to stammer the word before her body exploded on the spot, scattering blood and gore across the street. The pedestrians froze, horrified by the sudden and gruesome scene. The man, now back in his human form, extended a slender hand, catching a few droplets of blood. With a languid motion, he flicked out his crimson tongue and gave the blood a light lick. Ugh! What disgusting trash, he spat, shaking off the blood from his hand in disdain. Only then did the onlookers snap out of their shock, scrambling to flee in panic. But as they turned to run, the man's phoenix eyes glimmered with a mocking light. In an instant, scarlet clouds gathered in the sky above the city, stretching endlessly across the horizon. The fleeing townsfolk suddenly felt an immense force pulling at their backs, as if the world itself sought to consume them. Suddenly, a horrifying scene unfolded within the city. Every living being, whether cultivators, ordinary mortals, or even livestock, had their blood and vitality forcibly drawn out through their pores. The life essence streamed like silken threads toward a crimson cloud hovering in the sky. Their bodies shriveled at a visibly alarming rate, leaving behind only skeletal remains wrapped in withered skin, which collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Even several nascent soul cultivators in seclusion were not spared. Startled awake from their meditative state, they widened their eyes in terror, helpless as their own blood and vitality were drained away. Their advanced cultivation offered no protection. Instead, it deepened their suffering. While lower-level cultivators and mortals quickly lost consciousness, the nascent soul cultivators, possessing stronger souls, were forced to endure this torment fully aware. As one elderly nascent soul cultivator was on the verge of losing consciousness, a man with phoenix-shaped eyes suddenly appeared before him. "Who are you?" the withered cultivator asked in a trembling voice, his gaze filled with fear. The man with phoenix eyes chuckled lightly and replied, "Who I am doesn't matter. However, I have a question for you. Who is the strongest person in the world today?" The old cultivator steeled himself. Since death was inevitable, why not express himself freely? Struggling to speak, he said, The strongest person today is you?" Seeing the man with phoenix eyes show a look of disdain, the old cultivator suddenly erupted with defiance. It's your father," he spat out, a triumphant smirk spreading across his face. "Courting death." The man with phoenix eyes erupted in fury, placing his hand directly on the old cultivator's head and performing a soul-searching technique. The elder's eyes went blank in an instant before his skull was crushed, and his headless body crumpled to the ground. After extracting the information, the man with phoenix eyes murmured to himself, Dao Tian sect, Grand Elder Li Zhoujun, 46 years old, a 5th grade true immortal? He was incredulous. Such talent is exceedingly rare, even in the celestial realm. A sinister grin spread across his lips. If I refine him into a flesh pill and consume it, I could advance directly from a 6th grade to a superior 7th grade true immortal. But soon, his expression darkened with contemplation. During his slumber, the Dao Tian sect had grown into one of the top-tier powers in Qingzhou, teeming with formidable cultivators. Though he scoffed dismissively, saying, "It's just a lower realm sect," he decided to proceed with caution. He would lure Li Zhoujun out before making his move. Of course, he reassured himself repeatedly that this wasn't out of Furno, truly. He just wanted to avoid unnecessary trouble. Truly. 3 days later, inside the Dao Tian Palace. Sect leader, in the past 3 days, a horrifying tragedy has occurred across Qingzhou, reported an elder standing in the Grand Hall before Mu Taiyu. In a single night, 9 major cities were left littered with corpses. Without exception, all the victims had been drained of their blood. Among the dead were several void immortals and integration realm cultivators, and even the Kai family patriarch of Huishi City Kai Ji, a tribulation transcending cultivator, was not spared. There were no signs of battle at the scenes, indicating that the perpetrator's strength far surpassed Kai Ji's. Mu Taiyu rubbed his temples and asked, "Has there been any discernible pattern to the perpetrator's movements? It seems they started at Blood Skull Mountain and have been advancing southward." The elder pondered for a moment before his expression changed drastically. Could it be the Bone Demon Lord who was suppressed at Blood Skull Mountain years ago by Ancestor Tingyu? Most likely. Mu Taiyu confirmed with a nod. "You may withdraw for now." The elder turned to leave but hesitated, pausing in his steps. "Oh, sect leader, the Kai family's young lady, Kai Shieling, escaped the calamity as she was not in the city at the time. She is currently staying temporarily at our Dao Tian sect's Yuran Mountain." After the elder left, Mu Taiyu sat alone in the hall, lost in thought. If it truly was the Bone Demon Lord, a 6th-rank true immortal, who had broken free, the Dao Tian sect would be in grave danger. Even the sect's strongest cultivator, Li Taishang, a 5th-rank true immortal, might struggle to contend with such a foe. His gaze swept over the more than 100 vacant seats for mountain lords in the hall, and he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. After contemplating for a while, Mu Taiyu decided to consult Li Taishang. However, he chose not to go to the Taishang Hall, as the overwhelming presence of powerful figures there was too intimidating. With a flicker of his figure, he appeared beside Li Zhoujun, who was quietly fishing by a lakeside. "The sect leader is here? Care to join me for some fishing?" Li Zhoujun greeted him with a smile. "Li Taishang, I've come regarding a grave matter," Mu Taiyu said with a troubled expression. "The Bone Demon Lord has broken free, and the 9 major cities of Qingzhou have been destroyed by his hand." Li Zhoujun narrowed his eyes slightly upon hearing this. He recalled the sect records he had read during the 40-plus years he spent unable to cultivate at Yunju. Among them were detailed accounts of the 6th-rank true immortal Bone Demon Lord. At that moment, a system notification sounded. Ding! System task issued. This task consists of 2 options, which can be completed simultaneously. Option 1. Engage in battle with the Bone Demon Lord. Reward. Tribulation initial cultivation level. Option 2. Eliminate the Bone Demon Lord. Reward. 4th-rank true immortal weapon upgrade for the Proud Snow Sword and 1 golden spirit pill. As long as the host contributes to the extermination of the Bone Demon Lord, this reward can be obtained. Li Zhoujun watched as the system, which had been silent for a long time, finally issued a task. A faint smile appeared on his lips. "You finally showed up. I was starting to think you had been enlightened by the righteous light of the world." Ding. "Host, stop rambling." The system immediately retorted. Li Zhoujun chuckled softly. That familiar tone brought a sense of comfort to him. "Li Taishang, how should we deal with the Bone Demon Lord?" Mu Taiyu interrupted his thoughts, his expression filled with concern. "Deal with it? Why bother?" Li Zhoujun brushed off his robes and stood up, his eyes gleaming with confidence. "Sect Master, have you ever heard the saying, 'The best defense is a good offense'?" Watching Li Zhoujun's imposing figure turn into a streak of light and vanish into the distance, Mu Taiyu stood frozen for a moment before muttering to himself, "Honestly, Li Taishang is kind of cool." Suddenly, a horrifying realization struck him. Oh no. The Bone Demon Lord is a grade 6 true immortal, and Li Taishang is only grade 5. If something happens to him, won't Jinyun Taishang skin me alive? His panic-stricken voice trailed off as he dashed towards the Taishang Hall, his robes nearly swept away by the wind. Inside the Taishang Hall, Zinyunzi's beard nearly bristled with anger after hearing what had transpired. That little rascal. Does he have a death wish? Bone Demon, if you dare harm a single hair on that boy's head, I will tear you apart limb by limb. With that, he too took to the skies and disappeared. Mu Taiyu stood dumbfounded. Wait a second. Is everyone from Yunju Mountain this fearless? I mean, it's one thing for a grade 5 to charge ahead, but you, an elder at grade 3 true immortal as well? Ha 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 Mu. What are you so afraid of? A voice rang out as Fan Shan Zhenjuan appeared out of nowhere, patting his shoulder. Do you really think Jinyun Taishang is just a grade 3 true immortal? Seeing the confusion in Mu Taiyu's eyes, Fan Shan Zhenjuan merely gave him a knowing smile. 3 hours later, in a guest room at Yurin Mountain, Kai Shilling sat in despair. As the last remaining bloodline of the Kai family, her heart was gripped with fear of the powerful figure who had destroyed her clan. Outside, 2 disciples were chatting. I heard Li Taishang went to hunt down the Bone Demon Lord. That demon wiped out multiple cities after breaking free, even killing the Kai family's tribulation-transcending patriarch. But isn't Li Taishang only a grade 5 true immortal? Don't you get it? Li Taishang is always so enigmatic. For all we know, he might already be a grade 7 true immortal. Who else would dare challenge someone stronger than themselves? Listening to their conversation, Kai Shilling silently murmured to herself, Li Taishang. Li Zhoujun, the former master of Yunju Mountain who is renowned throughout Qingzhou. Can he really slay the Bone Demon Lord? At this moment, Li Zhoujun was riding his flying sword, speeding through the clouds. System, Qingzhou is vast. How am I supposed to find the location of the White Bone Demon Lord? Li Zhoujun asked the system. Ding. System transmitting coordinates. Lansong City? System, you're the best. Li Zhoujun said with a smile. Ding. Full service support. Not bad, not bad. You've improved, system. You deserve some praise, Li Zhoujun remarked as he adjusted the direction of his sword and sped toward Lansong City. Meanwhile, in the guest hall of the Zhong family in Lansong City, a tense conversation was taking place. Patriarch Zhong, let's not beat around the bush, said Elder Xian Jian from the Lingxin sect, a cultivator in the Golden Core stage, as he sat in the guest seat and stared directly at Zhong Lai, the middle-aged man at the head of the hall. Your son Zhong Dong has had his spiritual root destroyed and can no longer cultivate. On the other hand, our sect's saintess, Zhen Yueling, has already reached the 8th level of qi refining at the age of 16. Even in Qingzhou's most prestigious sect, Daotian sect, she would be considered a talent of middling excellence. This marriage should be annulled as soon as possible. Our Lingxin sect is willing to compensate with a foundation establishment pill. Otherwise, the Zhong family is the one that will suffer in the future. Beside Elder Xian Jian sat a young woman with an icy and indifferent demeanor. She remained unmoved by everything around her, as if nothing could catch her attention. She was none other than Zhen Yueling, the saintess of the Lingxin sect. The Zhong family members in the hall looked grim upon hearing this, but none dared to speak up in rebuttal. Sigh. Zhong Lai let out a heavy sigh. It's true that my son Donger is no longer a match for your sect's saintess. We are willing to annul the marriage. Father. Before he could finish, a clear-featured young man strode into the hall, interrupting him. It was none other than Zhong Dong. He walked straight to the center of the hall, standing tall as he fixed his gaze on Zhen Yueling. You want to annul the engagement? Yes, Zhen Yueling replied with an expressionless nod. To her, this was merely a marriage agreement made by her master and the late former patriarch of the Zhong family. Fine, I agree, Zhong Dong declared firmly. But remember this 30 years from now. Patriarch, bad news. A Zhong family servant burst into the hall, his face pale with fear. The blood cloud responsible for destroying cities has reached our Lansong City. What? The room erupted as everyone stood in alarm. They had all heard the recent terrifying news of several nearby major cities turning into ghost towns under the blood cloud, leaving no survivors. Damn it. I only came here to settle a marriage annulment, and now this. Elder Xian Jian's face darkened. As a member of the prominent Lingxin sect, he was well aware of the devastation caused by the blood cloud. The group hurriedly rushed outside, only to see a massive blood cloud obscuring the skies above Lansong City. Standing atop the cloud was the White Bone Demon Lord, his brows furrowed. Has Daotian sect's efficiency really dropped this low? In the past 3 days, I've destroyed several major cities, causing quite the commotion. However, he couldn't guarantee that the person coming would be Li Zhoujun. The Bone Demon Lord squinted his eyes, calculating in his mind. Even if the one arriving wasn't the target, it wouldn't matter. A prodigy like that would surely venture out accompanied by powerful sect members, and all he needed was the right opportunity to abduct them. Even if Daotian sect sent a top-tier true immortal, he had no fear. He had already left a trace of his divine consciousness within the body of Kai Ji, a deceased tribulation stage cultivator from the Kai family. If his main body were to be destroyed, he could immediately possess the corpse and return to life. Kai Ji's cultivation had reached the peak of the tribulation stage, and more importantly, his storage ring contained the blood and essence of many powerful beings. By using these resources upon rebirth, he could quickly ascend to the Great Ascension stage. Hiding for 10,000 years and making a comeback is not too late, the Bone Demon Lord sneered. He had once been a 6th grade true immortal, and returning to that level was not an insurmountable challenge. Although it was troublesome, it was far better than ascending to the celestial realm. With his demonic nature, entering the celestial realm would mean being endlessly hunted by celestial cultivators, something he could never endure. He would rather rule in the mortal world than live in fear in the celestial realm. Unless he could ensure his survival there, he would never ascend. As the Bone Demon Lord continued to manipulate the skies, the blood cloud above grew thicker and more oppressive. Within Lansang City, all living beings turned pale with fear. Inside the Zhong family compound, Zhong Dong looked up at the blood cloud, his face ashen. Once a prodigy, he had suffered immense scorn after his spiritual roots were destroyed. Just days ago, he had attempted suicide by jumping off a cliff, only to stumble upon the legacy of a nascent soul cultivator. This inheritance not only taught him a method to restore his spiritual roots, but also gave him hope of reaching the nascent soul stage himself. At this moment, he desired to live more than ever. Standing beside him, Zhang Yueling also gazed at the blood cloud, her expression solemn but devoid of fear. Though she appeared to lead a privileged life, she was no more than a pawn in others' schemes, her marriage and life not her own. Despite her hollow existence, her will to survive remained. If she could succeed in cultivation, perhaps she could finally take control of her destiny. Who could be the master of this blood cloud? An elder of the Zhong family asked, his face pale. Rumor has it that it might be the Bone Demon Lord, who was once suppressed by Daotian sect. Another elder, driven by curiosity, replied in a trembling voice. What? The crowd was instantly filled with despair upon hearing this. The term true immortal weighed on them like a mountain, suffocating everyone present. However, amidst the crowd, a plainly dressed young girl remained calm. She walked over to Zhongdong, gently took his hand, and smiled sweetly. Don't be afraid, brother Zhongdong. I'm here with you. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.